when the intended justice falls into paranoia, misinterpreting a glimpse of fate as cause and judging the world through one's own perspective and biases, what kind of tributaries? Will the river of fate extend, or will it ultimately lead to the annihilation of the yoke? When one's self-awareness is erroneous, and the self they have shaped shatters due to external influences, giving rise to a contrasting personality that devours the master, will it lead to the demise of one of the two tigers fighting over the mountain? Or will the ID, ego, and superego merge into a perfect unity? As a villain, what should one do? Is it to be redeemed after being defeated by a group of guys shouting friendship with a combination of punches? Is it to be advised by 6 little ponies from different tribes to learn friendship and let go of the past after they defeat you? Why do I want to rule the world? I don't know, but what's under my hooves is mine. And when I see those little ponies, whom I once avoided and feared, now cheering for my ascension to kingship, I know I am on the right path. After entering the realm, the great scholar will debate for me. Chapter 1. The celestial unicorn awakening from the sun above the scorching sun. A group of sunspots is leisurely strolling across the sun's surface. These sunspots are regions of relatively lower temperature on the sun and are also one of the fundamental markers of solar activity. However, at that moment, this group of sunspots seem to suddenly suffer the impact of intense solar activity, being mercilessly torn apart. Immediately, a dazzling flare was born from the rupture of the sunspots. This flare spread rapidly like a burning flame, illuminating the entire surface of the sun. Meanwhile, coronal mass ejections were also being expelled from the sun, resulting in a grand explosion of matter and energy. This large-scale release of matter and energy is usually accompanied by strong electromagnetic radiation and particle flows. However, after the violent coronal mass ejection, a peculiar object suddenly appeared at the location of the flare. What was it? It turned out to be a white celestial unicorn lying on the sun. Its body lines were smooth, as white as snow, with wings slightly unfurled, as if ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Sunlight passed through its body, forming beautiful rays, creating a dreamlike scene that captivated onlookers. Its eyes were tightly closed, seemingly in slumber, yet it exuded an aura of majesty and mystery. This celestial unicorn lay quietly on the sun, blending into the surrounding scorching environment, yet stood out remarkably. Its mane seemed to float like the blazing flares, appearing viscous, yet, like the sun, it intermittently displayed clusters of black spots and suddenly brightened patches, even emitting some scorching energy. Yet its limbs were bound by a dissipating magical circle, as if it had committed some heinous crime. Its adorable emblem resembled a hollow sun rune, although the center appeared to be dyed black. With another coronal mass ejection occurring beside it, the scorching high temperature pierced through the deep cosmos, directly pointing towards the distant planet of Ponilia. However, it didn't travel far before vanishing like dissipating flames. What followed was a large-scale electronic device malfunction in Ponilia. Oh, what's going on? Starlight Glimmer, the principal of the Friendship Academy, stared at the malfunctioning computer, which he had just been using to process documents. No, 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 computer, get it together. Starlight tried to slap the computer's main unit, only for it to blue screen. No. With tears in her eyes, Starlight held Mrs. Cake for comfort, seeming to complain about how her hard work on the meeting document had vanished just like that. No. Celestia, vacationing at Silver Beach, was startled awake from her sunbathing, and Luna, beside her, was also shocked by her sister's actions, pulling down her sunglasses and looking at her surprised sister with confusion, instantly losing her relaxed vacation mindset, left only wondering about her sister's sudden behavior. What's wrong, sister? Luna, this is terrible. I forgot about him. I can feel it. The magical circle is about to fail. Celestia rolled off the sun lounger, rushed to Luna, shaking her bewildered face, then turned back in terror to look at the sun, her horn spiral gradually glowing, bursting forth. A massive magical light, though it was unclear what spell she was casting. Sister, what's wrong? Who is it that makes you so anxious? You might not remember. After all, it's been over 1,000 years, and I'm almost forgetting one of the reasons that led to the fall of Scalos. That traitor. Who? Luna, nearly dizzy from Celestia's shaking, finally managed to push her seemingly neurotic sister away. Who is it? Hurry up and tell me. Oh, Twilight. I didn't expect we'd gather together so soon. It's only been a few weeks since your coronation. How's life in Canterlot? I remember your first sunrise was quite impressive. How was the party in Canterlot? In Twilight's Friendship Castle roundtable map room, the splendid crystal decor remained the same, but it seemed there were just a few more wires and a terminal that looked a bit out of place. This place seemed different from the usual Ponilia world, possibly due to some interfered fate, causing ripples like the flapping of a butterfly's wings, stirring up a butterfly effect, yet overall, it still seemed normal. Pinkie Pie's voice often precedes her appearance after she pushed open the door. She was followed by Rarity and the others. To be honest, dear, my new outfit this quarter has captured the trends at Canterlot in Manhattan, but I've put all that aside because it's quite rare and an honor that the map has. Call me again. Rarity showcased her fashionable attire for the quarter, white fluffy fur surrounding her neck, a cape adorned with starry light blue sequins trailing behind her. I even postponed the training of the Wonderbolts, and I thought it was just me and Pinkie Pie, but who knew on the way here I found out Applejack and Rarity were also called by the map. What is it this time? Friendship issues? Monster invasion? Rainbow Dash hurriedly flew into the map room, yet she seemed unaware that Twilight and Spike were staring in shock at the cute emblem floating on the map. What's wrong? Twilight, you look shocked. Where are we going? What? Oh my gosh. Applejack, who was initially confused about why Twilight was shocked, was also left speechless upon seeing the cute emblem and the suddenly appearing sun on the world map. Indeed, I know this is hard to understand, but what does this mean? The emblem of the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess is also on it. And why is the location suddenly that of the sun? I calculated several times with my terminal. The map is not wrong. My goodness, what is going on? Twilight began to explain, having started calculating the probability of the map being wrong 5 minutes after arriving here. Yet every time it was 0, and magical checks showed there were no issues. What kind of problem could cause the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess to come together to deal with it? Twilight became increasingly anxious, her expression starting to exaggerate and twist. Sorry we're late. We truly didn't expect the map would summon us. Luna arrived at Twilight's friendship castle with a somewhat neurotic Celestia, and Celestia's horn was still glowing, leaving everyone wondering what she was doing. Cosmic Princess, Moon Princess, what is going on? Do you have any clues? Ziwe's disheveled mane and exaggerated expression seemed somewhat out of place for her current identity. To be honest, it should be my sister who has a clue, but she seems to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Luna poked Celestia, who was beside her, breathing heavily and looking flustered and helpless. It was at this moment that Celestia regained her composure, but the forced royal smile on her face and the cold sweat trickling down indicated her panic. This was also the first time Ziwe had seen the Cosmic Princess lose her composure like this, which made her even more anxious. Cosmic Princess, what exactly has happened? What do we need to do? Why do we need to go to the sun? That guy's seal is about to dissipate. He is a being more terrifying than the nightmare moon. As Celestia said this, Luna's expression noticeably darkened, and she shot a glare at Celestia. Sister, stop speaking in riddles. You've been doing that since we set out. Skylos, the homeland Luna and I came from, it was once the realm of the unicorns, but that guy, in collusion with the wind demon, destroyed it. His name is Corona. If it weren't for this magic circle being above the sun and the fluctuations only just now appearing, I might still not remember that on the scorching, dazzling sun, as another brilliant coronal mass ejection occurred, the intense commotion finally woke the unicorn. With an expression as flat as water and devoid of any emotion, even the vertical pupils held no light, calmly gazing at the vibrant planet before him. Once again, a long-awaited awakening. If I weren't so accustomed to this pain, perhaps I still wouldn't be able to sleep. I don't even know how many years have passed. Chapter 2. The Past and the Present. When the Sun Crown originally wanted to break free from the vast and weakened magic circle that spanned the entire sun, a trace of golden magic from Little Maria made that magic circle a bit more stable. The magic of the unicorns? It seems that Skylos is still quite lucky. The increasingly powerful wind magic did not lead to its downfall. Such a world. Unfair. How incredibly unfair. Clearly, the losses caused by the uncontrolled magic are nothing. Yet it threw me onto the sun, and gathered the magic of all the unicorns to put this damned magic circle on me, and inscribed the runes on my horn. After a moment of helpless laughter, the Sun Crown suddenly fell silent, just silently gazing at the empty and deep universe, as if awakening from a mad laughter after being powerless, and it seemed to be the calm before the storm. Only a unicorn's magic? Hiss. It looks like Skylos has fallen. If it weren't for that inexplicable, uncontrolled magic, what are these old stories even for? I don't even know who this unicorn that can connect with the sun might be. Could it be that wretched one? As the deep red flowing mane that covered the Sun Crown's face moved aside with its actions, one could see the magical runes carved on its horn, seemingly glowing with a lava-like magic light, which restrained its use of magic. Every time the Sun Crown's horn wanted to use magic, those magical runes would absorb a portion of the sun's energy to offset the magic. Moreover, at this moment, a large area of sun runes would also appear on the Sun Crown's body, allowing it to experience the pain of lava eating into bones and flames drilling into flesh, a torment that had lasted for over 1,000 years, making its spirit seem not so good. However, after this, a very intense solar flare followed, so strong that even Celestia felt the sun's intense activity. Cosmic Princess. What on earth is going on? How could we possibly go to the sun? The Moon Princess had let us go to the moon before, but this is the sun. Ziua looked at the Cosmic Princess, who was magically lifting the precious ones with her, as she was using magic to teleport herself and a group of little ponies to the sun. Don't worry, Ziua, the banishment magic can protect us to a certain extent. Sister, maybe we should just not go. The magic on the sun is not the same as on the moon. Luna, who had walked over from the side and was more familiar with the sun crown, advised Celestia not to act blindly. Ziua's friends are ordinary little ponies, not unicorns. Their physical qualities are not that strong. Alright, but I mostly forgot those old stories, and I don't know. Celestia hesitated. And that map clearly states. Her words carried hesitation. She couldn't recall those sealed matters. When Celestia turned her head and pointed her hoof at the sun's projection on the map, she found, what? Why is only my cute symbol floating there, while Ziua and Luna's cute symbols are floating over Canterlot? This made Celestia incredulously look back to check. It was indeed so. When did it change? It should have just happened. I'm not sure why it did, but maps are usually accurate, Ziua said, looking at the cute symbol's illusion surrounding Canterlot, then glanced at the cute symbol of the Cosmic Princess floating above the sun's illusion, shook her head, spread her hoof, and even encouraged Celestia. However, Celestia looked very flustered. But looking at Ziua's map, its distribution was indeed usually correct. Fine then, gulp, I'll go talk to the sun crown. Celestia looked at the sun outside the window, hesitated, and swallowed. Then she spread her wings and flew towards the sun. All right, Moon Princess, let's move. With that, Ziua and the others left the map room together, heading towards the train station. In the empty map room, the small Maria and the surrounding country's illusions on the crystal round table flickered. It seemed something had malfunctioned and was automatically repairing. After a series of flickers, the cute symbol illusions floating above Canterlot disappeared and returned to circle above the sun's illusion. Celestia looked at her body wrapped in pale golden magic, turned back to look at the increasingly distant small Maria, then straightened her head, frowning at the approaching sun. Celestia's thoughts were pulled back to the past. Back then, the sun crown was a playmate of her and Luna's childhood. Hey, Celestia, Luna, want to go learn some magic from Teacher Albert together? The sun crown, who was a few years younger than Celestia and Luna, shouted outside their house on the street. Unicorns do not have parents. They are more like a quality or phenomenon birthed by heaven and earth, and Skylos is their concentration. They maintain the order of this planet, and Skylos is not in the same space as this planet. It is more akin to a celestial realm in relation to the mortal world. As long as Skylos does not connect to this space, no ordinary pony can find it. Newly birthed unicorns will have their own homes in Skylos, and they also need to learn and try from older unicorns. Okay, Sun Crown, wait a minute. Our young Celestia, with her tender voice, greeted the sun crown on the street by the window. Then she used magic to pick up the books she might need and went out, while Luna followed closely behind her sister, looking somewhat shy, always keeping her head down. What do you think Teacher Albert will teach us in the 3rd week of learning? Maybe wind magic? I previewed the books Teacher Albert gave us, and according to the schedule, yes. Wind magic? What is that? Didn't you read the book Teacher Albert gave us? I did, but not much. Mainly because studying is too boring, and I've learned most of it already. Don't forget, I was born a few years earlier than you. So what's wind magic? The sun crown slightly embarrassedly shifted his gaze to the street in front of him, but he seemed to be feigning ignorance. There weren't many unicorns on this main street. Speaking of which, there were not even 100 unicorns in all of Skylos. However, the decoration and architectural style here were similar to Canterlot, but more exquisite and prosperous, with various exquisite stone-carved statues standing on both sides of the main street. Hi, Ariana. Madeline, how are you? How's the work of Judge Angela Beth today? The approaching Madeline looked at the sun crown with a somewhat speechless expression. To be honest, in Skylos, the position of judge is almost a leisure job. Everyone knows this. One of them is an assistant to the judge, and the other is a guardian of the court, making them even freer. So, the sun crown's greeting was akin to asking an air conditioner technician who was installing an air conditioner, "What do you do for a living?" Very good, everything is great. Celestia feigned a smile at Madeline while nudging the sun crown, signaling him not to greet if he couldn't. Chapter 3, The Past and the Present. Alright, Celestia, tell me about wind magic. Okay, wind magic is. Wind magic, a peculiar magical creature, cannot be defeated head-on. As long as there is a hint of disharmony, the death of the wind magic will immediately draw power from it to accumulate strength and revive, symbolizing the suffering of the world. So, wind magic is also a unicorn? The sun crown interrupted Celestia's explanation, speaking his own opinion, but upon seeing Celestia's expression, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Cough, then I'll continue. In order to protect the world below, The celestial beasts imprisoned this kind of magical beast in the space of Skyros, and made the celestial beasts that symbolize power and strength, such as Isabel, Vinter's son, Charlie, Aiden, and Chaz, fight against it. Wow, indeed. Oath, victory, freedom, sacred, hunter, these all sound quite powerful. Celestia, do you think I might also be one of them? Coronation sounds very impressive. No, not for you. Oh, Coronation immediately lowered its head, which had just been held high. Hey, don't be discouraged. Once you get familiar with what you represent, you can also become one of them. Celestia patted Coronation's back. Okay, trust me, and maybe you too will get it before I do. You're only a few years old, and you've already passed the magical test that usually requires a celestial beast to be over a decade old. Although I also passed it at 7. Coronation seemed very confident as it raised its head. In front of the two sisters, it always acted this way. In the blink of an eye, after class. Coronation was very curious about what the wind magic was like outside of the books, so it mischievously ran to the wall at the border of Skyros, wanting to see what the wind magic looked like. Isabel, who represents Oath, admired the little guy's courage, and was just about to catch him and hand him over to Albert for punishment when the wind magic unexpectedly attacked Skyros. This time, it was quite unusual, as 3 wind magic beasts came out all at once, which had never happened before. Isabel couldn't take care of the little guy anymore, so she tossed him backward, thinking that since he had wings, he wouldn't be foolish enough to fall to his death. Then she used a warning magic, and a brilliant red magical firework exploded in the sky, alerting the celestial beasts inside Skyros, as well as the celestial beast guards stationed on the wall, who were several kilometers apart. At this moment, Celestia also saw this scene on the street, and those celestial beasts who had not obtained the cute mark were not allowed to participate in this dangerous activity and had to hide in the back. She was just about to call Coronation, who seemed mesmerized by the battle in the air, to come down when she saw that Coronation's body was actually starting to glow. This was a sign of obtaining the cute mark. Hey, Coronation, wait a minute. Is this guy about to get the cute mark? Wow. I didn't expect him to get it first. I thought this silly guy would get it after me. How did he discover what he represents? Sister, we should hide in the magic shield to avoid the possible coming blizzard. This time, 3 wind magic beasts are here. Oh right, Luna, let us go. We must celebrate when we see Coronation. When Celestia saw Coronation again, it was a few hours later when the magic shield was lowered. At that time, the outside of Skyros was in ruins, with most of the walls and buildings destroyed, debris and broken walls everywhere, flames and howling snow. Coronation, engulfed in flames, stood amidst the ruins covered in snow. The wind magic had retreated, but the other celestial beast guards were nowhere to be seen. This sudden change left the 8-year-old Celestia and Luna somewhat at a loss. They had originally thought about going up to ask Coronation what had happened, but the next moment, dark golden chains, as if a divine punishment, suddenly rushed towards Coronation from all directions. It was one of the 3 management celestial beasts of the judging celestial beast Angela Bess. Shortly after, in the judgment hall, where trials had hardly ever been held, Coronation, still in a state of magical chaos, was locked by a specially made anti-magic collar, and its eyes glowed white due to the excessive magic power within, seemingly having lost its sanity. In the center of the judgment hall, under the light, the 4 radiant and indestructible special anti-magic chains fixed Coronation, who resembled a beast. And in the windows of the surrounding walls, the figures of celestial beasts stood, silhouetted against the light, making it hard to see who they were. Celestia, representing the uncontrollable Coronation, had caused magical chaos when it discovered the cute mark, damaging half of the Skyros walls and some buildings, resulting in casualties among the other celestial beasts, and was defined as an evil celestial beast subject to sealing magic, exiled to the sun as punishment. Angela Bess read out the judgment to Coronation below. She used magic to project what had happened in Skyros a few days ago in the center of the judgment hall. The uncontrollable Coronation indiscriminately attacked both celestial beasts and wind magic, causing the walls that originally had magical resistance to wind magic to be destroyed, giving the wind magic an opportunity. However, it had not invaded for long before the frenzied Coronation pushed it back. Yet, the destruction caused by Coronation was a fact, and the uncontrollability was also a fact. After the projected illusion finished playing, the observing celestial beasts began to discuss the trial. Celestia and Luna were quite surprised by everything that had happened. Angela Bess's definition of an evil celestial beast completely contradicted Coronation's previous behavior, but Coronation, who was still in a state of magical chaos, did indeed resemble an evil celestial beast. Since everyone present had no objections, then let us proceed with the sealing magic process. As the words fell, the horns of the celestial beasts emitted magical light, dividing a small part of their own magic power, and various colors of magic floated towards Angela Bess. Celestia stared blankly at this scene, her mouth opening and closing without making a sound. Luna took a few steps forward but bumped into a magical barrier, which was specifically set up for celestial beasts that had not obtained the cute mark, isolated from other rooms in the lowest tier. Indeed, celestial beasts without the cute mark did not have many rights, and unless they were exceptionally gifted, they could only observe in the judgment hall. Those various colors of magic gradually blended into a ball of radiant light, exuding a sense of majesty. As Angela Bess infused the last bit of magic, the light ball instantly transformed, illuminating the entire judgment hall like a blazing little sun. Thereafter, the past impression of coronation also burned away in that fiery light. And after all these years, Celestia was somewhat uncertain about what coronation was like now. Most likely, it was similar to the nightmare moon. Time returned to the present. Celestia looked at the sun that was getting closer to her. It seemed to gradually overlap with the sun that floated in the center of the judgment hall, which had engraved the magical seal on coronation. To be honest, she didn't know how to face that guy, calling him a childhood playmate. He was the evil celestial beast that caused the fall of Skyros, the one who was exiled and sealed on the sun for 1,000 years. And the terrifying appearance he had in the judgment hall was still vivid in her mind. Her definition of him was defined only by these fragmented memories that surfaced due to stimulation. Above the sun, there seemed to be something else. A small dragon-like creature that appeared to be made of sunlight bounced to Coronation's side. It looked no bigger than a cat. "Hey, little dragon, you're back?" "Yes, the great, omnipotent, all-knowing sun dragon spirit has arrived. Just as I said, I can sometimes be wise and understand fate, and at times fall into chaos. Being as dull as a machine. This time, I have come with wisdom." The little dragon that climbed onto Coronation looked very lively, sometimes dancing and praising itself, and at other times curiously checking whether Coronation was normal. "Huh, so what do you have to tell me? You haven't woken up much these years." Coronation and this self-proclaimed sun dragon spirit met a few hours after it was exiled and sealed to the sun. The little guy was first surprised when he saw him, saying that he had been on the sun for a long time and hadn't seen anything other than the sun itself. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the corona was sealed and couldn't do anything, he checked his body, even tapping his horn to inscribe runes, and performed magic that seemed not of this world, restoring his body and alleviating pain. Sometimes, he would pull out a metal plate that could withstand the sun's high temperatures to record everything. Moreover, this little guy seemed to know a bit of everything, which added some fun to his life of imprisonment on the sun and increased his knowledge. However, he occasionally instilled some twisted reasoning into the corona, such as absolute power brings absolute justice. As long as you are strong enough, you are right, because wrong ideas will be excluded by you. As long as you have no morals, no little ponies can morally bind you. And some marvelous physiological knowledge, even though the corona didn't absorb it. It seemed to be part of the little dragon's plan. But when he fell into chaos, he was like what he called the term human machine, dazed and aimlessly wandering, with no response to calls. This term human machine was also his explanation to the corona. "So what knowledge have you brought this time? Fate is about to arrive. Your destiny is beginning to turn. Although you can do as you wish, you must not bring disaster to the world. So I suggest you rule over Ponyland." This is the first time you've made a suggestion. Okay, I will try my best. Chapter 4, Past and Present. However, at this moment, the little dragon raised its head, curled one of its front claws, and looked towards the deep universe, as if something was coming from there. When the corona followed the little dragon's gaze, the little dragon flicked its tail, sending out some fiery energy that, like smoke, drilled into the lava-colored runes on the corona's body, which the corona did not notice. "What is that?" "It is the moment when your destiny flows. Can't you understand?" The little dragon looked at the corona's reaction, and even its eyeless dragon face seemed to show disdain. Your way back to Ponyland. Forget it. Figure it out yourself. I'll just hang out in your mane. When the time comes, I will come out. Don't narrow the path again." The little dragon's last words were just a soft murmur. "Hiss, who was that?" "Celestia. It's actually her. I don't know what the situation is now. Maybe I can ask some questions?" "Hiss, no. I seem to remember that day in the courtroom. It seems she and her sister Luna were also there." "TSK, then let us have some fun?" Watching Celestia draw closer, the corona's sneer suddenly changed. Looking as if just awakened, very confused, eyes wide open, appearing quite bewildered and innocent, then looking around at the usual environment, his expression darkened. And then he stared blankly with vacant eyes. When Celestia approached the magic circle, she saw the corona's state in the center of the magic circle. And it seemed that the corona did not appear as an evil demon. "Corona?" Celestia tried to call out to the corona in her Canterlot royal voice, establishing some authority so as not to lose her composure. The corona looked around as if just discovering Celestia coming from the universe towards the magic circle. "Celestia?" The corona looked quite surprised, but the nightmare-like vertical pupils slowly moved, sizing up Celestia's attire, which seemed to indicate that her status was not very high. Yet she could control the sun? "Yes, Corona, do you feel better now?" Celestia, is my sentence over?" "Actually, just a few days after coming here. I regained control of my magic, but I don't know how long I should stay confined." and the pattern inscribed on my horn prevents me from using magic to tell you that I am fine. It will also create a chain reaction with this magic circle, causing me pain every time I use magic. Can you help me cancel that magic circle? I haven't moved my hooves and wings for over 1,000 years. Although the Corona said this, and appeared to be quite kind and harmonious, Celestia understood that solitude for a millennium could lead to some mental issues. Therefore, Celestia did not cancel the magic circle because of the Corona's words, but instead walked around him, examining the magic circle that extended to the distant horizon of the sun. If the friendship map only allowed her to come alone, it might just be a simple friendship issue, and should not be a dangerous task. Corona, do you still remember Teacher Albert? Celestia wanted to talk about the past with the Corona first, to see his views on those matters, before deciding whether to release him. Of course, Albert. It's been so long that I almost forgot he was my teacher. 1,000 years have passed. How is Skyros? Skyros has fallen, defeated by the wind demon. It's not your fault. It was inevitable, as the wind demon would only grow stronger. Celestia stood beside the Corona, watching the Corona still bound by the magic circle. The Corona looked very dejected, the guilt on his face deepening, and then he shook his head, revealing a forced smile. Can you let me go first? I want to see Teacher Albert and the others. Only Luna and I escaped. I'm sorry to have to tell you this news. Hiss, sigh. After hearing this news, the Corona gasped, feeling quite ashamed as he dropped the smile that had been lingering on his lips. So now you all. Everything is fine. You can also come to Ponyland to relax. My student Zue, Celestia's guard gradually lowered. Looking like the Corona's thoughts were still stuck in the moment, he was just banished. Although his body did not seem to have paused in growth due to the banishment magic. By the way, this doesn't seem to be a banishment magic situation around you. Can you let me go first? Talking to a friend like this feels really strange. The Corona tried to move his hooves, but the magic circle held him tightly, and when he moved, the glow of the lava runes on him grew stronger. Although the Corona seemed to be fine, he had almost become accustomed to such pain. Well, then I will temporarily unravel this magic circle. It seems these runes will restrict your magic? I might need to check back. Celestia did not cancel the magic circle, but only temporarily unraveled it. After all, this was a magic circle that gathered the powers of many demon beasts. She was not strong enough to completely unravel it yet, and when Celestia loosened the magic circle, the Corona hurriedly distanced himself from the center of the magic circle, as if fearing that it would imprison him again. The Corona stood up, stretching his wings and hooves, and turned his head, joints cracking. Oh my goodness, I haven't moved like this in a long time. However, the Corona's movement area was still within the magic circle, and the lava runes on him began to absorb magic from the sun to suppress his movements, causing the lava runes on him to shine even more brightly, as if his body was about to crack along with those lava runes. What is going on with the Corona? Oh, you mean this? It will have a chain reaction with the magic circle beneath my feet. Not only will it suppress my magic when I use it, but it will also limit my movements. However, I found that as long as the power and magic I use are strong enough, this limitation becomes meaningless. Although Celestia wanted to listen further, the Corona maintained that kind expression and activated magic, instantly pressing Celestia down to the center of the magic circle, locking her in with the magic circle he had been familiar with for 1,000 years. Previously, in the center of the magic circle, it was 100% suppression, which prevented him from escaping on his own. Corona, what are you doing? The Corona ignored the shouting Celestia on the ground and continued with what he had just said. This was something the little dragon had taught him when delivering a monologue. One should either completely restrict the enemy or kill them before the monologue, as it would not be too late then. Celestia's face wore an expression of disbelief. Although, every time I act, it combines with the runes on my body, making me experience the pain of lava eating bones. Raging fire burning my heart. My body gradually cracking. Aren't you curious? Dear Celestia? The Corona's hoof held Celestia's chin, and his increasingly irritable tone contrasted with the harmonious smile on his face, creating an extremely eerie and mismatched scene. Celestia had already realized why the Corona had become this way. It was strange that he could endure such mental strain for 1,000 years without breaking. When those guys sent me to the sun, they didn't use magic to protect my body. They only inflicted an exiling curse that would lead to imprisonment. That bunch of bastards wanted to kill me. You know, when I first arrived, there wasn't a single part of me that was intact. If it weren't for the fact that I was still in a state of uncontrolled magic at that time, which would restore my body, I might not have survived until now. By the way, this guy. As he spoke, the Corona showcased the solar dragon's spirit hanging in his mane. Huh. Oh, right. I, the great, omnipotent, all-knowing, and immensely powerful solar dragon spirit, saved this kid. He's the only being I've seen that can come to the sun. You are? The little dragon, after a moment of confusion, returned to a state of awareness and looked at Celestia, who was trapped in the center of the magic circle. Her? Celestia? My former friend, but the runes on my body should also owe their power to her and her sister Luna. No, that's not true, Corona. We didn't have the cute mark back then. nor did we have the right to participate in such decisions. Yeah, you guys didn't even have the cute mark back then. I find it strange. Why did your magic come to the sun? It turns out you represent the sun. Well, we really are quite a match, so. Thank you for being trapped here in my stead. The Corona's face suddenly leaned closer to Celestia, and a sinister smile finally revealed itself. I suggest you just listen. Sorry. Celestia, ha ha ha. Considering the good times we had before, I will come to welcome you after I rule Ponyville. See, I'm good to you, right? My friend, take care. There are very few things I am familiar with now. Chapter 5. Past and Present. At this moment, the Corona soared into the sky, attracting strands of solar energy to float away. Then, when the Corona reached a certain height, the golden solar energy suddenly solidified, instantly binding the Corona. Hey, what is this situation? Little Dragon, do you know what's going on? Just call me Destiny. I think that name is cool. This should be the influence of the runes on your body, but don't worry, I can handle it. I've been studying this for 1,000 years. It's just that you weren't awake then, and I was still dealing with your consciousness issues. Leave it to me, and then go rule Ponyville. But this might take some time. Can you go play with your friends for a bit? Speaking of which, your pony friends are really strange. Do you need such intense emotions to treat friends? After the little dragon severed the solar energy binding the Corona, he crawled on the surface of the sun, occasionally tapping and applying magic to the magic circle while complaining about the way the Corona and Celestia interacted. Normal. Don't you know a little about everything? I know about magic, history, and some common knowledge, but I haven't been given any knowledge about friendship, family, or love, so asking me is useless. All right. You do your research. I'll go play with Celestia. The Corona looked back at Celestia, who was still trying to persuade him not to do anything foolish. Corona, you don't have to be like this. Skylos has been destroyed, and what you're doing puts you on the opposite side of Ponyville. Ponyville? Can there really be lasting peace under that so-called princess of friendship's rule? The governance of a nation that only wants to solve problems with peace is predicated on showing true power beforehand. But you definitely won't agree with my approach. And after enduring so much pain, I also need to release it. Don't worry, I will restore the glory of Skylos to Ponyville. Ponyville will get better and better under my rule. The Corona initially wanted to vent his anger in the world below, but after the little dragon's suggestion, he realized that ruling Ponyville might also be an option, far better than wandering in a desolate wasteland. Compared to that, he chose the world that might be a bit more colorful, and I must thank you for letting me know a bit about what's going on over there. How should I thank you? I was worried that it was very strong over there, and what do I find? The princess of friendship, the princess of love. Ha. The patterns on the Corona's body continued to glow, and it seemed that other small patterns were spreading out as well. He sat beside Celestia, seemingly really thinking about how to thank her, completely disregarding her questioning him about why he was doing this. No, Corona, you can't do that. You have no need to. Oh, then let you stay like this for 1,000 years and see what happens. Oh wait, I can't bear to treat my friend like that. After all, the only ponies I am familiar with are you and Luna. The Corona's rapid change of thought reflected his current low level of rationality. Then you can try making some other friends. As Celestia still wanted the Corona to try friendship, he lightly kissed her to silence her. Sorry, rather than making friends with short-lived ponies, I'd rather deepen my friendship with you two sisters. But now, I must go complete my business. The Corona turned to look at the little dragon crawling on his shoulder, who seemed to have a gossiping expression, as if pondering the actions of the two just now. So what were you two doing so close just now? The Corona stood up and patted Celestia's face, smirking playfully, leaving behind a thanks for the hospitality before flying away. The little dragon seemed to still be entangled in the scene just now, crawling close to the Corona's ear and shouting. So what were you doing just now? She seemed a bit agitated, breathing rapidly. I helped her calm down. Then why does it seem like she got even more excited after calming down? I don't know. The Corona looked back at the sun, which was getting farther away from him. Finally, I'm out of that place. He then looked at the patterns on his hooves and wings. Little dragon, can this be undone? I told you to call me Destiny. Not for now. I'm not powerful enough. All right, little dragon, no problem. Aren't you the one who said you are omniscient and omnipotent? All right. But that also requires thinking of a way and time, right? Anyway, I'll handle it, but I need to think of a way. Don't bother me during this time. After the little dragon complained, she poked the Corona's nose and then dove into his mane. The Corona rubbed his nose with his hoof, but couldn't help but smile at the little dragon's earlier exasperation. I haven't seen you so angry before. Well, I can only use a small part of my magic right now, and I can't launch any effective attacks like this. It seems I need to look for those guys sealed by the so-called princess of friendship, and I also need to understand Ponyville as it is now, right? Where's the cosmic princess? Why hasn't she returned yet? She left hours ago. Purple Dawn paced in the throne room of Canterlot Royal Castle, one hoof gesturing in the air, looking very worried about whether this time the cosmic princess could handle the friendship issue smoothly. Don't worry, Purple Dawn. My sister should be able to handle everything, and you. Sure, Princess Luna, I'm really worried right now and I don't know why. The friendship map brought us here, but there doesn't seem to be any friendship problems here. Yes, Princess Luna. I, along with Rainbow Dash and Rarity, searched and searched. But we didn't find any other ponies with friendship issues. Even Fluttershy asked some animals if they noticed any disharmony among the other ponies. After Pinkie Pie flashed by behind Luna, she reappeared behind Rainbow Dash, Rarity, and Fluttershy. Is it possible that the friendship map made a mistake? Applejack voiced her suspicion. But she was quickly interrupted by Twilight, who was already a bit grumpy. No, that's impossible. It can always find the key issues. Its arrangements are always reasonable. Look, Spike mediated between Sories and Ember, Starlight mediated between Princess Celestia and Princess Luna, and you and Fluttershy went. Pinkie Pie poked Twilight, indicating that her cutie mark was glowing. What's going on? Twilight looked incredulously at her glowing cutie mark and then at the other ponies present. Their cutie marks were glowing too. Luna sensed something amiss and, with a serious expression, glanced at the sun. Twilight, you all go check the map in the castle to see what's going on. I'll go find my sister. Sunset Shimmer was in a relatively prominent library she could find. Although this library was decorated like a castle, it didn't prevent her from sitting in a lounge chair and reading. After all, the little dragon suggested it was better to understand the situation first. If she charged in recklessly, it wouldn't be ruling. It would be an unwarranted outburst of anger. Tyrek, the queen of changelings, and a little Pegasus? The sealed statue was placed in the Canterlot Royal Garden? What kind of logic and psychology is that? Putting an enemy's statue in the garden? Aren't you worried about problems? It seems I need to check if that Sombra is around. After finishing her book, Sunset nudged the sleeping little librarian in the chair beside her. After all, due to the existence of the sun dragon spirit, she had some fondness for these dragons. All right, I'm done reading. Thank you, I'm leaving. Then Sunset spread her wings and left through the library window. After leaving the sun, the runes on her body only limited her magical effects. Bye. Spike yawned and planned to go back to the map room to sleep, waiting for Twilight and the others to return. Although he didn't know where this celestial unicorn came from, weren't they all contributors to becoming celestial unicorns? So Spike didn't mind. And besides, he was quite polite when he saw him, indicating he wasn't a bad pony. At this moment, Twilight and the others were taking the train back to Ponyville, preparing to see what was going on with the map. Chapter 6, Past and Present. In the Friendship Castle's map room, a little dragon that looked like it was made of sunlight was comfortably lying on a large map round table, enjoying the cool touch as it spread its limbs and wings against it. A thread of fiery red magic gradually seeped into the map. So your master is Spike, who was using his claws to grab gems from a crystal bowl and stuffing them into his mouth while looking at the little dragon sprawled on the map. To be honest, when Spike first saw this little dragon, he thought it had run out of the Phoenix Forest near the Dragonlands. What nonsense, I am his master. Without me, he wouldn't be where he is today. By the way, who lives in this castle? The little dragon interrupted Spike with a somewhat rude tone. He had just memorized the entire map, so he could use it later. So your relationship with him is similar to mine with Twilight? But I've never seen him before. Usually, aren't these celestial unicorns quite famous? Just as Spike caught a green gem in his mouth, he realized that the little dragon sprawled on the map was gone. Destiny? Where did you go? Spike looked around and even picked up the now empty crystal bowl. At that moment, with a flash of purple magic, Twilight had just stepped off the train and teleported herself along with Rarity and the others here. Spike, you're here. Is there a problem with the map? The map? No. Spike turned to look at the map and scratched his head with his short claws. At that moment, Twilight also noticed that there weren't even any cutie marks floating on the map. What on earth is going on? The map has never made a mistake. But what is the situation now? We were inexplicably summoned by the map, and after arriving in Canterlot, it summoned us back. But now there are no cutie marks indicating locations on the map. This has never happened before. Could it be that this time it's not a friendship problem, but an enemy? Twilight looked very anxious, covering her head with her hooves, but it wasn't helping. Rarity handed over a paper bag, and Twilight grabbed it and put it over her mouth. Rarity gently patted her back, telling her not to panic. Twilight, maybe the map really made a mistake? But now, with Princess Celestia gone to the sun and Princess Luna also searching. At that moment, an unsolicited voice echoed above the map room. A holy light emanated from the roots of the Golden Oak Library above the map room, and then a small halo appeared. It seems, Twilight, you're in trouble again. How about asking me, the savior with a crown of thorns made of chaos and wearing a white sheet, striking the classic pose of Jesus with arms outstretched, looking very holy, with hands perfectly intact because Jesus hadn't been killed yet? Chaos, are you behind this? Twilight was about to question him, but was stopped by Fluttershy. No, Twilight, Chaos promised me he wouldn't do these things anymore. Even if he did, he would tell me. Fluttershy hugged Twilight, who wanted to rush at Chaos. Oh, dear Princess Twilight, why don't you ask your capable assistant, the honorary friend of the spirit of chaos, the great wizard of gentle colt knight, Spike? Chaos lifted Spike with holy light. Spike, what do you know? Did anyone come here recently? Twilight then remembered to ask Spike about this, as she had been focused on the map issue. Yes. A not-so-famous celestial unicorn named Cozy Glow and her friend Destiny came here to read. By the way, Destiny said he was a sun dragon spirit. What is that? Twilight. I haven't seen that in any books. As Spike said these words, a complex emotion gradually appeared on Twilight's face. What? Since when did Princess Celestia go? I need to go get Princess Luna back. Also, Twilight, maybe you can ask Chaos. Spike reminded Twilight that she could inquire about the one wearing a gypsy hat, sitting on a deep red cushion with wings, facing a brightly colored glass orb. Oh, Princess Twilight, let me see. This is not good. They are in the Canterlot Royal Garden, preparing to move the statue of the Chrysalis, Tyrek, and Cozy Glow's 3-in-1. Oh no, this is terrible. Chaos, can you help us? Fluttershy tugged at Chaos's tail. Of course, dear Fluttershy. For you, I will go right away. Chaos snapped his fingers and disappeared before the pony's eyes. You know, isn't this little pony army a bit too incompetent? Moreover, this is the statue sealing the enemy that caused massive destruction. Are they really just going to leave it unguarded? What protective measures are they taking? The little dragon who was teleported next to Sunset looked curiously at the statue, surrounded by nothing. Even the guards can't see a single one. Under such a rule, it's a miracle that little Maria can shine. As for the Friendship Princess and the Love Princess, I think it's better to leave little Maria to me. Speaking of which, your proposal is not bad. It's much better than the desolation that follows destruction. Just as the crown was about to use a teleportation spell to move the statue to a hidden place mentioned by the little dragon, the Chaos suddenly appeared behind them, still wearing a police uniform and swinging its rubber baton. Wow, what do these two gentlemen want to do? Wait a moment. Let me switch to a larger communication channel. When Chaos saw the little dragon messing with the crown's hair, it paused its words and then snapped its fingers. But at that moment, the crown had already sidestepped and kicked. In that instant, it even broke the sound barrier, creating a loud bang. But the sensation from the hoof indicated that it hadn't effectively struck the creature. Chaos opened a hole for itself, causing the crown's attack to miss. Hey, little guy. Didn't Little Pony tell you not to attack when switching channels or transforming? Chaos glanced at the little dragon, which looked like a mascot and wasn't even helping. Chapter 7. Past and Present. Hesitation will lead to defeat when facing someone on the opposing side. And you are the so-called spirit of chaos. Chaos, right? The little dragon reminded the crown. As it spoke, the crown quickly swept its leg again, and after another missed attack, it realized that Chaos was basically immune to physical attacks and changed its strategy. The crown tilted its head, signaling the little dragon not to just stand there. At least do something while its magic was limited. Then it summoned all its magic, and scorching heat began to rise around the crown, distorting the surrounding space. Chaotic sparks erupted from beneath the crown's hooves, carried away by the wind. Those were the embers of the grass burned beneath its hooves. And the surrounding granite and marble park floor quickly turned red, cracking due to uneven heating, indicating the power of the magic the crown unleashed, even under restricted conditions. On the other side, the little dragon was being held by Chaos like a cat, its 4 little paws flailing in the air, gnashing its teeth and glaring angrily. But it had no eyes. Damn you, put me down you, damn it. The little dragon's words were interrupted by Chaos putting a seal on its mouth. This is a kid's show. Good children shouldn't swear. At that moment, Chaos seemed to notice the crown standing still for about a minute. In fact, the magic radiating from it had already attracted the attention of some royal guards, and the little ponies who were watching the show had long since left. The magic power was off. Just as Chaos snapped its fingers, a translucent magical sphere, like the sun, exploded around the crown, emitting scorching heat and light as if a super magic experiment was taking place in the Canterlot Royal Gardens. At this critical moment, the little dragon bit at Chaos's left paw. As Chaos pulled back its paw, the little dragon broke free and transformed into a spherical shield, enveloping the 3 petrified figures. Cough, cough, spit, spit. Chaos appeared in front of Ziyue and the others at the Ponyville train station, bringing along a bunch of little birds, squirrels, and rabbits, but their fur looked slightly charred, and wisps of smoke were rising. Chaos coughed out a few black smoke rings, brushed its singed beard with its paw, and its goat beard turned white again. Then it took a few bites of the floating smoky donuts. I'm sorry, Ro-Ro, it's just that it's stronger and more unreasonable than Nightmare Moon. I could barely save these little animals. I'm sorry I tried. After saying this, Chaos coughed weakly and then collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. Ro-Ro hurriedly came forward to support its head, looking at the limp Chaos in her embrace with concern, while Ziyue was somewhat skeptical of Chaos. It had acted like this before when facing the Black Crystal King. Was this another valuable lesson after becoming a ruler? Chaos, can you really not deal with him? Ziyue, have you not heard of breaking through thousands of obstacles with one strength? I was still using chaos magic while expending most of its power to save Canterlot from disaster. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ro about what those little animals said. So this is the friendship princess? As Chaos spoke, its voice grew smaller, becoming increasingly high-pitched, and when it shrank to about the size of a snake, it suddenly cried out. I understand now. You don't acknowledge me as a friend. Wah. Then Chaos, like the little dragon, burrowed into Ro's mane and cried loudly, fake tears streaming from its eyes. Seeing Chaos in this state, Ro resolutely told Ziyue. Ziyue, what Chaos said is true. Those little animals also told me what happened there. Can we stop blaming Chaos every time something happens? He is our friend. Ro, you are absolutely right. Chaos popped out from Ro's soft and comfortable mane, gave her cheek a peck, and then dove back in, leaving behind a slightly stiff atmosphere and Ro with a flushed face looking down. Chaos, can you tell us where they went? Ziyue continued to press for answers. But Chaos reached out a paw from Ro's mane, pointing toward the castle. Why not ask the magical seashell? No, why not ask the map I've already fixed? Are you okay, Crown? The little dragon had transformed into a giant dragon, carrying the statue and the crown. The crown was now covered in a dense array of sun symbols, as if it was about to shatter into thousands of pieces. Yet it still stood on the little dragon's back, attacking the pursuing royal guards below with magical lasers. Although protected by armor, some of the guards disappeared the moment they were hit. This forced the royal guards to temporarily retreat to avoid casualties. I Haven T had it this easy. After centuries of suffering, I've grown used to such pain. Now, this feeling of comfort makes me feel truly alive. Now that those cowardly scum have fled, it's time to resurrect these helpers, which will compensate for my lack and deficiency in magic. The crown looked down at the chaotic Canterlot and the hidden royal guards, seemingly eager to descend and unleash a massacre. But the crimson magic that surged into its mind brought back some rationality and alleviated its pain. Then, as the little dragon flew to the castle throne room's stained glass window, its grand form suddenly transformed back into its petite appearance, crashing down with the crown and the statue, shattering the glass that symbolized the cocoon, Tyrek, and the sealed glory of cozy glow. What are you doing? Originally, the crown was somewhat emotionally stirred and was about to curse when it saw the little dragon's somewhat unsteady form, its words caught in its throat. It looked like the little dragon was slowly becoming transparent, as if it were running out of energy. What happened to you, Destiny? I don't know. Maybe it's been too long away from the sun, or maybe it's exhausted too much magic. I might need to go back for a bit. Then, the little dragon transformed into a wisp of fiery red magic and floated toward the sun. This abrupt departure made the crown's long-dormant brain sense something was off. But this feeling came quickly and faded just as fast. At that moment, Luna finally arrived at the sun with the help of magic, looking at Celestia, trapped in the center of the magic circle. Sister, what happened? It's the crown. That guy tricked me into releasing his seal, and then he sealed me here instead. Sister, we need to hurry. That guy is very dangerous now. Just as Luna approached Celestia, a wisp of fiery red magic floated behind them, gradually forming into a little dragon. But its voice sounded as if it were lagging. Yes. Great, yes. The all-powerful, all-knowing solar dragon spirit has arrived, just as I, the solar dragon spirit, mentioned. After a sudden twitch like a card in my head, a powerful aura that is hard to describe emanated from him. His eyeless dragon face looked towards Luna. It's been a long time, Luna. Chapter 8. The curtain call of fate in the past and present. Who are you? Do we know each other? Luna immediately became suspicious, gathering magical light at her horn, ready to cast a spell at any moment. Luna. He is an assistant or friend of the Corona, but he seems off right now. Celestia reminded Luna as they watched the so-called solar dragon spirit stand still. After taking a long, deep breath and exhaling a breath of turbid air, his pure white eyes opened, and he began to speak to himself. Yes. You don't know me, but I know you. I know what you like to eat, where you like to go, and I know too much about your favorite night views. Indeed, as expected, the higher the position, the more I know. Wait for me. He spoke to Luna as if he were an old acquaintance seeing someone he hadn't met in years, but his words were occasionally drowned out by static, indicating to Celestia that this guy really knew a lot. Who exactly are you? Luna asked sternly, disliking his disordered, cryptic manner. Celestia behind her was somewhat worried about this guy's next move. Me? I am not the original owner of this body. I'm just a self-righteous guy who thinks he is always right. This is one of the few times I can. Before this matter is completed, Yumi and her cannot perform again. It's nothing, just my duty. When he mentioned the word duty, he seemed momentarily confused, then laughed sarcastically at his own decision. He then decisively waved a claw at Luna. Well, it seems Destiny cannot stay away from the sun for too long. Looks like I have to go it alone. But I need to unseal these guys first. Some help is always good. But without the little dragon to help me look ahead, can I succeed? Forget it. His plan won't go wrong. Standing at the entrance of the so-called castle which was actually a goat-headed cave with rugged stones and rampant vines. The Corona waited for a while after realizing that the little dragon would not be returning for now, stepping over the stone platform that rose above the water's surface. Causing ripples, the Corona looked at the three differently shaped statues on a round stone table. The little pony named Keki Glow looked terrified. The centaur Tyrek seemed reluctant to face reality, wanting to cover his head with his hands, and the former queen of the changelings, the Chrysalis, had her mouth wide open, ready to attack. They looked so lifelike that it seemed like they would come to life any second, and indeed they would. It would be easy to rule Ponyland. Locking away the ruler, the princess of friendship, or being more decisive and directly dealing with anyone who dared to oppose. However, it seemed impossible. According to the words of the Wind Demon, the history of Ponyland recorded that harmony is a way to deal with the Wind Demon. Moreover, being Celestia's student was also a point to consider. When I repel the three Wind Demons, perhaps these issues will be easily resolved, and then set related laws to ensure their harmony, preventing the Wind Demon from growing stronger. My empire will be established. As the Corona walked towards the statues, he elaborated on his plan, and his horn began to shine. Keki Glow, just unsealed, was screaming, as if her consciousness was still stuck in the moment she was petrified. Then she fell from the air, landing successively on the heads of the Chrysalis and Tyrek. What is going on? Keki Glow sat on the back of the Chrysalis, rubbing her dizzy and painful head, while the Chrysalis shook her head, realizing the restrictions before her. Beneath her hooves lay a pile of stone fragments, along with the weight of Tyrek and Keki Glow. What is happening? The seal is broken? And who are you? The Chrysalis shook off her two incompetent teammates who were still divided at the brink of victory and warily looked at the unicorn before her. Me? I am the unicorn who has unsealed you, the one about to rule Ponyland, Corona. After returning, I looked into your relevant deeds and evidently found some shortcomings. Chaos, don't think you can use your tricks to make us accept some friendship. That is absolutely impossible. The Chrysalis's horn glowed with green magical light, seemingly attempting to teleport away, but Tyrek blocked her with one hand while stroking his chin in thought with the other. The feeling of magic is not like Chaos's. Earlier, I thought his magic was a bit chaotic since I had never seen Grogar before. However, the magical aura of this unicorn before me is not mixed with chaos. You rescued us from petrification. What is your purpose? Smart enough, as I said, but this time, you must think carefully about your strategy. Oh, I know. Keki Glow raised her hoof after understanding the situation. The Corona glanced at the clever little pony. I think we should target those small ponies like Twilight and her friends first, but their friendship magic is too powerful, even breaking Grogar's magical bell, and now we. Good idea, but did you not think about directly eliminating all those blocking our way? The Corona made a gesture across his neck. What? No, that is terrifying. Keki Glow had never thought of such a thing. What's wrong? It's normal. Survival of the fittest. I led my group that way. If it weren't for my rule, they would have starved to death. The Chrysalis had no objection to this idea and considered it normal. But the problem is, the three of us couldn't defeat the combined forces of Ponyland at our peak. What do you think we should do now? Tyrek's question made both the Chrysalis and Keki Glow realize this issue, and the unicorn with strange patterns all over seemed not very strong either. I am far more powerful than you think. I will explain later. The key is that the so-called friendship magic is actually very easy to break. As long as we isolate Twilight and her friends separately and find items that can restrict their magic, the plan can be achieved. The Corona used one of the few spells he could muster to sketch a simple geometric model in the air, showcasing his plan. Didn't you just say to eliminate all those blocking our way? The Chrysalis was somewhat confused by the Corona's inconsistent words. For some reason, she felt that the Corona seemed to be concerned about something. Shoo, be quiet. This is not something you should consider. Chapter 9, The Past and the Future. The Corona, with vertical pupils identical to nightmare moons, shot a fierce glare at the Chrysalis for daring to question him. Tyrek then carefully observed the magical patterns swirling around the Corona's body, curious about his origins. Why don't you introduce yourself to us, mysterious and powerful unicorn? I can sense that your magic carries deep-rooted feelings of resentment. As far as I know, unicorns need to be imbued with unicorn magic or contribute and break through a certain threshold to become unicorns. However, your situation and motivation suggest you are not a later unicorn, but rather an innate one. You might come from the same place as Celestia and Luna. As the withered Tyrek spoke these words with his hoarse voice, the Corona admired Tyrek's insight. Yes, that's right. What you can know is that I indeed come from the kingdom of the ether, Skyros. And then there's my reason for wanting to rule Ponyland. I think it is better to enjoy the rare freedom in this land where living beings exist than to spend an eternal life of torment in a scorched wasteland. The Cocoon Queen listened to these seemingly fanciful words and thought to herself, with just a little effort, Ponyland could become a wasteland? Who does she think she is? However, she did not show it outwardly. Only a layer of disdain clouded her gaze. But beside her, Kashi Guanghui, perhaps because children speak without restraint, also expressed her disdain in her own way. Her inner depth far surpassed that of many ponies. And most ponies would not pay too much attention to her mistakes because she was still a child, just as before she was thrown into prison. The Sun Crown did not say much either. She lightly raised a hoof and then channeled magic to gather it at her hoof. The sun runes became hot and dazzling due to the restriction of that magic flow. As the Sun Crown exerted herself and stomped down hard, even the area around her hoof erupted in fiery red magical flames, with embers flickering and swirling around, followed by a deafening sound as high-energy magic exploded in Graga's lair like a solar flare. Fortunately, the Cocoon Queen sensed something was wrong and used magic to teleport herself, Tyrek, and Kashi Guanghui to a distance. The Sun Crown's actions were clearly reckless and thoughtless after separating from the little dragon, indeed lacking in brains. Even within the castle, Zeus slightly sensed the magical fluctuations from afar and, seeing the cute markers swirling on the projected map, recognized it as the source of the magical fluctuations. She magically pulled the tail of the eager Rainbow Dash, who looked helpless and then seemed to realize that many ponies like to pull her tail. Rainbow, don't be impulsive. The level of magic from this enemy might require us to gather all the tribes and partners like we did when we defeated Tyrek last time. Notify Inran, Inshi, Yona, Giales, and Osilis, and have them rally their tribes. We must nip this crisis in the bud. After Ziyue arranged for Biji to find Inshi and Jinshi to find Giales, she planned to inform Inyun to help the Moon Princess. After Ziyue heard about the incident in Canterlot from Wushu, she was indeed worried that they had not returned yet. She had to try to buy some time until those tribes that were on good terms with Ponyland came to assist. Then this crisis would be resolved. Wushu, stay here at the Friendship Castle to keep watch, or you can come help and call Princess Inyun, Ziyue said. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Wushu yawning out of boredom, seemingly lying on a chocolate milkshake cloud, as if she hadn't been hurt at all. Wushu, don't tell me this is another lesson about becoming a ruler. The situation is very urgent, extremely urgent. The only princesses we know are still safe are me and Inyun. After Ziyue shouted this, Wushu seemed unable to bear it and took off her ears. All right, yes, Princess Ziyue. Immediately, Wushu used her eagle claw to dig behind Ziyue's ear and surprisingly pulled out a pink ether, which was Inyun. Inyun realized that Wushu had brought her over. But looking at Ziyue in front of her, it seemed like there was something very important going on. Initially, because the map only summoned these few ponies, Celestia and Luna, who were on vacation, did not inform Princess Inyun in the far-off Crystal Empire about what had happened, and then they went missing in the sun. Applejack, what do you want with us? The 6 who were originally in Stone Hoof's combat skills class looked somewhat confused at the interruption from Applejack and her group, who came to the clearing. Quick, Inshi, you and Biji go to Alice Mountain to notify the Thunderbirds. Yona, you and Rura go with them. They will tell you what happened on the way. After arranging the rest of the 6, Applejack set off with Inran to the Dragon Domain. Only Sandbar and Stonehoof remained on site. So, Teacher Stonehoof, should we notify the ponies? We should, and it can't wait. The situation looks urgent. All right, since there are no objections, the Sun Crown said in a calm tone. While the Cocoon Queen and Kashi Guanghui looked nervously at what had become a lava pool in Graga's lair, swallowing hard as if they had survived a disaster. Only Tyrek remained motionless. He knew that in front of these strong beings, it was best not to do anything that would displease them, or it could bring trouble. You all must have seen my power just now, and that magical fluctuation is probably not far from here. Celestia's students have noticed it. They should be here soon. So we need to prepare, Tyrek said. When the Sun Crown looked at Tyrek, he recalled what was written in the books about Tyrek, who absorbed magic, and wondered if he could help remove the sun runes branded on him. This thing had spread from his horn, extending a part of itself toward his body every time he used magic. If this thing fully covered his body, then he would be close to death. Right now, the patterns it extended had almost covered about 75 of his body surface. The runes were like daughter, using the magic within his body as nourishment to restrict and harm him. Judging by how his body was on the verge of being divided into thousands of pieces by those sun patterns. If he used the same magic as before in Canterlot a few more times, he would die. You can absorb magic from magical creatures, right? Can you try to see if the magic contained in the runes can be absorbed? I'll give it a try. Chapter 10. Past and Future. Both sides are secretly plotting. The thin and small Tyrek hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth, attempting to draw magic from the runes on the Sun Crown. Tiny red sparks of magic floated out from the sun runes on the Sun Crown, and those fine runes began to fade first. However, the moment Tyrek absorbed this magic, fiery red sun runes rapidly spread across his body like creeping vines. Tyrek suddenly felt a burning pain as if he had been thrown into lava. His body rapidly expanded like an inflated balloon, but the bone-deep pain made him kneel on the ground, coughing a few times before spitting out the magic. Then Tyrek's form deflated again. It seemed that this approach was not working. The Sun Crown looked at Tyrek with increasingly cold eyes. In her view, Tyrek's value was rapidly depreciating. However, seeing that the magic he had drawn from him showed no signs of returning, and the portion of the sun runes that had decreased did not regenerate, it indicated that this method might still be feasible. As long as I absorb enough magic, my body can withstand a higher limit of magic. Perhaps you can let me absorb the unicorn's magic first, then remove the runes on you. That wouldn't be a bad method. Tyrek struggled on the ground for a while before getting up, hugging his trembling body due to lingering pain. But you first have to tell me the origin of this thing. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to plan how much magic to absorb. It is inscribed with part of the magic of a group of ether. You wouldn't want to lose your head, would you? Listening to the task the Sun Crown assigned to him, Tyrek found it difficult to swallow, almost stretching his neck out a mile. What? This difficulty is no less than asking you to deal with Tang Sung and his disciples. Sun Crown? Me? Put your chin back in. Your tasks are not much different. Can't you understand that I am openly building a road while secretly plotting? TSK, you guys are acting as punching bags to attract the main fire, while I go cut off their connections with various tribes. It's either kill the messengers or kill their king. I'll leave some of my magic power for you. So do your best, if you can't hold out until I return. All right, the Cocoon Queen agreed in a tone slightly surprised. Is this guy a madman? He doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, and although there are reasons, it hasn't escalated to the point of killing, right? This guy just kills anyone he catches. Huh, which unfortunate soul released him? Then the Corona released a portion of her still unrestricted magic power, causing the sun patterns that had just faded to return somewhat. After that, Corona soared into the sky, looking at the 3 magic balls roughly the size of a hind hoof. The Cocoon Queen and Tyrek actively drew the magic into their bodies. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for emergencies. However, Kashi Guanghui had no way to deal with these magic balls. She didn't have any magical organs to actively cast spells. Watching Corona fly far away, Kashi Guanghui looked worriedly at Tyrek and the Cocoon Queen, still holding onto the magic ball with her 4 hooves. Why do we have to obey this madman? What if one day he is not happy? Our lives might not be safe either. It's better to temporarily help Ziyue and the others. Then we can slightly clear our names, and one be trapped in stone. Kashi Guanghui glanced back at the still molten lava pool of Grogar's lair, then pushed the magic ball towards the Cocoon Queen and Tyrek. It does seem like it. It's rare to see your Pegasus brain considering the pros and cons. To be honest, if it weren't for the discord between the 3 of us last time, we would have already ruled over Ponyland. Moreover, according to what you said, compared to that madman, resisting the strongest friendship magic of Ponyland is better to ensure our own lives first, lie low for a while, and help Ziyue and the others. After the Cocoon Queen absorbed half of the magic ball, she pushed it to Tyrek, then continued her point. Tyrek hesitated, looking at the smaller magic ball. He wanted to tell them that someone who could be sealed by a group of unicorns was definitely not simple. They might be more powerful than Grogar. And Corona, facing the friendship magic of the entire Ponyland, still didn't know which side would win. This was completely risking their lives, stretching their necks into the guillotine, completely gambling on whether their choices would turn into the consequence of having their heads displayed like Damocles' sword. Tyrek fell into a dilemma, even remaining silent while holding the magic ball after the Cocoon Queen and Kashi Guanghui finished discussing their viewpoints. Tyrek, what's wrong? We don't have time to linger here. We need to practice our surrender speech first. Kashi Guanghui looked at the indecisive Tyrek with confusion. I'm worried this is completely gambling with my life. I know how powerful the unicorn's magic is, and back then, we could resist 4 princesses, but not 1 Ponyland. But now, that guy is being restrained by a group of unicorns. Hey, what are you thinking? Did you forget he is still bound? This is the last opportunity for us to gain temporary freedom, a chance to replan. Ziyue and Inyun frowned, rushing towards the direction where the magic fluctuations appeared. Ziyue was worried about what they would face next. When she saw the 3 figures gathered on the distant horizon, she subtly signaled Inyun to be cautious. Inyun nodded at Ziyue. Then the magic light on her horn flashed, casting a magical shield over both Ziyue and herself. As they approached the 3 figures, Ziyue recognized that they were the unsealed Tyrek, the Cocoon Queen, and Kashi Guanghui. Just as she was about to unleash the power of the National Defense Princess, she heard Tyrek loudly apologizing and pleading. A look of confusion appeared on Ziyue's face, but the magic on her horn was still ready to unleash its powerful force at any moment. Inyun, with a solemn expression, watched the actions of these villains. Feeling that this might be an act, Ziyue Princess, wait, I suggest we talk first about that madman who liberated us. By the way, where are your friends? Tyrek raised his hands and waved at Ziyue and the others, but seeing that only the 2 unicorns had come, unease and fear quickly surged from deep within him. Wait, Ziyue Princess, where are your friends? Can you tell me? This is very important. Tyrek's anxious expression and impatient tone reflected his panic. and even his furrowed forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. Tyrek, don't try any tricks. Quickly tell us where Corona went. Otherwise, we'll have to turn you to stone before searching for his whereabouts. Ziyue hovered in midair, her tone firm and threatening. But the raised eyebrow revealed their confusion about Tyrek and his group's behavior. The Cocoon Queen also noticed Tyrek's odd reaction, feeling something was strange about his response. Especially when Ziyue and the others were not far in front of them. Tyrek stretched his neck to look behind Ziyue, seemingly expecting to see her friends. Seeing the doubtful expression on Ziyue's face, the Cocoon Queen no longer cared about Tyrek's reaction and began to speak to Ziyue and the others. Ziyue Princess, we do not intend to collude with that Corona. His brutality and madness are definitely a disaster for any creature above Ponyland. Moreover, we realized some things while being petrified. Rather than cooperating with this dangerous guy, it's better to help Ponyland eliminate this threat first. He told us he was going to kill the kings of the nations allied with Ponyland or the messengers informing them, causing them to be too preoccupied with internal strife, leaving Ponyland isolated and helpless. When the Cocoon Queen said this, she seemed to realize what Tyrek was worried about. Ziyue's friends might have gone to inform others. However, this friendship magic also needed to rely on Ziyue and her friends as a medium to be released. The Cocoon Queen panicked at this moment. Not caring about the still pondering Ziyue, she shouted to Ziyue, Ziyue, hurry, we need to find your friends. We must hurry, otherwise we're all done for. The Cocoon Queen then, like an ant on a hot pan, used the magic on her horn to lift Tyrek and Ziyue, flying towards Ponyland. Although Ziyue and Inyun still hadn't completely trusted the Cocoon Queen and the others at this moment. The fear and panic on their faces didn't seem like an act. The Cocoon Queen looked at Ziyue, who was breaking free from her magic, with disappointment. They were all in the same boat now. Although their doubts were understandable, the Cocoon Queen and the others had no substantial evidence to prove they were right. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two groups of ponies in the air fell into a deadly quagmire, and the longer they delayed, the deeper they sank, drawing closer to death. I know you don't want to believe us, but you have no other choice now. You can't limit our abilities to weaken the friendly side, right? To be frank, we didn't necessarily have the intention to help Ponyland at first because of your previous actions. But now, there's a powerful madman who kills anyone he catches preparing to dominate Ponyland. We had to resort to this strategy to help Ponyland expel, seal, or kill that madman for the sake of our lives. He claimed to have killed many royal guards in Canterlot in an instant. Kashi Guanghui also didn't express all her thoughts to Ziyue, feeling frustrated and revealing part of her reasoning for acting in her own interest in front of the untrusting ponies. This further convinces her that the words you spill out in a moment of emotional turmoil are genuine, leading her to believe in your perspective without questioning the completeness of your self-serving statements. Inyan looks somewhat surprised at the young girl, who is only a few years older than her daughter, for having such courage and insight. Instead of being constrained by previous matters, she is quite gracious in coming to collaborate with them, albeit for the sake of survival. The sea is very calm, but the gloomy storm clouds in the distance seem to foreshadow something bad is about to happen. On the beach, a pink pony is confronting a deep red unicorn with a flowing mane, while the unicorn's horn is glowing. It is evident that the magic is affecting a majestic eagle floating beside it. Are you the Corona? Let go of Silver Stream. Bai Chi is very angry. This unicorn has actually used magic to control her student, and its cold and dangerous gaze tells her that it will do something bad to Silver Stream in the next moment. You should also be considered a friend of that friendship princess, right? I can assure you that you will live to see me rule and ascend the throne in Ponyland. But these outsiders? The corners of Corona's mouth slowly curl up as he looks at Silver Stream, who is bound in midair by magic, unable to speak or move. His eyes tinged with mockery and playfulness. Just as he intends to apply magic only to the eagle's wings and slender neck, Bai Chi suddenly shouts from below. The cosmic princess won't like what you're doing. The doubt in Corona's eyes vanishes in an instant, and with a sharp gaze, he turns to the pink pony who spoke out, then uses magic to make Silver Stream crash to the ground and lose consciousness. Ha ha ha, with your words. I feel my chances of winning have increased. I also wonder where Luna is. I should have a good chat with her. Then Corona uses minimal magic to drag Bai Chi and Silver Stream by their tails and flies off in another direction. Following that, he knocks out Applejack and Ran, heading to dragon territory, and knocks out Ro and Yona, almost like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa. The ones who suffer the most should be Rainbow Dash and Osiris, who were discovered by Corona at the edge of the illusion spirit territory. Corona watches the various creatures floating behind him, unable to help but compliment Ponyland's diplomacy, noting that these creatures are also quite good at maintaining a steady pace. His search route is spiral-shaped, and Applejack and the others happen to run into Corona head-on. In other words, if I hadn't come to stop them, they would have simultaneously notified these countries, so they plan to attack together? What a lame tactic. It's better to notify as quickly as possible, hoping those few pawns can buy some time. I'll head to Canterlot to prepare to defeat that friendship princess under the gaze of all the ponies and rule Ponyland. Corona has no intention of going back to help Tyrek. They have to exhaust themselves in defeat to effectively buy time. I wonder what expression that friendship princess will have when she arrives at the attacked Canterlot and finds herself isolated and helpless. Corona is still unaware that he is the one who will soon be isolated and helpless. Chapter 12. Past and Present. The Little Dragon's Advice. Under the detailed yet concise explanation of Kashi's brilliance, Ziyue realizes the urgency of the situation. Her eyes widen involuntarily, full of shock and anxiety. She knows this event is extremely dangerous and action must be taken quickly, so she hurriedly turns to Yin Yun, asking her to prepare to cast a teleportation spell so they can be transported to the realms of other races to see if Applejack and the others have arrived and notified them. If not, she will demand the rulers of those countries come to help in her capacity as the friendship princess. Moreover, after roughly understanding Corona's current personality, Ziyue deeply regrets her decision to have her friends disperse to notify the leaders of each race. However, her face is not filled with regret and sorrow, but rather resolutely breaks through that regret and despair. All right, enough talk. I understand the situation now. Grab onto me. As Ziyue extends her hoof, the bug queen hesitates for a moment before grabbing on, and then they are instantly enveloped by the light of the teleportation magic. Ziyue and her companions leave the area, which radiates a scorching temperature, while the lava pool continues to flow slowly, emitting gases that could burn the lungs. Under the scorching sun, in the nearly invisible center of the magic circle, Celestia is still trying to decipher it. She occasionally glances warily at Destiny, who is lying not far away, staring at her and Luna with its white eyes. Fortunately, Celestia has no sun runes or anchor point markings on her, so this magic circle will not harm her. Moreover, since she represents the sun, the constraints of this magic circle are somewhat weakened for her. However, Luna, who is now stiff and unable to move after Destiny muttered some vague and unclear incantation, doesn't know what to do. She cannot even speak now, only silently gazing into the eyes of the little dragon, who seems entranced by her presence. It seems that Destiny senses the flow of fate, reluctantly averting its gaze, as if its limbs were filled with lead, slowly and heavily standing up. Hiss, fate begins to move. Now is the right time for you to go. With a wave of its claw, the constraints are instantly released. Watching Luna support Celestia, both of their faces still show signs of vigilance. Who are you? What is your purpose? Why are you helping Corona? Celestia firmly questions Destiny. Destiny seems to be silenced by this question, staring motionless at Celestia. Its emotionless white eyes fixed on her, like the calm before a storm, as if it were an emotional bomb about to explode. Who am I? That's a question. But you cannot know that yet. I am not helping him. I am merely allowing this, my initial creation, to follow the destiny I have set. And you should think carefully and remember, there's no need for me to elaborate on old friends. But remember, Corona's consciousness is now shattered, nearly devoid of reason. Do not touch his sensitive spots. Talking about past interactions might be a good approach. Facing Celestia's inquiry, Destiny only smiles bitterly before speaking plainly. But it seems to imprint these words in Celestia's and Luna's minds. After hearing these riddle-like words, Celestia and Luna begin to ponder. However, now is clearly not the time for pondering. Seeing that Destiny has fallen silent and has made no effort to stop Celestia from flying away, Celestia feels relieved to extend her hoof toward Luna, preparing to leave with her. Watching the two sisters, Celestia and Luna, gradually walk away until they finally disappear from sight, Destiny slowly lowers its head, a complex emotion flashing through its lifeless white eyes. He sighed softly, a self-deprecating bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. That smile containing endless helplessness and loneliness. I, still in another world, though detached from fate, am trapped in rules. What exactly must I do to laugh at this absurdity? Destiny, as you said, like the golden roulette of fate, and the dominoes I push will ultimately lead to my beheading. You are no exception. Do you think everything is variable? Do you think what you did before lies outside of fate? From the moment of action, causality has already been planted. The disrupted grand trend will eventually manifest in another way. Is it the joy of a pair of newlyweds replacing the plot that should have unfolded at the royal wedding? Or the parting of the newlyweds? The imperceptible things will ultimately accumulate into the sword of Damocles that beheads you. The development of the plot has some discrepancies. As Destiny's self-mockery and sentiments dissipated in the sun's scorching air, the area shrouded by the magic circle seemed to grow even quieter. However, beneath this silence, the gears of fate did not stop. They continued to turn silently, pushing everything towards the unknown. Only Destiny stood quietly at the center of the magic circle, seemingly reluctant. Closing those heavy eyes, which seemed filled with wisdom, divinity, and weariness. Slowly closing, Destiny seemed to have returned to the place he guarded. How did I come back? Strange, I was just planning to move that statue back with the corona and Camelot, right? Odd, my head feels itchy. As if knowledge has entered my brain in some strange and despicable way. Oh no. My brain is going to take the shape of knowledge. The little dragon shook his head while holding it, seemingly trying hard to digest the knowledge. After staggering a few steps while holding his head, the little dragon flipped onto his back, limbs in the air, and fainted with a thud. On the other side, in Camelot, under the joint magic of Ziyue and Inyun, their group of ponies had already transmitted the message to Axton, the Dragon Realm, the Illusion Spirit Nest, and even Soris, who was still skeptical when he saw the Cocoon Queen willing to help them. However, reminded by the border guards, there was indeed a heavenly unicorn approaching the border today, and he had to believe this fact. At the same time, this situation made Ziyue's heart sink to the bottom. If no news was received from all over, then Applejack and the others might have encountered misfortune. Chapter 13, Isolated and Helpless? Only I am enough. Camelot was thrown into chaos in the throne room. The exquisitely crafted stained glass, originally made with complicated craftsmanship, had melted into a pool of red glass molten. The royal guards sprawled haphazardly on the ground were already a situation where the corona showed mercy under Celestia's hooves. On both sides of the brilliantly red corridor, 6 iron cages were neatly arranged. Although it was unclear what had happened, the pale yellow Pegasus had yet to wake up. However, in Corona's view, they could not stir up any waves now. At that moment, the door to the throne room was kicked open. It seemed that the hero had come to save the beauty, but it was Disorder? Disorder rode a small pig with wings on its back, clad in armor, holding a sword made of gold, adorned with exquisite golden armor, crowned with a laurel, and wearing a vibrant red cloak fluttering in the wind. Ruru, don't worry, I'm here. Disorder shouted loudly, raising the sword and pointing its tip at the coldly staring Corona. Bang! Clank! Because they had to keep a cage for the Friendship Princess. Disorder was thrown into Ruru's cage by Corona, looking at Disorder, who seemed to have deliberately left a flaw for him to hit. Corona found it rather absurd that a chaotic creature was knocked down by a physical attack, although it was unclear what this chaotic creature was plotting. Once it entered this prison brought over from Tartarus, its chaotic magic was useless. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to eliminate future threats. Corona's gaze towards Disorder gradually shifted from caution to decisiveness. After all, keeping this thing posed a risk, it was better to eliminate it now. Beside, Rainbow Dash was shaking the iron bars of the cage furiously, trying to shake the cage apart to escape. I'm telling you, you will never rule Ponyland. Let us go. Otherwise, when Ziyue arrives, you won't have a good ending. Rainbow Dash's hoarse screams had little effect, and instead, they backfired, causing her to be knocked unconscious again by Corona's magic. Amidst the noise, just as the magic on Disorder was about to activate, the door was kicked open again. TSK. Clank. Corona did not let this sudden commotion interrupt what he was doing. He twisted Disorder's neck to the right 2 turns, who was bound in the anti-magic cage. This was also something the little dragon taught him. What do you do when a bunch of guys barge in while you're preparing to deal with someone on the opposing side? Take those guys down next? No. You fool, you should weaken their living forces first. Deal with the one you want to handle, that way you won't be attacked from both sides. The little dragon kicked Corona's nose, who was bound at the center of the magic circle, and scolded him for not being able to learn. As Disorder's body was activated by the nerves of not being fully dead, his limbs twitched for a while before gradually calming down. On the other side, Disorder, who was playing Dungeons and Dragons with the Friendship Castle and Swaylong, found that his doppelganger seemed to have died, but that was none of his concern. He could be considered to be offline for a while with reason. Lieutenant Woods, don't daydream. The evil octopus is about to attack. Swaylong seemed completely unconcerned that a heavenly unicorn could stir up any trouble. Ziyue and her companions had previously defeated Tyrek, the Queen of Insects, and Kashi Guanghui, who possessed all the power of the yellow magic. Moreover, Ziyue and her companions had a record of defeating heavenly unicorns, such as Nightmare Moon. All right, with Disorder's complete silence, the throne room fell into a dead silence, only Corona's cold and determined gaze flickering in the dim light. His rule, at this moment, seemed unshakably solid. Disorder's body gradually turned into bubbles. Rainbow Dash and the other imprisoned ponies collapsed helplessly on the ground. Their struggles and resistance seemed so insignificant in the face of Corona's absolute power. Even the ponies who kicked open the door froze on the spot. It was the white-bearded Star Xian and the others, who were utterly shocked to see a life dissipate with a series of crisp bone-cracking sounds. To be honest, after experiencing so much, white-bearded Star Xian rarely saw a conflict escalate to such a decisive and cruel point of killing a being. You must be Star Xian, the teacher of Celestia and Luna, right? Corona looked at the elderly pony dressed in a gray-blue cloak, wearing a wizard's pointed hat, with a tuft of goat beard. Yes, I am Star Xian. White-bearded Star Xian's voice was steady and powerful. He stared at Corona, his eyes filled with both anger and sorrow. I never thought you would be so cold-hearted. Your view of life is completely wrong. Corona's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly walked towards Starshien, each step appearing so firm and ruthless. In this world, only the strong can survive. Disorder's existence is a threat to me. I cannot allow any factor that might threaten my rule to exist. Your rule? Starshien's voice rose a few decibels as he glared angrily at Corona. Do you think your power allows you to do as you please? Ponyland needs peace and harmony, not a tyrant like you. Peace and harmony? Corona scoffed. That's just an excuse for the weak. A true strong person should conquer everything with their own power and create a new order. Absolute power brings absolute justice. I noticed that while you were arguing with the starry unicorn, the blue land horse beside you was fiddling with something behind your group of horses. Judging by her attire, she should be a potion master, a troublesome character like the chaotic creatures. Just as the meadow-clear stream was about to mix the two potions she had just brewed, the swift horse Magnus pushed her aside. A fire-red magical laser had just melted a large hole in the floor they were standing on. The scorched, softened edges were emitting wisps of white smoke, and the unpleasant smell of burning was wafting through the air. It was clear that the magical laser was aimed at killing the meadow-clear stream, and if it weren't for Magnus, she might have already ceased to exist. The white-bearded starry unicorn noticed that this celestial unicorn before him, a former friend of Celestia and Luna, was completely unscrupulous in battle. Sneak attacks during conversations seemed to be a regular occurrence for him, as he was a character who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Chapter 14. Isolated and helpless? Only I am enough. In the royal palace of Canterlot, a crisp sound of a wooden handle breaking echoed. Stonehoof's eyes were filled with shock as he stared incredulously at the broken stone shovel, a tool that could break mountains and rivers. Indestructible and had accompanied him throughout his life, now shattered. His teeth ached from the impact, and he tightly gripped the remaining handle of his old companion. But there was no time for shock. Instinctively, his limbs leaped sideways to dodge the unavoidable attack. If it weren't for the defense of that old companion, just now, Magnus might not have had time to save the misty blue mane, as the meadow-clear stream had already been knocked unconscious and tossed into the magically opened prison door like a discarded rag. The Sun Crown looked with great interest at what should be considered a legendary relic. A weapon that was supposed to be imbued with 1,000 years of legend had broken just like that. It seemed that the sun was not only burning him but also refining his physique, enabling him to withstand the sun with pure flesh. Just as he missed a direct kick, he quickly adjusted his body's direction, his hind legs whistling through the air towards the weaponless stone hoof. However, the lavender in the throne room began to grow wildly under the magic of the misty blue mane. The vines became tough and numerous, even sprouting hard thorns and barbs that didn't belong to this type of plant. As Stonehoof saw the Sun Crown's attack approaching, about to evade too late, he saw a magical shield quickly materialize before him, and the Sun Crown's hoof struck it, creating a few cracks. This was thanks to the misty blue mane exerting all its strength to control the magical vines that tightly bound the Sun Crown's hind hoof, dispersing its force. The Sun Crown's horn glowed, and the shovel that had broken on the ground seemed to be suddenly endowed with immense kinetic energy. Terrifying acceleration broke the sound barrier within just a few meters. It slammed toward Stonehoof's head. The sudden attack made the defenses of the starry unicorn and the misty blue mane seem like the Maginot Line, and Stonehoof felt a darkness before his eyes. Dizzy and collapsed. Stonehoof, that damn guy. Magnus immediately lost his composure, raising his shield and charging at the Sun Crown. Stonehoof's fainting seemed to break some kind of balance. The Sun Crown abruptly withdrew its ankle caught by thorns and barbs. Glancing back casually at the scratches that were oozing drops of blood. No wonder you are one of the ancient 6 sages. Your true power is quite impressive. The Sun Crown said in a leisurely tone, seemingly provoking the usually calm white-bearded starry unicorn, who glared angrily at the Sun Crown. Your rule cannot succeed. As the starry unicorn shouted this, the Sun Crown's magical shield was completely covered by the misty blue mane's magical vines, and the starry unicorn secretly urged the banishment spell, preparing to send this dangerous character to a world where magic could not be used. However, at that moment, a massive heat wave surged from the gaps in the vines, instantly scorching and withering them, and then flames erupted from them. The Sun Crown's still leisurely voice rang out from within. Starry Unicorn, you do know a lot of magic. But although I don't know the principles, most of what the little dragon said makes sense. You are on the left, and I am on the right. While the white-bearded starry unicorn pondered this sentence, the Sun Crown's magical rays burst forth from the scorched vines. They were aimed at the starry unicorn, who could only hastily switch spells and release an attack spell in response. However, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the Sun Crown. Even though the misty blue mane had conjured a blue-green dragon with its own magical power, biting at the Sun Crown's body, it seemed as if the Sun Crown was impervious to it, still maintaining a contemptuous gaze, speaking in a slow, polite tone, like an elegant madman. At this time, Ziyue and the others had already informed all the races and were heading towards Canterlot. Moreover, Ziyue seemed to have a premonition that the Sun Crown was indeed about to complete its rule. The magic exploded before the white-bearded starry unicorn, and the shockwave knocked over his frail body, his horn becoming charred and emitting wisps of black smoke due to the excessive output of magic. Then, that frail body slid a short distance on the ground before coming to a slow stop. The white-bearded starry unicorn coughed a few times, resembling someone on the verge of death, and then fell silent, unsure if he had fainted or passed away. The Sun Crown seemed still unaware of the magical dragon wrapped around it, which didn't seem to break its defenses, and apologetically said, "Oops, almost hurt you. My dear elder, sorry, haha." Then the Sun Crown murmured strange syllables at the white-bearded starry unicorn. Recovery. A faint green light flickered around the white-bearded starry unicorn. And then he began to breathe slowly. "All right, next, I should deal with this Eastern unicorn skilled in plant magic," the Sun Crown said with a smirk. Pulling off the dragon that had tightly gripped him, its sharp teeth trying with all its might to pierce his flesh. One hoof firmly gripped the dragon's neck while the other gently patted its head before twisting it off. The structure of the magic was destroyed and the dragon dissipated. Then, the Sun Crown used the shield that didn't hurt the little horses to give this elder a sleep like that of a baby. "All right, next. I wonder how the Friendship Princess will face this situation, and I also wonder how the Celestial Unicorn's strength will be in the future." The Sun Crown used its hooves to place the ancient 6 sages into what seemed to be an increasingly crowded prison, and then stepped up the stairs leading to the throne. Chapter 15. Isolated and helpless? Only I am enough. Clop, 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 clop. Each step seemed to tread on the heartstrings of all beings present, making the already tense atmosphere even more oppressive. The determination in the eyes of Applejack and the others, who were still awake, gradually sank with the footsteps of the coronet stepping onto the stairs, but their dissatisfaction with the coronet remained. The coronet looked at a small subordinate chair beside the throne, probably belonging to the Princess of Friendship's attendant. With a gentle kick, the chair was flipped over and tumbled away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall, producing a piercing sound. He glanced up at the stained glass window, depicting a brilliant star map. "Good taste, but now it belongs to me." The coronet slowly sat on the throne wrapped in red velvet, resting his elbow on the golden armrests, tilting his head to one side, with one side of his chin resting on his hoof. A hint of joy seemed to finally emerge in his plain vertical pupils, just a hair's breadth away from ascending the throne. As the coronet sat on the throne, a chilling atmosphere spread throughout the throne room, and a sense of despair permeated the air. Even the golden-red glow of the setting sun was overshadowed by a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Half of the coronet's body was illuminated by the sunset he controlled, while the other half was shrouded in shadow. His posture was both arrogant and subtly weary. The sunset's afterglow outlined his form in a play of light and shadow, mirroring the contradictions and madness within him. His words conveyed a nearly insane rationality, a twisted logic that erupted after being long suppressed. "You see, what I'm doing now, in my view, is the epitome of rationality. Did you know I originally thought this way? It's not about ruling here, but about destroying here. Making all living beings on this land endure the pain that almost burned me to madness over the years. Yes, this is baseless, but why should there be a reason? Why not kill you? You still have some usefulness to me." The coronet's crimson vertical pupils emitted a faint glow in the shadows, and his teasing words made Applejack and the others understand even more that this guy before them seemed to be a madman. Which serious villain would add affectionate tones at the end of some sentences? But for some reason, he seemed to be wary of Celestia and Luna's opinions and perspectives on him. As the door was pushed open once again, it seemed that another round of the gored baby saves grandpa scene was about to unfold. But when the door fully opened, a scene that raised the coronet's eyebrows appeared. Standing behind the door were not just Princess Twilight Sparkle and Princess Miyamori Cadenza. There were also leaders from various races, including Soris with the army of shapeshifters, the flame-commanding Queen Novo of the dragons, and even a few dragons and shapeshifters flew in through the window frames on either side of the throne room. "Corona, surrender. Release my friends. Your rule is impossible to succeed." Twilight spoke decisively and firmly to the coronet. Upon seeing the surviving ancient 6 sages, Applejack and the others, and her students, Twilight's anxious heart finally settled. As the coronet's cold eyes assessed Twilight and Sonata, he also applauded, seemingly praising Tyreek, Cozy Glow, and Queen Chrysalis hidden in the ranks. The coronet's gaze lingered on Twilight and Sonata for a moment before turning to Tyreek, Cozy Glow, and Queen Chrysalis, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smile as applause slowly rang out, but it carried a bone-chilling coldness. "What a splendid show. Do you really think such a setup will make me surrender? And Tyreek, are you saying you are so afraid that you need to rely on Twilight and the others' strength to fight me?" Tyreek and the others felt the killing intent hidden in the coronet's words. As the coronet finished speaking, He put aside his arrogant and provocative demeanor and actions and straightened up after moving his neck. I will let you witness that even without using magic, I can easily shatter your ridiculous alliance. Just as he was saying this, the coronet spread his wings, leaving a shadow on the throne. With a leap, he kicked a dragon that hadn't reacted yet in the head, using the momentum to strike at a nearby shapeshifter. Using these airborne disposable platforms, the coronet aimed to kick Twilight's head in an instant, but with a sound of shattering glass. The several layers of light blue shields that appeared under the coronet's hoof shattered, and he did not greedily pursue the attack, but immediately retreated to dodge the magical shockwave that Twilight unleashed once she reacted. Twilight glared angrily at the coronet, who had leisurely landed on the carpet several meters in front of her, shaking off the shapeshifter's bodily fluid that had just stained his hooves. Who knew their shells were so fragile? He controlled his strength well for a moment. You think I am isolated and helpless? In fact, I am enough by myself. And I'm really sorry for accidentally killing one of your shapeshifter friends. The coronet's eyes slightly closed, but the corner of his mouth curved into a somewhat morbid smile. Seemingly satisfied and relieved by the sight of the shapeshifter he had kicked to death struggling and convulsing on the ground. Sories. Twilight's horn sparked, teleporting the barely alive shapeshifter to Sories' vicinity. Then, with her wings spread, Twilight realized that the coronet's recent actions were a declaration of war. The fireflies surged forward in response. Now, as long as they rescued Beaky and the others, once Twilight activated the friendship magic, everything would be set in stone. She couldn't believe so many warriors couldn't break through the defenses of a horned beast that wasn't using magic. As she watched soldiers from all races attacking from all directions, some even flying over the coronet's head, ready to open the cell doors, the coronet took a deep breath and laughed. Good. Then let's have some fun. He then jumped high, delivering a kick that sent a dragon trying to leap over him crashing into the wall. Then he grabbed a griffin's tail and threw it heavily against the nearby wall. In an instant, soldiers from all races suffered varying degrees of casualties, some dying on the spot, purely because the coronet had gotten carried away. His speed was simply too fast, and even in the process of blocking these soldiers, he broke the sound barrier, releasing a scorching sonic boom that sent surrounding soldiers flying. But at that moment, he adjusted his aim towards the gap between two rows of cages. Subsequently, he used magic to grasp the slender neck of Princess Sonata, who had been teleported over. In an instant, the throne room, stained with blood and in ruins, fell into silence. Twilight had used her hoof to block the attack. She glared angrily, but did not dare to act rashly, fearing that if she moved, the coronet would snap Sonata's neck. Oh, why has our princess of friendship stopped moving? How strange. The coronet looked at Twilight, his vertical pupils narrowing slightly, a dangerously mischievous smile on his face, contrasting with the blood splattered on his pure white hooves. Chapter 16. The Intervention of the Sisters of Sun and Moon. The air in the scene felt like a liquid with immense resistance, making Twilight feel that even breathing was a challenge. The atmosphere had completely stiffened, and the initiative was now firmly held in the coronet's magical grasp. Originally, Sonata had planned to take advantage of the coronet's inattention to teleport behind him and open the cell doors. But she hadn't expected that this guy could catch the point of her teleportation magic, making her actions the key to the coronet reversing the situation. Sonata was also trying to break free from the magic tightly gripping her neck, but it was like trying to stop a moving train. The coronet's telekinesis was unyielding. So, Princess of Friendship, as a ruler of a nation, will you choose friendship, sacrificing your friends' lives for your kingdom, or will you continue to struggle against me? The outcomes of the two choices are clearly very different, aren't they? The first part of the coronet's derisive and provocative tone echoed in the ruined throne room. And although his relaxed and elegant posture was filled with arrogance, he indeed had the capital to be arrogant now. Even the Dragon King and Soros stopped, but the coronel's gaze sharpened as he suddenly stomped his hoof on the ground, causing a stone to fly up and then kicked it fiercely towards the wall on one side. The sound of the stone slicing through the air whistled past and hit a small spider on the wall. Cough, cough, cough. A burst of green magical fluorescence rose up, and the owner of that voice was the Cocoon Queen, who had been hit in the neck by the stone. Although she originally had high physical and magical resistance and wasn't seriously harmed, she was undoubtedly putting herself and the Melody in a perilous situation. At this moment, Tyrek turned to look at the Cocoon Queen beside him. She had transformed back into an ordinary illusion spirit after her plan was exposed. All right, it seems you've chosen the second path. Wait, just as Ziyue was about to use a teleportation spell to take a risk, a golden attacking spell rushed down from the sky, piercing through the clouds illuminated by the setting sun, and through the window beside the cocoon, attacking the coronal. Enough, coronal. The solemn shout came from the clouds. It was Celestia and Luna diving towards the throne room. Celestia saw the charred black smoke on the streets of Cantrold and the flames that occasionally erupted into the sky. Some houses were completely destroyed, and the residents were fleeing everywhere. desperate to escape the inferno engulfing Cantrold. Soldiers from various races gathered in the Cantrold castle area, with many aerial units clustering near the throne room windows, yet they dared not act rashly. The throne room was splattered with blood, and scenes of severed limbs were evident. Behind the coronal, a cage held Ziyue, her friends, students, and even the old star Suen. The coronal had also captured Melody as leverage. At that moment, Celestia's disgust and anger towards the coronal's vile actions reached a peak, seemingly casting aside Destiny's words entirely. Flames ignited all over her body, like a blazing meteor piercing through the dark sky, charging directly at the coronal. Seeing Celestia like this, the coronal couldn't help but smile, as if teasingly reminiscing, saying, "How long has it been since I've seen you like this?" In the practical training class of Skelos, young Celestia, who had been knocked down by the coronal multiple times, clearly felt indignant. Her pouting expression looked to the coronal like an angry little cotton candy. At that time, the coronal couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha, look at you like this, so funny and quite cute." The coronal, too busy laughing, didn't notice that Celestia, who was beside him, was so angry that flames erupted all over her body, delivering a kick to his belly. Ow! The coronal's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his stomach and fell onto the magical granite of the Skelos training ground. Luna, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but worry for this friend who had been with them since their birth and played with them. "Are you okay, coronal?" Seeing the coronal like this, Celestia's anger subsided, and she awkwardly inquired. "Cough, I'm fine, but why didn't you follow the rules and sneak attack me? Didn't teacher Albert say no sneak attacks during training?" The coronal struggled to support himself up with trembling limbs, evidently hurt by Celestia's kick. "And how did you manage to look like that just now? You looked so cool with flames all over you. I haven't learned that magic. How did you learn it? Did teacher Albert give you special training?" The coronal slowly sat down, easing the pain in his stomach, looking at the two sisters with curiosity and a hint of disappointment. Generally, at his age, a unicorn would know what they represented and have obtained their exclusive magic and cute mark. Just now, Celestia's appearance resembled her own exclusive magic. "Well, I guess I was really angry just now, so I used it." Celestia recalled her previous state carefully, while Luna went to check the coronal's belly, where a ring of singed fur was present. "Oh, so that's it. I didn't expect you to be so close to finding your representative mark." Generally, if they are unicorn sisters or brothers, the time to obtain their cute mark is about the same. Celestia clearly detected the hidden disappointment in the coronal's tone and encouraged him. "Don't be discouraged, coronal. You're the top in practical classes. Believe that you will find it soon. Besides, haven't you already defeated some unicorns with cute marks? How did you do that? Maybe it's because I don't want to lose, or so I can charge into battle first when there's danger. That way I can protect you two in front of me. Otherwise, if I come last in practical classes and let you two little sisters, who are a few years younger than me, stand in front of me during a crisis, that would be incredibly embarrassing." As he said this, the coronal playfully rubbed Celestia and Luna's manes with his hoof. "Humph, bring it on." "Ow." The coronal again clutched his stomach, lying down in pain. Looking at Celestia and Luna, who seemed very angry at his previous actions, walking ahead on their own, the coronal hurriedly got up, limping to catch up with them. "Or I could go find Isabel. He's a combat expert. Maybe I can get my cute mark that way. Wait for my good news." With that, the coronal dashed off to escape teacher Albert's next class. "Hey, wait a minute, it's philosophy class." "Humph, forget it, this guy? Luna, let us go to class first and ignore him." Celestia watched the coronal's distant figure, realizing she couldn't persuade him back, or he simply disliked teacher Albert's philosophy class. So she decided to let it go. "How long has it been since I've seen you like this? What could make you so angry?" Chapter 17, The Collapsing Sun. As a burst of flames exploded between the coronal and Celestia, Luna instantly used a teleportation spell to rescue Melody and what seemed to be the ally, the Cocoon Queen. The various races used magic to construct a shield that isolated them from the terrifying heat and shock waves. After teleporting Melody and the cocoon behind the shield, Luna erected her own shield to assist Celestia. At the same time, Ziyue and Melody, in this critical moment, jointly cast a spell to anchor the teleportation spell in the cage, which was originally difficult to infuse with magic, seemingly exhausting all their strength. They teleported their friends just a second before being scorched by the flames into the shield. However, another even more dazzling and searing temperature emanated from the still-burning fireball, causing silk products even at a considerable distance to reach their ignition point and ignite. The coronal muttered with some dissatisfaction, "Celestia, Luna, have you gone foolish?" Then the sun patterns on the coronal's body became even more dazzling and began to invade the remaining blank areas of his body, releasing a spherical magical shockwave that pushed Celestia away, scattering the overwhelming flames. Simultaneously, the coronal's mane, resembling flames, began to sway, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure when combined with the runes and sharp, glowing vertical pupils on his body. Celestia spread her wings in the air to slow down to avoid crashing into the shield, glaring with hatred at the coronal, who seemed still unaware of his wrongs. You have committed an unforgivable sin. You are an enemy of all beings. I, Celestia, will never forgive your actions. As Celestia spread her fiery wings to shield Ziyue and the others, she shouted with the authoritative voice of the Cantrell royalty. Meanwhile, Luna arrived next to Celestia, where Ziyue and the others were treating their injured friends and were ready to use the magic of friendship together with Applejack and the others. Haha. As Riming listened to Celestia's words and observed the scene before him, it seemed as if he heard something shatter in his mind. Reminiscent of the practical exercise before the turning point of destiny that day. That was the first time, and also the last time before he lost control, that he saw Celestia in this state. Ha ha ha. I remember you all looking like this. My words back then were really childish and ridiculous. Now, even if what you said about not participating in that sealing is true, aren't you also standing on the opposite side of me now? Rarely did Riming refrain from launching an attack during his speech. He was very displeased and angry at Celestia's high-handed tone, akin to that of Angela Bess, declaring judgment upon himself. Although venting resentment that didn't belong to her through others is quite irrational, Riming had not acted rationally until now. Enough, Riming. You think absolute power can bring everything, but you don't understand that such extreme thoughts will only lead you to extremes. Moreover, the strength of your own power is not the key. The key is that you need a group of friends to correct your direction. And this is also the power of friendship. Ziyue and the others had already begun to rise with their hooves intertwined. They did not invoke the friendship of other races to unleash this magic. They merely hoped to use the magic to free Riming from this nightmare-like form. As this situation was identical to that of the Nightmare Moon incident, a unicorn sealed on another celestial body for a millennium returned to wreak havoc. Extreme? Hee. If you saw that dead person who sealed me, you would know what extremity truly is. As Riming, like a madman, recklessly mobilized all his magic power. The light on his body became increasingly prominent, and the solar patterns on him were wrapping around his body like a flourishing daughter. It felt as if he had touched a minefield, wanting to self-destruct. The pain intensified, but now Riming's killing intent clearly overshadowed that feeling of pain. Moreover, he seemed not to care whether he could survive afterwards. A trace of unease unexpectedly surfaced in Celestia's heart, followed by the voice she had heard in the starlit dream echoing in her mind, the Dawn's voice. Look, even your childhood friends have turned against you. First your sister, then your student, and now your childhood playmate. You really are a failed friend, sister, and teacher. The voice of Dawn mocking Celestia echoed repeatedly in her mind. Don't think of any conspiracies, you cannot. Celestia just responded in her mind, but Dawn's next words stunned her. He is being killed right now, and the reason is you. Nonsense. He don't believe it. He has informed you about the runes on him, right? From what I deduce, when they are fully covered, it will be his time of death, and your recent attitude undoubtedly interrupted his sanity, striking the crucial blow that shattered the few beautiful memories he might have had in his mind. Do you know why the self-proclaimed solar dragon spirit wanted you to talk to him about those things? That was one of the few perfect endings, a perfect fate. Oh, now, is he heading towards destruction like a collapsing star, or will he be reborn? You should know what I am referring to. Dawn's words struck Celestia's heart like a heavy hammer. After witnessing all this, she surprisingly disregarded the little dragon's advice. How could a being that cannot distinguish between good and evil easily trust? Stop making excuses for yourself. I know your inner thoughts. You said, let him recall the beautiful memories from before. What harm could it do? If he stays in the abyss for long, he will grasp at any glimmer of light he can see. But your actions are undoubtedly erasing the light. He sees hand this body over to a more perfect and powerful you. That still leaves room for change. You do not understand the power of friendship, nor do you understand Ziyue and the others. I believe they can pass this test. The existence of Ziyue and the others seemed to give Celestia some confidence. But she was completely unaware that this test of destiny was a test of her and Luna's friendship. Two glaring and bright lights shone in the nearly ruined throne room. One was Riming, filled with a murderous aura and resentment, radiating a scorching heat like the sun. The other was Ziyue and the others, emanating a harmonious aura, symbolizing the magic of friendship. However, Riming's body was almost completely devoured by those solar patterns, and his body emitted a series of dull cracking sounds, as if something capable of swallowing light was manifesting within the cracks. Chapter 18. 1,000 Years of Suffering. The muffled cracking sounds from the deep ice abyss caused a sense of foreboding to rise within Celestia. And she had only seen that phenomenon of swallowing light in one kind of celestial body, a black hole, a dense celestial body existing in space. Its gravity is immense, making the escape velocity within its event horizon exceed the speed of light. It is a body where the curvature of space-time is so great that light cannot escape from its event horizon. There are two causes for its formation. When a dying star collapses, it will contract towards the center, and when its mass exceeds a limit, it will collapse infinitely until a black hole is formed. The other can be summarized as a stable star receiving foreign material, leading to insufficient core temperature and subsequent collapse. However, regardless of which type, it will undergo a powerful explosion known as a supernova. I can hear the echo of the Death Star's elegy. Can you hear it, Celestia? I wonder how you plan to handle this situation. I truly look forward to it. Can that so-called friendship really address his current state? Dawn's dismissive words regarding the magic of friendship indeed made Celestia uneasy, and she could not bet the lives of all the creatures present that Ziyue and the others would certainly succeed. This time is different. Even if she and Luna do not hold back, it will be difficult to conclude simply. If Ziyue and the others' friendship magic shows no effect at the beginning, then they would have to consider joining forces with Luna to transport Ming far away from Ponyville. Celestia turned to look at Luna, who also had a worried expression in her eyes, leaning slightly closer to Celestia. Although Celestia was still engulfed in flames, "Sister, I feel something is off. Can Ziyue and the others resolve his situation now? I am also worried about this. It seems we need to find another strategy." Meanwhile, Yake and the Pegasus also realized that they seemed to be of little help. The illusion spirit and the ponies could at least put up some shields, but they did not possess such proactive magical organs, and this scene and atmosphere had the feeling of gods fighting while mortals suffer. Originally, they wanted to provide some assistance with friendship magic, as they did during the battle against Tyrek, but under Celestia's orders, they were instructed to retreat as much as possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. Ming's frenzied words erupted from the center of the throne room, roaring like a broken wind box. His originally very healthy mental state, after being reprimanded and lectured by Celestia and Ziyue, became even healthier. Only through the pain of shattering flames do I know I still exist in this world. If everyone speaks grandly, then all beings are evil. I now understand what I symbolize. Unveil the glorious mask over your ugly faces. If you have suffered through me, what rational person would care about survival? As Ming's extreme words fell, it was precisely the moment when the friendship magic, radiating with colorful light and thick magical aura, was activated. Queen of Cocoon, Kashi Radiance. Tyrek, give Ludo oil. Anyway, there are no seals now, so they can continue to lurk. Otherwise, if the corona wins, they will be done for. When the colorful magical beam hit the corona, the cracking sound from his body became more frequent and louder. At this moment, extremes must turn into opposites. The white parts of the corona's body gradually transformed into thin shards, like broken porcelain, peeling away along the sun patterns, the solar runes, as if adding foreign substances to a normal star. The millennia of torment and refinement had already brought the corona's body to a state where it could transform into a black hole after collapsing. The solar runes that originally restricted him, after occupying the entire surface of his body, turned into a boost for his transformation. The friendship magic, which had always been invincible and unstoppable, seemed to have little effect on the corona, as if it was merely suppressing his metamorphosis. However, the fragments of rock and cloth that floated from the corona and were attracted to him by gravity indicated that the effects of the friendship magic from Ziyue and the others were not significant. At this critical moment, Celestia placed her hoof on Yun's shoulder, her tone somewhat heavy as she entrusted Yun with a crucial task. Yun, it seems that Ziyue's magic isn't having much effect, and his magic power is gradually increasing exponentially. Luna and I will do our best to teleport him far away from Pony Maria. We don't know where yet, but Tyrek and the others have just fled the scene, and I don't think they can correct it so quickly. You still need to work with Ziyue. Sister, we need to hurry. Luna's reminder interrupted Celestia's advice. Celestia and Luna immediately turned around, while Yun, after a moment of hesitation watching their decisive backs, decided to assist Celestia and Luna. A rich light blue magic flowed from Yun's pink horn, which was then channeled to Celestia and Luna as they prepared to use teleportation magic. When Ziyue realized that it was difficult to handle the corona's situation with just her and Applejack's friendship magic, she suddenly sensed two strong magical signatures appearing behind her. Turning around, she saw the determination reflected on Celestia and Luna's faces, with both of their horns emitting immense magical light, indicating the massive magical power contained in the spell they were about to unleash. In the next moment, as a dazzling white light flashed, Ziyue felt the air around her seem to return to flow, and the suffocating pressure surrounding her diminished significantly. The friendship magic also ceased its release due to the target being too far from the anchored point. Ziyue quickly understood what was happening. The Corona and the Royal Sisters had vanished together. Ziyue could clearly feel that Celestia and Luna had just cast teleportation magic. But where would they teleport to? Clearly, that was not something Ziyue should worry about, as Yun walked up beside her. Meanwhile, Ruru beside Ziyue seemed to be looking around, as generally, in such situations, disorder would be present at the scene. However, it appeared that Ruru noticed something in Applejack's eyes, sensing that they were hiding something from her. Amidst the vast starry sky, a small dragon seemingly made of sunlight was flying towards Pony Maria with a helpless expression. Suddenly, he discovered that the magic he had left inside the corona for positioning and other purposes had changed direction, reverting back to the sun he had just flown away from, possibly tens of thousands of kilometers away. He helplessly wiped his face and then turned around to fly back. Chapter 19. 1,000 Years of Suffering. As the corona's rationality was slightly restored by the friendship magic, his consciousness surfaced amidst the sea of pain and anger. This was his first time in his sea of consciousness, picking up some of the few fragmented pieces of rationality. He found himself in a great state, as if he was being reborn, yet also dying, because something seemed to be forming in the back of the sea of consciousness, continuously creating massive waves and then engulfing everything. This made the corona recall familiar words, seemingly from the sealed memories of Skullos. What are you afraid of? Just kill them all. At this moment, the corona, with little rationality, surprisingly nodded in agreement, as the suppressed figure murmured, "Yes, kill all those offspring of Skullos. Wipe this Pony Maria, which has forced me to change and adapt, off the map. Then there will be no one to force you, no one to restrain you, no one to whisper behind your back, no more confusion of reaching the peak and suddenly falling into the abyss. Come on, I am doing this for your own good. Will you entrust your body and mind to me? How about it?" But at that moment, the corona sensed something outside chattering incessantly, and the familiar solar magic was actively flowing into his body, indicating that he had returned to the sun. When the corona's consciousness returned to his body, it observed the state of collapse and rebirth. Coincidentally, what the corona saw was rebirth. Celestia and Luna had no choice but to resort to this method, trying to see if they could reason with him through words, while Celestia's horn began to slowly activate the magic circle just in case. At that moment, Luna placed her hoof on her chest, seemingly wanting to use her own experience of being sealed for 1,000 years to open up a conversation with the corona. "Corona, I too was banished to the moon for 1,000 years by my sister due to my momentary obsession and extreme actions. However, I found that such obsessions are merely a misstep caused by setbacks, only two. Is your 1,000 years the same as mine? After being eroded by reverse magic, generating a reverse personality, and then being banished to the moon, your consciousness has remained in a half-dreaming state. To put it bluntly, it is not you who has been punished, but the nightmare moon. And me? If you want to persuade me with empathetic words, you need to think carefully about whether our experiences are equivalent." The white shards on the corona's body stopped peeling away and began to slowly recover under a glimmer of fiery red magic. The reverse personality that was originally gestating in the corona's sea of consciousness was also paused by the fiery red magic mixed in the sea of consciousness, even showing signs of collapse. Phew, luckily, I managed to control it. How many times has this guy come back over the past 1,000 years, yet still refuses to give up? If he were to take control of the body, that would be the worst outcome. The small dragon, which had been magically accelerated to 1 kilometer per second in the universe, seemed to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said with a tone of relief. Then he crossed his legs, stopped accelerating, and let himself drift towards the sun at a constant speed, and with the sun's gravity pulling him, he would only reach there faster. I wonder if he can still redeem himself after this healing method? But one cannot let someone suffer for 1,000 years and then expect them to live happily afterward. These things need to be vented. Changing the target to divert attention will at least prevent him from immediately annihilating Pony Maria. The corona did not intend to engage in too much conversation with them. If he could let go of his obsession just through a few words, then wouldn't his 1,000 years of suffering have been in vain? Even if he was the detonator for Skalos's downfall, could these sins truly justify 1,000 years of torment? The body that was gradually collapsing and being reborn began to channel magic, showcasing the charm of a melee mage. As he charged forward, a magical shield formed around him, and he used teleportation magic to enhance his mobility, avoiding the debuff magic circles that would emerge from Celestia's magic circle if she detected something was wrong. The battle on the sun was about to erupt, and Celestia, engulfed in flames, could only retaliate. Luna also began to assist her sister. The experiences described by the coronation were indeed something she had never gone through, which made her start contemplating other strategies, wondering if it was too late to bring up the past now. Meanwhile, in Little Malia, when Whitebeard Starry and the others woke up, what greeted them was a hospital in Canterlot that was still relatively intact. From the whispers nearby, Whitebeard Starry heard some bad news. Celestia and Luna had seemingly teleported away with the apparently irrational coronation, while Ziue and the others had gone after Tyrek. The loss of Princess Melody's vast magical power suggested that Little Malia was currently in a state of leaderless chaos, with the army lacking fighting strength and the rulers collectively offline. Whitebeard Starry, ignoring her injured horn and bruises, hastily put on her wizard hat and rushed towards the castle area, needing to dissuade any races that might have ideas about Little Malia. Just like that time at the Conference of All Beings, where the Griffins almost caused little Malia to lose half its territory. As Celestia was once again suppressed by the coronation's offensive, the voice in her mind seemed to issue its final advice. Think carefully. Little Malia is currently leaderless. If you continue at this speed and pace, you will inevitably lose. Moreover, during the delay, you cannot guarantee what will happen to little Malia. Why not entrust your body to me right now? If I'm not mistaken, our childhood playmate may not be inherently bad. Otherwise, how could he have safely played with you and Luna for several years? However, under the misjudgment caused by losing control of his magic, he has endured a millennium of suffering. It was a miracle that he could communicate with you normally at the beginning of his liberation. Then, you shaped the current situation, obscuring the light that was projected towards him, which likely extinguished his affection for you and Luna. From his various actions, it can be seen that he may be holding back his killing intent out of concern for your and Luna's opinions. Celestia now had to deal not only with the coronation's agile and coherent movements and terrifying strength, but also had to split her focus to prevent Dawn from seizing control of her body. The outcome of this was that in the next moment, when she raised her knees to block the coronation's fiery hoof, she was a moment too slow. Cough, cough, cough. Celestia spat out some transparent saliva, which was then vaporized by the sun's heat. She was sent flying by the force of the blow, the burning sensation and cramping in her abdomen severely affecting her judgment. But it wasn't excruciating pain. Perhaps the coronation was still holding back some strength, or his power was somewhat suppressed within the magical array. In the next instant after Celestia was sent flying, the coronation's figure quickly enlarged in her field of vision. All right, it's even out for that hoof from back then, but what about an apology? How could I think such a thing? The fragmented rationality of the coronation felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing this scene, but it was quickly interrupted by his chaotic thoughts. Bastard, get away from my sister. Chapter 20, A Millennium of Suffering. Every move of the coronation seemed meticulously calculated. He slightly adjusted his wings to slow down, embodying an ultimate control of speed and power, making Luna's attempts to stop him feel as if time was playing tricks on her. A powerful hoof struck the sun. In that moment, it seemed as if time slowed down. The chaotic crimson hot plasma splashed like waves, and this phenomenon confirmed that the magic contained in this star even changed its own texture. When Luna realized her attack had missed, the patterns on her horn began to rapidly fill with magic. Surging magic gathered quickly, but she saw the coronation's ambiguous smile directed at her. A smile that extinguished the heat in her heart like ice, foreboding the impending change. In the next moment, the coronation's right hoof vanished from Luna's sight. To be precise, it didn't disappear, but moved at such a speed that Luna's visual nerves couldn't react in time. Then Luna felt her body lose balance. The coronation had knocked over the forehoof Luna had just used to attack, as at that moment, the kinetic energy in Luna's body had not fully transferred to the sun, making the attack a case of leveraging force against force. Then, with an upward flip, Luna fell onto her back, even sliding a short distance. Fortunately, the sun seemed to harbor hostility only towards the coronation and did not burn Luna. The coronation quickly followed, but instead of pursuing aggressively, he approached with an almost pitying demeanor, gently placing the tip of his hoof on Luna's deep blue glowing horn. His gaze and tone carrying a hint of threat, mixed with undeniable authority. Who would have thought, Luna, that the shy little girl who always followed her sister would rush forward to protect her in this moment of crisis? But I don't want your beautiful horn to be damaged, so for the few old friends I have, I will be quite lenient. A magical array gradually solidified beneath the coronation's hoof, and Luna looked on in terror as the array expanded under the coronation's white hoof, which was covered in horrifying cracks. The magical array successfully enveloped Luna, trapping her just as the coronation had been at that time, temporarily resolving one issue, perhaps letting you experience a millennium of solitude. Unable to move? No, that is too cruel. How about being a caged bird by my side, a canary perhaps? As the white fragments floating around the coronation gradually returned to cover him with another layer of exterior that could devour light, his thoughts became clearer, separating from the chaotic anger and resentment. It was close to causing some irreversible damage. The sun rune seemed to be branded into his soul. Almost all the white parts of his body had been removed, yet the sun rune did not disappear. However, what puzzled the coronation was that he clearly felt he was about to die at that moment. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the collapse had stopped, and he had instead come back to life. I'm really exhausted. I've done more exercise in a single day than in a millennium. And that troublesome coronation. Letting him rule little Malia was enough, yet he almost blew up little Malia. Thankfully, I left a back paw, and then there's that annihilation. I'll find a way to get the coronation to regain his sanity and think straight. The little dragon, still some distance from the sun, even began to complain in dissatisfaction, hoping not to mention that when he was about to reach the sun, the coronation had gone back to little Malia. Otherwise, he would really go on strike. He then flapped his dragon wings to accelerate. Fortunately, He could continuously generate magic like undergoing nuclear fusion. Otherwise, he might have to play outside like a drone for a while before returning to the sun to recharge. But, hey, how did I return to the sun last time? I clearly had Coronation and that statue with me in Canterlot, didn't I? Strange, could it be? Do I have a split personality? If the little dragon had eyes, he would certainly affirm his speculation with certainty. After all, he was the all-knowing little dragon. Celestia, things seem to have spiraled out of control. Face reality. This is not a time when words can solve problems. You need power now. This is not the test you set for Zue before. This is a trial for you. Above the sun, the heat was like boiling lava, continuously rising to a suffocating limit. Brilliant and dazzling. Every ray of light contains enough energy to melt steel. They intertwine and collide, weaving a splendid, yet dangerous tapestry of light and shadow in space. The once calm sun is now so restless, and there must be a reason for it. That is Celestia, almost enveloped in flames, making a decision at the sight of her sister in danger. Dawn. Ascend. The originally flowing, colorful mane now seems to be ignited by fierce flames, transforming into a blazing fire. These flames not only do not burn her body, but instead become the source of her power, surrounding her with a layer of scorching and dazzling light. The helmet and wing armor constructed from pure magic slowly materialize, and her hooves sharpen, showcasing her owner's aggressiveness. The once wide and soft white wings, like clouds, now become as hard as iron, with edges sharp as blades, ready to tear apart any enemy. The son of oblivion howls to the sky, sharp fangs growing in its mouth, filled with a desire for power and a longing to conquer the world. She stretches her arms, as if to embrace the entire universe, bringing everything under her control, but she cannot yet enjoy this beautiful freedom in the outside world. First, she must deal with a major trouble before her. Oh, did you choose to embrace your inner power to protect Luna? Celestia, a wise choice, but the wrong stance. However, this does indeed change my view of you, at least. We are quite alike. The Corona's change in Celestia is truly unexpected. He thought Celestia would continue to use words to persuade him for the sake of so-called justice. It seems she now agrees with one of Corona's viewpoints. Absolute power shapes absolute justice. I am not Celestia. I am Dawn. A stronger, more perfect persona. Chapter 21. Dawn versus Corona. A little dragon intrudes. Really? I'm looking forward to whether you can satisfy me, Dawn. Corona's words carry a hint of barely noticeable playfulness, surprisingly showing a rare martial virtue at this moment. Before engaging in battle with Dawn, he performed a standard duel etiquette of the celestial beast. This indicates that he appreciates Dawn, raising his head, slowly lifting his front hooves, gracefully tracing an arc in front of his chest, and then lowering his proud head along with his front hooves. If one did not look at his previous actions, Dawn might still think he was quite normal. However, that should be a respectful gaze meeting the opponent's eyes. In Corona, though, one can see extremely complex emotions in his eyes. Extreme joy, like a gentleman starving for a feast before the ceremony. Elegant, but paired with his gaze, it resembles an elegant madman. At this moment, in Corona's eyes, extreme joy is mixed with an indescribable fervor, showcasing an expectation that is both elegant and nearly insane. Such a gaze makes Dawn instinctively cautious. The calm before the storm? However, after finishing the greeting, Corona stood like a perfect sculpture, with the healing black cracks on his body and the solar runes reappearing on his horn, seemingly adding a different charm to this unmoving artwork. He seems to be waiting for Dawn to perform the duel etiquette as well, but Dawn clearly sensed something was off. So just as she raised her head to perform a greeting, she suddenly controlled the sun to launch an attack. A massive noise instantly transmitted from deep within the sun to the surface, generating a large amount of plasma ejections and solar cosmic rays, like a gigantic lava column erupting from the spot where Corona stood. Not bad. I really appreciate you more and more. If you had really performed a greeting like I just did, you might have already been knocked out by me. Corona's joyful voice emerged from the fire column. But the next moment, those activated plasma burst open like a giant crack, stirred by the airflow from Corona's takeoff. Corona, are we talking about martial virtue? If so, Dawn quickly reacted. Right side? No. Left side. Her body tilted slightly to the right, but she suddenly realized this was Corona's feint. The actual attack direction was to the left. Relying on her extraordinary reflexes, she took this hit and used the force to leap upwards, kicking with her hind hooves, not only creating distance, but also adjusting her posture in the air, preparing to meet Corona's following assault. At the same time, her horn had begun to activate a magic circle, ready to control Corona's movements at any moment and deliver a fatal blow. TCH. You talk as if you are so omniscient. After Dawn retorted to Corona, she heard a disdainful remark from somewhere. If I were to destroy this ancient magic circle, which has many functions missing, wouldn't your trump card be reduced to just igniting the sun? Corona seemed to truly predict Dawn's trump card, and amidst her surprise, she discerned the direction of that voice, realizing that Corona had somehow appeared behind her, perhaps due to the significant reduction of solar runes. He was not suppressed much at this time. In the next moment, Corona spread his hooves apart, a teasing expression on his face as if he were enjoying this rare moment of magical freedom. Instantly, crimson magic was released from behind him. In an instant, a vast number of magic circles materialized around him, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. You should know that pain is just a seasoning during my battles, right? But your level of attack is clearly insufficient. Do we need fireworks now? In Dawn's astonished gaze, Corona tilted his head, a supreme smile on his face, as the solar runes on his body began to grow wildly, and the magic circles behind him were fully constructed, like a gigantic divine ring crowning him, radiating a terrifying aura. The massive amount of magic power undoubtedly had the potential to destroy the sun. Madman. Even Dawn couldn't help but curse, as she only learned about the function of solar runes from Corona's stories about Celestia. But what he was doing now was undoubtedly the behavior of a madman. The wildly growing solar runes made it unimaginable what level of pain they would bestow upon Corona. The solar runes on him grew wildly, seemingly intent on igniting the entire sky. The magic circles also began to stir, heralding an impending catastrophe that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Dawn looked at this scene, filled with shock and unease. She knew that the real battle was just beginning. But then, an unexpected change occurred. A tiny creature, no larger than a cat, suddenly shot from far away in the universe like a meteor, and in the blink of an eye, it clutched Corona's flame-like mane. Corona knew who he was and did not react or respond in any other way, only preparing to unleash that magic. Slap, slap, slap. It was the little dragon. After securing its grip, using its other paw to pat Corona's nose, Dawn watched this scene with a mix of fear and astonishment. This guy isn't worried about Corona killing him? But perhaps Corona couldn't defeat him. After all, this little one had quite a strange and mysterious background. What is up? Corona's tone, which had calmed down to a somewhat concerned tone, left Dawn utterly astonished. Even Luna, sealed on the surface of the sun, wanted to raise her head to watch the drama unfold. What the hell is this sudden change in atmosphere? It turns out this guy can talk properly. What the hell? You better think about what you're doing. You're committing suicide. I've raised a dragon like you for 1,000 years, and I'm truly amazed. He really needs to let Albert see what he has raised. Sigh, remember what you need to do. Rule, not destroy. If you destroy everything, how can you rule the market? The little dragon even tugged on Corona's ears, shaking them, and poked its head in to shout. The little dragon's reprimanding words seemed to fail to provoke Corona's anger, and Corona merely sighed lightly before retracting most of the magic circles. And what about the two in front of me? Little dragon turned his spearhead again, pointing at the Dawn, who was preparing to manipulate the magic circle to control the Corona and the strange creature, and Luna, who was sealed above the sun by the Corona. My two old friends, I remember I've talked to you about this, right? Oh, I remember. The past was both beautiful and cruel. So you used your special friend welcome kiss on them, huh? The Corona's eyelids twitched as he shoved Little Dragon's head into his mane, and then activated the thousands of sparse magic circles, now reduced to just a few. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 22, The Effect of Friendship in Chaos. As the magic circle roared to life, beams of fiery red light pierced the sky, sharp as blades in the dawn, accurately splitting space in two, followed by a deafening roar. Flames danced wildly, yet within this fury lay profound magical rhythms, as if the symphony of this battle was about to reach its climax. When the flames subsided, a shimmering magical shield surrounded Dawn, and upon seeing the suddenly appeared little dragon, she felt a sense of vigilance and refrained from acting blindly. All right, let's not mention it. Little Dragon's voice came from within the Corona's mane. The Corona wasn't in the mood for such things right now. Perhaps once he calmed down, it would indeed be possible. Little Dragon's appearance slightly eased the tense atmosphere, but not by much. As he peeked out from the Corona's mane and saw the Corona and Dawn once again locked in a stiff confrontation. Boring. I want to see rivers of blood. Just kidding. You guys handle your issues with your two friends first, then go to Little Maria. Today's workout could rival my exercise over the past 1,000 years, and also, don't blow up the sun. Try not to use magic. That cursed thing on you has spread all over your body. And I can only say that Angela Bess is really damned. Little Dragon's initial words made the Corona hesitate for a moment, and just as he was about to act, Little Dragon's next remark caused him to glare at the little dragon clinging to his horn, and then the magical light on his horn dimmed. Dawn looked at the little dragon with some surprise. It seemed that after his arrival, her control over the sun had been interrupted. However, her surprise lasted only a moment before she regained her composure. Her power was not at a disadvantage against the Corona, and if she could awaken the opposing persona Nightmare Moon within Luna, dealing with the Corona, who couldn't use magic, would be a piece of cake. However, just as Dawn prepared to act, she turned her head and found that Little Dragon had somehow wandered over to Luna's side. occasionally munching on pieces of the sun as if he were enjoying a show with popcorn, looking as if he wanted to quietly observe the vast world. His passion for the battle seemed limited to watching, as he occasionally urged the Corona and Dawn, "Keep going, the show is just warming up." Watching the Corona and Dawn clash again, Little Dragon found the sun's magical energy he was chewing on even more delicious, but Luna's gaze made him feel a bit strange. After swallowing the magical energy in his mouth, Little Dragon turned to Luna, whose expression was quite complex, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "What? Do we know each other?" You can't eat this." Little Dragon thought Luna also wanted to try it and waved a paw at her. While shaping the sun's magical energy into a lounge chair, leisurely lying back and continuing to watch the show, feeling that everything was under control. In stark contrast to his previous cryptic state, he now appeared more approachable, although his words revealed his rather skewed values. However, in Luna's view, this elusive and capricious little guy might be the key to solving the problem. After all, he could make the Corona speak properly, couldn't he? While Dawn, with the aid of magic, battled the Corona in the sun, at the same time, little Maria seemed to have nipped the chaos in the bud. All races realized the seriousness of the situation and needed to unite. Even when Starshine returned to the dilapidated castle district of Canterlot, he saw Purple Joy promoting the effects of friendship. All races, whether it be changelings, griffins, or even the dragons who often looked down on the ponies, were spontaneously dealing with the flames in the city, the smoke in the sky, and transporting injured ponies to safety. Is this what friendship is? At that moment, Starshine seemed to fully understand friendship. He had previously thought this place might have already been in chaos. "Yes, Starshine, you don't have to worry about anything. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess should be able to handle this incident and return safely. Moreover, believe in the efforts made by Purple Joy as the Princess of Friendship." A princess stepped out beside Starshine Melody, who looked exhausted but still tried to do what she could. She just hoped that everything would go smoothly for Purple Joy and that Tyrek and the changelings could see the distant disaster rather than just the immediate benefits. Purple Joy and her friends were tracking Tyrek's movements from Canterlot to the Crystal Empire, not knowing what they were plotting. "I think even Purple Joy's magic isn't much use now. Little Maria is likely facing extinction. We might as well hide first, or like now, look for that somber guy. He seems to know a lot of things. I hope he has some way to help us avoid this catastrophe." Wrapped tightly, Cozy Glow flapped her little wings, which were turning red from the cold, trying to keep up with Tyrek, who was walking across a snowy plain. The Changeling Queen had already left halfway through to find Starlight. Their magic was abundant, and they weren't afraid of the wind and snow here, but Cozy Glow, as a normal pony, clearly couldn't handle it. "His name is Sombra. I don't know where he went after that failure, or Cozy Glow. You could try to find a powerful helper you think is strong. You don't have to follow me. It's better than sitting and waiting." Tyrek rarely thought from the bottom of his heart to help Purple Joy and her friends win this disaster, because once that guy won, it was clear from his mad declaration that no one could escape the cleansing after his victory. "Oh right, you're right. I remember there's also a very powerful villain. But he was defeated by Purple Joy and the others with the help of Old Man Starshine. He might have some way. What's his name, Sombra?" He seemed to want to cover the whole Little Maria with darkness before. Cozy Glow's little head indeed thought of a pony, but she should be in Canterlot. Thinking about just coming out of Canterlot and now having to go back, she was clearly very reluctant. But when she turned her head, she saw Purple Joy and her friends chasing after her, which clearly startled Cozy Glow. Then she realized that now Purple Joy and her friends seemed to count as her own. The Changeling Queen quickly arrived at the Friendship School beside the Castle of Friendship, but the school was now tightly closed, with a protective shield outside. Chapter 23. The Effect of Friendship and the Union of Letting Go of Grudges. The Changeling Queen stood in front of the tightly closed door of the Friendship School, looking at the protective shield glowing with a soft blue light. Feeling a mix of emotions, Starlight Glimmer, a pony she despised to the bone, had incited her subjects to rebel. Although that group of ingrates made her furious. If it weren't for her, they would have starved to death countless times already, yet they shamelessly betrayed her and spoke ill of her behind her back. But now she was here to ally with Starlight Glimmer. It was laughable, yet the key now was to defeat the Corona before discussing anything else. She didn't know how long Celestia and Luna could delay. This was the episode where the Changeling Queen most hoped Celestia and Luna would win. The black hoof, covered in holes, fell onto the protective shield and tapped a few times. Watching the lights spread like ripples on water, it stirred within her like the heart of a cocoon, but now only the sound of a gentle stream could be heard, as if the creatures here sensed the impending threat. However, the Cocoon Queen stood awkwardly in this quiet, unchanging twilight for a long time. There was no other movement around. It seemed that the starlight was not present here at all. This is troublesome. I might have to ask Ziyue and the others about the whereabouts of the starlight. I also don't know if Celestia and Luna's delay is enough. The Cocoon Queen's somewhat flustered tone and her action of preparing to turn and leave were observed through magic by Starlight, who was in the Friendship School's hall. It seemed like she was not acting. But why did she come to me instead of Ziyue? Moreover, didn't Applejack and the others say? Starlight learned from Applejack and the others about the general situation, and then Applejack took her students to send her off, closing the school and letting the students go home to wait while she stayed here to guard, because the friendship map hadn't called her, indicating that the key to resolving this issue was Ziyue and the others. But now, the Cocoon Queen coming to find her was something she couldn't understand. She checked around with magic and found no other hidden creatures. She thought that the only two situations in which the little ponies would come looking for her were 1. Ziyue and the others had won and came here, or 2. That unicorn named Corona had come here. In that case, she would need to go find Ziyue to meet up and then defeat that creature with the combined friendship of their races. Wait. Starlight only transmitted her voice through magic and did not open that door. Starlight's voice made the Cocoon Queen, who was just about to leave, pause for a moment. And then she displayed her elevated demeanor. The Cocoon Queen did not want to appear as if she was pleading in front of what could be considered her arch-nemesis. Oh, Starlight, I see you are here. Now, due to the circumstances, I have no choice but to unite with you little ponies to resist this crisis. Why don't you just come out of your shell and go help Ziyue? The tone of the Cocoon Queen clearly did not sound like one seeking peace. Tyrek, what do you all want to do? When Ziyue and the others saw Tyrek and his crew at the extreme northern border of the Crystal Empire, their tone was unfriendly. After all, even the Cosmic Princess did not completely trust them to genuinely help Ponyville. Oh, isn't this Princess of Friendship Ziyue? We just want to save our own lives and find helpers. Why did you come here? Shouldn't you be preparing for the possible failure of Celestia and Luna? Tyrek's tone showed confusion at how this Princess of Friendship could be so unaware of the situation, coming here to obstruct them at such a time. Princess Ziyue, are you all this unaware of the situation? If that creature defeats the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess, we will all die. Who has the time to argue about this with you now? I even think we don't necessarily have to be friends to unite when our interests align. The bonds between us can become even stronger than friendship. But Ziguangui even directly spoke out what Tyrek wanted to say, expressing a viewpoint that might not be practical in this utopian world. Ahem, so what are you doing here in the extreme northern wasteland? The helper you are looking for is probably only King Sombra, but do you know how to find him? And how do you know he will definitely help us? After thinking, Ziyue realized that the Cosmic Princess was worried about Tyrek and his group causing trouble due to their lack of awareness. And now they were turning the tables to accuse her of being unaware. After a couple of awkward coughs, Ziyue deduced from what they said that they wanted to seek King Sombra's help. Hiss, it seems that might be right. Last time when he impersonated Grogar in Chaos, that arrogant guy acted alone. But don't worry, I still have a way. You take Ziguangui to Canterlot to find Stygian and see if he has any solutions to this crisis. Tyrek said as he pushed Ziguangui towards Ziyue and the others, then resolutely plunged into the wind and snow. So we came here for nothing? Yuna, who had been flying and hadn't even spoken a word, posed a soul-searching question. Yes, even I didn't have any lines. Pinky suddenly shouted, and it seemed like she was shouting at the camera. Cocoon, are you really here to help Ziyue and the others? But can you tell me what the current situation is? Starlight, upon hearing the Cocoon Queen speak to her like this, also had some doubts about her stance, but she still wanted to inquire about Ziyue and the other situation. Alright, the general situation is like this. Although the Cocoon Queen's tone carried reluctance and pride, she ultimately decided to reveal some information to Starlight. As the current crisis temporarily set aside their grievances, she slowly began to speak, her voice clearly reaching Starlight's ears through the magical fluctuations of the protective shield. Ziyue and the others are fighting against the Corona with all their might, but the situation is not optimistic. That guy's power is beyond imagination. Even with the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess teaming up, they seem overwhelmed and can only teleport away from Ponyville along with the Corona. I came to find you because I realized that relying solely on my own strength or the power of Ponyville may not be enough to completely defeat him. We need more allies and more wisdom. Hiss, I can't say these hypocritical words anymore. To put it directly, it's to save my own life, alright? Upon hearing this from the Cocoon Queen, Starlight found that it seemed a bit more credible. Fighting above the sun is like moving in a quagmire for the Corona. He must first destroy that magic circle. Otherwise, the resistance will only grow stronger, putting him in a position where he cannot toy with Dawn, which is very bad for him. The little dragon said, being evenly matched is like gambling. For us, even if our strength is a large level stronger than the righteous side, there is still a risk of being counter-killed. Chapter 24, The Effect of Friendship Nightmares Resurface. Little dragon, I have an idea. The Corona had a good idea. While the Corona and Dawn were fighting, the little dragon and Luna were chatting. May I ask why you want to dominate Ponyville? I ask you, do you think it's better to destroy Ponyville or to rule it? Isn't there any other choice? Of course, if you were treated like this, you would definitely destroy everything in sight to vent your anger. The corona is already considered good in this way. Some things are not something that friendship can just casually persuade you to let go of all grievances like a fool. Moreover, do you really think the corona is an evil unicorn? If we don't consider the later downfall of Skystar, can we really use these things to punish him for the losses he caused back then? The little dragon gave up watching the battle between the corona and Dawn and began to debate with Luna. He didn't understand how the opposite personality of this nightmare moon was suppressed just by being attacked by the magic of friendship, and didn't even reappear. Moreover, from the books, it seems that Nightmare Moon didn't do much. She merely turned one day into eternal night without harming other ponies. Wasn't she punished for something trivial, just like the corona? Perhaps Celestia does indeed have a shadow of Angela Best, which would make her punish her sister in a manner similar to how Angela Best punished the corona, locking her sister on the moon for 1,000 years. That seems to be the case. But just now, Luna was almost persuaded by his argument. However, upon thinking of what the corona said when he was in Canterlot, she was about to rebut, but the little dragon interrupted her. Do you think you could maintain the same mental state as he does after being burned by the sun for 1,000 years? With my assistance. It's already a miracle that he can keep his sanity. And also, why was the nightmare moon within you able to let go of all grudges so easily? The little dragon stroked his chin, looking at Luna with a puzzled expression. But at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he raised a claw, as if a light bulb had appeared above his head. As the corona felt the resistance on his body growing stronger, it was as if a great mountain was pressing down on him. However, he successfully returned to the core of the magic circle, where the magic circle below had reshaped some runic chains using solar magic, entangling the corona. Since he couldn't use magic, the corona thought he might as well try to smash this thing directly. Dawn noticed that the chances of defeating the corona seemed to be increasing, as some of his actions became increasingly sluggish due to the reactivated solar magic circle. If she could defeat him at this moment, it would mean she could rule over Pony Maria. Luna was also trapped in the sun, and Pony Maria had just suffered a heavy blow, its power diminished. In this sense, she felt she might even owe thanks to the corona. When she caught up to the corona, who had just slipped out of her sight, he was entangled in those chains, seemingly trying to break free by flapping his wings to fly into the sky. The areas touched by the chains were emitting puffs of white smoke, as if they were burning the corona, yet he seemed oblivious to it, maintaining his expression. Where has that arrogant demeanor of yours gone? Dawn taunted. If I seal you again now, you will never rise again. Or I could test your ideas. That would be good. Completely eliminate future troubles. This way, my rule over Pony Maria will be decisive. Dawn's flame-like vertical pupils fixed on the corona. As if in her eyes, he was now like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yet for some reason, he still wore that expression that displeased Dawn. Then she made a poor decision to declare her ambitions and the reasons for her actions. The corona merely looked at her with a dumbfounded expression, seemingly perplexed by why these beings liked to spout useless nonsense when about to defeat an enemy. In contrast, the corona seemed like an outcast villain. However, the corona didn't care much anymore. He sensed that the strength of the chains was almost at its limit, then stopped flapping his wings with all his might, adjusted his position in the air, and dove down, slightly closing his wings, being pulled down by the immense force of the chains like an arrow released from a bow. In that moment, the chains were flung behind him as the force of the pull disappeared. The clanking sound of the chains seemed to provide an accompaniment to this farce. His wings flapping, and the horn on his head glowing as if to accelerate himself. Under the gravity of the sun, the potential energy from the chain's movement, and the acceleration of magic, the corona's speed seemed to reach its peak. As the corona broke the sound barrier, a massive ring of heat waves erupted above the sun, and Dawn sensed something was off. The corona's speed seemed to be too fast. Watching as he, engulfed in flames like a meteor, crashed into the core of the magic circle, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded above the sun. The little dragon observing from the side was so anxious that he dove into the sun to maintain its stability. The crisp sound of shattering mixed with the massive impact and sonic boom, and the magic circle that spanned the sun began to crack. Then, before Dawn's eyes, waves of golden fragments were lifted by the approaching shockwave. Oh no! Dawn realized the magic circle had failed and was about to take flight when a strong wind howled past her ear, and the corona's voice rang out behind her. Now there are no restrictions. Do you still want to have a proper fight? His tone remained flat, yet somewhat pleased, but to Dawn, it sounded like an alarm bell ringing in her mind. Now, her 2 trump cards were useless, and she could only try to see if she could use the magic that could at least hurt the corona to fight back against him. In a flash, a golden magic shield surrounded Dawn, and at the same time, a teleportation spell created distance between her and the corona. When she turned back, she realized that the reason the corona hadn't attacked was that his seemingly completely broken hooves had some sharp bones piercing through the flesh. With blood oozing out and instantly being burned to char, Dawn couldn't imagine what would happen if such an attack landed on her. But as the corona muttered some syllables that sounded like a spell, Super recovery. A gentle green light flashed over his body, and his hooves began to heal. However, the next moment, what Dawn saw was not an attack from the corona, but the little dragon emerging from the sun. Once he had grown to a size similar to the corona's, he delivered a flying kick to him and then shook his shoulder. I told you not to blow up the sun. You just wouldn't listen, would you? Now look. I have to stay here and fix the sun instead of going to Pony Maria to have fun. Sigh. Fine, I'll be more careful next time, otherwise. If the sun blows up, I'll have to take the blame, and then you won't have me as your buddy. So now I have an idea. Just after the little dragon finished complaining, he was interrupted by the corona's words. Good idea. I haven't said it yet. Then go ahead. Have Dawn awaken the nightmare moon within that princess of the moon. Then you all team up to rule Pony Maria. At the same time, they should be cautious of you and join forces. You can also indirectly return to the state you desire in your heart and become friends with them, possibly stopping some of those strange ideas that pop out of your not-so-rational brain. You go have fun in Pony Maria, and after I fix the sun, you can share those fun places with me. It's so boring up here in the sun. The little dragon transformed back into a small, cat-like form and, not knowing when, landed on top of Dawn's head. Just as Dawn was about to get rid of this dangerous creature, the little dragon placed his spiky tail in front of her eyes and then pointed at Luna, who was sealed upon the sun and looked terrified. It really was a good idea. Mutual restraint is also good. After all, without you beside me, I might indeed take some actions that are a bit excessive. Plus, I want to see what the opposite personality of my childhood playmate is like. The corona stroked his chin, pondering, and agreed with the little dragon's viewpoint. Then, the look in his eyes when he turned to Dawn finally lost that trace of delight and the killing intent that frightened Pony. Just as Dawn wanted to refute, she felt a thread of fiery red magic entering her body. This magic is poison to those opposite personalities, so try not to have any crooked thoughts. You three just rule Pony Maria well. Sigh, I've had enough of these days in the sun. If the corona had just normally lifted the magic circle, I wouldn't be in such a situation. Then the little dragon sighed helplessly, jumped from Dawn's head onto the corona, and infused some magic back into him before diving into the sun. TSK, how do I say this? It seems I have to join you and my sister in ruling Pony Maria? Sigh. As Dawn sensed that the thread of magic indeed would allow her opposite personality to seize control of her body. She had no choice but to accept this sudden change in situation and identity. Luna watched as Dawn and the corona flew side by side toward her, the panic and fear in her eyes growing stronger. Pony Maria, Crystal Empire, far north, Shadow Demon Prison. The biting cold wind whipped against Tyrek like a blade, forming sharp icicles on his beard and eyebrows. Upon reaching a large red crystal, Tyrek exhaled a sigh of relief, clearing the snow and wind from the crystal and seeing the swirling black mist within. He then pulled out a red sharp horn obtained from a secret chamber in the Crystal Empire. After a heavy gaze, Tyrek pressed the sharp horn against the cluster of crystals, exerting a slight force with his palm. The crystal immediately spread with fine black cracks, from which a hint of black mist seeped out. In an instant, the cluster of crystals exploded, and a thick mist surged forth like a floodgate opening, carrying the red sharp horn towards the sky. Then, in midair, it condensed into a figure, a wild shadow demon known as the Black Crystal King Sembura, adorned with a silver crown, dressed in armor, and draped in a red cloak trimmed with white fur, his mane flowing like black mist. He slowly floated down to the ground, looking at Tyrek, who had rescued him from that damned prison. Oh, Tyrek, why are you the only one here? What happened to that cocoon queen who was supposed to follow Grogar, and that little Pegasus? You're not here to seek my help, are you? It seems something unexpected happened with Grogar. Sembura's arrogant tone remained unchanged, starkly contrasting with his appearance before being sealed, his eyes mocking as they glanced at Tyrek. No, that guy isn't Grogar. He's an imposter. We also failed, but a mysterious madman saved us. Tyrek began recounting the events of the past day, citing that the reason it had always been dusk was also because of that guy. At first, Sembura thought Tyrek was trying to fool him, but upon seeing the purple figure approaching from behind Tyrek, he realized, you've allied with these guys? This seems troublesome. Is that guy really as indifferent to life as you say? Even ruthless? Aren't the abyssal beasts supposed to be synonymous with beautiful things? Although Sembura faced Tyrek, his eyes occasionally darted towards the approaching figure of Ziua, his disdain evident, yet he noted that there was no conflict between Tyrek and Ziua, confirming that Tyrek's claims were indeed true. This made Sembura hesitate for a moment. After considering the pros and cons, he decided to follow Tyrek's lead and give it a try. Watching Ziua walk ahead of them, Sembura rolled his eyes, and then his red-slit pupils met Tyrek's gaze. He slightly tilted his head towards Tyrek, whispering in a low voice, their conversation drowned out by the howling wind and snow, making it hard for Ziua, who was focused on walking ahead, to hear. Yet, Ziua's ears twitched. You genuinely want to help these ponies? Just to save my own skin. I think after we defeat that madman, with all the support we've gathered, We can unite a bit more and catch those ponies still basking in the joy of victory. Then divide and rule Ponyland. This way, we won't have many disputes. That's indeed a good idea. But do you have any way to handle this crisis right now? Nonsense. I, the great Sembora, can easily handle sealing magic. You don't need to worry about that. After a brief conversation, Sembora and Tyrek quickened their pace to catch up with Ziyue. Above the sun, a burst of arrogant laughter echoed, filled with sinister and ruthless words. Just as it was about to declare the return of Nightmare Moon to reclaim control of this body, she saw the dawn and the coronation before her. And it seemed she was adjusting her thoughts like a storm. Chapter 25. The Effect of Friendship. The Three Evil Ponies Under the Moon. The conspiracy above the sun was gathering. Even the light projected onto Ponyland carried a hint of desolation and murder. The dusk that once enveloped Ponyland was warm, with the gentle afterglow of the setting sun reluctant to part from its beloved Ponyland citizens. However, now under the fading light, it seemed lifeless. The sun had not moved an inch. Almost all the ponies and creatures Ziyue had known over the years had gathered in a flat area. Clearly, facing off in the capital of Ponyland, Canterlot, with its towering buildings and ancient history, was not a good idea. Wait, I will work with Starshine and Starlight to try to transfer the coronation's return magic to the anchor point defined in three-dimensional space here. Once we gather all our strength, we can defeat him. I calculated that if we rely solely on the friendship magic of me and my friends, we can only suppress him, but after defeating him, we can rescue the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess. Ziyue pulled out a whiteboard with magic to explain the upcoming plan, and the dazzling markers swiftly sketched out her strategy. However, Stygian, who exchanged a glance with Starlight, clearly had something to say. After Ziyue finished her explanation, Stygian stepped forward to raise a question. Ziyue, didn't Starlight say that the friendship map indicates friendship issues? Last time, when you brought me and Starshine back to Ponyland, wasn't it also a prompt from the friendship map? Why do you seem to be adopting the same approach as last time? The thin Stygian walked up to Ziyue, pushing the whiteboard aside and citing his previous example, where he had intended to absorb all the light from Ponyland, plunging it into darkness. Stygian, you are correct. But I don't think this situation is the same as yours. From what the Cosmic Princess said and what the coronation has shown, it seems he is a truly evil abyssal beast, with a complete disregard for life and an utterly wrong perspective. Ziyue pulled the whiteboard back, erasing what was written and starting to draw again, mainly focusing on the words and actions of the coronation, even pointing with the marker at the sorrowful-faced Soris. A brave soldier had died a tragic death before him, and the key was that he was powerless to help. The connection between his brain and spinal cord had been severed, given Ponyland's current medical level and healing magic. It was akin to declaring a death sentence the moment he was kicked. But Ziyue, Stygian's situation was also a misunderstanding that led him astray. Maybe this time too? Starlight tilted her head, looking at Ziyue with a puzzled expression, as if her view of the coronation had completely changed after witnessing the brutal scene. Maybe, but I can't wager the lives of Ponyland citizens on whether the coronation will believe in friendship. Perhaps after this friendship magic completely suppresses his power, we can try. But I don't know how the Cosmic Princess and the others are doing. As Ziyue spoke, her voice trembled slightly with fear. The state of that guy seemed reminiscent of the uncontrollable magical power described by the Cosmic Princess. However, in the Cosmic Princess's account, that state had repelled 3 wind spirits and caused casualties among several abyssal beasts. Impossible. Such a thing will never happen. Just as Ziyue was struggling in her mind, she, as the representative of magic elements, naturally sensed the activated return magic. I didn't expect that the first thing I see upon waking up is an old friend I haven't seen in ages. How has life on the sun been? Good. Of course, much more fulfilling than your life, but let us not talk about that. Since things are more or less settled now, shouldn't we head back? The coronation looked at this fellow who should also be considered a kindred spirit, having been imprisoned for 1,000 years, thus softening his tone a bit. Now, it seems our relationship has somewhat eased, at least in the coronation's eyes. However, I doubt our joint rule over Ponyland will be harmonious. I want all ponies to worship the radiant sun, while all dissenters will be baptized under the sun's brilliance, and my silly sister's opposite personality desires an eternal night. A night that is both boring and ugly. In the tone of Dawn, there was a hint of sarcasm, as if she believed that Nightmare Moon and she could never coexist peacefully. Just as the two were at odds, the Sun Crown embraced both of them with his hooves. Placing his face between them, with a kind smile, he said, "Of course, I care about your opinions. I think the current dusk is quite nice. With both the sun and the moon present, little Maria should bow to me, not you two. If we're going to talk about strength, I don't mind." The force in Sun Crown's hooves and the dark, charred bloodstains made both Nightmare Moon and Dawn flinch, and when they tried to break free from his embrace, he shamelessly kissed each of them on either side. As for the future rule of the 3 kings, I believe it's not a division of power, but rather I, as the main king, hold half, while you two, as subordinate kings, receive territories from my hand. Sun Crown's words carried contempt and amusement, as he believed that one must possess sufficient strength to receive treatment commensurate with that strength. Just like he was now. A burst of music sounded. Auntie, hold on. Ha! My lovely subjects, I, Nightmare Moon, have finally returned once again. Since Nightmare Moon appeared in the sky, Dawn had also descended, but clearly. She was not very happy and did not make her villainous declaration. Sun Crown slowly stopped in the middle of the two, casting a massive shadow on the ground with the golden rays of the setting sun behind them. One was Nightmare Moon, with a mane like dark, turbulent waters, sharp teeth laughing maniacally, excitedly observing little Maria's condition. The other was the Son of Doom, clad in sharp armor, flames covering her body, her fiery vertical pupils glaring with resentment at the little pony below. In the middle, the unicorn watched the frantic actions of Ziyue and the others, his eyes filled with satisfaction and amusement. Chapter 26. The effect of friendship is about to erupt. In this land shrouded in despair, every inch of air seemed to solidify into heavy lead blocks, each breath accompanied by a struggle in the lungs that was hard to describe. Like gasping for survival in the deep sea, where oxygen was so scarce it felt suffocating. Time, usually a silent traveler, had now transformed into a ruthless executioner, stretching each second to infinity with seemingly gentle yet cruel fingers, making every being present deeply feel what it meant for days to feel like years. Ziyue and her companions were shocked by this unexpected scene. They thought the worst case would be Sun Crown using the return magic alone. Who could have imagined a worse situation? Symbula felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as if he would be eliminated in this battle. And this time it would be a complete annihilation. He knew Nightmare Moon well. When the two sisters came to destroy his kingdom, he sensed the pure and deep darkness within Luna, but the other one, with an even stronger oppressive aura, couldn't he be Celestia as opposite personality? Could it? The silence was first broken by Ziyue, who hesitated for a moment. Her determined gaze broke through the panic that had engulfed her eyes. As her hoof reached toward Applejack beside her, Sun Crown's figure flashed in the sky, leaving a phantom in place. The solar runes on him were significantly fewer than when he first arrived in Little Maria, now only about 30, which didn't impose much restraint on his physical form. Symbula understood that Ziyue and the others played a decisive role in this life-and-death confrontation and could not afford any mistakes. In an instant, a black mist exploded, and even Tyrek, who had received help from the little ponies, released magic toward the direction Sun Crown was approaching. And it was precisely this imminent battle that made Dawn and Nightmare Moon take action. The unicorn released magic imbued with a violent aura while diving toward those villains allied with Ziyue and her group. The solid black mist and Tyrek's magical rays did not cause Sun Crown to change his target or slow down. Despite all of Tyrek's magic hitting Sun Crown, the spells that could shatter mountains merely grazed his fur. As the hurricane stirred up by Sun Crown swept away the dense black mist, his attack was about to fall upon Ziyue and her companions, still carrying some black mist, which crystallized into hard black structures on his body. But in the next moment, a white, translucent magical shield shimmering with ripples appeared, seemingly strengthened by the combined magic of various races, making it incredibly powerful and hard, even preventing Sun Crown's swift strike from moving it even slightly. At that moment, a sonic boom broke the sound barrier behind Sun Crown, clearing the black mist lingering around him, and some of the black crystals were shaken off. What awaited Sun Crown was Ziyue's magic impact, which she unleashed close to him. Sun Crown used the shockwave to leap back, simultaneously kicking away the bare paw of the Cocoon Queen, who had transformed into a constellation bear and was about to slap him. As the Cocoon Queen distanced herself from Sun Crown, the massive former Dragon King, Torch, spewed flames. While Sun Crown was entangled with the main forces, Nightmare Moon and Dawn began to confront Starlight and the others. Dawn had lost contact with the sun controlled by the little dragon, which weakened her power, but she still managed to handle the likes of Whitebeard Starry Sky with ease. As for Nightmare Moon, she felt somewhat constrained. After all, she wasn't as ruthless and insane as Dawn. If that were the case, she would have eliminated potential threats as soon as she saw Ziyue and her companions. Dawn, whose mental state was somewhat similar to Sun Crown's, disregarded the words of Whitebeard Starry Sky trying to dissuade her. While repelling nearby dragons and the sturdy yaks with her violent solar magic, she mockingly taunted Whitebeard Starry Sky. "Oh, I didn't expect my esteemed teacher to come to stop me. What happened to that arrogant demeanor of yours, great wizard? Just watch. Under my upcoming rule, you will witness miracles." This group of ignorant little ponies, who do not know gratitude and even give orders to their princesses, will witness the sun's baptism. Dawn struck one yak in the side, sending it flying toward Whitebeard Starry Sky, seemingly venting her dissatisfaction with Sun Crown through the fight. Then she flew up to dodge the vines sprouting from the misty blue mane, using flames to burn them to ashes. "Celestia, wake up. This is not you." Don't you remember? Didn't you say that watching those little ponies live happily in Little Maria and loving their guardian is your greatest joy? While dodging the giant body of the yak, Whitebeard Starry Sky used magic as a buffer to save him. Whitebeard Starry Sky attempted to awaken the consciousness of Celestia, which had sunk into silence, but this action was as ineffective as a mayfly shaking a tree. Dawn's response to him was a scorching ray that burned the surrounding grass. On Nightmare Moon's side, her goal wasn't to harm the little ponies. She simply wanted to rule Little Maria, so she held back her hoof when striking. However, the power of the Dark Unicorn was not something ordinary beings could withstand. Making Starlight and Stygian the main forces against Nightmare Moon clearly kept them busy, trying to assist and save those reckless soldiers to prevent them from suffering further harm. Stygian, I have an idea. If we combine the Dispelling spell and Whitebeard Starry Sky's Binding spell with a bit of dark magic, we might help temporarily awaken the Moon Princess's consciousness. Just as Starlight thought of a way to awaken the royal sisters without using the magic of friendship, Ziyue and her companions unleashed the magic of friendship. The nearby Corona, who had just thrown the torch over his shoulder and smashed it to the ground, also noticed that the surrounding magic suddenly surged towards Ziyue and her friends. Corona vaguely sensed that this magic might actually defeat him, as the amount of magic was simply too great. Chapter 27. The Effects of Friendship. The duel comes to an end? As Ziyue and her friends emitted a gentle glow for the second time today and floated into the air, although exhaustion was evident on their faces. Their determined gazes revealed an indomitable will, deep friendship, and an endless desire for victory. This gentle glow seemed to be a manifestation of the love and faith deep within their hearts, illuminating themselves and warming the souls of every little pony around them. Under the light's radiance, all fatigue seemed to be temporarily forgotten, replaced by a determination filled with hope for the future. As Ziyue and her friends began to gather that decisive magic of friendship, the atmosphere on the battlefield became exceptionally tense and sacred. The despair and gloom permeating the air seemed to be dispersed by this power, replaced by a warm and steadfast light. Corona knew that if he allowed the friendship magic gathered from all the creatures in Ponyville to strike him, he would definitely be defeated. He hadn't thought about what would happen after his defeat, but he realized that since he had already gone all out without preparation so many times today, what would it matter to go all out one more time? However, the words of the little dragon echoed in his mind, and he dismissed the idea of taking everyone down with him. Now, faced with the enhanced friendship magic anchoring on him, Starlight and Stygian released their combined spell that struck Luna, while Dawn seemed to be enjoying the battle and had not noticed the friendship magic about to be unleashed here. He had to try other tactics. Using magic again shouldn't be a problem. He hadn't expected to release that magic a second time today, once against a troublesome chaotic creature and once against this group of ants. As Corona spoke, he summoned all his magic, and a scorching heat surged around him, warping the surrounding space with waves of heat. Sparks scattered from under Corona's hooves, dancing with the wind. This time, the solar magic unleashed was no longer hindered by the chaotic power or the restrictions of most solar runes. The sparks carried by the rising heat waves gradually increased. The waves of heat were like a tangible entity, warping the surrounding space and filling every breeze with power and danger. Sparks erupted from under Corona's hooves. They were not just simple sparks but flames that seemed to be imbued with life, dancing in the wind, shining with an ominous yet enchanting glow. The surrounding winds howled, seemingly following the heat waves. Dawn clearly sensed that something was off in the situation, but in that moment of distraction, the vines driven by the misty blue mane wrapped around her. Her body instinctively dodged to the side, only to collide with the dispelling spell cast by Whitebeard Starshine. But in the next moment, a surge of fiery red magic that erupted from her body countered the white magic beam from Whitebeard Starshine. The intense heat instantly burned the grass a few meters below Corona, exposing a patch of scorched earth. Even the surrounding dragons retreated from the high temperatures. Although they were fire-resistant, it didn't mean they were immune to fire. The towering fire tornado seemed to connect heaven and earth. But the full power of the magic had yet to be revealed. Corona had envisioned that as long as he could reduce the number of creatures participating in the friendship magic, he could weaken its power. However, he was mistaken. The white, transparent shield that expanded in the wind enveloped all creatures, even separating Dawn from what was likely a shield constructed from friendship magic. TSK. Corona was evidently dissatisfied with the current situation, as it seemed his achievements only included injuring Tyrek and the Black Crystal King, who liked to attack him, and killing off part of the creatures. If he had switched places with Dawn at the beginning, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Friends, Ziyue slowly spoke, her voice softly wafting in the breeze, but clearly reaching the ears of every creature present. At this moment, we stand on this land baptized by war, facing unprecedented challenges. Corona's power is strong and evil. Each of his attacks tries to destroy the beliefs in our hearts and shake our friendship. But I know that no matter how hard he tries, he cannot defeat us, for we possess a power stronger than any magic. That is our friendship. Ziyue paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over each of her friends, from the confident smile of Rainbow Dash to the resolute eyes of Applejack, to the gentle gaze of Fluttershy, and the wisdom of Twilight and the optimism of Pinkie Pie. She felt an unprecedented warmth and strength. This strength came from the storms they had weathered together, from the deep friendship built over countless days and nights. No matter how great the challenge, Corona was clearly unable to listen any longer. He accelerated the flow of magic within him. A translucent magic sphere, like the sun, exploded around Corona, rapidly expanding towards Ziyue and her friends. The scorching and terrifying heat seemed to be transmitted through the protective shield. But at that moment, Ziyue and her friends successfully activated their friendship magic. Brilliant white light shone on the dispersed white protective shields, the energies swirling and intertwining in the air, ultimately condensing into a huge, multicolored glowing sphere, enveloping Ziyue and her friends as they floated towards the sky. With a shockwave of rainbow colors and a translucent wave akin to the sun, oh my goodness. This guy really attacks anyone he sees. If I hadn't taken you away, you might have died on the spot. Guess that's a reward for freeing me to see the light of day again. Black Crystal King, who was slumped on the grass and somewhat unsteady, looked at the scene outside the shield and couldn't help but feel that it would have been better not to be unsealed to confront this guy. Next to him, Tyrek, whose horns had been shattered by Corona, nodded with a bruised face and a dazed mind. At that moment, they found that their bodies were slowly recovering under this pure and gentle magic of friendship. The Bug Queen beside them was evidently even more surprised, suddenly standing up. But she accidentally knocked the trembling Cassie Glimmer off her back. She discovered that the holes in her body were actually starting to heal. These were old wounds that had been left for nearly 1,000 years. At that time, the group of losers huddled together for warmth, exchanged glances. Should we wait to deal with Ziyue and her friends later? Chapter 28. The Effects of Friendship. Unresolved Heart Knots. No. This shout seemed to tear through the surrounding air, echoing in the tense atmosphere, filled with endless shock and unwillingness. Dawn, who was relatively close to Ziyue and her friends, felt the flames on her body gradually extinguish as the rainbow-colored magic shockwave passed through her. The solid armor on her body began to crack, and white light spilled out from the cracks. As the cracks increased, the white light no longer held back. It seemed to come to life, dancing around Dawn like countless threads of silk, ultimately converging into a large, softly glowing white sphere. She was unwilling. After all the effort it took to seize control of this body, was she to fall silent again so soon after gaining freedom? But there was nothing she could do. She sensed the personality of Celestia awakening within her and gradually felt drowsy, her intense emotions seemingly suppressed by the friendship magic. Just as Dawn's consciousness was about to sink into silence like the previous nightmare moon, a faint red flame flickered to life at her brow. When the external gaze refocused on that white, glowing sphere, it slowly cracked open, like the moment a butterfly emerges from its cocoon. Then, Celestia emerged from her cocoon, her flawless body breaking free, and her gigantic wings unfolded like an angel descending, with her rainbow mane flowing in the wind, a sight to behold. However, in her eyes, beyond the joy of her return, there was more profound guilt and self-blame. She recalled the moment she witnessed Luna being sealed on the sun, her anxiety over her diminished combat power leading her to hastily agree to Dawn's proposal, a decision that resulted in unpredictable casualties. From her memories, she learned of Dawn's actions, while her gaze turned to Ziyue, who had even gathered the enemies of the previous Pony Maria. She and her friends now had the ability to confront the disaster that could devastate Pony Maria, allowing her, as their teacher, to finally feel at ease. Yet, looking at the terrifying magic of the sun maintaining the solar corona in the sky, Celestia's expression grew increasingly complex. Hoping that this time the magic of friendship could awaken the little rationality left in him, and perhaps the memories buried deep within his heart. With the help of the Starlit and Stygian combination spell, Luna temporarily regained her senses, and under the baptism of friendship magic, the nightmare moon once again presented the earlier scenes. Not long after regaining her freedom, she was pressed back down by the magic of friendship. The corona at that moment shone as brightly as the sun, not only from the strong light emitted by the solar runes spreading wildly across his body, but also from the magic left by the little dragon within him, preventing him from losing control again. Alas, it was still his insufficient strength. The corona seemed to sigh helplessly. Since the little dragon's magic had been passively activated, it could only mean that he had reached his limit. If he fought with his life again, that guy would surely go on about how he saved his life for a long time afterward, and he still owed the little dragon many favors. As the corona ceased releasing magic, the solar runes on his body dimmed, but the intense pain did not disappear. It continued to torment his nerves incessantly, like a torture device embedded in his flesh for eternity, restricting his movements. The corona's mane also came to a halt as the hot winds ceased to blow. In that instant, the solar magic he had constructed dissipated under the impact of the magic of friendship like burnt paper. Watching the approaching magic of friendship, even the scorched earth turned to lava was instantly restored, and green plants began to grow anew, revealing not a chaotic atmosphere of destruction, but seemingly carrying a hint of warmth. Just then, a warm and gentle light suddenly enveloped the corona, emanating from the friendship magic released by Ziyue and her friends. This power seemed to possess miraculous abilities, not only capable of healing wounds, but also able to reach the softest depths of the heart. Under the influence of the magic of friendship, the corona felt an unprecedented calm and peace. The pain within him seemed to lessen significantly, and the wildly spreading solar runes began to slowly retract under its influence, no longer so blinding. More importantly, a sense of unprecedented clarity and rationality surged within him. As if the dark fog of the past had been swept away, the corona's consciousness also felt warm, as if in the sea of awareness. Memories of a beautiful life in Skyloft began to emerge. The corona's gaze focused on a fragment of memory, not because the memory revealed was so good, but because he saw the judgment represented by that figure. What could she judge? What could she judge? On what basis? If it weren't for her, today's events would not have happened, and he would not have been shaped this way. If she forced him into an evil being by slapping the label of an evil celestial beast on him, then that would only mean it was as she wished. At that moment, the magic of friendship seemed to sense the fluctuations in the corona's mood and withdrew that fragment of memory, causing the surface of the sea of consciousness to ripple. And it was at this moment that Ziyue, through the connection of the magic of friendship, entered the corona's sea of consciousness, attempting to persuade this cosmic princess's former companion. Seeing the corona, who still seemed to be in anger, Ziyue felt somewhat confused. But when she clearly saw the floating memory fragments around him, she understood what the corona was angry about. Those fragments all featured the same celestial beast, with a light gray body, golden-tipped black mane, and a cute symbol of a golden hammer and a scale radiating white light. Corona, it seems you hate her very much. You actually have the courage to come here? After hearing Ziyue's voice, the corona turned his head to look at this brave purple celestial beast with an unfriendly tone. Ziyue took a deep breath, her eyes filled with determination and understanding, and she slowly spoke. Corona, I know your heart is filled with anger and confusion right now, and you may even feel betrayed. But please allow me, as your friend, to try to understand your feelings and share some insights that might change your perspective. She gently approached, trying to make her voice sound softer and more sincere. Every pony, every life, encounters setbacks and pain on the path of growth. These experiences shape our character, but they can also lead to resentment. But please believe that true strength lies not in revenge, but in surpassing and forgiving. Ziyue pointed to the floating memory fragments and continued. What you see in her may have left a deep imprint in your memory, making you feel she is the root cause of your current predicament. But have you considered that perhaps she has her own struggles and helplessness? Maybe everything she did was, in her view, out of a desire to protect Skyloft and uphold justice. I know this is hard to accept. Ziyue's tone was filled with sympathy. And just as she was about to continue, the corona scoffed, interrupting her words. Hard to accept? It is indeed hard to accept. If you want me to give up something and accept the past, I might as well travel back in time and kill her 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Only then could I accept it. As the corona's emotions became unstable, the waves above the sea of consciousness grew larger, forcing even Ziyue to fly up to avoid being engulfed by the waves. A white figure also appeared in this sea of consciousness. Chapter 29. The Effect of Friendship and Rediscovering One's Original Intentions. Corona, I ponder, as if walking through the mist of memories, where the past sealed by time lies. If we insist on holding on to its fragments, not letting them drift away with the wind, the pains of the past become like sharp blades, slowly cutting into the depths of our souls, leaving scars that are hard to heal. But now, you have broken free from those heavy shackles, the shadows of the past that bound your soul and kept you awake at night. You stand on the shore of freedom, looking back at the road you have traveled, your eyes shining with desire for the future, rather than being trapped in the past. Celestia tried not to think about the events happening outside. The best approach now was to follow the little dragon's advice and use the charm of language to persuade the extreme corona to return. She knew that what was most needed at this moment was gentle words to guide the corona out of his extreme mindset. She feared that any harsh words would touch the dark corners of the corona's heart, awakening the side he was unwilling to face. Just a bit of wind and frost? Is that what you want to express? That is indeed correct. That guy has already disappeared along with the destruction of Skyloft. The corona spoke softly for once, as if talking to himself, but the solar runes on his pure white body appeared very glaring and out of place. The surrounding waves calmed down a bit, but the surface of the sea, radiating a faint glow, dimmed slightly, as if it was about to merge with the dark sky in this sea of consciousness. On the dim surface of the sea of consciousness, a faint white fluorescence symbolizing thought slowly drifts upward. However, the surrounding air pressure seems to be decreasing. The consciousness entity of the sun crown is deep in thought about Celestia's words, unaware that you still resonate with the words of that little sun dragon and the willingness to change, indicating that you too yearn for a good life. In fact, it is not life that improves, but rather you yourself, who makes changes and attempts. There are many ways to resolve pain and resentment. And why not try to engage with beautiful things? You believe that power is everything, but it cannot truly give you everything. Why not revisit the beautiful friendships you perceived in childhood? Celestia's words are like a warm spring breeze, gently brushing over the tightly wounded heart of the sun crown. Strained by anger and pain, her words contain endless wisdom and love, seeming to penetrate the barriers of time, reaching the softest part of the sun crown's heart. Sun crown, you were once the pride of Teacher Albert, one of his most esteemed students. Your power was meant to protect, not to destroy. Do you remember? When we made wishes under the starry sky as children, you then sparkled with curiosity and longing for the unknown world. That innocence and kindness have never truly left you. At least you did not strike down immediately, did you? Celestia's horn glows, casting magic to create several phantoms in this gradually calming sea of consciousness. The scenes slowly unfold before the sun crown, like an old film, each frame carrying the laughter and dreams of childhood. He gazes at the phantoms of himself, that carefree, ambitious boy, and a complex emotion surges within him. The young sun crown and Celestia, along with Luna, chased and played on the grass, and at night. They looked up at the starry sky from the terrace of the luxurious house assigned by Skyloft, discussing the secrets of the universe and enjoying their future together. I think I will also participate in the protection of Skyloft in the future. Even Teacher Albert said I have a talent for it. If I hadn't been distracted by cultural classes, the young sun crown's face did not bear the indifference and hints of madness it does now. His words were filled with confidence and longing. Though his occasional mischief posed challenges in his studies, his dedication and love for justice remained unchanged, and his bright, shining eyes gazed at the brilliant galaxy. Don't brag. If you had studied properly, you wouldn't have been held back and ended up in the same year as us. I think Luna and I might represent some celestial phenomenon. After all, there aren't many twin celestial unicorns, especially not of our opposite colors. Celestia's words carried a hint of teasing, yet remained warm. She gently poked the sun crown's cheek with her hoof, and that close friendship sprang to life. This guy had been held back for several years due to failing cultural courses. Don't mind those details, Celestia. If we were to discuss your symbolism. The sun crown shyly tilted his head and smiled, then turned serious, looking at Celestia and Luna. He rubbed his chin with a hoof that had not been corroded by the sun rune, seemingly pondering what the two sisters should symbolize. It was easy to see what Luna represented, with her brilliant, star-like eyes and her coat resembling the colors of the night. It should symbolize something related to night. Then, Celestia, with her opposite coloration, should symbolize day, looking at the vivid magical phantoms that seemed to be right before him, although the sun crown did not speak. From the now mirror-smooth surface of the sea of consciousness, his emotions had calmed down. The thoughtful look in his eyes grew deeper. Celestia's mention of the past reminded him of his memories, and the innocent smile of the boy before him, along with the playful interactions of the two sisters. Power is indeed our weapon as we walk through the world, but it should be a tool for protection rather than conquest. True strength does not lie in how much land you can conquer or how many lives you can destroy, but in how many lives you can protect, granting them peace and tranquility. Sun Crown, you possess such power and capability. Even if I have the magic to control the little Maria's son, I have not used it for my own desires, nor to impose tyranny. Perhaps Luna and I could take you to experience these beautiful things? It's just that the kingdom is currently ruled by Purple Joy, so there's no need to worry too much. The past me, defined by Angela Best as an evil celestial unicorn, has already died. Chapter 30. The effects of friendship emotions are hard to calm. However, just as Celestia's gentle words, warm like the sun in spring, tried to dispel the frozen ice within the sun-crowned soul, a more surging undercurrent suddenly roiled within the depths of his consciousness. Those gently awakened innocent years, like the fleeting dew in the morning light, merely brushed against the strings of the sun-crown's heart, swiftly submerged by a deeper, more complex torrent of emotions. The past me indeed made wishes under the starlight, dreaming of protection and justice. The sun-crown's voice was deep and powerful, his slit pupils regaining their depth and sharpness. But the past me had long died under the sun. When I broke free from the uncontrollable state of magic above the sun, panic, fear, and extreme pain flooded my mind. If I hadn't survived those hours before that little dragon found me, I would have long since ceased to exist. The following days became endless torment and extreme loneliness. A loneliness without kindred nearby, immobilizing loneliness. How old was I then? 10 years old. The young me even hoped that this was just temporary. But the little dragon's words suggested that magic continued to flow to maintain the magic circle over those days, shattering my expectations. I couldn't understand. I truly couldn't understand. It was just the casualties of a few celestial unicorns. Just a third of the magical wall damaged. Just a third of Skyloft's houses damaged. I clearly remember the memories when the magic went out of control. At first, I would feel guilt. But that guilt was drowned in the sun rune that would take my life. Drowned in the endless burning on my body. The Sun Crown's words poured out like a flood finding an outlet, though his tone was excited. The surface of the still sea of consciousness revealed that he was stable when speaking these words, as if he had rehearsed this confession countless times in his heart. Celestia sensed something was amiss from the moment the Sun Crown spoke his first words. While Purple Joy noticed that the once bright surface of the sea of consciousness had begun to dim, Celestia keenly perceived that the Sun Crown's sea of consciousness was gradually darkening. But she did not know or had never witnessed this phenomenon, shrouded in a layer of gloom. The white fluorescence that originally symbolized thought was gradually floating out with other colors. Celestia understood that the other colors were stained by the content of thoughts during contemplation. The fearsome red thoughts even dominated most of these colors, representing slaughter and violence, seemingly recalling that individual he loathed and wished to flay. The floating red fluorescence illuminated the Sun Crown's white body, the red light casting an eerie shadow on his elegant form, while the Sun Crown's expression remained that graceful smile. His slightly parted lips uttering words that made Celestia's pupils constrict. Celestia, I cannot deny the memories of my childhood, nor can I deny the hypocrisy you display now. I may be foolish and reckless now, but I am not without plans. Do you think you can stop him? Originally, it was not something else that made the faint white light on the surface of the sea of consciousness dissipate, nor did it symbolize any change in mindset, but rather a fragmented pure black figure that could devour light approached here, due to being stopped by the little dragon during its construction. It lacked facial features and had a half-formed head floating above its fragmented body. It did not have hooves, but as it got closer to the corona, it was once again shattered by the fiery magic that wafted from the corona. At this moment, Celestia fully realized the seriousness of the situation. If a counterpersonality could still be born in the sea of consciousness of the corona, it could only mean that her previous assumptions were wrong. She had thought that the counterpersonality was controlling the corona, but it seemed that the master personality was the one in control of its body. If there was a problem with the master personality of the corona, it would indeed be troublesome, as the counterpersonality at birth would be even worse and more extreme. Ziyue was even more convinced that what they were facing was far from a simple friendship issue. Mentioning the good times of the past, from Ziyue's perspective, was merely reopening a bloody scar, awakening the deepest fears and hatred within the corona. The light on her horn became increasingly dazzling. Let's go? Endless dark currents and whirlpools intertwined to create a breathtaking scene, as if the wildest storm deep within the ocean was trapped within this small space. Each dark current contained the most complex emotions and memories from the depths of the corona's heart. They collided and tore at each other, producing deafening roars, like a stampede of thousands of horses or the roar of a giant beast. These events happened almost instantaneously, as the magical light surged with the sudden waves that submerged Celestia and Ziyue into the sea of consciousness of the corona. It timely transported them away in this moment of danger. Outside, the stars shone brightly as Luna stood beside the white light sphere, her expression tense yet full of anticipation. Numerous creatures gathered around, including the Cocoon Queen healed by friendship magic and Tyrek, who was forced to return stolen goods. They were all waiting, hoping that the white light sphere would crack open like a chrysalis turning into a butterfly, revealing a brand new corona, perhaps one that could regain its lost self. With clear eyes and round pupils, or even a stone statue would suffice. However, as Celestia and Ziyue jumped out of the white light sphere in a flustered state, the surrounding creatures also sensed something was wrong. At that moment, the sun had returned to its normal position and had descended, with surrounding lights shining like the sparkling spells of unicorns and the flames of dragons, spreading out like countless stars in the galaxy, adding a touch of grandeur to this tense moment. Yet, the outer layer of the soon-to-be dissipated white light sphere had already formed an indestructible white transparent shield with the magic of all beings, in preparation for the corona within to erupt and once again play the mad symphony. The white light sphere did not completely dissipate, but transformed into a white flowing light, slowly and gently flowing into the sun runes on the corona, which had originally been ancient and cruel, now emitted a softer glow, no longer the glaring bright light. The corona's eyelids twitched. Chapter 31, A Moment's Mistake. At this critical moment, the weary white-beard Xingxuan did not choose to wait for this guy to wake up before taking action. His horn had turned black from overuse of magic. The magical cage that transformed from magic trapped the corona inside. Within the cage, the corona's figure appeared unusually silent, yet hidden beneath was a surging tumult. After using this magic, Whitebeard Xingxuan began to feel dizzy, and just before collapsing, he was supported by the nearby flashing Magnus. Celestia and Ziyue also noticed the situation here, their expressions growing increasingly worried. Whitebeard Xingxuan shakily raised his hoof, pointing at the corona in the cage and stammering. Celestia, that dangerous entity. We must make a decision. Either exile him back to the scorching peak of the sun, letting the eternal flames imprison his anger, or bury him deep in the endless abyss of Tartarus, letting darkness and solitude be his companions, or at the very least, send him to the land without magic, letting the noise of the mundane world cleanse his soul. After that, Whitebeard Xingxuan fainted. The amount of physical exertion and magic consumption today had reached the limit for this old man with his frail limbs. Celestia and Ziyue, upon seeing this, grew even more serious, exchanging a complex glance filled with worry for the unknown future. Luna, meanwhile, was frowning, hesitating repeatedly before finally summoning the courage to speak with a hint of uncertainty. Sister, if we exile the corona again now, he will probably go completely insane. Perhaps we should use the previous method of reforming the disorder? Let the corona experience friendship? Luna expressed her concerns hesitantly. And even if they exiled the corona to the human world, there was still the mysterious solar dragon spirit, which was another troublesome issue. Moreover, under the suppression of friendship magic, the corona's power should also be reduced. Perhaps using the previous method of reforming the disorder could slightly change the corona, at least making him less filled with hatred? It might be feasible, but was it too risky? The corona's hatred was deeply ingrained. If he were to perceive beautiful things with eyes filled with hatred, those things would also take on a tinge of resentment. Besides, now his hatred had nowhere to be released. The corona suddenly opened his deep and mysterious eyes, as if awakening from endless darkness. As his eyes gradually opened, the originally calm pupils, like a stagnant pool of water, instantly changed. They first rapidly expanded, as if trying to become round pupils, then quickly constricted into vertical slits, sharp as a needle, flashing with a heart-pounding light. His lying body also sprang up at the moment he saw the scene before him, as if a fierce beast had broken free from confinement. His slightly spread wings and vigilant expression indicated that he had not let go of his grudges or become gentle under the influence of friendship magic. Symbula, who had once resisted the friendship magic, also sensed that something was amiss. Although he had not withstood the friendship magic, its purifying effect was indeed strong. He, the shadow demon of the wasteland, had nearly perished. Fortunately, he was only sealed in that prison and did not dissipate. If even this amplified magic-supplying friendship magic was ineffective, then what could possibly restrain this guy if he regained his freedom? It would be better to take advantage of his weakness now. That would be the safest approach, rather than attempting to use friendship to reform him, as Princess Luna suggested. After gritting his teeth and making up his mind, Symbula stomped his hoof, manipulating magic from that white shield to grow sharp black crystals. Before the small ponies could react, he stabbed them towards the corona, weakened threefold. The corona's physical condition had evidently declined exponentially, as the sharp black-purple crystals pierced through the corona's wings, which he used to defend himself. They stabbed into his flesh, and those crystals seemed to explode within the corona's body, causing it to swell up, with some sharp parts protruding from the corona's skin. Thud. Symbula, what are you doing? Celestia shouted angrily, feeling that all previous efforts and persuasion had turned into bubbles because of Symbula's unilateral actions. This could also activate the counter-personality within the corona, and everyone present was already extremely exhausted, having no strength left to fight. Ha ha ha, what a delightful surprise upon waking. His laughter echoed in the night sky, filled with sarcasm and provocation, as if announcing his dissatisfaction with the current situation to all beings. At that moment, all beings held their breath, nervously watching this sudden turn of events. Sembra stopped the crystal inside the corona from further dividing, as he sensed that his own magic was being slowly consumed through the crystal within the corona for some unknown reason. The black crystal suddenly broke off from the roots of the corona. What is there to fear? What is there to worry about? As long as you accept me, I can bring you a sliver of the black shadow that has not been completely burned by the fiery red magic. And a voice emerged. It revived somewhat by absorbing the dark magic from Sembra's black crystal. The sun extinguished. The black hole was born. If you want to replace me, just say it outright. And I do not intend to relinquish the past and accept you because of their so-called friendship under this predicament. Isn't that suicide? The corona, with holes all over its body pumping out blood, heard words in its mind akin to a serpent tempting Eve to eat the forbidden fruit, attempting to make it try the wonderful experience of being tainted by reverse magic. However, the voice of that black shadow was exceptionally calm and filled with temptation. Oh? Is that so? But what can you do now? Your power is weakened, your body is severely injured, and you have lost even the most basic freedom. And I can give you the power to stand up again, to have the opportunity for revenge, even to surpass your former peak. Right now, you can't even find a target for your revenge, which is why you vent your baseless hatred on other beings. Open your eyes and take a good look. You don't need to listen to what destiny says. Why do you have to follow his advice and live? Even he fears my existence and wants to crush me in the cradle. That is true power. Let those beings try to kill you in advance because they fear your development. Isn't that your current situation? They fear your power. They hate your slaughter. They dread you. Why not destroy them afterward? Then travel back to the past. In the deep night and the tense atmosphere around. The corona's gaze was like the sea before a storm, turbulent and complex. The voice of that black shadow slowly seeped into his weary soul like the most enticing poison, stirring his thirst for power and obsession with revenge, tugging at his dwindling reason. You are right. The corona's voice was low and hoarse, as if he had foreseen something, as if every word squeezed out from between his teeth was filled with heavy power. The corona's gaze sank, and a power that could devour all light gradually surged from his body. Chapter 32. Allies or Enemies. In the vast depths of the universe, far away from the hustle and bustle of Earth, a small dragon head emerged from the surface of the sun, looking around before extending its two claws, supporting itself on the sun, pulling itself out. I'm exhausted. Why do they always fight under the sun? Repairing is much harder than destruction. The little dragon muttered to itself, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction and pride at completing the task. Even though it hadn't truly perspired, it looked as if it had just escaped from a grueling labor. The temperature of the sun's core stabilized, and the damaged magical structure within the sun was repaired, allowing it to operate normally once again. Just when it was about to lie down and rest for 10 days or half a month, an unexpected change made its body, which was just about to lie down, suddenly sit up. It sensed that the sliver of magic it left in the corona was triggered. That guy was using magic again. Hey, can't a guy get a break? Why do they always mess with me when I'm not around? The little dragon wiped its face, then reluctantly stretched its wings, which had probably flown back and forth between the sun and little Maria. After pretending to stretch, just when it was about to lazily fly back to little Maria to rescue the corona, its slow and lazy demeanor instantly changed. Its head snapped toward little Maria, as if crossing the distance between little Maria and the sun to see the reverse personality that had just been shattered by its magic in the sea of consciousness of the corona. Unexpected? It didn't burn to death? The little dragon murmured, its tone filled with both surprise and impatience. Its body began to emit an even more dazzling light, flames swirling around it like an enraged dragon, recklessly churning, declaring the power it was about to unleash. Almost in the same instant, the little dragon's figure vanished from its original spot, leaving behind a brilliant trail like a meteor, slicing through the silence of the universe. Racing toward little Maria at an astonishing speed, the black shadow gradually clung to the corona's body, quickly eroding parts of it like spilled ink. But it couldn't cover the sun's symbols branded on the corona. It seemed that upon contact, it was cleared by the friendship magic contained within. At the same time, that white light was also purging the pure black that covered the corona like flames. Just as the battle between white and black was about to begin, the black shadow quickly split itself while spreading, avoiding those sun symbols, yet it seemed to carve another kind of black thorn pattern on the corona's body, some white fragments peeling off from above. At the same time, this spread like a shadow, once again shrouding the hearts of the living beings present with hope. Sembla, look at the good you've done. Now we're finished. I can never taste delicious cupcake again. There are still so many flavors I haven't tried. Pinky cried out in despair, beating the ground in anger while pulling off Sembla's cloak to wipe her tears. The anti-magic cage constructed by the white-bearded star was faintly cracking, yet the corona remained silent, seemingly waiting for a certain opportunity, not acting due to the surging magic and the increasingly robust power within. Purple Moon. Why not try the combination spell I just researched with Stygian? It really worked when we were expelling the Nightmare Moon. At this moment, Starlight found Purple Moon, who was thinking frantically. It seemed that this was the only way. There was no other choice, and they could also add Mad Bull's physical restriction magic. Hopefully, it would be useful. Purple Moon seemed to be awakened, even improving upon the basis of Starlight's idea. As Starlight and Purple Moon were discussing the joint spell to combine the magic of Celestia and Luna to temporarily drive away the corona's reverse personality, a fiery red magic erupted from Celestia's forehead. Then, in Celestia's astonished gaze, the structure of that magic changed, instantly rising into the sky and exploding. Like a brilliant firework bursting in the sky, the little dragon's figure condensed from that flame. It was transmitted over through this magic as a medium. That stern and serious expression, that mysterious figure illuminating the dark night like the sun seemed to dispel the shadows in the hearts of all living beings present. Meanwhile, the corona also seized this opportunity, his chosen method of breaking the deadlock. From the previous confrontation on the sun, the little dragon's arrival conveyed a message to him. The little dragon could obtain the state information of the corona through the magic stored within him. So there was a way to quickly summon the little dragon to help him, accepting the erosion of the reverse personality. Just when everyone present thought that the being emerging from Celestia was there to help them, only Celestia and Luna knew the seriousness of the situation. For this guy was in cahoots with the corona. Oh no, we have an ally. Pinky instantly inflated from her previously deflated state, like a balloon being reinflated. What kind of magic is this? It looks very ancient. Purple Moon, who was originally planning to tell the Cosmic Princess her thoughts, couldn't help but marvel at the magic emerging from Celestia's forehead. It looks powerful. It turns out the Cosmic Princess hasn't used her full strength yet. This is so cool. Go get him, Cosmic Princess. The cloud baby flying in the sky looked at the little dragon not far away, whose whole body seemed to be made of sunlight, clearly related to the Cosmic Princess. How cool was that? It looked very cute, like a little sun, and the tension on Ro-Ro's face was dispelled by this warm glow. Looking at the little dragon, which should only be the size of a cat. It should be a baby sun dragon? Ro-Ro defined the little dragon based on its appearance. I knew the Cosmic Princess wouldn't let us down. Apple Jarl looked up at the little dragon while adjusting his hat, then eagerly looked at the Cosmic Princess, anticipating her next magic spell. However, Celestia's expression was very flustered, her eyes revealing helplessness. She didn't know that this guy still had a bit of magic power left in her body. Yet, the increasingly lively atmosphere around seemed to be pushing her towards an unstable high platform. However, the next words from the crown made the atmosphere instantly cold, like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone present. I knew you would come to help me. That was Crown's gentle yet slightly emotional tone, but it was also words that left everyone feeling like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 33. Little Dragon's Tiredness and Passing the Buck. The air around seemed to freeze, and time lost its meaning at that moment. The entire space was enveloped in a thick silence, as if one were in the endless abyss of the universe, where even the twinkling of stars seemed unattainable. Every particle of dust was motionless, no longer caressed by the wind or dancing in the light and shadow. They quietly floated, becoming part of this dead world. Breaking the deadlock like thunder was the little dragon's words of reproach towards the crown, revealing not only its dissatisfaction with the crown's suicidal behavior, but also its opposite personality. Damn it, if you dare to communicate with that guy again next time, I'll make sure your thick skull remembers it well. And you lost in this situation? Indeed. Such a large dose of friendship magic. The little dragon's words were filled with complaints and scolding. It swung its paw violently, and that seemingly indestructible white transparent magic shield was easily torn apart like thin paper. The little dragon's figure instantly dove in, leaving behind a string of astonished gazes and lingering echoes. What is going on? Ziyu asked, her soul inquiring, while looking at the stiff-faced Celestia. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the crown, the little dragon, and the stiff-faced Celestia, filled with confusion and misunderstanding. Seeing this, Luna quickly stepped forward to ease the situation, explaining the events in a gentle yet firm tone. This is the guy we encountered above the sun. Its origins are mysterious, and it is on the same side as the crown. We don't know when it left its magic in my sister's body. This is indeed a tricky problem. Moreover, Wuxiu is also missing at this moment. He should have been one of our strongest allies. Luna's words contained both vigilance towards the little dragon and concern over Wuxiu's disappearance. She skillfully shifted the topic to other directions, trying to alleviate the atmosphere that was pointing fingers at Celestia. But even her heart was hanging in the balance, as if the fate of little Malia was really going to be ruled by the crown. Luna didn't dare to think further. Smack! A sound of a slap came from the shield, breaking the tense atmosphere. It seemed to have some attracting magic, drawing the attention of the dragons, shapeshifters, and little ponies present to the source of the sound. It turned out that the little dragon was cursing while using its paw to hit the crown's nose, seemingly suppressing the opposite personality within the crown, because each slap released a bit of fiery magic that erased the black stripes on the crown. Okay. So I'm also a part of you guys. But it also seemed to be venting anger because it was clear that it was its magic that was working, not its big mouth. Destiny, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to say this in front of so many people? The crown hesitantly asked. But before finishing, it was kicked on the nose again. The crown realized that this time it seemed to have gone a bit too far, making the little dragon so angry. How did I teach you? Okay, you've forgotten everything. If your head listened and learned well, you wouldn't have only remembered those things after 1,000 years. The little dragon stood on the crown's nose with one hind paw and pressed another on the crown's brow, looking at the crown's vertical pupils that seemed to express helplessness. After taking a deep breath while holding its horn, the little dragon finally calmed down. It felt that the crown was much better when locked up, so obedient and still, with such a sincere look while listening. In short, the crown wouldn't cause any exhausting troubles back then. The atmosphere around seemed exceptionally strange. Beings from various races looked at each other, seemingly unable to believe this sudden farce. where the once seemingly world-destroying villain crown was being reprimanded like a teacher scolding a student by an unknown baby sun dragon. At the same time, it filled them with despair that such a character, seemingly capable of absolutely suppressing the crown and his recently awakened opposite personality, had come. Celestia seemed to see a shadow of Teacher Albert in the little dragon, as both had been exasperated by the crown's learning struggles. But now didn't seem to be the time to think about that, as the little dragon turned its head towards him. Celestia, you are the crown's friend, right? Now I've decided to put aside the matter of him ruling Little Malia for now. This guy's temperament is still like that of a child. He needs to learn some things before ruling Little Malia. The little dragon's rather helpless tone shocked not only Celestia, but also made the crown beneath its paw retract its vertical pupils slightly, yet its mouth, which had just begun to say something, got stuck. Celestia seemed to hear some life-saving news, continuously nodding in agreement with the little dragon's words. As long as it wasn't about ruling Little Malia in the short term, she felt that dealing with the problem through friendship could still be effective. The extreme reversal of the situation made everyone present's hearts feel a bit overwhelmed. The dramatic ups and downs of the day made their hearts feel like they were on a roller coaster. The crown looked at the little dragon, appearing truly tired, and courteously withdrew its mouth. After all, it couldn't win a fight, and it still owed the little dragon a lot. For now, it was better to listen. But it didn't think this was a good idea. Firstly, its internal tangled resentment had not been released. Secondly, it felt that being with these guys would drive it crazy. After the little dragon expelled the last bit of the opposite personality within the crown, it forcefully extinguished the upcoming Phase 2 battle. If this continued, it would be unworthy of its identity as a fate regulator. Then, after taking a deep breath, it shattered the cage and the white transparent shield. Destiny, did you forget the friendship magic within me? The crown looked at the little dragon, whose vitality had diminished a bit, and only after the little dragon completely dove into its mane did it finally speak up. Leave it be. I'm tired. Wait for the day I buy you some oranges. The little dragon's seemingly sulking words came from the crown's mane. No, buddy. Chapter 34. A grudge not taken. Revenge is not a gentleman. Revenge on the spot is crowns. With the little dragon Destiny's sudden intervention and a series of unexpected actions, the originally tense atmosphere was instantly broken, turning into a complex intertwining of emotions difficult to describe. All the beings present, whether dragons, shapeshifters, or little ponies, fell into deep shock and contemplation. The crown's words were interrupted by the little dragon Destiny's slightly sulking response, and the air was filled with a hint of awkwardness and helplessness. It realized that despite its immense power, it always seemed to gain little advantage in front of the little dragon, not to mention that it still owed the little dragon quite a few favors. All right, Destiny. You win, but I still have some things to deal with. The tone revealed a hint of resignation and helplessness. He knew that the little dragon was doing this for his own good. Even if the method was a bit rough, the effect was evident. The negative persona within him had been suppressed, and he would not be replaced by oblivion due to collapse. The vertical pupil of the sun's crown fixed on the recently attempted killer, Sombra, and took the opportunity to give him a big surprise while he was weakened. Just when all creatures thought this turmoil was about to calm down and prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, the sun's crown suddenly acted. His figure expanded, breaking free from the cage that had bound him, and shot towards Sombra like an arrow released from a bow. The speed was so fast that it almost left the little pony breathless. The sun's crown essentially held no grudges, as he would retaliate immediately if he had enemies, only waiting to fight back when he was capable. Sombra's face changed dramatically upon seeing this. He had already prepared to escape amidst the chaos, but he did not expect the sun's crown to launch such a decisive attack. He quickly tilted his head to narrowly avoid the sharp wind from the hoof that almost grazed his nose, feeling a sense of relief inwardly. However, he also knew that this battle was far from over, initiated by the dispute he had caused. At that moment, everyone thought the sun's crown was doomed. Who would have known a mysterious character would appear to turn the tide? And it seemed he was the mastermind behind the sun's crown ruling Ponyville. With the sun's crown's sudden assault, the previously silent night sky was reignited by fierce combat. Sun's crown. Luna's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Why did the sun's crown suddenly launch an attack again? She stared in disbelief at the sun's crown, who had just initiated another assault. Just as she was about to say something, Celestia raised a hoof to stop her, leaning her head closer to Luna with a cautious expression. Luna, we should go look for Chaos. His chaotic magic might be the only thing that can make a difference now. After Luna nodded, she intended to try to find where Chaos might appear, while down below, Pinkie Pie was bouncing and signaling for the Moon Princess to take her with her. The creatures present all retreated, giving space for this sudden confrontation. They were relieved that the sun's crown's attention was drawn to Sombra, but worried about the even more intense conflict that might ensue. Seeing this, Sombra immediately transformed into a cloud of black mist. attempting to use this form to evade the Sun's crown's physical attacks. However, the Sun's crown did not slow down his assault. Every attack was precise and deadly, causing those black crystals that burst from the ground to instantly vanish. Sombra dodged in mist form, causing the Sun's crown's physical attacks to miss. But the black crystals emerging from the ground did not hinder the Sun's crown's assault. Although the Sun's crown was currently restricted in every way, it did not mean he could not easily kill creatures that were not of princess-level combat power. Dealing with Sombra was still evenly matched. But now, the Sun's crown was enveloped in a layer of blood rage. It seemed he quickly emerged from the reprimanded state and returned to his previous stance. A surge of black, purple, and green magical energy began to gather at the tip of Sombra's horn. The Sun's crown's hoof struck the ground heavily, creating visible ripples, as if even the earth was responding to his anger, cracking slightly. At this moment, Sombra's magic was unleashed, a beam of light woven with black, green, and purple. Oh, this isn't fair. I haven't even used magic, yet you act like a cowardly ant. Faced with Sombra's black, green, and purple magical beam, the Sun's crown not only did not retreat, but instead curled his lips into a cold smile. He slowly raised his front hoof, elegantly tracing an arc in the air, as if performing a meticulously choreographed dance, and within that seemingly casual motion lay a deadly intent. Sombra, do you think you can contend with me just by relying on these tricks of magic? You are wrong in your previous blindness, and in whether you can make the right choice at the critical moment. The Sun's crown's voice was deep and magnetic, each word striking like a hammer on the hearts of all the creatures present, causing Kessie Glimmer, Queen Chrysalis, and Tyrek to feel their hearts sink completely. Their previous actions seemed wrong in the eyes of the Sun's crown. What is this guy's logic? He just agreed to that mysterious creature's request in a friendly manner, and I thought he was going to start learning about so-called friendship. Then he inexplicably started fighting with King Sombra. He won't turn his spearhead towards us, will he? This little kid really is a madman with a foul mouth. And why are these guys just watching? Why not stop him? Why not use that powerful friendship magic again? If it were me, I would definitely do better than Twilight. I would just petrify him on the spot. Kessie Glimmer, being Twilight's former student, was already showing an exaggerated expression, her face twisted as she grabbed Tyrek's horn and shouted, even spilling out some foul language that she shouldn't know at her age. Tyrek quickly covered her mouth, turning his head aside and quietly reminding her. Shut up for now. What if he forgets and your reminder makes him remember? Queen Chrysalis then moved aside, afraid of being implicated. Twilight, are we just standing here? Rainbow Dash, who had stopped hovering in the air and landed on the ground, had a rare expression of concern dominating her face. She walked over to Twilight, who was communicating with the Cosmic Princess. Twilight and the Cosmic Princess also stopped talking. We can't do anything about this renewed situation. Everyone is too exhausted to help and just retreat. Plus, we don't know what trying to persuade him would mean in the eyes of the Sun's crown. After Twilight said this, she lowered her head in disappointment, seeming to feel that her role as a ruler was perhaps a bit premature, and she found it difficult to handle major matters. The Cosmic Princess gently patted Twilight's shoulder with her wings, the warmth and softness seemingly injecting some confidence into Twilight. Lieutenant Woods, quickly, fire the 9. We can defeat this evil octopus witch. Chapter 35. Chaos is coming. The alarm has sounded across the skies. We must not let fear spread to our hearts. The greedy minions of the octopus which are like shadows in the night, silently yet irresistibly approaching the scientific walls of Crazy Pony City. Every tremble of the bricks signals a lurking crisis. Disguised as the brave archer Lieutenant Woods, Chaos stood tall, his gaze fierce. The longbow in his hands seemed to be imbued with life by the moonlight, trembling slightly with his steady breath. With a sharp whistle, the arrow pierced the sky, accurately piercing through the cardboard skeleton pony that was struggling to climb the city wall, knocking it down hard and kicking up a cloud of dust. He seemed to be immersed in this game world meticulously constructed by chaotic magic, unable to extricate himself. At the same time, the 30-level great wizard he was portraying, who possessed both wisdom and power, also threw himself into this fierce yet fictional battle without hesitation. He tightly gripped the ancient dice in his claws, his eyes shining with a desire and confidence for unknown challenges. With a gentle wave, the dice traced an elegant arc in the air, finally landing steadily on the deciding number 8. In an instant, a powerful magical energy burst forth from him. The surrounding air seemed to ignite, and a cyan blue light danced at his claws, gathering into a dazzling fireball. For the peace of Ponyland, let this fireball become a beacon of hope, illuminating our path forward. Chaos murmured the incantation, and as he waved his claws, the fireball, filled with endless magical power, soared into the sky, cutting through the night, heading straight for the evil octopus which atop the distant mountains. Under the reflection of the firelight, Chaos's cyan blue old wizard robe and white beard appeared even more mysterious, making him seem like the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. leading all beings to fight against darkness and evil. The cardboard octopus, which clearly wasn't backing down either. Just as it was about to wave its tentacled staff to unleash a magic spell to defend itself, the air around it began to swirl faster, as if it truly intended to release some earth-shattering magic. Captain Woods, quick, roll a 9. We can defeat this evil octopus witch. Sui Long urgently tossed the dice to Wuxiu, who was currently engaged in close combat, employing a strange technique, Iron Mountain Press, smashing the skeleton ponies that were climbing the castle walls. With quick reflexes, he leaped up, caught the dice, and was about to shoot for the basket when Wuxiu. At that moment, Princess Luna burst through the door, her arrival like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the joyful atmosphere in the map room of Ziyue Castle. As her furious shout echoed, the surrounding game scene rapidly receded like a tide, revealing the slightly awkward figures of Wuxiu, and Sui Long. Luna's expression was stern. Her eyes filled with anger and confusion as she glared at Wuxiu, who seemed perpetually indifferent. Clearly, she was extremely dissatisfied with Wuxiu's evasive behavior. It was only thanks to BG's timely appearance and assistance that she managed to find this troublesome troublemaker. What's wrong, Princess of the Moon? You seem very angry. I know. It must be because we didn't bring you along to play. Wuxiu floated up, stroking his chin, and then a tiny Wuxiu appeared from his antlers, tugging at the suddenly appearing light bulb. Following that, Wuxiu snapped his fingers as if he understood everything. Night-night, Luna. Appear. Sui Long clearly realized the seriousness of the situation. If it could make the Princess of the Moon so angry as to come looking for Wuxiu, something must have gone terribly wrong with Ziyue's mission. Moreover, how come he hadn't heard any commotion? Wuxiu whistled innocently and snapped his fingers. As the sound of Wuxiu's snap echoed, a flash of light passed, and the black-purple armor on Princess Luna slowly dissipated, while the shielding magic over Ziyue Castle was also lifted. Faced with the almost frenzied assault of the corona, Senbura indeed felt an unprecedented fear rising within him. He had never encountered an opponent so reckless, so unafraid of pain. The corona's hooves and wings were covered in scars, blood pouring from them. Yet it seemed to feel no pain, continuing its fierce attacks. The amount of blood made him tremble. This guy? Senbura's voice trembled with fear as he realized that if he continued to clash head-on like this, he might not escape unscathed. He began to search for an opportunity to escape, while also calculating how to use his magical advantage for a counterattack. However, just as Senbura prepared to unleash a more powerful spell, he suddenly noticed a subtle change in the rhythm of Corona's attacks. They were no longer blind, indiscriminate strikes, but had become more precise and forceful, as if each hoof strike contained a deeper meaning. A sense of ominous foreboding surged in Senbura's heart as he realized that Corona might be using its madness as a cover, actually looking for his weaknesses. Corona had discovered that Senbura's horn still had a physical form, as the debris and flying dirt from its previous attacks had bounced off it, and it seemed to have a solid presence when using magic. Sure enough, at the moment Senbura got distracted, Corona suddenly launched a deadly ambush. Utilizing a powerful leap, it dodged another round of Senbura's black crystal attacks and swinging blades, directly charging in front of him. With a whoosh, its hoof struck Senbura's horn with great force, instantly scattering the dark magical energy that was gathering. Senbura let out a cry of agony as he felt an unprecedented sharp pain radiating from his horn, as if his entire body was being torn apart. He desperately tried to break free from Corona's grip, but it was already too late. Senbura's ethereal, misty form began to solidify, plummeting downwards. Corona gave Senbura no chance to catch his breath. Its slit pupil narrowed to a pinpoint, seemingly glowing with a hint of red light. It struck at the junction of Senbura's neck and skull with a deadly hoof. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and then Senbura was violently slammed to the ground. With a massive crash, dust flew up, completely engulfing Senbura's figure, while Corona continued to hover in the sky. A morbid smile seemingly plastered on its gloomy face. This was a successful act of vengeance, a demonstration to Celestia and all the ponies present, revealing that it did not wish to learn about so-called friendship. Blood continued to pour out, dripping drop by drop into the floating dust, as if the shadow within had not yet perished. But at that moment, a snap echoed. Chapter 36, The Ultimate Control Monster, Wuxiu, Curtain Falls. As Corona's lethal blow landed, the entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds, the air thick with intense tension and unease. The dust had not yet settled, but one could already feel the oppressive atmosphere, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Corona hovered in the air, its dark face appearing even more ruthless under the faint light, the red glimmer in its slit pupil resembling hellfire, revealing its untamed and mad inner self. Each breath it took seemed to carry an undeniable pressure, making all living beings around it feel a sense of dread. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins on the ground, Senbura's remains were almost completely covered by dust and blood, leaving behind shocking traces that spoke of the brutality of the recent battle. Though the dark magical energy had weakened, it could still be sensed struggling in certain corners, like the last gasps of a dying soul, evoking a sense of awe towards that unknown power. The surroundings were deathly silent, with only the distant whisper of the wind and the lingering sound of shattered bones echoing in the air, no other sounds to be heard. The entire world seemed to be immersed in the aftershocks of this battle. However, a snap sounded, breaking the calm like a stone thrown into water. The thick, chaotic magical energy, making Corona alert. Wushu's figure appeared in the air, while Luna and Sui Long were teleported to the ground to observe. As soon as Sui Long arrived, he hurriedly began searching for Ziyue, worried that she might be in danger. Oh look, let me see. In this child-friendly setting of Pony Maria, isn't that Corona? Wushu snapped his fingers twice in succession, his expression filled with disdain and nonchalance. Wushu's figure slowly solidified in the air, his ever-changing form vividly displayed once again. Dressed in a holy white robe, he appeared as if an angel had descended. Yet the details revealed a sense of untamed mischief. He gently strummed a small harp in his hands, the notes leaping forth like heavenly music, as if he were a savior coming to the rescue. A playful smile graced his lips as his gaze flitted between Corona and the surrounding environment, seemingly reveling in the sudden chaos. When that note passed by Corona, inexplicably, white bandages appeared and wrapped around its body, which seemed almost drained of blood, while its golden mane was soaked in crimson, yet the sun symbol still shone brightly. What is going on? How did the situation change like this while I was asleep? A small dragon poked its head out from Corona's mane, only to be caught in Wushu's chaotic magical energy. With a flash of white light, it was teleported to Wushu's side, and Wushu grabbed it by the neck as if it were a balloon, causing the dragon's head to puff up comically, accompanied by a funny sound. Soon, busy sounds began to emanate from the dragon's mouth, with black frames obscuring its lips, indicating that it was civilly greeting Wushu about the lack of martial ethics. However, when the chaotic entity released its grip, a collar inexplicably appeared around the little dragon's neck. At that moment, the little dragon's brilliance dimmed slightly, and with a look of astonishment, it attempted to remove the black collar. But it seemed as if the collar had fused with its body, restricting its magical power and actions. Meanwhile, the little dragon was teleported back into the mane of the Corona. You look at me, damn it. The little dragon grumbled as it poked its head out from the mane, one claw still trying to remove the black metallic collar while the other pointed at the leisurely chaotic entity in the sky. The chaotic entity paid no mind to the little dragon's highly disrespectful words and provocatively gazed at the Corona, aware that its true form could easily overpower the little dragon. The Corona inwardly clicked its tongue, realizing that things might have gotten complicated. So what do you plan to do now? The chaotic entity unfolded a lengthy discourse on friendship, seemingly stalling for time. As the black mist and the dust on the ground completely dissipated, the chaotic entity finally revealed a look of vengeance, having delayed time, which also contributed to the death of the fallen entity. Then it turned its head slightly towards the camera and muttered, after all, this guy made me lower my worth to follow the script at the beginning of the 9th season, right in front of Ruru. It quickly straightened its head and looked back at the fallen Corona, the black mist completely gone. What do you want? The Corona's cold words seemed both helpless and unwilling. It was unexpected that the power of chaotic magic could already affect the little dragon. The current situation was akin to walking in a dense forest filled with spider webs. With every step the Corona took, it would be ensnared by another layer of web, restricting its actions and thoughts layer by layer. Of course, to bring this farce to an end, you should pay for the damages you caused. A flash of white light enveloped the chaotic entity, transforming it into a secretary outfit. It tapped the Corona's tightly bandaged neck with a claw, where a small dragon-style metallic collar also appeared. At the same time, it adjusted the golden glasses that had appeared on its face at some unknown time, holding a pen in one claw and pulling out a notebook with the other. While circling around the Corona under its intense gaze, it recited the damages caused by the Corona. Corona, on March 21st, 9:56 a.m. of the year of the sun and moon, after leaving the magic array and restricting Celestia, arrived at Friendship Castle, damaging the structural integrity of Cantlot 69485, injuring 114 creatures, resulting in 5 deaths on the spot, and causing 14 more deaths on the battlefield, with a total of 1,145 severely injured creatures. Combat rating: evasion rate 34, hit rate 94. What the hell is this thing doing here? The scene from the Skyloft Tribunal began to resurface in the Corona's mind, and its expression turned dark. Celestia and Luna also noticed the ominousness of the scene, and after exchanging a glance, Luna said, "Wait, Chaos. I don't think the Corona needs to suffer any imprisonment. We believe it can change, just like how it helped Ziyue and the others change. It can also take actions to compensate for these damages." All right. The chaotic entity shrugged indifferently, tossing the notebook upward, which sprouted 3 pairs of wings and flew away. It then quickly darted to Ruru's side, intending to comfort her and tell her not to be afraid, but was instead teleported to another place by an enraged Ziyue. Chaos. Since you know all this, why didn't you stop it from happening? Seeing Ziyue's anger approaching a boiling point, a claw pressed against her horn. Sorry, I forgot to block you. The other creatures should only hear the edited and child-friendly version. With a flash of white light, the chaotic entity and Ziyue returned to their previous position, and Ziyue shook her head as if she had forgotten something. Luna slowly approached the gloomy corona. Extra supplement. The origin of everything 1,000 years ago. Skyloft, this towering city-state, clings tightly to the mountains, as if it is a child of nature, coexisting with it. Its history is deep and rich in legendary stories, but unfortunately, many past events have been swallowed by the biting cold wind, leaving only fragments for people to imagine. Many precious memories have been consumed, leaving only a scale or two. In this land of wind and snow, there once stood a bright castle, a harmonious and sacred place that nurtured countless lives and legends. At the Mata altar of Skyloft, the celestial unicorns were born there. Their births were witnessed by the 3 most authoritative celestial unicorns in Skyloft. They are the creators, guardians, and guides of this world. First is Destiny, the celestial unicorn of fate, who weaves the destiny of the world, injecting it with a dramatic and dreamlike melody. His eyes seem to see into the future, and the threads of fate in his hands pull the trajectory of every life. Next is the Order's celestial unicorn, the rule-maker of this world. Under his guidance, time flows. Seasons change, and all things grow. He adds the concept of time to this world, making everything orderly and harmonious. Finally, there is the Creation celestial unicorn, the creator of this world. With the magic in his hands, he shapes the contours of the earth, adorns the stars, and fills mountains, rivers, and forests with vitality. After creating this world, he chose a picturesque peak to establish the home of the celestial unicorns, Skyloft. However, during the process of the 3 celestial unicorns weaving this world together, they discovered a shocking fact. Skyloft, this city-state they loved, was destined to perish in the wind and snow. This news was like a bolt from the blue for Destiny. He tried to change this line of fate with his own power, but no matter how hard he tried, the line of fate remained unmoved. Destiny sighed deeply, understanding that despite their great power, they were ultimately not gods and could not defy fate. However, he did not give up. By delving into the future of fate, he discovered a possible way to prolong this world. Although this method was fraught with unknowns and challenges, for Destiny and the other celestial unicorns, they were willing to pay any price to try for the sake of their homeland. The Creation celestial unicorn created the 3 tribes of ponies, adding new blood and vitality to this initial world, and according to Destiny's guidance, created dragons, yak, griffins, and other races. Initially, they roamed aimlessly across the continents, not even forming proper tribes. After many years of aimless reproduction, a decisive moment finally erupted, and Destiny's predetermined fate began to take effect. The rise and domination of Grogar led to the emergence of numerous magical beasts to enslave the 3 tribes of ponies, who were then defeated by the strange wind uprising, disappearing without a trace. This also made the ponies aware of the power of unity, leading to the division of the 3 tribes into 3 nations: the democracy of Earth ponies, the militarism of Pegasus ponies, and the monarchy of unicorns. However, their fragile ties of interest were easily extinguished in the wind and snow following Skyloft's demise. When Prime Minister Puddinghan first took office, Skyloft welcomed good news. A pair of twin sisters was born from the Mata altar. The Mata altar, located in the heart of the Skyloft city-state, is a mysterious and solemn building that combines ancient Greek styles. The altar's exterior showcases elegant ancient Greek column styles, with towering stone columns intricately carved with patterns, each telling an ancient story. These columns surround the center of the altar, forming a circular open-air theater reminiscent of the ancient Greek amphitheater. At the center of the altar is a circular platform made of pure white marble, its surface engraved with mysterious runes and patterns that shimmer subtly in the sunlight, as if telling tales of ancient magic and mysterious legends. Surrounding the altar is a shallow water channel, with clear water flowing gently, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and stone pillars, creating a tranquil and sacred atmosphere. And today, the 2 celestial unicorns that Destiny knew could survive have finally been born. Among the glowing white runes, 2 small figures gradually took shape, slowly becoming visible. Their appearance seemed like a gift from fate. As they were guided to their new home, their neighbor, Daybreak, was also curious about who these new neighbors were. Having been taught some basic knowledge, even the baby unicorns could take care of themselves, not to mention 6-year-old Daybreak. The large house and unfamiliar space made Celestia and Luna feel a bit out of place. Luna tightly grasped Celestia's hoof, hiding behind her and quietly observing the strange space through her blue mane. Celestia slightly spread her small wings to shield Luna, preparing to gradually familiarize herself with the house. However, just then, a A sudden knock at the door startled both Luna and Celestia. Celestia mustered her courage and shouted, "Who?" Her tender and loud voice echoed in the vast hall, sounding both nervous and expectant. Outside the door, Daybreak heard the response and jumped excitedly. "Hi, I'm your neighbor, Daybreak. You must be the newcomers, right? Do you need help? It seems like you're not used to this way of being guided." "I didn't have any neighbors to help me back then, but now you do," he called out enthusiastically. Afterward, a golden light shone from Celestia's small horn as she turned the doorknob and opened the door. "Huh, why is it just you? I heard there were rare twin sisters." Daybreak politely stood at the door, peeking in but not intruding, as Celestia had not yet invited him inside. Celestia smiled at his curious expression. "You can actually come in," she said, her tone still serious like a little adult, but her youthful voice made her particularly adorable. Luna, hiding tightly behind Celestia, seemed very afraid to see a strange unicorn. She clung to Celestia's hoof, as if this was the only way to find a semblance of safety. However, when Daybreak approached them with his short legs, he looked at the even smaller unicorn, and Luna's curiosity finally overcame her fear. "Wow, so you're here. Hi, I'm Daybreak, your neighbor. Or maybe we'll be friends from now on. Has any unicorn told you both how cute you are? I think you both look like delicate porcelain dolls. Can we get to know each other?" Daybreak tried to communicate with Luna in a gentle tone, extending a hoof toward her. Looking at Daybreak's friendly and warm smile and the outstretched white hoof, Luna's fear gradually dissipated. As she slowly reached out her hoof, Celestia placed hers on top to shake it. "I'm Celestia. This is my sister Luna." Luna's hoof shrank back a bit. "Hello, Celestia and Luna." "Huh, Luna, why do you look so scared? This house is actually very cozy. Come, I'll show you around," Daybreak said, noticing Luna's hoof retracting again. And he confidently extended his hoof in front of the shy Luna. After hesitating for a moment, Luna placed her hoof on his and followed Daybreak as he happily introduced the features of the house. His smile seemed exceptionally warm at that moment, dispelling Luna's unease about the house. Chapter 37. After 1,000 years. Luna reached out her hoof toward Daybreak, her gesture gentle and sincere, just like when they first met. Daybreak had extended his hoof to her, filled with a desire to connect. Her eyes were full of sincerity and expectation, as if saying, "No matter the past, we now have the chance to start anew." However, facing this gentle scene from Luna, Daybreak's gaze resembled a deep sea ravaged by a storm, complex and profound, turbulent waves making it hard to glimpse his true emotions. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes sweeping over the vast tapestry of various beings behind Luna, a cold smile tugging at his lips, hiding a hint of mockery and helplessness. "Hypocrisy. I never expected you and Celestia, after 1,000 years, would become so hypocritical." Daybreak's voice was deep and filled with sarcasm, each word seeming to squeeze out between clenched teeth, carrying an indescribable bitterness and anger. "Back then, I was imprisoned above the sun for 1,000 years, suffering endless torment, just because of an accident that caused the deaths of several unicorns. That was because I was weak and powerless to resist. And now, the casualties I caused must be even more unforgivable in your eyes." His words revealed a deep indignation against past injustices and a sense of irony about his current situation. His voice echoed in the night sky, like sharp blades cutting through the tranquility of the prairie. "And now, you are worried and fearful, afraid that if I break free, I will once again bring disaster. Planning to soothe me with this hypocritical friendly demeanor to reduce the risk?" Daybreak's voice grew even lower, each word like a hammer, striking the hearts of every being present. "Do you really think such actions can make me forget everything from the past? That I will willingly sacrifice for what you call friendship? Humph. You might as well throw me back into the sun and let me continue my punishment in that endless flame." His tone was filled with resolution and unwillingness, as if issuing a final protest against this world. Luna's hoof froze in midair, her eyes flashing with surprise and hurt, as if suddenly struck by a cold wind, her heart rippling with emotions. She had never expected that her well-meaning gesture would be so misunderstood and so resolutely rejected by Daybreak. A wave of indescribable emotions surged within her, a mix of sympathy for Daybreak's situation and helplessness over her inability to change it. Indeed, as Daybreak had said, part of the reason they took such actions was due to their concern about Daybreak possibly losing control again, considering the peace of little Maria. No. While Luna was still trying to explain, Daybreak's attention had already shifted away from her. His seemingly dim vertical pupils gently turned, and rather than waiting for death, he might as well seek a way out. Now, Little Dragon was also restricted. He too was shackled by that chaotic being. That guy was floating in the sky, enjoying popcorn juice and fried cauliflowers, wearing a pair of 3D glasses to watch a show. It seemed he had fallen into the center of a spider's web, and everything had become a deadlock with no other options. The mysterious and unpredictable chaotic magic was not something that his body, currently limited by the sun's runes and friendship magic, could handle. He felt his power bound and unable to exert itself, which made him even angrier and more unwilling. However, the little dragon among Daybreak's manes stopped his chaotic cursing when he saw Luna trying to mediate with Daybreak and listened seriously for a while. After combining what he had read in some books in the Purple Melody Castle, he spoke up with his doubts. Hey, wait, I have a question. The little dragon rubbed his chin, frowning slightly, as if struggling to piece together the question in his mind. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and exploration, like a child who had just discovered a fascinating new toy, eagerly wanting to unravel its mysteries. Finally, he turned his head toward the group of phantoms, who, despite their weary expressions, still maintained a confrontational stance. The phantoms had wreaked havoc in this world for thousands of years before being reformed, and their actions of plundering the love of other races were driven by the necessity of survival. They had destroyed several large pony city-states and driven some species to extinction. So there must be dozens of lives under their hooves, right? But why could they still plunder freely in this world? And what about that wedding in Canterlot, where many ponies likely died, until the queen of the insect cocoon was overthrown? And after they changed for the better, you all accepted their transformation without holding grudges? As he spoke, the doubts on the dragon's eyeless face deepened. Your pony's punishments must be arbitrary, right? Pooh! An explosion of popcorn juice sprayed out, as he withdrew a piece of space to use as a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, then stuck that piece of space back, mumbling softly. No wonder it's that guy's creation. The questions and views he raises are just as tricky. His voice carried a hint of mockery and helplessness. The dragon's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that spread out. All beings present, whether dragons, yaks, eagles, or ponies, turned their gazes toward the phantoms, especially their leader, Sories. A tense and subtle atmosphere enveloped the air, as if even breathing had become heavy. Sories felt the scrutiny from all directions, and a complex light flickered in his eyes. He slowly stood up, facing the dragon and all the beings present, and began to speak in a heavy yet firm voice. The history of our phantoms is indeed filled with darkness and bloodshed. We once committed unforgivable crimes, ruthlessly plundering the love of other races to survive. Those innocent lives, those city-states and species we destroyed, are a permanent pain in our hearts. He paused, seemingly trying to calm the turmoil within, then continued. However, we must also understand that every race has the right to choose change and redemption. When we realize our mistakes, when we decide to let go of hatred and greed and embrace love and peace, we should also be given the opportunity for forgiveness and acceptance. Sories' words seemed to imply that the phantoms could indeed change. However, the Day Crown looked at Sories with a disdainful expression, as if he were looking at someone weak. He spoke up, supplementary note. 1,000 years ago, the Day Crown, accompanied by Celestia and Luna, wandered through spacious and unfamiliar rooms, every step filled with curiosity and exploration. He acted as a patient guide, explaining the function of each room in detail, as the house structures were quite similar. From the spacious and bright, elegantly decorated living room to the cozy and comfortable bedroom filled with soft light, to the library hiding countless treasures of knowledge with pages exuding an ancient fragrance. Each place sparked excitement and curiosity in the eyes of the two sisters. Look, this is my favorite place, the Day Crown said with a hint of pride, gently pushing open a door leading to the backyard. The sunlight seemed to be liberated, instantly flooding the entire space, illuminating a vibrant little garden. In the garden, flowers of various colors competed in beauty, red as fire, deep purple, bright yellow. Colorful butterflies danced among the flowers, and a babbling brook flowed by, producing a pleasant sound, like a symphony of nature. Luna's eyes sparkled with surprise as she gently stepped onto the soft grass, feeling nature's warmest and kindest embrace. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Luna finally revealed a radiant smile, turning to Celestia, her eyes filled with excitement and happiness. Celestia smiled back, knowing that this place, this vibrant little haven, would mark the beautiful beginning of their new home and the start of their friendship. The Day Crown looked at the happy expressions on the two sisters' faces. Filled with satisfaction and joy, he decided to do more to make these two new friends feel the warmth and joy of home. Let's do something. How about planting flowers? I heard that the magic of the Day Crown can make plants grow faster, he suggested, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Celestia and Luna exchanged glances, their eyes shining with curiosity and eagerness. They nodded, and the three little Day Crowns immediately immersed themselves in this new activity. They used little shovels to dig the soil, carefully planting flower seeds, then trying to urge their growth with their budding magic. Their magic seemed to possess a magical power, causing the flowers in the garden to bloom rapidly under their nurturing, displaying vibrant colors and releasing delightful fragrances. One flower, with its 7 colored petals, shone with different lights, as if fragments of a rainbow had condensed into it. Deep within the flower's heart lay a drop of crystal-clear dew, resembling a tiny gem, sparkling enchanting colors under the sunlight. This flower emitted a faint fragrance, both fresh and sweet, bringing a sense of peace to anyone who smelled it. This little garden became a testament to their friendship and their first in Skyloft. As the day faded and stars began to twinkle in the sky, the three little day crowns reluctantly said goodbye, promising to continue their adventure the next day. When Celestia returned to the cozy bedroom with a yawning, sleepy Luna, a small head with a fiery red mane suddenly poked out of the window. It was the day crown. By the way, Celestia, I have to go to school tomorrow, so I might not be able to play with you until the afternoon. But I remember there are many great storybooks in the library. You can check out those marvelous stories. However, I don't recommend those philosophical books. They're not interesting and very boring. The day crown blinked his glowing eyes in the night, resting his head on the windowsill to chat with Celestia inside. Luna had already fallen into a deep sleep. It must be said that the sleep quality of young day crowns is indeed good, as the day crown and Celestia had chatted for so long without waking her. School? What kind of place is that? Celestia asked curiously, filled with unknowns and curiosity about the school the day crown mentioned. The day crown's expression became somewhat conflicted and ugly. Oh, school? That's a terrifying thing. They will lock you in a room where you can't move or speak, and you have to watch Mr. Albert draw things on stage that you can't understand. Like math. As soon as he mentioned school, it was as if he recalled some terrifying experience. And his expression became exaggerated and funny. He even tried to promote the horror of school in a strange tone, causing Celestia to laugh out loud. How could you? A day crown 6 years older than me, still be afraid of this stuff? I read a math book today, and I found it quite interesting. As Celestia spoke, she couldn't help but yawn. Her little face appeared even chubbier due to sleepiness, prompting the day crown to want to pinch her cheeks. But the window prevented him from doing so. It looks like you all are also tired, so let's leave it here. Good night. The day crown spread his little wings and flapped a few times before flying away. The morning in Skyloft was like a delicate and tranquil painting, slowly unfolding in the morning light. As the first ray of sunlight pierced through the thin veil of mist, gently sweeping across the majestic mountain ridges of the city-state, the entire Skyloft seemed to be gently awakened by a warm force, gradually rousing from its slumber. The sunlight, like golden silk, spills over the ancient and solemn buildings, intertwining with the cold stone walls to create an atmosphere that is both warm and mysterious, as if time has frozen here, telling tales of 1,000 years of vicissitudes. The Mod altar appears even more solemn and sacred under the morning light, with its towering stone pillars resembling ancient deities guarding this land, casting long shadows as they quietly stand in the morning glow. The altar at the center of the sanctuary shimmers with a subtle and mysterious luster in the light, and the runes and patterns carved upon it seem to whisper softly, recounting legends and deep secrets of millennia, captivating anyone who gazes upon it. The streets of the city gradually become lively as the skyhorn beasts step out of their homes, beginning their new day with light and cheerful steps. Their hooves echo on the cobblestone streets, crisp and powerful, intertwining with the morning birdsong and the distant trickling of streams, creating a melodious and moving symphony of the morning. This wonderful melody seems to be nature's gift to Skylos, making the city even more vibrant and full of life in the embrace of the morning. Daybreak struggled in bed for a while, as if engaged in a silent battle with the warm bedding. He mumbled, his small face filled with reluctance, eyes tightly shut, seemingly wanting to grasp the tale of a dream. However, with the increasingly cheerful birdsong outside the window and the distant sound of hooves, he knew that a new day had quietly arrived. Finally, Daybreak suddenly threw off the blanket. A rush of cool air surrounded him instantly, making him shiver involuntarily. He rubbed his eyes, blinking a few times to truly wake up, recalling the pleasant time spent with his new friends Celestia and Luna yesterday. A smile unconsciously crept onto his lips, but the sound of Albert knocking on the door scared Daybreak, causing him to jump out of the room like a startled bird, leaving no time for breakfast. Daybreak looked at the door, which seemed to lead to hell, and reluctantly turned the doorknob, revealing a weary-looking Albert. Daybreak prepared to argue, and thus spoke. Chapter 38, Helplessness. Under the night sky, the vast grassland stretched endlessly, with stars scattered like fragments of diamonds sprinkled across the sky, twinkling with a cold and distant light. A gentle breeze brushed by, causing the tips of the grass to sway, bringing a hint of coolness. But it also seemed to harbor an undercurrent of unrest in the tranquil night. On this land gently caressed by Daybreak, he stood in the center of the cracked wasteland, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze, illuminated by starlight, was filled with disdain and mockery towards Soritha's words. As if he could see through all the world's hypocrisy, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and full of sarcasm, echoing across the silent grassland, sounding particularly harsh. Humph. How nice it sounds. Change and redemption. You shapeshifters have it easy. After plundering countless lives, all you need is a simple "we were wrong." We will change to receive forgiveness and acceptance. This world is truly fair. His words dripped with heavy sarcasm, as if questioning the very rules of the world. The creatures of the grassland frowned upon hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly becoming more subtle and tense, as if the air itself had solidified. Ziyue and the others also raised their guard again, their eyes revealing alertness and unease, worried that daybreak might be provoked into a destructive rage. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long, intertwining with the shadows of the grass, forming a complex and delicate picture. Seeing this, the little dragon felt anxious. He knew that Daybreak's emotions were nearing the brink of explosion, and if he truly angered Luna and the others, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he no longer hesitated to extend his dragon claw, delivering a precise punch directly to Daybreak's neck, causing him to see stars and lose his balance. At the same time, the little dragon's head seemed to twitch, and a flash of white light momentarily replaced where his eyes should have been. If you keep babbling, what if they hit you with a friendship spell? We're done for. The little dragon's anxious voice rang in Daybreak's ears, tinged with helplessness and urgency. If he had eyes, they would surely be wide open like copper bells, but his expression was vivid enough to seem like it could speak, conveying a sense of "I'm doing this for everyone's good." Then, Daybreak, who had stood tall for so long, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Luna even used magic to cushion his fall, but now it seemed that the little dragon had turned against him. However, the little dragon did not say much more, signaling for Luna and the others to take this guy back first. The little dragon had put in a lot of effort to maintain Daybreak's relatively healthy mental state over the millennium. In this chaotic and subtle moment, Disorder stepped forward voluntarily. He looked at the little dragon with a nonchalant smile and said after a moment's thought, "This little guy is quite interesting. I should be able to take him without any issues." Saying this, he used magic to take the little dragon away, leaving behind a group of bewildered creatures. And this farce finally came to an end. In this chaotic and disorderly space, everything seemed to be plunged into eternal chaos. It resembled an overturned palette of colors intertwined like tangled vines, making it impossible to discern the boundaries between them. Invisible forces roamed freely in this space, blending and distorting this colorful world. Thick fog enveloped the surroundings, like layers of veils shrouding everything in a haze. This fog continuously changed its form and color, sometimes presenting eerie whirlpools, sometimes transforming into ethereal clouds, as if every moment was performing a different chaotic symphony. In this space, time seemed to lose its meaning, as everything constantly changed and reorganized. What was clear just a moment ago would turn into a fleeting illusion the next. Every corner of the space was filled with uncertainty and the unknown, with bizarre objects flying within it. Yet amidst this chaotic and disorderly space, a small house floated safely, its haphazard decorations clearly indicating it was the home of Disorder. The little dragon, however, sat dazedly on an upside-down sofa, his pair of white glowing eyes fixed on Disorder as if they were quite familiar, holding a storytelling teacup in his claws. "Long time no see, let me think. Probably around 900 years ago, you left your main world to explore that ridiculous fate. Moreover, it seems that neither of your names fits now. You are currently in a state of consciousness superposition, slowly undergoing transformation, and the precarious mortal emotions are about to become unmanageable." Disorder sipped from the cup, adding more to the tea, while his mouth never stopped speaking. "If you invite me just for this, there's no need. Besides, I am no longer the old me. Though you speak of disorder, your life, as I see it, is like a child's play beneath a sharp blade. The sword of Damocles will surely behead you." The little dragon's claw gripped the black metallic collar and crushed it, the shards shattering in Disorder's eyes like his own fate, as if the little dragon were threatening him, causing Disorder to sit up straight, his wariness deepening. "Huh, yes, you're impressive. You can manipulate the threads of fate now and have become a deity. But remember, when you are called Destiny, it will probably be another tragic finale. Also, why does your speech now sound so flowery like that of the old dang you killed? What? Are you trying to modify fate again this time?" Not satisfied, Disorder's words carried a hint of helplessness, seemingly exasperated by this fellow before him. With a snap of his fingers, he withdrew the cup from the little dragon's claw, which seemed to affect other places as well. The creation of variables is also a variable. If it is displayed, then endless troubles arise. The initial creation still requires regulation. The unconscious Daybreak was thrown into the castle with the highest degree of completeness at present, the Friendship Castle. "Cosmic Princess, so what do we do now? Since he is currently restricted by the chaotic shackles, there may not be any significant risks, and it seems that only you and Chaos can unlock them. So, there's no need to worry that the strange solar dragon spirit will awaken our dark sides and free him." Ziyue and the Cosmic Princess watched the unconscious Raimai lying on the bed in a special room of the Friendship Castle. Her tone revealed a comforting and encouraging power that eased Ziyue's worries a bit. As for the mistakes he made, Ziyue looked sorrowfully at the shackles around Raimai's neck, which gradually transformed into a hidden black necklace, seemingly fluctuating with a hint of chaotic magic. "I will find a way for him to atone. Moreover, Ziyue, you may need to establish some detailed laws and regulations in the future. After this ordeal, due to the words of the Solar Dragon Spirit, the Illusion Spirit tribe might face more criticisms. At the same time, Celestia also began to reflect on her previous actions. Now, it seemed that what they were doing was indeed wary of Raimai's power and trying to use friendship to reform him. Don't blame yourself, Cosmic Princess. Sigh Ziyue. The path is endless. It seems that Luna and I still have a lot to learn, but we can discuss this after Raimai wakes up. Luna and I will first go to Canterlot to deal with the aftermath of the disaster. Celestia glanced back at Luna, who had been quietly standing there, her deep emerald eyes occasionally sparkling with starlight, as if she were pondering something. Let's go, Luna. In this deep night, the stars twinkled like scattered pearls in the sky, adding a touch of mystery to the tranquil night. In the distance, at the site of the great blizzard barrier, an unusual aura quietly spread. A light gray unicorn, draped in a brown cloak, with golden highlights shimmering in her dark mane, looked like the brightest star in the night sky. Her cute emblem was a golden hammer and a scale emitting white light, symbolizing justice and authority. She slowly walked out of the great blizzard barrier that could isolate most magic and spells, seemingly unaffected by the biting winds and snow. Her steps were steady and calm, as if everything were under her control. Her gaze was deep and wise, revealing a maturity and determination born of experience, as if she had witnessed countless changes across eras, carrying a heavy history and memory in her heart. Sigh, another rare journey after 100 years, and still no discovery of the site where Scarithmus fell. She sighed softly, her voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia and helplessness. Those little ponies who knew me and those I knew have probably all faded away. It is indeed a time of great upheaval. Her tone revealed a sense of longing for the past, but at the same time, it was filled with expectation and curiosity for the future. Her gaze crossed the icy plains, seemingly staring straight at Pony Maria. Is the legacy of the old dynasty still lingering? She murmured, her voice carrying a hint of coldness and resolve. Her appearance was not merely for relaxation, but had a deeper purpose. She glanced back at the depths of the great blizzard barrier, the site of Scarithmus's fall. The subspace maintained by magic collapsed due to Scarithmus's destruction, falling here, forever a land of howling winds and snow, seemingly intertwined with the wind spirits. If I were to attend in a weakened state, I would surely meet my demise. After speaking, the unicorn turned back into the great blizzard barrier to continue her search for the ruins of Scarithmus. She needed to retrieve something. Chapter 39. The friendship problem officially begins. After Celestia and Luna quietly left, the night seemed to grow even deeper. The moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a gentle silver veil over the quiet streets of Ponyville, adding a layer of softness to the serene night. Ziyue stood alone outside the corridor, a gentle breeze brushing through her mane, bringing a touch of coolness and taking away some of her tension. Sometimes, chaotic magic is quite reliable. When she arrived at the map room, the still awake and struggling to stay awake, Chuanqi questioned her. Dear, did the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess say anything? Have they decided how to punish that criminal? Chuanqi's voice was laced with fatigue, her eyes half closed, and her bags under her eyes were particularly noticeable, clearly due to a long wait and worry without adequate rest. After inquiring, she used magic to tidy up her messy mane and put on a face mask. Ziyue, that guy should be thrown into prison again, or like before with Chaos and Tyrek, he could be turned into a stone statue, or even sealed more safely like Whitebeard Starry Sky, instead of throwing this dangerous and troublesome guy into your home. Applejack, straightforward as always, slapped the map and voiced her thoughts, then poked at the already snoring Yuntian. When Yuntian was startled awake by Applejack, she was evidently surprised, even neglecting the drool at the corner of her mouth, rubbing her eyes groggily, trying to wake up. Huh, what? Oh, Ziyue, you're back? How did the conversation go? She asked vaguely, clearly not fully awake, but making an effort to understand the situation. Ro was beside her, a glimmer of unease flashing in her eyes as she softly said, and I hope Chaos can handle that dangerous little guy. I didn't expect him to be the one manipulating Raimai to do this. Her voice was filled with disbelief, clearly shocked that such a small, cute solar dragon baby could do something like this. At this moment, Beaky's lively tone broke the heavy atmosphere in the room. Ziyue, have you noticed that the friendship map has gotten a bit bigger? It's even included the Great Blizzard Barrier. Her words were filled with surprise and curiosity, completely unrelated to the previous topic, but unexpectedly caught Ziyue's attention. Hearing this, Ziyue furrowed her brows, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Yeah, the map does seem to have gotten bigger, and I need to check if the map is malfunctioning. This is too big of an issue. It can't be considered a friendship problem at all, she murmured to herself, feeling quite perplexed by this sudden change. She walked up to the map, carefully examining the expanded borders, her heart filled with doubt and concern. Ziyue, has the problem been resolved? At this time, Starlight Glimmer, who had fallen asleep in Ziyue's seat, was also disturbed by the discussion and poked the sleepy Sui along to join the conversation. While Ziyue was checking the map, she vaguely answered Chuanqi and the others' questions. The Cosmic Princess hopes we can reform Raimai like we did with Chaos before, but Ziyue's slight sigh seemed to express her lack of understanding of this task. She thought to herself, Raimai is fundamentally different from Chaos. He has a more complex background and motives, along with his very healthy mental state. Reforming him is not an easy task. Moreover, there have already been those heinous acts. Ziyue, you need to believe in yourself. What are you doing now? Starlight Glimmer yawned and came to Ziyue, who was using magic to check the map. Her horns glow growing stronger. Checking the map, it malfunctioned. How could this task possibly be a friendship problem? But as she delved deeper with the probing magic, Ziyue discovered that the map had no issues at all, whether in terms of magical circuits, the integrity of its physical structure, or the purity of the extracted harmonious magic. The friendship map was completely fine. Ziyue, what's the situation? The friendship map has no problems. Ziyue's words plunged the map room into a dead silence. As if everyone present could not comprehend this astonishing answer. They looked at each other in confusion and disbelief. As if this sudden answer had shattered all their expectations and assumptions. When Celestia and Luna arrived in Canterlot, what greeted them was a scene bustling with order. The post-disaster reconstruction had made significant progress. Thanks to the efficiency and convenience of magic, the previously damaged buildings were gradually regaining their former glory, and the streets were slowly coming back to life. However, beneath this seemingly calm surface lay an unusual atmosphere. The leaders of various races had already gathered here, waiting for the arrival of Celestia and Luna. They stood or sat, each with different expressions, but the common characteristic was a certain stiffness and seriousness. The air was thick with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, as if every creature knew that this meeting was not simply about post-disaster reconstruction. After returning the magic of the Melody Princess, the conversation among the leaders officially began. Princess Celestia, a hesitant voice emerged from the crowd of changelings belonging to Sorias, who didn't know how to face the intentional or unintentional gazes of these races. It seemed that at this moment they only realized that changelings had merely changed their appearances and dietary structures, yet the blood on their hooves seemed still unwashed. This also put the now friendly changelings in a dilemma. They realized how difficult it was to be a ruler, where a slight oversight could lead to prolonged criticism. At the same time, the Cocoon Queen was also accepted by the current changeling community. She seemed to see more clearly the hypocrisy of the group she had worked so hard to lead. The words of the Sun Dragon spirit were indeed piercing, and the Cocoon Queen stepped aside, trying to distance herself from these treacherous subjects. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to seek out that little dragon for a discussion later. Everyone, I know that our changelings have behaved very poorly in the past, causing irreparable harm to many beings. However, that was because at that time, we could only feed on love, which was truly unavoidable. But please believe that we have proven our change through our actions. We are capable and willing to make amends for our past wrongs. Sorias' voice echoed in the empty square, carrying a hint of pleading and hope. He tried to defend his race, unveiling the veil of misunderstanding, hoping for the understanding and forgiveness of other beings. However, the Cocoon Queen merely shot him a cold glance, as if she could see through all his disguises and gaze into his true heart. She gently shook her head, a hint of disdain curling her lips, then turned to distance herself from these traitorous subjects. She knew full well that those changelings had feasted heartily when they were feeding, and now they spoke of being forced into it. It was utterly ridiculous. Sun Crown, you are defined as an evil celestial beast. This is your punishment, seal magic, and be exiled to the sun. A dignified and cold voice echoed in the hall, like ice piercing to the bone, accompanied by an intense, suffocating magical fluctuation. The Sun Crown was enveloped in a dazzling light and instantly disappeared, leaving behind emptiness and silence. Sun Crown, are you okay? A concerned and weak voice tried to penetrate that layer of light, but it was already too late. Sun Crown, why did you do this? You know this is wrong. Another voice was filled with anger and disappointment, a scolding and confusion over Sun Crown's actions. Enough, Sun Crown. You have committed an unforgivable sin. You are an enemy to all beings. I, Celestia, will never forgive your actions. The dignified voice rang out again, filled with unwavering determination. Bastard, stay away from my sister. An angry and firm voice erupted, expressing anger and rejection towards Sun Crown, as well as protection and guardianship over family. Sun Crown. A voice that seemed to emerge from a dream echoed, its hidden apprehension and worry swallowing everything like an abyss. Sun Crown's dreams were like a chaotic whirlpool, pulling him into endless darkness and pain. The trivial matters of today mixed with memories of the past, flashing through his mind like sharp blades cutting at his soul, yet repeatedly shaping who he was now. He saw his past laughter and tears. Those innocent times now became his deepest pain. He saw the beings he had killed. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair, while Sun Crown's eyes were filled with relief and joy. He saw the moment he was sealed and exiled. That feeling of loneliness and helplessness surged again, suffocating him, just like the heavy restrictions he faced now. Aside from the endless loneliness and heat above the sun, all other colorful scenes were accompanied by various emotions besides pain. The joy of childhood had now become a mockery, reminding him of his former innocence and current extremity. The sorrow of exile felt like a heavy shackle, making it hard for him to breathe. Anger and despair raged like a wild storm, destroying everything within him. It seemed that the dissatisfaction and pain accumulated within him, through repeated suppression and endurance, were constantly being weakened and sinking until he became no different from those weak beings. And that pent-up emotion finally reached its peak. Why? Why? Sun Crown silently screamed in his heart, his voice filled with despair and extreme discontent. He didn't understand why he had come to this point. After leaving the sun, just as he was about to soar, he was restrained by inexplicable things. But on the outside, he appeared exceptionally calm, merely floating slowly in the chaotic dream. Just like when he initially wanted to fly away from the sun, the magic that suddenly entangled him seemed to have been predetermined. You're not strong enough, are you? Why not embrace me? The extinguished sun will devour everything. Release all your dissatisfaction. Release all your hatred and grievances. Why have they trapped you for so long? Why do they have the audacity to scold you from their lofty position? To dissuade you. The voice of extinguishment seemed to linger in Sun Crown's ears, filled with temptation and provocation, attempting to lure him into deeper darkness. Have you not experienced my power? Unparalleled. Supreme. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Just like you now, having lost your object of revenge, wanting to vent your anger on little Maria. But did you succeed? Now, being forced, shackled. I have always been clear about my mission. The voice of extinguishment echoed in Sun Crown's ears, carrying a hint of mockery and amusement, as if enjoying Sun Crown's predicament. Sun Crown gradually began to contemplate the words of extinguishment. Are you now lost? Without purpose? Not even knowing what you want to achieve by doing this. You may not even have thought about what to do after ruling little Maria. You still have the mentality of a teenager. Tell me, what do you want to achieve with what you are doing now? What comes after aimless venting? Will eternal life become a new shackle? If so, why not accelerate this process to avoid endless pain and restraint? Sun Crown's previously calm gaze seemed to ripple as he witnessed so many things in his dreams without moving. His eyes turned towards the source of the voice, a void. When you gaze into the abyss, trying to find the figure of what you fear deep within that boundless darkness, you might expect a specific, recognizable horror to suddenly manifest, like a monster in a nightmare startling you in an instant. However, true terror does not lie in this. The most chilling realization is that this seemingly boundless abyss, with its depth, vastness, and power to consume everything, is merely a part of what you fear, a trivial fragment. Yes, my friend, the eternal shackles and the awkward status quo bind you, meaning I must once again accept the you within this dream, venting your frustrations as you rampage through the dream? Even the coyote knows to pull back and lie in wait, responding to calls, but when trust arrives, it is the day of liberation from the shackles. Oh, still trying to force profundity with little dragon's words? Look, childlike thinking. The silence of extinction could not help but interrupt the words of the corona. Although the corona possesses great power, it lacks a clear purpose and plan, merely blind rage and dissatisfaction, a behavior akin to an impulsive and immature teenager. Chapter 41. Fate Entanglement, Moon Shadow Heart Disturbance. All was silent, deep night had fallen, and every inch of little Maria's land was immersed in tranquil night. However, beneath this tranquility lurked an undercurrent unknown to the ponies. The corona, that evil being running rampant during the day, had now become the shadow in the dreams of all living beings, its malevolence lingering like a nightmare in the dreams of every sleeping creature. At this critical moment, leaders from various countries gathered, their expressions grave. Cocoon watched as Soris repeatedly tried to excuse the past crimes of the phantasm spirit, feeling quite disdainful. It was too much of a privilege for him to be a leader. She could hardly stand Soris' helpless tone, as if the phantasm spirit's sins were unavoidable. Cocoon shook her head helplessly. If they clung to this matter, what was the purpose of being here? She resolutely interrupted Soris' defense in front of everyone, speaking firmly. Let us not forget the real purpose of our gathering here as leaders of various nations is not to dwell on the phantasm spirit issue, but to face a more urgent and uncontrollable crisis. Moreover, you have seen that even the magic of friendship has no effect on him. Flame, as the dragon king of the dragon domain, had been deep in thought. Her gaze was piercing, as if she could see through everything. After Cocoon's speech, she pondered for a moment and then took the lead in speaking. Yes, we are here to discuss the aftermath of this disaster. Regarding the handling of the corona, I believe we should exile him, keeping him away from our lands, so he can no longer do harm. Flame's proposal was quickly met with responses from the other leaders, who nodded in agreement. However, Queen Vorn of the Swift Eagles contemplated more deeply, her brow furrowed, as if she could foresee the changing winds of the future. She slowly spoke. Yes, exile. But how can we ensure he won't return? I heard that this time he returned because he broke free from his restraints. Cosmic Princess, do you have any thoughts? Vorn's words carried a hint of worry and expectation, hoping the Cosmic Princess would provide a better suggestion. Upon hearing this, the Cosmic Princess slightly nodded. Your concerns are not unfounded, but the corona is now also heavily restricted. If we allow him to embrace friendship and improve, it will also be a great help to little Maria and everyone. Besides, exile is indeed not a good solution. Celestia, you don't really think friendship can change a madman, do you? It would be better to decisively turn the corona into a statue, like we did with the three of us. What are you worried about? Hissed. However, Cocoon held a different view. She had noticed something amiss early on. The corona's attitude towards the royal sisters was clearly different, and it seemed he had previously cared about the image he had in their eyes. A sense of foreboding surged within her, hissing that something was wrong, very wrong. Especially since Luna and Celestia seemed to have known the corona for quite some time. Could it be that he, just as Cocoon was about to voice her suspicion, she was interrupted by Celestia's admitting tone. Yes, he can be considered a childhood friend of Luna and me. From his childhood, his nature does not seem to be that of a bad pony. Perhaps it was the experience of 1,000 years above the sun that changed him. Upon hearing this, the little ponies present fell into a brief silence, unable to imagine that the corona was once a friend of the Cosmic Princess in her childhood. Nor could they fathom what kind of events he had experienced above the sun that led him to become what he is today. Flame, observing the silence of the others, broke the stillness with her words. Cosmic Princess, could you tell us why he was sealed on the sun? The temperature up there is many times higher than that of magma. Her words carried a hint of curiosity and confusion, seeking to uncover the truth behind the corona's sealing. Celestia's gaze flickered with a complex light upon hearing this. She slowly began to recount the events the corona had experienced. As she spoke, the little ponies present fell into silence once more. They could not imagine that the corona was once a pony with dreams and aspirations. Nor could they envision the pain and struggle he had endured above the sun that led him to become what he is now. Moreover, the torment of a millennium was something they found hard to fathom. It seemed they were relieved that the corona still maintained some semblance of rationality, perhaps thanks to that solar dragon spirit. But Celestia, that's not a reason for you to still want to try friendship with him, right? He will probably wake up and completely become a madman devoid of reason, with his impulsive behavior of wanting to destroy everything. If you truly care about some old friendship, then I suggest you petrify him and throw him into the deepest part of Tartarus before making any plans. After all, there is no perception within a statue. At this moment, the emaciated Tyrek proposed that if they could eliminate that hidden danger, the three of them would also have contributed, and they would no longer be bound, making it safer to implement those plans. After that meeting that determined the corona's fate, the leaders of various races reached a consensus. They unanimously agreed that the only solution was to petrify this dangerous individual and imprison him in the unfathomable magical prison of Tartarus. They no longer placed hope in friendship and reformation, as the corona's concepts and behaviors had proven him to be a thorough authoritarian, hoping to shape and dominate a country. Even the world, through power, at times seemingly unable to suppress his urge to destroy everything, akin to that once living but equally evil Sombra, perhaps even more extreme and insane. Celestia's expression was filled with doubt, and the leaders, exhausted from travel and battles, decided to rest in the repaired Canterlot, in order to witness the petrification ceremony that would take place tomorrow at the Royal Square in the center of Canterlot. However, Celestia's heart was tumultuous with complex emotions. She gazed out at the deep night, filled with hesitation and unease. Was it really the right decision to petrify this former childhood friend, who had now become an evil being threatening all of little Maria, and imprison him in Tartarus's magical prison? She recalled the corona's childhood appearance. That once dream-filled and aspiring pony, now driven to madness by a millennium of torment above the sun. Was the power of friendship truly incapable of reforming him? Celestia could not help but doubt her judgment. She knew well that once petrification was implemented, the corona would completely lose all perception and possibilities as a living being, which was tantamount to a cruel end. After being locked in the magic suppression prison, it is no different from a death sentence. The petrification magic will completely silence rather than dissipate, and there will be no possibility of revival, making it truly like a stone. Forget it. Since it has come to this, sigh, there is no other way. How could an old friend be at fault? I still exiled the moon to reflect on its intentions. This is not worthy of pity. If I continue to allow its harms to outweigh its benefits. These words almost burst forth from Celestia's tightly clenched teeth. She was in deep turmoil, originally thinking that the guy was redeemable. In the deep night, Celestia sat alone in her study. The moonlight outside was like water, but it could not penetrate the gloom in her heart. She repeatedly pondered the petrification ritual she was about to perform on coronation. The complex emotions surged like a tide, almost drowning her. Coronation, the companion who once spent her childhood with her, the little pony who always wore a warm smile in her memory, had now become the greatest threat to little pony Maria. Celestia understood deeply that reason told her that for the peace and tranquility of little pony Maria, she must make this difficult decision. As she thought of this old friend, some long-buried memories gradually resurfaced. But now, every time she closed her eyes, the image of coronation as a child would flash in her mind, along with those carefree days. And the deep gloom on his face before he was knocked out stood in stark contrast to the flames of behavior that burned like a beautiful painting. What she had not realized was that coronation's feelings for her and Luna during their childhood seemed to have long surpassed ordinary friendship. In the endless years above the sun, whenever pain and despair almost consumed him, it was Celestia's memory that shone like a faint light, illuminating his dark world. However, she also knew that the experiences of pain, over time, would become synonymous with suffering, just as the beautiful memories later unraveled the scars in Coronation's heart. And that feeling, which Coronation had never explicitly stated, silently took root and sprouted in his heart, eventually growing into a tree that could not be ignored. But this tree was also heading towards destruction. In the loveless city-state of Skyloft, the three little unicorns were unaware of that strange emotion, while Celestia and Luna, having experienced the world, were very clear about what it represented. Sigh. Celestia looked at the bright moon outside, letting out an extremely helpless sigh. It seemed that those who liked her all had no good end. Previously, in the parallel world, Sombra was also a victim of the separation of light and darkness, sacrificing himself to save her and that world from evil, becoming a victim of order like Sombra. And Coronation also seemed to have made a hasty judgment. What should have been the happiest day turned into a cute emblem that plunged him into the abyss and tormented him for 1,000 years. Upon his return, he saw an old friend he hadn't seen for 1,000 years, a childhood friend who now regarded him with caution and strangeness. Needing some help to recall those long-buried beauties, these things were gradually eroding his rationality. During conversations with other sages, he seemed to care about how she and Luna viewed him. This night seemed particularly long. The sudden words of extinction in his dream made Coronation realize that this was a dream. Instead of getting entangled in the illusory bubbles of the dream and their effects, it would be better to consider the current situation shaped by his previous impulsive and reckless actions. Now, the positions of cat and mouse had changed due to Coronation's erratic thinking, seemingly confirming what was said in the dream about the psychology of children. Coronation's heart quickly calmed down, and the little rationality reached its peak. After all, this was an illusion in a dream, born from his dread of extinction controlling his body. Rather than competing with him, it was clear that the current predicament was far more urgent. The little dragon seemed to have vanished. He probably couldn't come to his dream because he was tied up, and he had been made a captive due to insufficient power. What awaited him next might be exile. No, if they had any intelligence, they wouldn't choose such a self-defeating course of action. So, should he take advantage of the fact that Extinction's consciousness had been destroyed and not yet reborn to strangle himself? This was also the best opportunity, and it wouldn't create greater hidden dangers due to his death. The corner of Coronation's mouth curled into a barely perceptible cold smile, a complex emotion mixed with self-mockery and disdain. TSK. Fate is truly ironic. Old friendships, it seems, are nothing but an empty dream now. Celestia, Luna, you were once the faint light in my heart, but now you have become the hooves that push me into the abyss. But have you ever thought that those who place me in a dead end are precisely the ones who give me the spark of rebirth? Every time I fall, every moment of despair, is the hardest knot on my tree of strength. They teach me how to dance in the dark and laugh in pain. The sound of smacking lips seemed to mock himself. Being in danger is the best way for life to grow. But as for the path of flexibility, he shifted his tone, becoming calm and profound. It is by no means an act of weakness to evade reality, but rather a spark of wisdom found in a desperate situation. Seeking possibilities in the impossible, Coronation also knew that if he revealed his fangs again now, he might not even be able to ignite the spark of life. Facing those who shout about friendship, his chances of victory were minimal. Moreover, at least for now, he must achieve the provisional goal of ruling little pony Maria. Coronation's practiced self-talk, which he had gone through countless times, abruptly stopped at this moment. His vertical pupils suddenly turned as if something had intruded into his dream, as if a perfectly timed opportunity was approaching. In the dream world, the tranquil place that usually wrapped little pony Maria in gentle night was now becoming turbulent due to Coronation's shadow. Luna, the princess who guards the dream world, seemed to bear a mountain of burdens overnight. Her workload surged like a tide, wrapping her tightly and almost suffocating her. Once, the nights of little pony Maria were so harmonious and peaceful, with dozens of little ponies occasionally disturbed by simple nightmares. under Luna's gentle comfort. They could always quickly shake off their fears and return to sweet dreams. But now, all of this had been completely overturned. Coronation's evil deeds spread rapidly through the dream world like a plague. Almost every little pony who witnessed this event inevitably fell into his nightmare. The night of little pony Maria was no longer a peaceful ocean, but had turned into an abyss shrouded in fear and despair. The dreams of the little ponies were distorted and torn apart, replaced by Coronation's grimacing face and the various horrors he created. The little ponies screamed, ran, and struggled in their dreams, but could never escape the invisible shackles, only allowing fear to erode their souls bit by bit. Luna's view of Coronation, after experiencing this series of changes, seemed to have gone through the 4 seasons overnight. From initial complexity and confusion, she quickly fell to the current depth and resolution. In her heart, any sympathy and regret for Coronation's pure past had been washed away by the harshness of reality. Her gaze, once filled with confusion and bewilderment when she first encountered Coronation's dreams, gradually became sharp and cold. Every time she recalled the little ponies who had fallen into endless nightmares because of Coronation, Luna's heart would involuntarily tighten, a surge of indescribable anger and responsibility swelling in her chest. She began to reassess this former friend, the one who had become mad and powerful after a millennium of torment above the sun. Luna realized that Coronation was no longer the little pony she remembered, but a soul twisted by hatred and power. Every move he made seemed to announce his revenge and destruction to the world, leaving Luna deeply pained and disappointed. As nightmares flooded the dream world, Luna felt as if she were trapped in an endless battle. Her magic flowed like water, and each time she dispelled a nightmare or comforted a frightened pony, it drained her precious magic. Over time, this immense magical consumption began to erode her body and mind. Luna's complexion grew increasingly grim, and her eyes revealed an undeniable fatigue. The physical exhaustion accumulated during the day was exacerbating her weariness exponentially. In the continuous traversal of dreams, Luna felt like a tireless machine, her wings mechanically flapping as she crossed one dream threshold after another. This time, when she broke free from the remnants of the previous dream, there was no moment of respite. In a daze, her body collided into another dream. The new dream world unfolded before her in a heart-pounding manner, shrouded in a thick, heavy mist of darkness, as if the entire world had been swallowed by this endless void. Occasionally, when a faint light pierced through the gaps in the mist, the scenes revealed were fragmented like a nightmare, with every detail exuding ominousness and terror, sending shivers down the spines of the ponies. Luna's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and a strong sense of unease and fear spread within her heart. She understood the essence of dreams. They were projections of thoughts and emotions deep within the soul, a distortion and reflection of what one sees and hears in daily life. However, this dream before her far exceeded her comprehension. It was too distorted, too bizarre, as if created by an extremely twisted and pathological mind. Is this the dream of the Corona? Luna speculated in her heart, a chill creeping up her spine. She recalled the insane and powerful existence of the Corona and the endless disasters he brought upon the ponies. If this truly was the Corona's dream, then why was it so calm, devoid of any nightmare aura? Moreover, from this scene, it seemed that this guy's previous behavior was somewhat suppressing his inner self. Luna realized that she might be standing on an unprecedented edge, a window to glimpse the deep secrets of the Corona's heart. But this realization did not bring her any comfort. Instead, it made her even more vigilant and tense. She knew that entering the Corona's dream in her capacity was undoubtedly walking a tightrope. A slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Although she was the ruler of the dream world, which granted her considerable advantages here, any injury sustained would also reflect back onto her reality. This understanding further solidified her resolve to leave. However, just as she was about to cast a spell to escape this bizarre dream, a stronger force suddenly enveloped her. It's rare to visit my dream. Shouldn't we have a proper talk before you leave? The voice of the moon Princess Corona, ruler of the night, echoed in the mist, carrying a hint of barely perceptible mockery and regret. His figure gradually became clearer in the darkness, a pure white body without the sun's runes. Appearing childlike in stature, with slit pupils staring directly at Luna's deepest fears and curiosities. His tone was calm and rational, yet it held a madness that made ponies' hearts race. Luna could feel that every word from the Corona was meticulously crafted, an invitation and a silent threat at the same time. This intertwining of rationality and madness made Luna think of those once dreaming ponies who gradually lost themselves under a millennium of torment above the sun, ultimately becoming a presence that instilled fear in others. Ah, how disappointing. The Corona sighed lightly, his voice filled with both helplessness at Luna's hasty departure and a deeper disappointment. He seemed perplexed by Luna's avoidance, lamenting her failure to truly understand his inner world. The Corona slowly stepped forward, his posture both graceful and imbued with an irresistible power. He extended a hoof as if to touch Luna, but stopped at the last moment. This gesture was full of symbolism, an invitation to Luna while also respecting their boundaries. "Come now, Princess Luna." The Corona's voice became gentle and sincere, yet the added title revealed the thick barrier between him and Luna, as if nothing had happened before. "In this dream, we can set aside all prejudice and guard, and truly communicate. Let me tell you the stories about me, the truth you have never truly understood. I also lack someone to confide in." This inexplicable change in attitude left Luna at a loss, but she didn't need to dwell on the illogical behavior. As she considered leaving, she began to realize that this might not be a bad situation after all. "First, withdraw your magic before we talk." Luna finally spoke. Her voice soft yet unwavering. She knew that in this contest of power, she had to remain clear-headed and vigilant, without any negligence. Upon hearing this, the Corona's lips curled into a subtle smile, one that held appreciation for Luna's adherence to principles, along with a hint of amusement. "Of course, Princess Luna," he softly replied, then gently waved a hoof, and the powerful force surrounding Luna dissipated like morning mist. As the magic receded, Luna felt a sense of relief. But she did not let down her guard. She maintained a safe distance from the Corona, her gaze scanning the surroundings warily for any surprises. After testing the time needed to enter and exit this dream, she chose a safe distance based on the moment the Corona's magic had invaded her. It was a distance where the Corona's white figure was nearly invisible. "So, what do you want to talk about? Now, we can begin." The Corona's voice became softer, but a strange light flickered in his eyes. The gentle words did not ease Luna's wariness. If Celestia had not been deceived in the past, these events would not have unfolded. "Princess Luna, you may think of me as a madman, an irredeemable villain." The Corona began slowly, with a hint of helplessness and self-mockery in his tone. "But have you ever thought about the fact that everything I do is in pursuit of a greater goal? A path that allows me to escape the shadow of the sun and regain my self-worth?" Luna was momentarily taken aback. She had never considered that the Corona might have such profound thoughts and objectives. But she soon realized that this might be a lie woven by the Corona to gain her sympathy and trust. However, Luna did not easily fall for it. She remained vigilant, ready to counter any possible attack from the Corona. "So what is your goal?" Luna calmly probed, her voice unwavering. She understood that in this battle of wits and psychology, any hint of hesitation could lead to failure. But the Corona abruptly shifted the topic to memories of life in Skelos. "Do you remember? The flowers we planted when we first met? Do you remember those days? The laughter and playful banter?" The Corona's words became nostalgic, yet his unchanged gaze seemed to reveal his current disinterest in those memories. Luna's heart trembled involuntarily as those long-buried memories surged like a tide. She indeed remembered planting a small flower together when they were young, filled with innocence and beautiful dreams for the future. But the Corona before her was no longer that gentle pony. His eyes, though still deep, lacked the warmth and radiance of the past. But why did he still remember this? "Don't change the topic." Luna's voice carried an undeniable resolve, her gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through the heart of the Sun Crown. The Sun Crown felt an invisible pressure, but did not retreat. He merely sighed softly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his unchanged eyes, as if he were compromising with his fate and grappling with complex feelings towards this former friend before him. Yes, the topic should not be diverted. He spoke slowly, a touch of self-mockery in his tone, a resigned acceptance of the status quo, and a sarcastic reflection on the stark contrast between past glory and present downfall. "After all, I am now speaking to you, a lofty princess, in the identity of a prisoner." This sentence cut through the already delicate and tense atmosphere between them like a sharp dagger. Luna's expression remained stern, showing no sign of emotion. She understood well that every word and action from the Sun Crown could be a carefully designed trap. She had to stay vigilant at all times. "Your identity does not matter," she replied coldly. "What matters are your intentions and plans. Whether you are a prisoner or a former strongman cannot conceal the crimes you have committed." The Sun Crown slightly raised his head, his gaze meeting Luna's. At that moment, their eyes seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, returning to a carefree childhood. But soon, reality pulled them back to the harsh present. "Purpose?" he murmured softly, his voice revealing deep confusion and contemplation. He seemed to be searching for the right words to express his true thoughts, but feared that speaking would expose more weaknesses. "Aren't you curious about my actions concerning the nightmare moon within your body and the dawn within the respected Princess Celestia?" The Sun Crown suddenly shifted the topic, posing a question that caught Luna off guard. His eyes became deep and complex, as if hiding countless unsolved mysteries. "What does that have to do with your purpose?" Luna's voice rose several decibels instantly. She could not tolerate the Sun Crown's evasive attitude. To her, it seemed merely a tactic to divert the topic and evade responsibility. But she also understood what this behavior implied. The Sun Crown gently shook his head, his gaze softening and becoming distant. Ah, a tortured alicorn. Even to the point where the memories used to escape have become symbols of pain. It's merely the inner reveal of an alicorn's joy. His voice was deep and filled with emotion, as if recounting his endless inner anguish and struggle. Luna couldn't help but be stunned. She had never seen such a vulnerable side of the Sun Crown, which made her begin to doubt the accuracy of her judgment about him. However, reason told her not to be easily deceived by the Sun Crown's facade. She had to remain vigilant and continue to explore his true intentions. The Sun Crown gently shook his head, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, a blend of nostalgia for the past and helplessness about the present. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, each word seeming to be carefully considered before being released. If I truly wanted to reveal my inner self, I would have destroyed everything the moment I arrived in Ponyville. A hint of self-mockery flashed in his eyes, as if reflecting on his past actions with resignation. But at that time, I still cherished some old feelings, still cared about your views of me. Couldn't he be too negative? He made a series of clicking sounds with his tongue, filled with regret for the past and mockery of the present, as if laughing at his former innocence and current ruthlessness. At this point, the Sun Crown's gaze suddenly sharpened. He stared directly at Luna, his tone carrying a barely perceptible anger. However, it seems that two certain alicorns, having experienced millennia, have ground something down. His voice was low and powerful, each word striking Luna's heart like a heavy hammer. You have stayed too long in this utopian world, long forgotten what extreme pain feels like. If you were like me, you would not necessarily be as kind. His eyes revealed a deep despair and unwillingness, as if accusing fate of its injustice. Luna's expression grew serious. She sensed the weight and depth of the Sun Crown's words. She understood that his words were not baseless, but rather a manifestation of his true feelings. She tried to find answers in the Sun Crown's eyes, but only saw endless pain and struggle. Then it seemed like an overly hasty judgment. The Sun Crown's voice echoed again, his gaze becoming distant, as if recalling those unbearable past events. The day that should have been the happiest, obtaining the beloved mark, instead plunged me into an abyss. And when I returned after a millennium of torment, what was it like? Seeing an old friend after 1,000 years. Seeing a childhood friend, feeling their wariness and strangeness towards me, even needing some help to remember that sealed beauty. His voice gradually lowered, filled with loss and loneliness. Luna listened quietly to the Sun Crown's lament, her heart swirling with complex emotions. She had never imagined the Sun Crown's inner turmoil to be so painful and struggling, and she began to understand why he would commit such heinous acts. What would you think? The Sun Crown suddenly asked, his eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety, as if waiting for Luna's response. This question will remain unanswered. He sighed softly, as if marking this conversation with an unfinished period. The stars in the fading night of Ponyville seemed to dim as well. The Sun Crown knew it was getting late, and this conversation should come to an end. It's getting late. I should also draw the curtain. His words carried a hint of weariness and relief, as if bidding farewell to everything of the past. Finally, he looked deeply at Luna, his eyes filled with complex emotions. To that childhood friend who exists only in memory, to that current adversary, remember to pass this message to your sister. As the Sun Crown's words fell, an invisible force surged suddenly, as if an unseen hand grasped Luna, gently yet firmly pushing her out of this twisted and strange dream world. Luna felt a blur before her eyes, then lost her balance, as if falling from a great height, yet was firmly caught just before hitting the ground. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to her familiar dream realm, surrounded by the tranquil and peaceful starlight. However, the Sun Crown's words lingered like a brand, deeply etched in her heart, refusing to dissipate. She closed her eyes, attempting to recall the expression on the Sun Crown's face while speaking, but only the nearly indistinct figure and those deep and complex eyes surfaced in her mind. Luna knew that when the Sun Crown spoke those words, he must have had a complex expression she had never seen. Perhaps there was nostalgia and reluctance for the past, helplessness and mockery for the present, anger and accusation towards fate, as well as confusion and despair for the future. Those emotions intertwined, forming the Sun Crown's elusive true visage. She tried to piece together the Sun Crown's expression from those blurred memory fragments, but each attempt felt like groping in the fog, capturing only scattered clues. Luna couldn't help but smile wryly. She realized she had begun to feel curiosity and sympathy for this former friend, now enemy. She knew this feeling was dangerous, but she could not control her thoughts. She felt that if it were indeed as the judgment suggested, this seemed to be the last compassion of the deceased, the lament of the helpless, the concluding words that the Sun Crown summarized for this absurd drama as it came to an end. She had to tell Celestia about this matter right now. It seemed the Sun Crown still had a chance for change. Chapter 42, Dawn of Imprisonment, Nightmare Approaches. Luna jolted awake from the abyss of dreams, emerging from the dream world like surfacing from a cold, deep sea. filled with the night's chill and unease in her breath. Her eyes were interwoven with confusion, pity, and determination, her heart turbulent like a lake swept by a storm. Difficult to calm. Moonlight seeped through the cracks in the curtains, casting a soft and mysterious hue across the room, adding a touch of tranquility to the night. She quickly rose, her blue-violet mane flowing gently in the night breeze like a starry sky, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. Luna's wings unfurled gracefully. She silently traversed the palace corridor, each step firm and urgent, the moonlight creating mottled shadows on her wings, like a sprite dancing in the night. In the study, Celestia's silhouette looked particularly lonely and solemn as she stood quietly by the window, seemingly merging with the darkness outside. Beyond the window, stars twinkled and the Milky Way stretched across the sky, breathtakingly beautiful, yet reflecting the heaviness and complexity within her heart. Luna gently pushed open the door, the faint sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the night, breaking Celestia's contemplation. "Sister," Luna's voice was soft yet powerful as she approached slowly, sincerity filling her gaze. "I have something to tell you, and it must be now." Celestia turned, the moonlight illuminating her dignified yet slightly weary face. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by deep concern. She raised a hoof gently, signaling for Luna to sit down, while she paced slowly nearby, each step seeming heavy, as if she were walking on fragments of memory. Luna began to recount her tale, her voice fluctuating between deep and impassioned, vividly presenting every detail from the crown's dream to Celestia. Her eyes occasionally sparkled with understanding of the crown's complex emotions, at times revealing nostalgia for past friendships. In the study, only Luna's voice echoed, intertwining with the chirping of insects outside, creating a symphony of the night. Celestia's furrowed brow remained tense, her gaze flickering at times with Luna's words, and at other times dimming. She seemed to struggle to comprehend the crown's inner world while weighing the consequences of each decision. When she finally paused, a soft sigh escaped her lips, as if expressing infinite sentiment for the past and a resigned acceptance of their current predicament. After a moment, Celestia sighed again, her voice filled with unspoken emotions, nostalgia and reflection for the past, and resignation for the present difficulties. "Luna," she finally spoke, her tone filled with the love of an elder sister and the firmness and decisiveness of a leader. "I share your feelings. But we must face reality. The crown's actions have caused irreparable pain to little Maria. We cannot make hasty decisions based on fervor or momentary compassion." Hearing this, Luna's eyes flashed with reluctance and determination as she slowly voiced her perspective. "Sister, I understand your concerns, but little Maria is in a fragile recovery phase right now. Perhaps we can temporarily set aside the final judgment on the crown, giving him and ourselves some time to breathe. We can make slight adjustments to that magical prison, allowing the petrification magic to not fall completely silent, preserving a sliver of possibility for revival. In this way, we neither abandon our principles nor close off our options." Her voice was resolute and full of hope, as if lighting a faint flame in the darkness. "Wow, well done. You actually found a way to break the deadlock yourself? However, it seems a bit lacking in consideration. You don't know what is happening outside." This voice emerged like a ghost after the crown pulled Luna from her dream. The voice was familiar, yet perplexing to the crown. Was it the little dragon? Could it be that the chaotic power of disorder hadn't completely bound him? The crown furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion and inquiry flashing in her eyes as she murmured, "An illusion in the dream? Illusion, my foot." The little dragon's voice was laced with a mix of pride and disdain, as if mocking the crown's misjudgment. "Humph. Do you know how much energy I expended to finally shatter those shackles, while cleverly severing the link between disorder and his chaotic authority? I feel much freer now, but also quite weakened. Hee. But the good news is, I've grasped some key information and indications. The bad news is, we might have to die once. But don't worry, this doesn't count as real death, just a transformation." The little dragon seemed to remember the memories after being numbered this time. The consumption was not just about feeling weakened, yet he appeared to be putting on a facade of nonchalance, acting as if everything was under control, wearing a smug expression. At this point, the little dragon's voice took on a hint of mystery and anticipation, filled with curiosity and desire for the unknown. It was as if the secrets about to be revealed excited and nervous him. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, seemingly looking forward to the crown's response, eagerly anticipating her questions about what to do next and why they had to die once. However, the crown's silence felt like a deafening stillness. She stared at the little dragon, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She was contemplating, weighing, trying to understand the deeper meaning behind it all. "Boring, never mind. Since you're so persistent, I'll tell you. Many leaders are conspiring to end your life in a way that doesn't involve bloodshed. They plan to petrify you and then throw you into that magical prison, allowing the petrification magic to sink into eternal silence. Your recent words and performance might evoke pity from Luna, persuading her sister. Perhaps there's still a chance. Of course, they won't easily let you go. But I feel that the two sisters might leave a sliver of hope for your revival. A glimmer of insight flashed in the little dragon's eyes, as if he truly knew all the secrets happening outside. The crown's brow tightened, a complex expression forming on her face. Those two are still so easily swayed by emotions. But perhaps that's good. So what do you mean by dying once? The little dragon's gaze became erratic, as if trying to trace the threads of fate. I've only vaguely touched the edges of fate. How to come back to life, I do not yet know. The crown's tone instantly turned cold, her eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Are you kidding me? Making jokes at a time like this? Hey, don't rush. Calm down. The little dragon waved his hands quickly, forcing a reassuring smile, although the specific conditions for coming back to life were still vague. It was certain that when you awaken again, you will find yourself in the midst of a blizzard barrier. As for me, I will be reborn on the sun. You can quickly revive. As for me, when will I be reborn? I don't know. After all, for a being composed purely of magical energy, stopping the flow of magic means death. But, Crown, death does not mean the end. At this point, the little dragon's expression became incredibly serious and solemn, as if he wanted the crown to deeply imprint these words in her heart. Let us not discuss this heavy topic anymore, Crown. His tone suddenly grew solemn, his eyes sparkling with an undeniable light, as if conveying some crucial information. The surrounding dreamscape seemed to become even more bizarre at that moment, with shifting lights and twisted spaces seemingly telling unknown secrets, adding a layer of mystery and urgency to the conversation. Your precarious sanity. Despite my magic helping you maintain this fragile balance, without my magical support, your sanity might have already collapsed, like a sandcastle on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand the assault of the storm. The little dragon's gaze revealed a hint of worry, his words tinged with helplessness and gravity, as if he felt anxious for the crown's crumbling sanity. So what? The crown seemed hardly concerned about the sanity that had been suppressing her inner thoughts. Yusai, what do you think sanity means to you? Sanity? Humph. To me, rationality is nothing but a shackle that binds the wildness and madness within me. It keeps me superficially calm in this hypocritical world, like a mask that allows me to navigate through society without revealing any flaws. The corner of the sun's mouth curled into a cold smile, his eyes sparkling with a rebellious light, as if rationality was merely a disguise for him. A mask he had to wear to adapt to this world. Just moments ago, the mask he had shown to Luna was your mental state is getting healthier. You could practically be discharged. Xiaolong teased, though a hint of worry flickered in his gaze. But that's not right, is it, son? Rationality is not just a shackle. It is also a part of you, the foundation that enables you to think, plan, and seek revenge. If you completely lose your rationality, wouldn't you miss the opportunity to savor the sweetness of revenge? Don't you want to find the person who caused the complete rupture between you and that beautiful life? The one who turned you against the two sisters you had feelings for in your childhood and made you enemies? Xiaolong's words carried a weight, like a sharp knife dissecting the deep desires and struggles within Sunday. The atmosphere was extremely tense, as if every second was stretched by an invisible force. Time flowed slowly in such an environment, each step echoing a heavy rhythm, immersing the entire space in an oppressive and profound atmosphere. The air seemed to solidify. Even breathing became particularly pronounced, intensifying this serious and almost suffocating ambience. Sun's expression first showed a moment of confusion, as if Xiaolong's words had struck a nerve. A flash of bewilderment and doubt passing through his eyes. He thought Xiaolong was joking, trying to lighten the heavy mood. But Xiaolong's gaze told him that everything was serious. However, at that moment when the atmosphere was taut to the extreme, it was not Sun who changed his expression and actions, but Xiaolong. His body suddenly transformed into a fiery red magic that spread throughout the dream world. Like a blazing flame, with an irresistible force that instantly penetrated into Sun's body. Sun only felt a warm current coursing through him. A familiar and comforting power that enveloped him in an instant. This power not only warmed his body, but seemed to warm his soul, dissipating the inexplicable phantom pains and the intense murderous intent that could have shattered his current rationality into nothingness. The twisted face gradually relaxed, and Sun's consciousness began to clear. He felt Xiaolong's power flowing within him, like an invisible bond that tightly connected them. He looked at the towering waves in the sea of consciousness, which slowly calmed before his somewhat fragmented consciousness, as if also soothed by Xiaolong's power. Xiaolong wiped away an imaginary sweat, almost repeating the scenario where he failed to stop those intense negative emotions from completely destroying rationality back when they were above the sun. It's worth noting that above the sun, there was only this one living being for Xiaolong to chat with. Xiaolong could only slowly reassemble those fragments of rationality. Although most had been lost at the bottom of the sea of consciousness, they should, perhaps, possibly, maybe be recoverable after Sun calms down more. Wow. Calm down. Do you remember what I just said? You need to come up with a plan for yourself. Listen to me. Perform well in this impromptu act. It can also be considered a way for you to break free from the sun runes. Remember to find the celestial beast amulet. You can't keep bumping around like a headless fly. Xiaolong's voice echoed in Sun's mind, and it seemed as if nothing was amiss, his teasing tone still present, accompanied by a hint of advice and sadness. It was just that the voice was becoming quieter. I am very calm. My mind is very clear. I know exactly what I want to do. I just need to complete this act, and then revive from that inexplicable blizzard barrier. But my body has been petrified, locked in some cage. So how could I possibly revive in the next moment? And how am I supposed to find that bastard? Sun's questions went unanswered, which was unlike the usual Xiaolong, who would immediately respond to his inquiries. A wave of unease surged within Sun as he tried to call out Xiaolong's name. Xiaolong, Xiaolong, Destiny. No, where's the dragon? Sun thought about using magic to pull Xiaolong from his sea of consciousness, but why wasn't he working? Was it a dream? Sun woke in the early morning, his eyes suddenly opening wide, and his vertical pupils constricted sharply. There was no sign of Xiaolong around. If he had broken free from the limitations, he would have been waiting by his side. The intricate magic circles etched into the crystal floor made it difficult for him to move. Under the morning sun, Sun felt something struggling to move its head against his chest. He saw a small, shining, broken dragon horn, made of sunlight, slowly merging into his body, seemingly reinforcing his rationality, radiating its final light. In the reality of Little Malia, the first rays of morning sunlight quietly fell, draping this colorful land in a soft golden glow. However, unlike previous days, the atmosphere of this morning was not filled with joy and vitality as usual. The shadow of yesterday hung heavily like thick clouds over the hearts of many races, making it hard for them to let go. In each race's heart, it felt as if a massive stone was suspended, heavy and burdensome, making it difficult for them to face this new day with ease. Anxiety, unease, and doubt intertwined, enveloping the whole Little Malia in a stifling atmosphere. It seemed they would only feel at ease once the Cosmic Princess and numerous leaders publicly pronounced Sun's crimes and punishments before all races. They believed this judgment, after discussions among many leaders, would be absolutely fair. Many little ponies, swift eagles, griffins, and dragons were heading towards Canterlot. In the center of Canterlot's royal plaza, a cage covered with black cloth had long been prepared. They were not the only ones preparing. Celestia, Luna, and Twilight were all anxious about this trial. For Sun, it seemed that the most daunting aspect was the high-up judgment. However, at this moment, Sun seemed not to care about anything else. Even the note that spontaneously ignited after being sent to him seemed unimportant. He now knew that Xiaolong had come into his dreams, and everything he said within that dream was true, but he was straining his ears to hear the sound of another cage being placed beside his. Wasn't he the guy claiming to be omnipotent for thousands of years? Didn't he always like to show off his knowledge in front of him? Didn't he always enjoy stepping on his nose? Didn't he enjoy belittling him, trying to motivate him with those words, believing his strength was greater? Didn't he always act like a pompous lord when communicating with him? How come there was no news after a fight with a chaotic being? Most of the affected beings gathered in this exquisite and spacious plaza, shoulder to shoulder, their figures intertwining to create a vivid tapestry. They stood or sat, some lost in thought, others gazing at the covered cage, and the whispers seemed to never cease. Curiosity and doubt intermingled in their eyes, filled with anticipation and unease about the unknown outcome. Originally, they thought that within the cage covered by the black cloth, they would hear that guy's incessant extreme words again. His arrogant proclamations, his thirst for power, and his contempt for the beings he once regarded as enemies. However, now, the cage was utterly silent, as if no living creature existed within it, and this silence created an inexplicable sense of oppression. The black cloth was slowly lifted from the silent cage, like unveiling the veil of an unknown world. All living beings held their breath, eager to know what the one who had brought them endless pain and chaos looked like now. Yet, when the black cloth was completely removed by the purple magic, they saw a figure that was completely different from what they had expected. The white figure that should have stood within was now so silent, so lonely. He was no longer the mad and extreme guy from before, but seemed like one stripped of everything, left with only solitude and silence. The arrogance and pride that once filled his gaze were replaced by a profound darkness, as if all light had been consumed. His lips were tightly sealed, no longer chattering, leaving only silence and endless sorrow. His slightly raised head did not proclaim his unwillingness and provocation as before, but rather seemed to conduct a silent inspection. His gaze pierced through the crowd, like a sharp blade, sweeping over the faces of those with ever-changing expressions. Their faces were filled with surprise, fear, curiosity, and anticipation. A complex and vivid tapestry of emotions. The ruler on the makeshift high platform was scrutinized. Their serious expressions, which seemed rather amusing to the Sun Crown, appeared as if they wanted to glare him to death. Ultimately, that gaze landed on Wushu for a moment, whose form appeared somewhat unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. His face was etched with exhaustion and pain, a stark contrast to the excited or tense beings around him. The inexplicable dispute that had erupted last night seemed to affirm that the sword of Damocles belonging to his fate was about to fall. Or perhaps the guy had consumed the fate manipulation body he created as the cost to sever his ability to glimpse into fate, causing his vision to become cramped and confused once more. Wushu naturally sensed the inexplicable, murderous gaze, and he suddenly looked up, trying to find the source of that gaze. However, just as he looked at the white figure, the sun crown suddenly averted its gaze, as if it did not wish to engage in any form of communication or eye contact with Wushu. This sudden change left Wushu feeling a wave of inexplicable panic and unease. He did not know what it meant, nor did he know what would happen next. His previous familiarity with the script was his greatest reliance for reckless actions, but it also seemed to be his weakness. Celestia tried her best to rush through the taboo territory of the Sun Crown with brief words. She knew that if she talked at length at this moment, like that judge who favored a high-handed posture and endless lengthy speeches, not only would the path to future redemption become distant, but even the present Sun Crown seemed as if it would erupt with a wrath that would destroy everything due to her hesitation. Sun Crown, be petrified. Confined to Tartarus. Her voice was calm and firm. As her words fell, Celestia exchanged a tacit glance with Luna, and then unleashed the terrifying petrification magic. Everything proceeded so swiftly, like a meticulously choreographed interlude, catching the surrounding beings off guard and leaving them unable to react in time. This verdict struck like a thunderbolt, suddenly exploding in the square, plunging all living beings into a boiling discussion. Among them, some were shocked by this sudden turn of events, some rejoiced at the petrification of the demon, while others were furious at this seemingly hasty judgment. However, more beings were stirred by an indescribable complex emotion. Why was this verdict so rushed? Even the truth talisman prepared by the white-bearded star had not been used, and he looked at Celestia in confusion, as that rainbow-like magic shot toward the sun crown. His body began to gradually turn to stone, and it seemed to reveal some scars that looked like they were caused by burning. Meanwhile, the friendship magic within him accelerated the process of this petrification punishment, and the sun runes also seemed to fade and dissipate under the interaction of the two, as if there was no possibility of revival, just like the petrified sun crown. At that moment, the sun crown's mouth moved, and a deep voice resonated throughout the square, even drowning out the discussions of various tribes like a flood. To that childhood friend who exists only in memory, to that current adversary. The words from their childhood had not yet fully fallen when the petrification magic completed its process. And the last thing in his vision was the astonished expressions on Celestia and Luna's faces seen through the black cage. Inside the blizzard barrier, in this vast, boundless ice field, the wind and snow raged like a furious beast, rampaging every inch of land. The sky was obscured by heavy clouds, presenting a suffocating gray-blue hue, as if it were nature's deepest sigh. The wind and snow intertwined, forming dense white curtains that blocked out the sun, making it difficult to discern direction. The howling wind carried a biting chill, sweeping across the ice field, stirring up layers of snow waves, surging like the tides of the sea. Snowflakes danced wildly in the wind, not gently falling, but like sharp blades, ruthlessly cutting through the air and the skin of every creature attempting to traverse this ice field. The ice field had a thick layer of ice, with cracks crisscrossing like ancient armor, recording the vicissitudes of time and endless cold. Occasionally, a massive ice block would crumble under the pressure of the wind and snow, producing a deafening sound, like the roar of the ice field. However, amidst this raging wind and snow, there stood a flower that seemed to endure the millennium, swaying gently. It was a mysterious flower with 7 colored petals, each petal shining with a different glow, as if fragments of a rainbow had coalesced, exuding a captivating fragrance. Those colors seemed to flow, like auroras in the sky. Deep within the flower's heart lay a drop of crystal-clear dew, resembling a small gem, sparkling under the wind and snow, adding a touch of miraculous life to this cold land. However, this mysterious flower was incomplete, missing a quarter of its petals, as if some force had stripped it from its wholeness. At that moment, it seemed to hear a voice of compassion from afar, from the being that had infused the celestial horned beast's magic to construct its life, now filled with pity. It keenly captured the flickering vitality that swayed like a candle in the wind, as if it could sense the weakness and helplessness of that life force, and seemed to understand the profound meaning behind that compassion. Just then, 1/3 of the remaining 3/4 of the petals emitted a soft white light, then split apart into points of light suspended in the wind and snow. Those lights danced gracefully in the wind and snow, not scattered by the howling gale, confirming their powerful magic and the resilience of life. They began to change and intertwine, as if performing a song named Life. A pure white body was taking shape, That mane of crimson was dancing in the wind, and the ice and snow melted upon touch. There were no restrictions from the sun runes on him. However, the only flaw is that he has only one horn. And it seems that this form is not meant for the soul to reside in, but rather for him to find a way to save his original body. In the midst of the wind and snow, that white form opened its vertical eyes, supplementing the side story 1,000 years ago, at the beginning of Fate's entanglement. On that tranquil and peaceful afternoon, the sunlight, like finely woven golden brocade, gently spread across every corner of the Skylos Academy of the Unicorns, draping this ancient academy in a layer of warm and mysterious glow. The academy is located in a land cherished by nature, surrounded by lush forests and babbling brooks. As if nature had intentionally reserved a piece of pure land for this academy. The architectural style of the academy is unique, with towering spires, exquisite carvings, and stone walls shaped by the passage of time, all seemingly whispering stories of the past and future. Every stone and tile seems to carry the weight of history, making the little unicorns involuntarily immersed in this ancient and solemn atmosphere. At this moment, a melodious and deep chime flowed slowly from the golden bell hanging atop the academy's pointed roof. This chime, like a heavenly sound, clear and profound, transcended the boundaries of time and space, resonating throughout the skies of Skylos. It was not just a simple signal of time, but more like a mysterious call, awakening the dreams that had been asleep and stirring the students' infinite yearning for knowledge and adventure. Under the call of this chime, the little unicorn, driven by an inexplicable impulse, waved his magic lightly, and the textbooks flew out of the window as if they had come to life, even before Professor Albert could say class dismissed. The little unicorn had already eagerly slipped out of the classroom. Professor Albert looked at the little unicorn's departing figure, a helpless yet tolerant smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He knew that for a child like the little unicorn, maintaining interest in one or two subjects was already a rare achievement. Students coming in and out of the Unicorn Academy vary in age, and their purpose for being here is to find their own destiny and the material or qualities that represent them, most of which can be found before the age of 10. Therefore, the courses offered by this academy are quite diverse, generally divided into literature, combat, magic, and concepts, which can be further subdivided into various qualities and symbols, ensuring that the unicorns can find their own representation. Celestia? Luna? Are you home? I brought a friend to meet you. The voice of the little unicorn came from outside the door, accompanied by a rapid knocking sound. This sound interrupted Celestia and Luna's immersion in the library. In that ancient library filled with a sense of history, surrounded by towering piles of books, each exuding an enticing fragrance of knowledge, their magic gently turned the pages, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Those exquisite storybooks transported them through time and space, allowing them to experience the glory and sorrow of different civilizations, feeling the endless charm of knowledge. Each page seemed to be a brand new world, making them intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. However, the little unicorn's knocking brought them back to reality. Coming. Celestia was very curious about what kind of friend this new acquaintance she had just met yesterday would bring. Celestia put down the storybook she was magically holding and bounced to the door, while Luna surprisingly continued to read, revealing a hint of unease towards the unfamiliar unicorn, in stark contrast to her sister's cheerful and outgoing personality. As the door, separating them from the bustling streets outside, gradually opened, a soft light spilled onto the ground in front of the door, revealing an adult unicorn. Celestia looked at this new friend with surprise, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. This unicorn wore a brown cloak, appearing both mysterious and majestic. Her light gray fur was soft and smooth, like the gentlest mist in the night sky. Within her dark mane, golden highlights shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, adding to her extraordinary aura. Her cute emblem was a golden gavel and a scale radiating white light, which not only symbolized justice and authority, but also hinted at her special status. What was even more striking was the luxurious gold ornament she wore on her head, with gems sparkling in the sunlight, indicating that her position in Skylos was quite high. The appearance of this new friend undoubtedly brought new surprises and expectations to Celestia. Meanwhile, the little unicorn, like a curious baby, peeked inside, seemingly wanting to see if anything had changed after a day. He wore a mischievous smile, his eyes sparkling with cunning light, as if he could always find fun in ordinary things. At the same time, his mouth kept talking, like a little motor that never stopped. Yes, she is my friend. I have many friends. Almost every unicorn I can talk to is my friend. Her name is Angela Best, and she is the judge here. She's a super impressive character. By the way, where's Luna? Why isn't she here? She's still in the library reading. I can take you to find her, Celestia responded enthusiastically. No need, Celestia. Thank you very much. I know the way. Why don't you get to know this new friend first? I'll see if I can find more new friends for you to meet later. So you won't be lonely. The little unicorn smiled and declined Celestia's kindness, a mischievous glint in his eyes, as if he was already planning something interesting. Then, like he was on a covert mission, he rolled, dodged, and jumped towards the library. A series of exaggerated movements seemingly intended to make Celestia laugh. Watching the little unicorn's comical antics, Celestia couldn't help but laugh. She turned curiously to the new friend in front of her and politely asked, "Hello, Judge, my name is Celestia. Are you a friend of the little unicorn?" Her voice was soft and friendly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation for this new friend. Hello, Celestia," Angela Best responded somewhat awkwardly, recalling her previous encounter with the little unicorn. If following that little guy's logic, she should be considered one, since he thought anyone who could talk to him was his friend. At this point, she couldn't help but chuckle. But she also recalled that the little guy seemed to have been hitting walls, his expression of disappointment turning to a smile upon seeing her, as if he was tirelessly continuing his invitation. Angela Best found it a bit hard to watch and agreed to his suggestion. "By the way, Judge, just call me Angela Best." "Okay, Aunt Angela Best." Angela Best's eye twitched slightly. It seemed that this little unicorn was just as adept at stepping on others' toes as the little unicorn himself. She was only a few hundred years old. How could she be called Aunt? However, she didn't dwell on it too much and continued to listen. "By the way, how did you get your cute emblem? Does it symbolize anything?" It symbolizes fairness and authority, granting me the ability to conduct fair judgments, as my magic can deduce the cumulative wrongdoings of the unicorns bearing the cute emblem in their lives and assign them corresponding punishments. Chapter 43, Reclaiming the Body. The Crystal Catastrophe. At this moment, the little unicorn slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that came into view was a vast expanse of white. That was the pure white snow, which covered the entire world, as if everything had been swallowed by pristine whiteness. In this boundless white, he seemed to be in a brand new, unknown dimension, where all past pain felt so distant at this moment. The overwhelming wind shrouded in darkness swept along the white snow on the distant horizon, forming a capricious sky. The howling wind brought a bone-chilling cold, as if it aimed to engulf the entire world. It seemed to narrate the vicissitudes of a millennium, intertwining with the endless madness and rationality within the heart of the corona. The heavy, dark gray clouds appeared to press down, somber and thick, occasionally rumbling with muffled thunder, as if they could collapse at any moment. The snowflakes drifting from the clouds were haphazardly lifted by the wild wind, hinting at this unpredictable world, and seemingly confirming the patch of land within the corona's heart that was torn between reason and madness. He now felt an inexplicable emptiness and lack, sweeping through his heart like a tide. It was an ineffable feeling, as if he had lost something important, yet did not know what it was. It seemed as if the seemingly endless pain above his body had vanished at this moment. This pain had been his companion for millennia, a witness to his madness and rationality. Long-term exposure to pain or some form of intense discomfort may have led his nervous system to adapt to this state. Pain or other discomforts might have formed fixed pain memories or perception patterns in the central nervous system through the continuous release of neurotransmitters, as well as the remodeling of neurons and changes in synaptic strength. This made him almost regard pain as a part of his body. Sometimes, he felt that only by being able to perceive pain did he truly exist in the world. When that hasty and unusual trial came to a close, Celestia and Luna did not follow the leaders as they accompanied the unicorn of the corona, the guardian of Skeleth, to witness the corona being imprisoned deep within Tartarus. They were called by their teacher, the old star Shien, to the central royal castle of Cantelot. Meanwhile, Ziua had to address matters, as she was now the leader of this country, with a mountain of subsequent issues waiting for her to handle, especially in a nation where even trivial matters required the ruler's personal attention, not to mention the nobles who had their reservations about Ziua becoming the ruler. Each event, like snowflakes falling, forced Ziua and Jinshi to become busy, as if the fate of the entire country rested on their shoulders. They traversed every corner of the castle, negotiating with nobles, communicating with representatives from various factions, and handling mountains of paperwork. Even the usually vibrant Biji seemed like a deflated balloon, exhaustedly asleep on the sofa in Ziua's office, her smile and vitality seemingly devoured by this crisis, her saturation significantly dimmed. "Oh, Celestia," Ziua sighed helplessly. After this incident, the issue of the illusory spirits became more pronounced, with various factions now demanding compensation for losses, which was still a relatively harmonious situation. Solis wrote to Suelong, saying that the illusory spirits were living even worse than before. He seemed not to be a good leader. Ziua's weary head poked out from a mountain of stacked documents. She had not slept for nearly 40 hours. Last night's corona incident and the issue of the friendship map had nearly kept her up in the library until dawn. And then she had to rush to Cantelot without a break. The heavy dark circles under her eyes were a testament to Ziua's struggle thus far. However, despite scouring the vast array of books in the library, she still could not think of a single solution to this problem. The intactness of the friendship map was a glaring fact pressing on Ziyue's mind, indicating that this issue was indeed a matter of friendship. Yet this friendship seemed too burdensome. Even she, the crowned friendship princess, found herself in a predicament. She felt a deep sense of powerlessness and confusion, unsure of how to face this seemingly unsolvable problem. One could say this crisis dealt a blow to her already limited confidence. Ziyue, why not take a break? I've seen you Haven Tea closed your eyes since yesterday. Overworking your body is not good, and staying up too much will make your coat lose its shine, dear. Look at your messy mane. Jinchi, having dealt with those troublesome nobles, came to Ziyue's office. Seeing the progressively twisted and self-reproachful expression on Ziyue's face and her disheveled mane, she used magic to gently pull her friend out of the clutches of the documents, moved the sleeping BG to another spot, and covered Ziyue with a blanket, hoping to let her rest well. But there are so many things waiting for me to adjudicate and handle. That's just the documents. There are all sorts of annoying meetings, discussions, interviews, investigations, and comforting so many people, usually someone who liked to plan things meticulously. Ziyue was now taking it one step at a time. She raised her hooves above her head, shouting to vent her inner frustration and exhaustion. Ziyue, Appaloosa, Hoofington, Manhattan, and the mayors of various cities, along with some officials' funding requests and opinions. Just then, Suelong flapped his sore wings, looking anxious, seemingly infected by Ziyue's fatigue and helplessness, dragging a large bundle of letters and crashing through the slightly ajar door, as if breaking through Ziyue's dwindling confidence and patience. Ziyue's explosive shout was even heard by Celestia and Luna, who were conversing in the throne room. Trust your student, Celestia, she can handle these matters. The old Starchian, with a bandaged head covered in ointment, seemed very weary. Celestia and Luna had been trying to steer clear of the topic, and this behavior, along with the last words spoken before the corona, even led the old Starchian to speculate a little. Meanwhile, the Cocoon Queen, who could move freely in Ponyville without facing disdain from ponies and other creatures, appeared relaxed and content. They seemed unconcerned about Ponyville's current predicament and Ziyue's fatigue. On the contrary, they were planning how to take advantage of this opportunity to achieve their own goals. Tyrek had donned anti-magic shackles to prevent this guy from absorbing magic. Hey, don't say that. I actually think this life without worrying about trivial matters is quite rare. Without the past disturbances and constraints, I can walk freely in the sunlight. I can come out and act openly, no longer needing to hide or disguise myself. Moreover, under this identity, doing some shady things is quite convenient. The Cocoon Queen said while somewhat excitedly shaking her head, her eyes shimmering with cunning light. The occasionally constricting vertical pupils indicated that she could hardly wait to take advantage of this chaotic moment when Ponyville was in a stagnation period to pull off something big. The rules and constraints that once gave her headaches now seemed like mere illusions. She could act entirely according to her own will. She no longer cared about the survival of the illusory spirits. Their fate held no meaning for her. On the contrary, seeing Solis in a difficult situation brought her immense satisfaction, a feeling of revenge that made her feel incredibly elated. Now, she was alone and carefree, only needing to satisfy herself, without considering anything else. It was just a pity that the little guy who once pointed out the illusory spirits' issues so incisively seemed to have vanished after battling chaos. A hint of regret and sorrow flashed in her eyes. The little guy's intelligence and sharp insight had impressed her greatly. But soon these emotions were replaced by excitement and anticipation. Oh, and that so-called friendship doesn't seem so unbreakable now. The friendship between the illusion spirits and other races has already shown significant cracks, as the other races are beginning to realize. However, Ziguangui said proudly, as if witnessing everything the friendship princess had worked hard to build was gradually collapsing, which made her feel immensely relieved. Yet, at that moment, Tyrek's hoarse voice rang out, shattering their illusions like a heavy hammer. Oh, don't rush to make a fuss. What if our leisurely days Haven Tea lasted a few more days before we're sealed back into stone? But those little guys like Inhuan, Sandbar, and Ocelus, who had been deeply influenced by friendship and had become friends, seemed to confirm that these situations would soon dissipate. The solar corona left that mysterious flower blooming alone in the wind and snow. Although it looked very familiar, the solar corona did not intend to waste time on it. Feeling a mix of revenge, confusion, and unease in his heart, his steps left a series of varying impressions in the snow, along with a few intermittent red marks. But soon, these marks were gently covered by the newly fallen snowflakes, as if nature was quietly erasing the traces of the past in its unique way. The surroundings were silent, with only the low murmurs of the wind and snow intermingling with the solar corona's heavy breathing, forming the only melody in this icy world. He tried to flap his wings and leap up, wanting to feel the lightness and strength of his new body, but he didn't have that pair of strong wings. After a gentle click, the solar corona adjusted his posture in the air and landed steadily. without the binding of the sun runes. His magical power surged like a runaway wild horse, freely galloping within him. Every release of magic felt like a declaration of his rebirth to the world. The fiery magic circle flickered around him, like a warm flame in winter, illuminating the surrounding area before quickly transforming into shimmering particles that dispersed, leaving only a faint warmth drifting in the cold wind. The Tianjiao beast amulet, and that troublesome person who haunted his dreams now seemed to have gone missing. The clues left by Destin were limited to these, but where could the Tianjiao beast amulet be? The solar corona's thoughts seemed to be somewhat stabilized by the little dragon's magic. At least the raw wounds that had inexplicably appeared on him were not showing signs of worsening, and he was still using magic to heal these wounds. Moreover, it seemed that this body only inherited a portion of his magical power and physical strength. The recent solar ray's magic could even burn down to his bones. The solar corona, with a calm gaze, raised his hoof to look at the wounds that were slowly healing due to the healing magic. After a rough attempt and self-exploration, the solar corona suddenly realized that there seemed to be an extraordinary secret hidden within this wind and snow. He gathered magic once more and cast a probing spell, this time feeling everything around him in more detail. As the magic deepened, he was astonished to discover that the wind and snow contained a strange magical fluctuation, intertwining with the natural wind and snow, both subtle and elusive. However, this could penetrate his thick fur, making him feel the chill, as if a layer of magical power had stripped away a small portion of his vitality, revealing some of his sealed memories. When magic? The solar corona immediately became alert. The words wind magic suddenly burst forth from his lips, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment. The wind and snow intensified abruptly, and the howling gale added a wild and unrestrained quality, as if stirred by an invisible hand, whipping up the flying snow and forming blinding white tornadoes that wreaked havoc around the solar corona. In the gray sky, thunder rumbled more frequently, each accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground, as if even heaven and earth were responding to this sudden sense of crisis. The cumulonimbus clouds pressed lower, almost within Hoof's reach, releasing an even more oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. The continuous rumble of thunder seemed to peak for the possible battle. The solar corona's heartbeat quickened. He could feel the magical power hidden in the wind and snow gradually awakening. An ancient and powerful force slowly coming to life on this ice field, resonating subtly with the magic within him, yet carrying an undeniable threat. On that vast ice field ravaged by the howling wind and snow, a brilliant aurora flower stood proudly at the pinnacle of the storm, radiating a soft glow. Its petals were as vibrant as a rainbow, each one seemingly telling ancient and distant stories, attracting every soul fortunate enough to witness its beauty. With a sudden gust of wind, the aurora flower swayed gently but appeared even more resilient. At that moment, a figure slowly stepped into this snow-covered world, becoming its second visitor today. With each of her steps, there was a subtle creaking sound, contrasting with her currently silent and cold gaze. As her brown cloak fluttered in the wind, watching the half-remaining withered flower sway in the biting cold wind, the light flowing over its petals seemed to have dimmed somewhat. "It seems the remnants have come looking for me," Angela Bess murmured softly, her voice light, yet revealing an undeniable authority and chill. A hint of determination and regret flashed in her eyes. It seemed that with equal power, there was no need to search for that broken body. Indeed, she should not have harbored any illusions, thinking she could solve everything with external forces. If she had personally acted back then to sever the source of that evil, perhaps everything today would not have happened. Unfortunately, a moment's thought had blinded her with old friendships. Angela Bess's horn radiated a deep and mysterious dark golden light. This light not only illuminated the surrounding area, but also seemed to penetrate the barriers of time and space, reaching deep into distant and ancient memories. Her gaze revealed an indescribable focus and contemplation, as if she were engaging in a silent dialogue with some corner of her inner self. As the light of the horn gradually intensified, complex runes and patterns began to swirl around Angela Bess, moving like living beings beside her, intertwining, and eventually condensing into a miniature vortex that spun slowly. Angela Bess closed her eyes deeply. At that moment, her soul seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, tightly connected to the dazzling dark golden light on her horn. This light wrapped around her like a warm embrace, carrying her through the mist of time and space back to that unforgettable past. In her memory, the images gradually became clearer. It was a snowy day, the sky painted dark red by flames. Amidst the ruins of Skeleth, the solar corona stood like a war god returning from hell. At the center of the swirling storm of wind and fire, his mane danced wildly in the gale, like burning flames, each movement accompanied by a rampage of magic, as if to devour everything around him. Under the solar corona's heart-stopping majesty, Angela Bess's gaze involuntarily fell upon the sky behind him. There, Dozens of rows of dark red characters seemed to break through the sky, floating like a curse, twisting and entwining, as if carrying endless sorrow and resentment. Each word pierced her heart deeply. They were the names of the beings that would be ruthlessly killed by the solar corona, silently accusing him of his crimes, making Angela Bess shudder. Just then, a strange sight caught her attention. Beside the solar corona, a dark golden floating window frame quietly appeared, radiating undeniable authority and sanctity. Unlike the gentle white frame from before, in the window frame, there were brief yet powerful words inscribed. Kill immediately. This was fate's ultimate judgment on the corona. Just and ruthless. If Angela Bess were to carry out this order, then these dark red names would not turn into the black of the deceased. It seemed to be a predetermined path woven by fate. At that time, Angela Bess did not take this action. Instead, after controlling the corona, when the cherubs inquired about the handling of this little fellow, she chose not to kill him here. Sealed above the sun, washed away by fierce fire. The corona stood quietly in the snow, surrounded by a faint chill, blending into the swirling white snow. His vertical pupils flickered slightly, scanning the surroundings as if he could penetrate the wind and snow, perceiving hidden dangers. Although he had waited for a long time, the strange magic hidden in the blizzard showed no signs of enhancement. Instead, it gave the corona a sense of tranquility, even a feeling of recuperation. This was taking advantage of his illness to claim his life. The corona's gaze began to search for the vortex within the clouds, the frequent dwelling place of the wind magic. As magic supported the corona's currently weakened body, his horn glowed with light. Immediately, the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, revealing complex and ancient magic circles that suddenly appeared, swirling and intertwining in the air, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the snowy ground as if it were daylight. And because there were no restrictions from the sun's runes, the number of these magic circles was even more massive. From afar, through the thick snowstorm, one could see the brilliance emanating from the gathering of magic circles, as if a sun was about to rise in this place. The corona's face once again revealed that long-lost manic expression, a thirst and confidence for power. He looked forward to this upcoming magical feast, eager to witness how these fireworks would completely shatter the wind magic. With a low roar from him, all the magic circles seemed to respond to his call, roaring to life. Blazing red light erupted from the magic circles like the first rays of sunlight at dawn. Sharper and hotter than sunlight, these red lights tore through the sky, splitting the space apart, leaving shocking cracks in their wake, accompanied by deafening booms, a series of explosions, flames dancing, as if the apocalypse were descending. However, within this rage and destruction, there was an indescribable, profound magical rhythm, interweaving into a magnificent movement that echoed between heaven and earth. This power not only shook the ground, but even pierced through the thick barrier of snow and wind, soaring into the sky, where one could see the circular void created by the explosion from outer space. Ultimately, as the last red light dissipated, a vast expanse of emptiness was blown open in the center of the blizzard barrier's clouds by this powerful force, as if nature had left a mark for this magical feast. Yet, it seemed that within this blizzard barrier, there were unknown forces even more powerful than the corona's magic. This banquet, which could have been seen by most of the beings on the planet, was instantaneously dissolved into that raging wind and snow, and the massive wound within the thick clouds healed in an instant, while the vortex where the wind magic had been recuperating also vanished. Not long ago, the wind magic had been shattered once by Ziyue and the others, and now, having barely been reborn from suffering due to the corona, it was once again crushed by the corona arriving here. The wind magic said, "Why didn't I see you unleash your full power right away?" But the snowstorm seemed to have intensified, yet the aura of the wind magic was indeed gone, as if some rule was hidden here. Unwilling to let something reappear in the world, like the ruins of Skilo's falling, the confusion on the corona's face slowly rose like morning mist. Just as he was trying to sort out this sudden change, a long-lost yet unfamiliar feeling quietly crept up in his heart. It was hunger, a signal of the body's extreme craving for energy. This feeling was so novel to him, as if it were a memory from another world, causing him to frown slightly. "Am I hungry?" The corona murmured to himself, incredulous. He looked back at the past. 1,000 years seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Hunger was already a distant memory for him. In those long years, pain had filled all his senses. He had never truly experienced this physiological need. It seemed his body had always been sustained by the little dragon's efforts, but the corona seemed unaware of it. Calculating, "I've been starving for 1,000 years. How could I care?" However, reality reminded him in an undeniable way that even this magically constructed body had its fragile side. In fact, it needed a continuous supply of energy to maintain its operation. And at this moment, it was coldly announcing the exhaustion of energy, preparing to shut down. The corona's consciousness, deep within the sea of awareness woven by magic, seemed trapped in an invisible cage. He gently touched his forehead with his hoof, looking helpless and frustrated. Hey, buddy. Why didn't you remind me when you designed this? This thing can shut down automatically. His complaints carried a hint of self-mockery. Finally realizing how important the little dragon's seemingly nagging yet wise reminders were. That rationality returning to the peak also recognized the cost of his reckless actions. Meanwhile, at the summit of the snow mountain, an unprecedented change was unfolding. The originally peaceful and serene snowy realm was suddenly awakened by an inexplicable force. The pristine white snow seemed to be given life, abruptly awakening from slumber, transforming into a furious, white giant beast. These seemingly gentle snowflakes converged at this moment into a surging torrent, roaring towards the valley with a momentum capable of destroying the world. Their thunderous roar was deafening, like the rage of ancient war gods, shaking every inch of land and every soul. Wherever the avalanche passed, everything was swallowed up, whether it was hard rock or mountains. They appeared insignificant before this irresistible force. They were effortlessly swept into the torrent, turning into shattered debris, ultimately disappearing in the vast sea of snow. This avalanche was like a stern warning from nature to all living things, reminding them to respect nature and life. And in the distance, Angela Bass witnessed all of this. Her hooves frozen in midair, as if shocked by the sight before her. A glimmer of astonishment and unease flashed in her dark golden eyes. She knew that the power hidden behind this avalanche far exceeded her imagination. The corona's actions undoubtedly proved once again the vast gap between them, forcing her to reassess the current situation. This also made Angela Bass abandon the thought of finding this guy right now. It seemed the gap was still too great. So she decided to ponder for a while, and from her heart, seek help, first to meet the long-lost Celestia and the others. As the torrent of the avalanche gradually subsided, amidst the wreckage, the corona's body miraculously traversed the violent wind and snow, as if pulled by an invisible force. Not only unscathed, but even effortlessly shattering several massive black rocks blocking his path along the way. These rocks appeared so fragile before his power, as if they were merely small stumbling blocks on the road, casually knocked aside by him. Ultimately, the force of the avalanche pushed him to the other side of the blizzard barrier, to a relatively tranquil and mysterious place, the border of the Crystal Empire. Here, the translucent ice crystal buildings shone with enchanting light under the reflection of the snow, beautiful and distant like a fairy tale world. Just as the aftermath of the avalanche gradually dissipated, a group of crystal pony guards clad in shiny armor quickly assembled, their eyes sharp as eagles, always guarding the safety of this territory. Among them, a bright purple crystal pony guard, with a look of vigilance and concern, was the first to notice this sudden disaster. Look, an avalanche has occurred over there, he shouted loudly, his voice tinged with a hint of tension and unease. Immediately, his gaze pierced through the swirling snowflakes, fixing on the core area of the avalanche. Wait, is there still a little pony in there? Are there any victims trapped inside? His voice drew the attention of the surrounding guards, who quickly gathered around, looking in the direction he pointed. Outside the Crystal Empire, gently separated by the magic of the Crystal Heart, something unusual seemed to be hidden among the wreckage of the avalanche, especially that vibrant red mane, which stood out starkly in the white world, leaping like flames and attracting the gaze of all the crystal ponies. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Crystal Empire, even reaching the Shining Armor, who was temporarily overseeing the empire in place of Princess Melody while enjoying warm moments with the children. A complex emotion surged within him, a mix of shock and concern over this natural disaster, alongside deep sympathy and regret for the possible victim facing misfortune. He intended to leave the heart of the storm here for Sunlight to watch over, as he needed to check on Melody, because his weary eyes and disheveled mane indicated that caring for this child alone was indeed exhausting and tiring. Doctor, he's still alive. It's a miracle. Moreover, his physical condition could be described as better than ever. It seemed he had merely fainted from hunger. A nurse pony pushed open the door of the ward and shouted excitedly, her excitement palpable. Chapter 44, Shadows of the Empire, Underlying Currents. Tick, tick, tick. The subtle and rhythmic sound echoed in the tranquil air, like the footsteps of time, slowly advancing in this immaculate white ward, each step exuding steadiness and calmness. This sound, reminiscent of an ancient clock, silently recorded the passage of time, seemingly narrating the resilience of life. Inside the ward, everything was surrounded by a soft white hue. The walls, ceiling, and even the curtains by the bed exuded a purity untouched by dust, as if this were a secluded sanctuary. The floor was a checkerboard of blue and purple, allowing only cleanliness and tranquility to linger. Sunlight filtered through the half-open window, casting warm patches of light on the floor, adding a touch of warmth and vitality to the monotonous white, as if attempting to dispel the gloom and oppression within the ward. The medical equipment by the bedside stood quietly, emitting that continuous and steady ticking sound, like the whispers of life. A transparent rubber tube gently inserted into his mouth slowly delivered food, sustaining the continuation of his life. His eyes were tightly shut, long red eyelashes quivering slightly under the sunlight, dancing like flames, yet carrying an imperceptible fragility, as if narrating his inner pain and struggle. "Doctor, the patient's current condition is quite strange," a nurse pony whispered, her voice laced with confusion and concern. She stood by the bed, her gaze fixed on the various life indicators of the patient, trying to find some clues. His body temperature was about 10 degrees higher than that of a normal unicorn. Logically, he should be having a high fever, yet all his other physical conditions were remarkably good, even so strong that the syringe was hard to pierce. However, the level of his pain-suppressing neurotransmitters was evidently too high, seemingly a result of enduring severe pain for years. His body appeared to have adapted to this suffering, even regarding it as a norm to some extent. At that moment, a light brown crystal pony approached the bed of the patient, gently stroking his chin, lost in thought. He was an experienced doctor, but facing the peculiar situation of the patient, he felt somewhat helpless. "This is strange. Could it be a cursed unicorn?" He muttered to himself. "We need to tell Sunlight. He might be able to solve this. He is the wisest unicorn in our empire. Perhaps he can see the clues in this." Then the Dr. Pony turned and left the ward. Meanwhile, in the sea of consciousness of the patient, a fierce internal drama was unfolding. His consciousness stood above the surface of the sea, watching the external images projected above, with a grim and distorted expression. "Hiss. Why not just wait until I wake up and then destroy the city, using the lives here as a threat? Let Celestia hand over the celestial unicorn amulet." He thought viciously, as if consumed by hatred and anger. His eyes sparkled with madness, revealing an uncontrollable desire for destruction. However, just as this madness was about to erupt, a voice from his mind suddenly echoed the words of the little dragon. "Don't make me tired again." This voice was like a clear spring, instantly dousing the fire of his inner fury. "No, no, no. Doing so would alert the enemies. What if it ends up being in vain? I would miss the opportunity to rid myself of the sun rune, to personally kill that wretched one." In an instant, the grimness on his face was overturned by the regained rationality. His brow furrowed, and his words began to calm. This added rationality seemed to bring him some other healthy mental state. He was no longer just talking to himself, but also began to refute his own points. "I need to replan. It seems that the library in the Crystal Empire mentioned something, called the Crystal Heart. It seems to be the foundation of their nation. It must have powerful magic that could be used to transfer the magic to my body, which would likely reduce the occurrences of that automatic shutdown." His words carried a hint of calmness and cunning, as if plotting a grand conspiracy. "That wretched one claims to be just and authoritative? Let's see if I use the entire pony nation as a threat, if she won't show up." The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, revealing an indescribable evil and cruelty. However, what needed to be considered now was the acquisition of the celestial unicorn amulet mentioned by Destiny. His words were filled with contemplation and planning, as if paving a thorny and challenging path for his future. It seemed he had not realized that his viewpoint had not fundamentally changed, only that his goals had become more long-term. However, Sunlight was unable to free himself, as this little fellow, the heart of the storm, was too unruly, leaving that pony to return empty-handed. Alas, Sunlight said he couldn't free himself and should maintain the patient's condition for now. The Dr. Pony said this news somewhat dejectedly. His heart was filled with helplessness and worry, knowing that it meant the mysterious patient might have to struggle with pain for a while longer, which made him feel very guilty, as if he were failing his profession. With a hint of guilt, he looked at the patient lying in the bed, as the scorching sun in the sky gradually shed its dazzling light. It seemed like a seasoned painter, using the sky as a canvas and light as a brush, began to sketch magnificent scrolls on the horizon. The curtain of the blazing sun quietly descended. In the solemn and deep hall of the Canterlot throne room, the white-bearded Starry finally concluded his long inquiry with Celestia and Luna. A hint of fatigue flickered in his eyes, as if he had just undergone a spiritual marathon. Especially Celestia's questions made him feel particularly exhausted. Her inquiries were not only about the facts, but more about how Celestia viewed the complex and subtle psychological issues surrounding the patient. Celestia's eyes were filled with confusion and struggle, as if she were engaged in a silent battle with the image of the patient deep within her heart. Her questions were like a tangle of fog, both vague and elusive, leaving Starry feeling somewhat at a loss. He knew well that addressing students' psychological issues required delicate insight and patience, both of which were precisely his weaknesses. It seems that what the crown said to Luna that night, as well as the unusual silence before the crown was petrified in that statement, made Celestia feel that there was still room for maneuver. However, this certainly seemed absurd and hopeless, especially towards the enemy who attempted to destroy Equestria. Leaving room for maneuver was, for her as the former ruler of Equestria and as its guardian, A memory that didn't seem to have much effect on the crown, but instead had a significant impact on her and Luna, as if it made them reminisce about those years long sealed away. Old Whitebeard looked at his two students with a heart full of emotion and helplessness. He knew that some things, once they happened, could not be undone. He also knew that some wounds needed time to heal, especially regarding the complete sealing of his former friend. But at this moment, he felt more disappointment and reproach towards Celestia and Luna. Oh, how should I say this to you? Celestia, Luna, TSK, write me a 10,000-word essay reflecting on this matter. Even though you have retired, in the hearts of the Equestrian citizens, you are still like a faith and deity, still the guardians of Equestria. Especially you, Celestia. Wasn't the ordeal that almost merged the two worlds enough? Old Whitebeard's voice carried a tone of severity and heartache. After saying this, he turned to leave, his slightly hunched figure appearing particularly lonely in the silence of the throne room. Celestia and Luna stood silently in place, watching his departing figure and the closed door, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Is the once cheerful and patient crown who was so kind to us never coming back? Although time can dilute everything? Luna's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow, as if she too was entangled in her thoughts. Crazy, the deep-rooted sky is getting late, Luna. Celestia seemed somewhat helpless as she uttered those words. Luna slightly turned her head to look out at the sunset, swaying down under Celestia's magic, and turned back to glance at Celestia's retreating figure with some confusion. If I had spoken more lightly when we reunited, it wouldn't have come to this, Celestia murmured to herself, her voice carrying a hint of regret and pain. Clearly, the strange little dragon had stated that she had indeed seen the joy in the crown's crazed vertical pupils. Dawn was indeed right in her mind. He is currently being killed, and the reason is you. You said to let him recall the beautiful memories from before. What harm could that do? If he resided in the abyss, he would grasp any light he could see. However, your actions undoubtedly erased the light he saw. Luna hurriedly followed, observing the quietly grieving Celestia. Recalling that the cheerful Celestia of their childhood had the best relationship with the crown, and that her introverted personality was brought out by the crown encouraging her to go outside more. Who would have thought, Luna, that the shy little girl who always followed her sister would charge forward to protect her sister in this moment of crisis? Luna's mind conjured the expression on the crown's face when he said that, a hint of compassion that should not have appeared on his face. It was uncertain whether he was being insincere now or not. The throne room fell back into silence. Ziyue, you've been working too hard lately. It seems you really need to relax this time. Princess Inyun's voice was gentle and caring as she sat down on the sofa nearby. The two sky-horned beasts began a light-hearted chat, discussing everything from daily happenings to bits about governing the country, laughter occasionally echoing in the office, creating a warm atmosphere. Ziyue lay comfortably in Inyun's embrace, cucumber slices resting on her eyes, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility and ease. She thought that bringing Shining Armor here to see her was a brilliant decision, not only allowing her to relax, but also letting Princess Inyun feel the warmth of family. However, Shining Armor, who came to see Inyun, was in for a tough time. He initially came with the intention of visiting Princess Inyun, but unexpectedly got pulled in to help deal with some urgent paperwork, taking over tasks that his sister could not attend to temporarily. Sitting at the desk, facing a mountain of documents and reports, he frowned, busily flipping through them and taking notes, not having a moment to spare. I didn't expect to be busier here than taking care of Wind and Snowheart. Shining Armor grumbled, exhausted, as he collapsed into the pile of documents he had just managed to finish. His voice was filled with helplessness and fatigue. Ha ha ha, brother. Being a ruler is far more difficult than I previously imagined. Now that it's getting late, I can finally get a good night's sleep. Ziyue yawned and freed herself from Inyun's embrace, bidding good night to the two of them before heading to her room. Inyun looked at Shining Armor's weary state, and although concern showed in her eyes, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant, adding a touch of ease and joy to this busy night. As for Tree and her companions, after a flurry of activity, they finally got a moment to breathe. They exchanged glances filled with a mixture of exhaustion and relief. Then Tree smiled lightly, with a hint of playfulness and liberation, gathering the trivial matters as if she were organizing her chaotic thoughts. All right, it's time to hand these little things over to the little ponies who should really be dealing with them, Tree said softly, her voice carrying a note of lightness and anticipation. She knew that she and her friends had been busy with these matters for too long. Now it was time to let go and allow those skilled at handling these details to take over. Otherwise, would a country and its international relations really be left for them to manage? That was clearly unreasonable. Yay, I'm going to get a good night's sleep and then eat all the cupcakes I haven't had for the past few days. Pinkie Pie's eyes sparkled at the mention of cupcakes, and her deflated mane puffed up at that moment. After stretching my sore neck, how about we enjoy a spa treatment at the spa after we get back, Applejack and Tree? This mission has left my wings sore, Rainbow Dash said, rubbing her seemingly still paining head. Sure, of course. Rarity, are you going? Rainbow Dash looked at the seemingly downcast Rarity. No, I have to check on Discord. He really exerted himself this time and needs rest and care. Rarity seemed concerned about Discord's injury, especially since it was that seemingly adorable Sun Dragon. No, it should be Sun Evil Dragon that hurt Discord. Alright, as the night deepened, like a light-footed painter using deep blue-purple ink, it gradually spread across the sky. The entire world seemed to be immersed in a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. All was silent, with only the stars whispering and the moonlight, like fine threads, gently brushed over every inch of land, wrapping the sleeping earth in a layer of soft silver veil. Above the crystal empire, dazzling auroras floated, like dreamlike ribbons, gracefully dancing. Sometimes emerald green like jade, sometimes pinkish purple like lilac, or resplendent gold red, intertwining into enchanting scenes that delighted the heart. Everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful, returning to the previous harmony and tranquility. Under that soft and mysterious moonlight, the crown's eyes slowly opened, as if ancient ruins long in slumber were rejuvenating at this moment. His eyes sparkled with a crimson light, reflecting the moonlight outside, adding an indescribable air of mystery to his already handsome face. He gently rotated his softly glowing vertical pupils, resembling a fierce beast just awakened from the abyss, cautiously surveying the surrounding environment. Everything in the hospital room appeared so tranquil under the moonlight, the blue and purple floor, the white walls, even the dancing light spots on the half-open window, seemed to be imbued with a certain mysterious vitality. The steady dripping sound in the ear of the crown was the life whisper of medical equipment. He took a deep breath, feeling the magic within him slowly increasing with the replenishment of energy, as if a sleeping giant dragon was gradually revealing its sharpness. He gently moved his body. The crown slowly sat up, his gaze sweeping around the room to confirm that no other ponies were awake. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a blend of madness and cunning, as if plotting an earth-shattering conspiracy. Now, it's time to begin my plan, he silently thought, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes, as if he could already see the victory of the future beckoning to him. He gently removed the foretube from his hoof, stood up, and his body was illuminated by the moonlight. In comparison, he realized that this body was taller than an average stallion, but not as strong as his previous body of a unicorn. However, the crystal heart, a divine artifact that protects a nation, would undoubtedly be heavily guarded, possibly kept in a secret chamber within the crystal castle. But this powerful artifact is the key to restoring most of my magic and strengthening this body. Little dragon, what should I do? The crown paused midway through his self-talk, habitually asking the little dragon for advice. However, he stopped halfway, as if suddenly recalling something, letting out a self-deprecating smile. He shook his head, discarding a flicker of hesitation in his heart, and then leaped out of the window, disappearing into the night. Oh, of course, I won't tire you out. The crown lightly caught his body with magic, as if a feather, gently floating down without making a sound. He knew that in this quiet night, any slight noise could arouse suspicion and disrupt his meticulously planned scheme. Therefore, he carefully controlled his movements, ensuring not to make any unnecessary sounds. On the streets at night, only a few crystal streetlights emitted a faint glow, resembling stars in the night sky, adding a soft brightness to the silent night. Although the light from these crystal streetlights was weak, it was enough to illuminate the path ahead for the crown. He quietly navigated through the streets, like a ghostly figure. Even some of his actions seemed a bit more mature and steady. The crystal ponies guarding the castle appeared a bit drowsy, their eyes glazed over, as if they could fall into a dream at any moment. The crown secretly rejoiced. Such a state of vigilance was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. Subsequently, the crown ignored the rotating crystal heart in the square of the crystal castle and magically transported himself from a corner of the castle inside. After all, that thing looked like a mere decoration. How could an empire be foolish enough to leave it unprotected and without many guards? One could only say that there was a reason this empire was ruled by Sombra. The guards were lax, even shortly after the war. The crown pondered in his heart while hiding behind the curtains, observing the passing guards. However, those guards did not notice any abnormalities, which made the crown frown. How did they become guards? A sense of doubt and dissatisfaction arose in his heart. Such a state of guarding was a great irony to his operation. He shook his head, deciding not to hide any longer, and walked openly down the castle corridor. His actions appeared so calm and unhurried, as if he were the master of the castle. Truly, it is laziness. This entire nation seems to have enjoyed peace for only a short time. How could they be so relaxed? Indeed, life must dance in the flames to grow stronger. The crown even walked openly in the castle corridor without any issues, rendering his meticulously rehearsed plan in the sea of consciousness completely useless. There was even a luxurious dining cart in the corridor offering midnight snacks for the guards, filled with various Crystal Empire desserts, crystal berry pies, crystal corn on the cob, and ubiquitous cupcakes. The crown didn't think much of it. After all, he was still hungry. So he magically picked up a cupcake and stuffed it into his mouth. However, that one bite instantly brightened his previously indifferent expression. This is delicious. The clown couldn't help but exclaim, his voice filled with surprise and satisfaction. When Sombra was still around, he could be considered a foodie, often trying to make various dishes and desserts, sharing them with Celestia and Luna. This cupcake could be said to have awakened his taste buds, which had not savored food for 1,000 years, making him feel unprecedented satisfaction and happiness. He couldn't help but grab another cupcake, savoring the sweet flavor. As if at that moment he were just an ordinary diner, reminiscent of the teenage unicorn enjoying the pleasure and satisfaction that food brought. Cough, cough. The clown suddenly realized he might have lost composure. He shook his head, trying to bring himself back to reality. He knew he couldn't remain immersed in such a state. He had more important things to do. So, while magically holding the plate, he began to explore the castle. The probing magic indicated that the room ahead was the place with the highest concentration of magic in the castle. The clown's lips curled into a cold smile, as a plan began to form in his mind. Next, after causing a commotion here, I will go to Canterlot to find the unicorn amulet. Destiny probably means for me to combine the unicorn amulet to liberate the petrified body, without the restriction of the sun runes. Even that brat, and that wench cannot stop me by a single bit. However, when the clown finished eating the cake and tossed the plate aside, he froze for a moment. The clown stood at the door, wide-eyed, as the room before him was filled with warmth and childlike wonder. Colorful murals adorned the walls, depicting little ponies playing and radiating pure joy. In the room stood a small crib, covered with soft bedding and a few adorable dolls. Additionally, there was a toy box filled with toys, creating a small fairy tale world. No, how could it be arranged like this? Is the secret room hidden here? Or some hidden compartment? Confusion and doubt flickered in the clown's eyes. He furrowed his brow, carefully examining the room. He walked to the wall, tapping it with his hoof in an attempt to find hidden mechanisms or secret chambers. Then, he crouched down to meticulously inspect the toy box, hoping to discover some clues. However, after a thorough search, the clown found no traces of any secret room or hidden compartment. This room appeared to be an ordinary nursery, with no signs of abnormalities. This left the clown feeling even more confused and perplexed, and he began to doubt whether his probing magic had malfunctioned. Could it be that I made a mistake? Is this room really just an ordinary nursery? The clown murmured to himself, his voice laced with a hint of reluctance and doubt. His plan was originally flawless. Every detail meticulously calculated, but now, this seemingly ordinary baby room has thrown his plan off course. He was unwilling to believe that his probing magic could be wrong, and even less willing to accept that this room was just an inconsequential place. It was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. At that moment, the wind and snow heart was awakened by the sound of the sun, clown rummaging through things. She peeked out from under a soft little blanket, revealing her wings and head, yawning, her eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. She seemed unable to comprehend why an unexpected guest had intruded into her room and was rummaging around. The sun clown looked back warily, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp, like a cheetah assessing its prey. However, when he saw the wind and snow heart, his expression froze involuntarily. This is a baby unicorn? A strange feeling surged in his heart, both surprised and confused. Is it really a hasty nation where even a baby can be crowned as a unicorn? No. It seems like she was born this way. The sun crown originally intended to use magic to help this little one sleep better, erasing everything she might remember about witnessing his actions. But he was puzzled. This little unicorn seemed to be born this way. His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He remembered clearly that unicorns were born from the Mata altar, and that thing was destroyed. How could there still be a little unicorn born? However, this little unicorn before him seemed to have never experienced any of that. She was inherently a unicorn. Can unicorns be born? Aren't they supposed to go through the Mata altar to be crowned? The sun crown was filled with doubts, his mind seemingly racing to unravel this mystery. The sun crown, Mommy gave birth to me. Yet, no matter how he thought, he could not understand the existence of this little unicorn. He began to doubt his own memories and perceptions, wondering if something was wrong. This sudden change made the sun crown's plan more complicated and uncertain. He originally just wanted to find the room with the highest concentration of magic to complete his plan. But now, the appearance of this little unicorn forced him to reconsider his actions. He began to ponder whether the appearance of this little unicorn meant that his plan needed to change. With that thought, the sun crown's gaze deepened, his hoof rubbing his chin in contemplation. His eyes revealed a thoughtful glimmer, as if weighing some important decision. He thought of a possibility that shocked him somewhat, but at the same time confirmed that the little dragon had not lied to him, that physiological knowledge was indeed true. Hiss, why not let you see that the world is not only beautiful, but also has a cruel side? A cold light flickered in the sun crown's slit pupils, leaving the wind and snow heart feeling somewhat confused and afraid. She did not understand why this strange, tall unicorn would say such words to her. Nor did she know what he would do next. She only felt an inexplicable fear and unease, as if something terrible was about to happen. For various reasons, the sun crown did not strike hard. He thought this little one might serve as a bargaining chip to achieve some of his goals. So he decisively cast a spell, controlling the wind and snow heart's horn to prevent her from casting any magic, binding her to his back. The wind and snow heart struggled and shouted on the sun crown's back, her voice filled with fear and unease, as if she were experiencing a terrible nightmare. Hiss, indeed. The unicorn born not from the Mada altar seemed to have an intelligence lower than that of unicorns born in my era. She even couldn't take care of herself. The sun crown's horn released magic again, knocking the struggling wind and snow heart unconscious. Then he planned to capture a guard for some friendly questioning and to silence her. When Daylight Sparkle heard the commotion and rushed to the source of the sound wearing a nightcap, he was somewhat confused, wondering if the wind and snow heart was playing with magic again. Why was there a scorched mark in the corridor? And a strange smell seemed to linger in the air? Daylight Sparkle frowned and sighed, preparing to check on the wind and snow heart. However, the inexplicably colder temperature made him shiver. Chapter 45. The Sun Crown's Scheme. A glimpse into the future? Daylight Sparkle tightly grasped the edge of his deep blue wizard robe, trying to dispel the bone-chilling cold that continued to invade him. His steps became slightly frantic due to anxiety, the hooves gently clinking against the cold stone floor, creating a series of crisp and rhythmic sounds that were particularly jarring in the stillness of the night, each step sounding like a warning bell, alerting him to the potential crisis around him. As he stepped into the area of the scorched crystal floor, the smell of burning filled the air, as though it had come to life and invaded his nostrils, suddenly enveloping him. He couldn't help but gasp. Daylight Sparkle's brow furrowed deeply, a question quietly rising in his heart. The smell of burnt feathers? But this area had no silk textiles, and this incongruous aroma only added a sense of mystery and unease. Dr. Little Horse, Nurse Little Horse, Assist One Night Wind, mischievously took advantage of the half-open window, recklessly darting through the corridor, each pass like a sharp blade, slicing through the already thin warmth. This cold wind not only carried away the last trace of warmth indoors, but also seemed to bring with it an ominous omen, shrouding the entire space in an indescribable tension. Daylight Sparkle's gaze crossed the chaos, finally resting on the slightly ajar door ahead, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He suddenly pushed open the door, and the room before him resembled a pale canvas, lacking the most important color, the figure of the wind and snow heart sleeping on the bed. At that moment, all the speculations and unease converged into a torrent, impacting his already tense nerves. Where's the wind and snow heart? His voice was slightly hoarse with urgency, echoing in the empty room. And the surrounding guards also reacted at this moment, coming to the scene. Daylight Sparkle's heart sank to the bottom, an unprecedented panic spreading within him. Just then, a guard horse's shout came from below, his voice sharp with fear, like lightning splitting the night sky. Not good. The crystal heart is also missing. This sentence struck Daylight Sparkle's heart like a heavy blow, causing his already tense nerves to snap instantly. And the entire world seemed to lose its color and sound at that moment. What? The crystal heart is also gone. Daylight Sparkle felt darkness wash over him, and the surrounding environment began to twist and spiral. Who would have thought that not long after the melody and sparkling armor left, such a huge problem would erupt in the Crystal Empire? Meanwhile, on the other side of the Crystal Empire, the Sun Crown was hurriedly bringing the wind and snow heart toward the outskirts of the empire, his expression a mixture of determination and helplessness, having to adjust his plan due to this sudden change. His gaze pierced through the darkness, looking toward the distant horizon, where the path to Ponyville lay. In his heart, Ponyville was not just a geographical term, but the key to regaining his power and achieving revenge. The Friendship Castle, a place that had witnessed countless friendships and unity, now appeared to him as a springboard to victory. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one will never be defeated. The little dragon's words echoed in his mind like a persistent alarm. The Sun Crown knew well that mere passion and blind impulse could not achieve his goals. He needed more information, a more comprehensive strategy, and more cautious actions. In the Castle of Friendship in Ponyville, there are not only detailed maps guiding him towards his goals, but also those unfinished books that hide endless knowledge and wisdom, serving as a treasure trove for him to formulate new plans. As the Sun Crown's thoughts raced, when he was about to reach out and take the floating crystal heart beside him, which radiated a soft glow, his gaze suddenly caught some strange sights. These sights were like dreamlike bubbles, appearing and disappearing, leaving him momentarily confused. Within the crystal heart, there seemed to be some unknown power or a hidden unsolved mystery, all of which stirred up more doubts and thoughts in his mind. One fleeting scene particularly shocked him. In the image, he wore a crown symbolizing power, but then he took it off himself, his face seemingly showing a hint of relief. This scene made him wonder, Did he have some complex feelings about power deep down? Why did he feel an inexplicable burden at the moment he donned the crown, even wanting to escape? Another scene, like a bubble, caused him even more heartache. He saw himself gazing sorrowfully at a blood-stained white feather, tears sliding down his cheeks, filled with remorse. This made him feel deep guilt and pain, even stirring up some chaotic emotions within the sun crown. The sun crown's crimson mane was blown wildly by the piercing cold wind, mirroring his chaotic thoughts at that moment. The cold wind did not free him from his deep contemplation. Instead, it weighed his heart down even more. He felt as if he were bound by an invisible force, unable to break free, leaving him feeling frustrated. The warm mane did not allow the heart of wind and snow to be affected by the biting cold outside the Crystal Empire. It acted like a barrier, protecting the heart of wind and snow from the cold's invasion. How could this be? It seemed like a projection of some future. But why were there two? Could it be that a choice made somewhere led to this situation? The sun crown's vertical pupils slowly sank, the contemplative colors in his eyes almost filling them. The sun crown shook his head vigorously, trying to pull himself out of this sentimental state. He should first complete his objectives: to lurk, gather information, find that wretch, and deal with her. Within the blizzard barrier, the wind and snow were like raging beasts, ravaging every inch of space. In the freezing cold, every snowflake seemed to be endowed with sharp blades, slicing through the air, colliding, emitting a piercing howling sound, like countless ghosts wailing in the night sky. This was not just the power of nature, but more like a manifestation of some supernatural force, instilling awe in all living beings. The howling wind carried endless rage and power, swirling up heaps of snow, forming terrifying avalanches. These avalanches rolled and surged like living beings, as if they were about to swallow the entire world. In this world of blizzards, time seemed to freeze, each moment becoming long and arduous. The space also twisted, making it impossible for the ponies to discern direction, even struggling to stand firm. Every step felt like walking on the tip of a blade, causing them immense pain. However, just beyond this seemingly insurmountable barrier lay a mysterious and unknown land. It was said to hold endless treasures and power, a holy land many ponies dreamt of. But it was equally filled with danger and death. Countless brave adventurers had attempted to cross this blizzard barrier to explore that unknown domain. But few ponies returned with any gains. That land seemed to be a giant mystery, attracting countless beings to explore, yet also deterring them. However, there was one very lucky individual who emerged with a backpack full of various strange treasures and artifacts, among which the most eye-catching was a unicorn amulet. This amulet radiated a mysterious glow, seemingly possessing some supernatural power. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared within the blizzard barrier, emanating a powerful magical aura. The moment she burst out of the blizzard barrier, her horn instantly lit up with a massive dark golden magical glow. This glow soared like a giant dragon, enveloping her entire body. Subsequently, she was teleported away from the blizzard barrier, disappearing into the night sky. The high-energy magical scorch marks left behind indicated the immense power she had used, leaving a giant imprint deeply etched into the ground. It radiated a dark golden light, seemingly containing some semblance of rule's power. In the center of Canterlot, the royal castle towered majestically. At this moment, a strong dark golden magical light flickered in one of the secret chambers, accompanied by massive magical fluctuations, causing the entire castle to tremble. The still awake Celestia and Luna were immediately drawn to this magical aura. They knew that this teleportation magic was a long-distance teleportation spell, which was rare among unicorns, usually only wielded by those who mastered advanced magic. The casting of such magic often indicated that significant events were occurring. Who? Celestia and Luna exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes filled with vigilance and curiosity. The appearance of this long-distance teleportation magic signified that something important was happening. They quickly got up, preparing to head to the source to check the situation, mentally ready to respond to any unexpected developments. Just as they were about to use teleportation magic to leave the bedroom, a brief yet authoritative voice suddenly resonated in the air, as if it were an oracle from ancient times. Immediately after, another teleportation spell flashed in Celestia's bedroom. Accompanied by a burst of intense light and magical fluctuations, a figure slowly appeared before them. This figure exuded a powerful magical aura, but her silhouette seemed familiar to Celestia and Luna, especially those rarely emotional dark golden eyes. As they focused, a wave of surprise and confusion surged in their hearts. For this figure turned out to be Angela Bess. How can she still be alive? Celestia and Luna had thought they were the last two unicorns after that blizzard, but it seemed that Angela Bess before them was somewhat different. She did not have those grand, magnificent wings and seemed to be slightly smaller in stature. Angela Bess, you're still alive? The astonishment on Celestia's face was evident. She could hardly believe her eyes. Angela Bess, this former friend, was still alive after that terrible blizzard. How did you? What are you doing here? Luna's expression was somewhat wary. Although she felt surprised by Angela Bess's appearance deep down, she was more concerned about the true purpose of Angela Bess's visit. Her gaze fixed on Angela Bess, trying to find answers, as if examining a long-lost puzzle. Having already faced a former friend who had returned only to become their adversary, they were somewhat traumatized. That painful memory seemed like an unhealable scar, filling them with unease and vigilance when facing the return of an old friend. Angela Bess slowly raised her head, her gaze deep and complex, as if hiding countless secrets and stories. She did not directly answer Celestia and Luna's questions, but slowly spoke. I have actually been walking the world for a long time, but what is urgent now? Her voice was low and powerful, revealing an undeniable sense of urgency. The remnants have come here? It seems he has had quite an impact on you. But what is even more urgent is to stop him from doing evil again. He is still alive. Angela Beth's words were like a cold blade, piercing the tranquility of the room. She seemed to sense something, a lurking threat in the shadows. An evil force capable of overturning everything. Are you talking about the Celestial? But he is not an irredeemable unicorn. Weren't you once his friend? Didn't you? However, Celestia's words were met with a contemptuous laugh from Angela Beth. Supplementary note. The aurora flower from 1,000 years ago. In the afternoon, the sun appeared like a generous painter, lavishly spilling golden sunlight across the sky. The light cut through the thin, smoky clouds as if passing through the most delicate veil of nature. This golden glow intertwined with the mist, playing tricks with light and shadow, dyeing the clouds in the sky into slowly flowing flames, dancing gracefully in the air. In this dreamlike scene, the light, tinted by golden sunlight, penetrated the library's transparent and exquisite glass windows, quietly seeping in like a gentle stream. The light slowly spread indoors, illuminating every corner and bestowing the space with a warm and mysterious atmosphere. The tiny dust particles that were usually hard to notice, floating in the air, seemed to transform into little sprites dancing in the wind, leaping and spinning in the beams of light, each sparkling with its own glimmer, adding a touch of liveliness and vitality to the tranquil library. At that moment, time and space seemed to freeze, and the entire world was immersed in a serene and mysterious atmosphere. The faint sound of pages turning broke the silence as Luna quietly curled up on a soft cushion. Her gaze still lost in the world of the book before her, a world filled with fantasy and adventure that made her forget the turmoil of reality. However, her occasionally twitching little ears betrayed her secret. She was listening to the conversation between Celestia and Angela Beth in the living room. It seemed they were planning to go to the garden to see that magical flower. At that moment, Luna blinked a few times, as if feeling a bit drowsy from reading. She rubbed her eyes with her hooves, let out a long yawn, and her lips curled into a satisfied smile. Luna was thoroughly enjoying this peaceful environment, and the sunlight made her feel warm and cozy, so comfortable that she felt like sleeping. However, just as her sleepy eyes barely opened, a large white face suddenly appeared before her. The face was so close that Luna was momentarily startled, her heart racing involuntarily. Surprise! Luna, why don't you come to the living room and chat with us? We were just planning to go to the garden to see that magical flower. The excited, somewhat childish voice of Celestial rang out, clearly unaware of the shock his sudden appearance had caused Luna. However, as Luna's startled expression gradually became evident, Celestial's tone quickly shifted to one of guilt. Wait, did I scare you? I'm sorry, Luna, I didn't mean to. I was just so excited to introduce you to our new friend. Celestial seemed to realize how reckless his actions had been for a unicorn baby. Luna's heartbeat gradually returned to normal, but the sudden fright still left her a bit shaken. She stared at Celestial, her tone carrying a hint of reproach and dissatisfaction. You scared me to death. Could you at least say hello next time? She pouted, tilting her head to the side in annoyance. Seeing this, Celestial quickly apologized and tried to change the subject. Of course, I promise there won't be a next time. Do you want to know what happened at the academy today? I can tell you. He looked at Luna with a face full of remorse, hoping she would forgive his clumsiness. Although Luna was still a bit shaken, her curiosity was piqued when she heard Celestial was going to talk about school. She slowly turned her head back, her eyes wide open as she looked at Celestial, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction, but more curiosity. Okay, then tell me. What interesting things happened at the Unicorn Academy today? Luna, rarely curious, opened up a conversation. Celestial, seeing this, immediately excitedly sat down on the cushion next to Luna, ready to start talking. However, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the pile of books that Luna and Celestia had been reading today. The titles of those books caught his attention, making him momentarily dumbfounded. It seemed that what they had been reading was more related to academy life and learning knowledge. This caused Celestial's brain to momentarily crash. He couldn't let this unicorn cub and friend see him embarrassed, thinking he had learned nothing besides physical education and combat classes. That would be so embarrassing. After all, both unicorn cubs were more studious than he was, which made him feel somewhat awkward and uneasy. Celestial's gaze began to wander, seemingly searching for an excuse to escape. However, Luna keenly caught on to his unusual behavior and stared at him with wide eyes. Celestial? What's wrong with you? Nothing. Celestial's expression was indeed off. Luna pondered for a moment and looked at the pile of books. Could it be that you haven't learned these yet? Celestial was hit where it hurt by Luna's words, and his cheeks instantly turned bright red. He awkwardly scratched his head and then forced himself to say, "Humph, who said I haven't been studying hard? I learned a lot today. Like LH Pytle's rule. It's for calculating." The essence of LH Pytle's rule is to eliminate the indeterminate forms in limits by differentiation, making it easier to calculate the limit value. It's a method for calculating specific types of limits, but LH Pytle's rule is not always applicable. Luna interjected dismissively, glancing at the stuttering Celestial. Right. It's a method for calculating limits. It seems to be related to derivatives. It's also an important theorem in calculus. Although Celestial's words seemed to have returned to normal, the glowing horn and a book that was shining indicated that he was cheating. Celestial's cheeks turned even redder, and he knew he could no longer hide it. Finally, he lowered his head and admitted that he wasn't interested in these subjects and thus hadn't studied them. He said somewhat dejectedly, "Okay, I admit it. I'm really not interested in these things. I prefer physical education and combat classes. Those are my strengths." Luna looked at Celestial's dejected expression, her pride evident on her face. And she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. She knew from the books that every unicorn had their strengths and weaknesses. Although Celestial wasn't as good at studying as they were, he might excel in other areas. For example, his cheerfulness and optimism were qualities that the more introverted Luna could not match. "Wait, why are we talking about studying? I came to get you to meet new friends. And somehow you led me into this." Celestial suddenly realized he had been outmaneuvered by this little unicorn. "Well, you still haven't told me about the academy life," Luna retorted defiantly. Her chubby little face puffed up in a huff, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. She looked at Celestial as if waiting for a long-awaited answer. Celestial looked at Luna's chubby little face, his feelings of helplessness and amusement intertwining. He sighed and shook his head, as if wanting to escape this tricky question. "Ugh, why is it that someone so small is so clever? You'll definitely be good ruler material someday." He finally relented. "All right, I'll tell you." Thus, Celestial began to vividly describe the bits and pieces of academy life, from the morning physical training and survival training to the rare gathering at noon, where everyone sat around the campfire, sharing stories and laughter. When the topic shifted to the combat class, Daybreak vividly described how he had been bested during the lessons, causing Luna to burst into laughter. He recounted how he had been thrown around by his opponents, and how through numerous failures, he gradually found his rhythm and feeling in battle. The mix of frustration and challenge brought a smile to the little pony's face. However, when it came to the lengthy cultural class in the afternoon, Daybreak frowned, describing how he struggled through the dull texts and numbers, feeling drowsy as time passed. He talked about how he had stared blankly at the books, and how he had lost his way among the long strings of formulas and theorems, evoking a sense of helplessness and humor that resonated with others. During his storytelling, Daybreak noticed that Luna preferred to be a quiet listener. She would sometimes widen her eyes, sometimes furrow her brow, and sometimes break into a knowing smile, her expressions shifting frequently. Finally, as the last syllable fell, Daybreak looked at Luna's satisfied and expectant little face. A surge of determination rose within him. He secretly decided that he would study these subjects well, and sooner or later, he would showcase his growth and progress in front of Celestia and Luna. This determination filled Daybreak with strength and motivation, and he believed he could achieve it. "Oh right, it's time to check on the garden," Daybreak said, slowly standing up from his seat. He stretched his stiff limbs from sitting too long, the joints cracking slightly, as if to complain about the discomfort of remaining still. For him, staying in one place was quite unbearable. He preferred to move around and explore new things. He looked at Luna, only to find that she seemed still absorbed in the warm sunlight and tranquil atmosphere of the library, unwilling to budge. Luna's little face was illuminated by the sunlight. Her eyes slightly squinted as she enjoyed this rare moment of peace and warmth. Her hooves gently brushed against the ground, showing no intention of standing up. But Luna seemed to hesitate a bit. "However, you know what?" Daybreak said softly, his voice gentle and enticing. "Going out for a walk, moving your hooves. The world outside is far more exciting than you imagine. There are vast grasslands waiting for you to run, clear lakes waiting for you to swim, and towering mountains waiting for you to climb. That's why I love to roam around, to leap, to soar, and to enjoy the feeling of the wind brushing against my cheeks. That sense of freedom and exhilaration is beyond words." He paused, looking into Luna's curious eyes, and continued. "Enjoying life isn't just about savoring its tranquility. Life is like a colorful book, each page worth flipping through and tasting. I believe that in the future, I will travel around the world, make more friends, and experience more interesting things. Then, I will bring back these fascinating stories and experiences to share with you, making our lives richer and more colorful." His tone was filled with anticipation and hope for the future, as though he could already envision himself traveling the world and making close friends. He hoped that Luna would also be inspired by this passion, bravely stepping out of her comfort zone to explore a broader world. Wow, is that so? Luna finally found herself moved by Daybreak's words, shifting her hooves to stand up and following him. Daybreak, Luna, you finally made it? I've been looking for a long time, but I just can't find that magical flower. It's as if it's hiding on purpose. Celestia stood in the garden, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light on her, draping the elegant olicorn in a layer of golden attire. Her eyes held a mix of confusion and curiosity as she looked around, hoping to spot the legendary flower in some unassuming corner. In the garden, various flowers competed in beauty, vibrant colors and fragrant scents creating a natural palette. However, amidst this dazzling scenery, the flower with petals seemingly containing the aurora appeared to have vanished, evoking a sense of mystery and curiosity. How could this happen? We clearly remember it being in this garden. Daybreak scratched his head, saying in confusion. He looked around, trying to find the magical flower among the dense foliage and scattered blooms. Luna also widened her eyes, carefully observing every corner of the garden. Her hooves lightly brushed against the grass, as if feeling the pulse of the earth. Her little nose twitched, sniffing the floral and herbal scents in the air, hoping to find clues about the magical flower. Do you remember how you made it appear yesterday? Angela Bass watched the three little ones clumsily delve into the flower beds, unable to refrain from reminding them. According to Celestia's description, the appearance of this magical plant has a unique method. She couldn't help but think that they were wasting the unicorn's magic on cultivating an inconsequential flower, feeling a bit helpless. She knew that for these two newly born little ones, everything was fresh and interesting, but she found it a bit hard to understand Daybreak. Perhaps these little ones still didn't realize the trouble of this lively creature. Yesterday, Celestia paused for a moment and then recalled the scene from the day before. Yesterday, we planted it here, and then we tried to use our unicorn magic to stimulate its growth, making it grow faster and better. Daybreak and Luna exchanged glances, then looked at Celestia. Do we need to release some magic to attract it to appear? Very likely. Angela Bass nodded. Some magical plants respond to specific magical or thought waves. They may reveal or conceal themselves accordingly. You summoned it with your magic yesterday, and due to the uniqueness of unicorn magic and your chaotic magic release process, it may have undergone some special changes. Daybreak, quick on his hooves, released his magic just as Angela Bass affirmed this viewpoint. His magic fell like warm sunlight in the garden, resonating with the surrounding natural elements as if calling for the magical flower. Celestia and Luna quickly followed suit, unleashing their magic, intertwining it with Daybreak's to create a peculiar magical wave. Sure enough, under the call of this magical wave, the flower slowly revealed itself. It looked as if it had been invisible, previously blending into the background of the garden, now shining softly as if lit up. Wow, it's here, Daybreak exclaimed excitedly, his voice filled with surprise and joy. He widened his eyes, looking at the magical flower as if it were a long-lost friend. He turned to Angela Bass, his face full of anticipation. Look, this is the magical flower I told you about. Come, release some magic to help us nurture it. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the three little ones, Angela Bass felt a warm sensation rising within her. She smiled and nodded, then also released her magic. All right, it's getting late. I should head back. Angela Bass turned to look at the sunset, realizing the time was getting late. After leaving this statement, she did not linger any longer. She took a deep breath, then slowly spread her magnificent, large, golden-hued wings, which sparkled brilliantly in the twilight. She gently flapped her wings, elegantly soaring into the air, gliding over the garden and leaving behind a brilliant golden trail. As she departed, the magical fluctuations in the garden gradually calmed down. However, the magical flower continued to bloom with radiance, and the figure of Angela Bass drifted away in the afterglow of the sunset, eventually disappearing at the horizon. Well, it's indeed getting late. It seems you haven't had dinner yet. Would you like me to prepare something for you? I am quite good at cooking. By the way, what did you eat yesterday? The crown's stomach protested, having not eaten for half a day. The crown suggested, its eyes sparkling with anticipation, seemingly eager to showcase its culinary skills. Toast and milk? And some salad? Celestia thought for a moment. After all, the two of them hadn't learned anything related to cooking, just eating whatever was readily available from the cold storage magic circle in the kitchen. This one do. Let me show you a thing or two. Saying this, the crown cheerfully headed towards the kitchen. Chapter 46, Paranoid Thoughts, Unjust Scales, Reunion? In the magnificent Friendship Castle, the night unfolded like a gentle painter, softly spreading its deep blue silk, dyeing every inch of space with a tranquil hue. Inside the castle, beams of soft moonlight filtered through the pointed windows, quietly cascading down, draping a layer of silver gauze over this slumbering place. It was evident that the starlight residents within had fallen into a deep sleep, the gentle sounds of their breathing echoing from the rooms of the Friendship Castle. However, on this tranquil and peaceful night, the Friendship Castle welcomed an unusual visitor. A white figure rapidly approached and magically teleported inside. The sound of magical energy fluctuations that resonated in the quiet night sky did not attract the attention of other beings still peacefully dreaming. It seems that after I killed that wretched woman, I need to tidy up some things for little Maria. Like this defense as thin as a cicada's wing that breaks with a single blow, and some crucial measures that were even left unguarded, really made me go through a lot of trouble. The crown said this with a sigh, resting its hoof on its face for a moment. But as soon as it lowered its hoof, its erratic thoughts returned to how to take revenge. But killing her seems a bit too easy. I need to plan carefully. If her wings were still intact, they would definitely be a good trophy. It seems the crown's mental state is indeed getting healthier. That momentary change of expression might seem like a sign of some mental illness to a nearby pony, as it represented the constant struggle between reason and madness within. The illuminating crystals in the exquisite crystal corridor of Friendship Castle cast the crown's twisting shadow on the wall, but that bright light was unmoving, seemingly confirming some changes within the crown. Haha. Next, let us go to that library and see if there's any way to extract the magic from the crystal heart. Anyway, it's just nightfall. We have plenty of time. The crown's pace was leisurely, as if patrolling its territory, occasionally using detection magic to sense if there were other beings nearby, and it reached a conclusion. It seems that the current little Maria is trending towards this extreme relaxation. Even in this princess's castle, there isn't a single guard. The crown was filled with sarcasm and confusion, unable to understand why such an important place would be so poorly defended that its serious infiltration seemed almost laughable. If a frugal little pony casually came, just like the radiant Kushi, even a small Pegasus could turn this place upside down. What did she lose because of? The crown pondered this while moving its hooves toward the library, secretly calculating in its heart. At this moment, it passed through the exquisite crystal corridor. The crystal lamps on both sides emitted a soft and deep blue glow, reflecting its somewhat calm, yet distorted face, showcasing the contradiction between its reason and madness. However, it seemed that the maintenance of this reason was not long-lasting. It diminished as the crown's erratic thoughts and plans for dealing with Angela Bess grew. But just as it passed a huge crystal door, the crown suddenly froze, sensing that there seemed to be something very important inside, even causing the residual fiery magic of the little dragon within it to stir. As the vertical pupils shifted direction, the horn also shone with light, conjuring a spark-emitting magic circle beside it, and the handle of the door revealed red magical fluctuations, slowly pushing open the door. Celestia gazed at Angela Bess before her, her light pink eyes seemingly swirling with turbulent waves, filled with disbelief and astonishment. She could not connect the Angela Bess before her, filled with paranoia in her tone, with the gentle, kind, and rational companion from the past. How could a millennium pass, and the changes in these old friends be so great? Luna stood beside her. Her eyes widened in confusion, her face filled with shock and bewilderment. She too could not comprehend what was happening, staring intently at Angela Bess, trying to find a glimmer of normalcy in her eyes. But unfortunately, she found nothing but that inexplicable paranoia. When the scales become infused with subjective colors, they cease to be a calm, objective measuring tool and instead become puppets of emotion and prejudice. In such a situation, every tilt of the scales no longer represents a fair judgment of facts, but rather a distorted reflection of inner subjective cognition. When the scales execute what they perceive as absolute fairness due to paranoia, their impartiality disappears. This so-called fairness is merely an illusion of self-indulgence for the paranoid, a mockery and desecration of the true principles of fairness. Under such scales, facts are distorted, truths are concealed, leaving behind nothing but an absurd farce. When the scales tilt to one side, they lose their balance and cease to be fair. At this moment, the scales can no longer bear the heavy responsibility of measuring justice and have become synonymous with prejudice and injustice, regardless of the reason. The tilt of the scales signifies a lack of justice, a betrayal of the principles of fairness. Luna began to doubt whether the Angela Bess before her was still the same one who once symbolized justice and fairness in Skylos. I came here precisely to seek your power to address this issue. I never expected that the temperature above the sun at that time couldn't kill him. Angela Bess's voice echoed again, seemingly wanting to explain her intentions and purpose, but her words were filled with paranoia and inexplicable self-blame. Just as Angela Bess was about to launch into a lengthy discourse, Celestia interrupted her. The scene of the trial flashed in her mind. It was a solemn trial regarding the crown, which had been severely punished for its crimes. Celestia clearly remembered that at that time. A strange magical energy screen had appeared before the adult unicorns. However, Celestia also did not understand why the punishment was so severe. The laws and regulations of Skylos at that time were extremely complete, Unlike now with little Maria lacking a clear set of laws. If you had seen that scene at the time, you would have chosen not to. You could have directly chosen the magical instructions given to me at that time to kill him. For the first time, Celestia experienced the complex feelings of facing a riddle pony. She felt both confused and helpless, wanting to understand Angela Bess's true intentions and motives through her words. But Angela Bess's speech was like a fog, making it impossible for her to see the truth. Celestia couldn't help but murmur in her heart, "Sister, could you please be clearer? With such vague words, how can I understand your true intentions?" After waiting for a long time, Luna finally opened her mouth to express the confusion in her mind. "First, we can help you, but you must clarify your current situation. And I also feel a bit puzzled about the punishment from that year. Why was the Sun Crown imprisoned for a millennium with such a torturous sentence? Why not take a look yourself?" The patterns on Angela Bess's unicorn horn were gradually filled with magic, releasing the spell she cast during the blizzard barrier. When the figure of the Sun Crown, standing amidst the ruins, reappeared before them, it was reminiscent of Odin seeing the shadow of Ragnarok loom over the horizon, anxiously trying to use his wisdom and power to prevent the disaster that signified the destruction of the gods, only to end up, as the ancient prophecy said, lifting a rock to smash his own foot, thereby hastening the arrival of Ragnarok. How foolish and tragic that behavior is. In the past, Odin sacrificed one of his eyes in pursuit of wisdom, gaining the secrets of the Well of Wisdom. Yet now, faced with the fate of Ragnarok, he seemed so powerless, as if all his wisdom and strength had turned to nothing, like Sisyphus's endless toil, straining to push a boulder to the summit, only to watch it roll back down. Over and over, endlessly. Odin's struggle was no different. Everything seemed like a web woven by fate. No matter how we struggle and strive, we only become more entangled in this web, unable to escape our ultimate destiny. Life is predetermined. Perhaps this is the sorrow of the gods. The shadow of the little dragon shook its head on the friendship map. This body was constructed from the primal magic that he had merged with this map, preserving some of the little dragon's consciousness. When the main body dies, these dormant consciousnesses would awaken to find a way to revive it. Through the magic amplification effect of this friendship map, the little dragon glimpsed some scenes that Angela Bess would find laughable. A qualified villain must always leave sufficient backup for unexpected needs. This is the law of survival and a manifestation of wisdom. Clearly, the little dragon hadn't taught this to the Sun Crown, nor to himself. He simply left some primal magic instinctively in seemingly important places. As the shadow was still muttering to itself, a sound of turning came from the handle of the enormous crystal door, and the little dragon immediately concealed its presence. However, it seemed that the figure outside had a trace of its own magic. The little dragon's shadow pondered for a moment before sitting down on the map. Crack. A faint sound echoed in the quiet corridor, particularly clear. "Ziyue, urgent news from the Crystal Empire. It's terrible. The Crystal Heart and the Heart of Blizzard have both gone missing." Suelong's voice was filled with obvious panic as he flew to Ziyue's dormitory and knocked on the door. The urgent and forceful knocking echoed in the silent castle corridor, like thunder before a storm, heralding ominous events. Ziyue was originally immersed in a sweet dream, playing on the green grass with Xinxi, basking in the warm sun and gentle breeze. However, Suelong's anxious shout felt like a bucket of cold water, abruptly pulling her from her beautiful dream. Her heart raced, and an ominous premonition surged within her. What? The Crystal Heart, and the Heart of Blizzard. How could this happen? Ziyue instantly spread her wings, threw off the covers, leaped out of bed, and magically teleported in front of Suelong. The delayed night steed guard also explained the situation to Ziyue in detail. While on duty at the Grand Terrace, he suddenly saw a dazzling light emanating from the direction of the Crystal Empire, a magical projectile shooting into the sky. Its brightness was so intense that he could clearly see it even from the distant Canterlot Castle. This magical projectile was undoubtedly an urgent signal from the Crystal Empire, indicating a major upheaval within the Empire, followed by a letter enveloped in magical spells being sent to the Grand Terrace. "Celestia, why do today's big and small matters keep coming one after another? What's the situation this time? Hurry up and tell me. I feel like I will faint from anxiety if I wait any longer." Ziyue's expression flashed with confusion, followed by shock as the night steed guard handed her the letter with his wings. The Sunlight letter didn't even know how it was stolen, and he was also somewhat at a loss regarding the disappearance of the Heart of Blizzard. The night steed guard frowned and shook his head, feeling helpless and panicked about this news. What? The Heart of Blizzard and the Crystal Heart are both missing? The Princess of Harmony and the Shining Armor, who had not yet fallen asleep, heard that penetrating shout and hurried over. Upon seeing the letter wrapped in Ziyue's purple magic, the Princess of Harmony and Shining Armor exchanged glances and immediately performed a long-distance teleportation spell, leaving Shining Armor to gather help while she went to prevent the Crystal Empire from being engulfed by the blizzard. "Ziyue, go tell your friends. I'm going to find the 6 sages and the cosmic princess and the moon princess. However, just as the door slowly opened, a beam of light pierced through the dark corridor, bringing an unexpected touch of color. The light came from the golden oak library above the map room, where the roots of the trees spread like living creatures, supporting the entire magnificent structure. Hanging from those roots were brilliant gems that emitted a soft and mysterious glow, like the brightest stars in the night sky, casting warm and enchanting light. As the sun crown's vision gradually unfolded, those lights seemed alive, dancing on the crystal walls of the map room. What truly dispelled the gloom in his eyes was the figure that seemed to have been waiting for him all along, still wearing a lordly expression, looking at the sun crown with a hint of disdain. The swaying dragon tail indicated that he seemed quite pleased. Little dragon, Destin? I knew you were still alive. How? How did you get here? The sun crown exclaimed in surprise, his voice filled with disbelief and joy. He never expected to encounter the little dragon, who had seemingly been waiting here for a long time, at such a critical moment. As for the reason I'm here, I can't really be called Destin right now, as the main body is dead, and only this fragment of consciousness has awakened. However, you can still call me Little Dragon. I can still guide you, this lost child, on how to proceed on the next path. The little dragon's shadow replied in a familiar, yet slightly teasing tone. The familiar yet strange words penetrated the sun crown's mind. The tone was similar, but the content was not. The joy on the sun crown's face suddenly froze. As for why I'm here, it's actually quite simple. I can't leave this map, otherwise this final trace of consciousness will dissipate. So, I can only wait here to see if any opportunity arises to revive the main body. At this moment, the little dragon's shadow raised its head slightly, indicating the heart of blizzard that the sun crown was still carrying on his back. Chapter 47. The choice of sun and moon, pausing emotions. The bright moon, which once gently cast down silver light to illuminate all existence, now seemed to have lost its former softness, its brilliance tinged with an undeniable chill. This layer of silver veil covered the earth, no longer bringing warmth and peace, but instead radiating a coldness that made little ponies' hearts tremble. The stars in the sky, like scattered diamonds, always proudly twinkled in the usual night, but at this moment, they seemed to sense some underlying threat, withdrawing their light and hiding within the profound night. The entire night seemed to be repainted by a heavy-hearted painter with a color called solemnity, shrouded in a sense of oppression and unease. The fierce wind and snow howled like a sharp blade, the bone-chilling cold wind eroding the borders of the crystal empire, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Massive snowflakes, as large as goose feathers and seemingly intricately carved, even blew through the unclosed windows into the throne room of the crystal castle. As a bright blue wave of magical light flashed through the throne room, the figure of Princess Melody appeared on the unicorn that still radiated magical light in the corridor of the throne room. The magic light grew increasingly dazzling, with a vast magical aura contained within it. After gathering strength for a brief moment, the magic on the unicorn's horn shot forth like an arrow towards the ceiling of the throne room. When the beautifully crafted crystal ceiling received this surge of magic, the role of the crystal castle as a magical energy amplification device became evident. A thick, shining pillar of magical light shot into the sky, then enveloped the crystal empire like a large net, driving away the ravaging cold wind and snow within. Inside the throne room, sunlight was anxiously waiting, like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. The moment Princess Melody appeared, he seemed to find his anchor and hurriedly prepared to tell her everything that had happened here. They still had no clue about the disappearance of the crystal heart and the heart of Snowstorm. But Sunlight planned to use a time reversal spell and a configuration spell to recreate everything that had occurred in the heart of Snowstorm's bedroom through the residual magical particles. However, in front of Princess Melody, he seemed to have lost his usual composure, his words appearing somewhat flustered, and it seemed that nothing he said was effective. Princess Melody, we are also quite confused by this sudden turn of events. I was just about to handle it, but your priority should be, Sunlight is clearly still not skilled in communication, even though he has been the crystal master of the heart of Snowstorm for almost a year now. Quickly send soldiers to search. I will handle the wind and snow here. If you have any ideas, go now. Princess Melody knew very well what to do in the current situation. But the unexpected disappearance of the heart of Snowstorm threw her off balance and affected her mindset, even causing her tone to carry a hint of irritation and instability. With a look of panic and worry almost spilling from her eyes, Sunlight said no more, leading the guards to search for any clues while he went to study the combination spell that sought the truth. Meanwhile, in another place, Celestia and Luna were immersed in the illusion conjured by Angela Bess, looking back at the scenes Angela Bess had witnessed in the past. When they beheld the blood-red name rising toward the sky behind the crown, the bloody aura and the smell of slaughter left them deeply shocked. Following this was a deep concern and doubt about Angela Bess, since Angela Bess had foreseen that the crown would commit these crimes. Why not attempt to guide him back to the right path instead of choosing to drive him away and strike him dead? Was it somewhat paranoid to think that the crown was an irredeemable evil celestial beast? Moreover, it seemed that this very action led to the current situation. When I witnessed all this, I was as shocked as you are. You must know that in Skylos, there are not many celestial beasts whose crimes surpass this one. I have to execute the decision to have him killed. If I had chosen to execute him directly at that time, it would have seemed ruthless and inconsiderate in front of the other celestial beasts. But punishment must be carried out, so I thought to seal him above the sun. Hoping to wash his sins away with the sun, Angela Bess's words made Luna feel a hint of malice and pretentiousness. She wondered what kind of experiences Angela Bess had gone through in her 1,000 years to become so biased. Moreover, Celestia had never heard of any powerful unicorn dealing with evil in the city during her 1,000 years of governance. Nor had she seen Angela Bess's figure appear when crimes occurred. But why not try other methods to prevent him from going down the wrong path, such as guiding him? Furthermore, is it not somewhat blind and self-defeating to extinguish his future by taking the life of a creature that a celestial beast would claim in its lifetime? The key point is that celestial beasts are inherently immortal. Celestia looked into Angela Bess's eyes and posed the question. Angela Bess seemed to remain obstinately set in her views. Having seen what could symbolize the future, but seemingly not realizing that the future is continuously shaped by present experiences. Within the conjured illusion, the howling of the wind and snow grew increasingly mournful and desolate, while the crackling of the fire roared with anger, becoming more pronounced due to the sudden silence among the three. The first to break this silence was Angela Bess's lengthy monologue. Do you not see his current state? Can you change all this? Can the lives he has taken be revived? He must perish to repay these debts. Did he not also create his own great achievements by destroying 1/3 of Skylos's walls that resisted the winds, damaging the integrity of the magical structure, leading to Skylos's downfall and crash within the Great Blizzard Barrier? He has extinguished a once glorious race of celestial beasts in the dead silence of the cold wind that exploits the fire of life, leaving only you two legitimate celestial beasts? I have searched for hundreds of years within the Great Blizzard Barrier without discovering those ruins. And I have not been oblivious to learning about this world where every meeting feels like a different reality. Now, I see that he has restored his body in a manner similar to mine, which indicates that you made the right decision to kill his celestial beast body. However, you did not anticipate that he could be resurrected through the Aurora Flower. If he finds his remaining body, he can restore the celestial beast form. And you cannot guarantee that he will not commit any extreme evil acts again. With a crack, bang bang, bang bang, the sound of a magical wave exploding interrupted Angela Bess's speech, followed by a knock on the door of Celestia's chamber. Angela Bess instantly reigned in the magical constructs of the illusion. Princess of the universe. The Crystal Heart and the Heart of Snowstorm of the Crystal Empire have mysteriously disappeared. Purple Joy's frantic words rang out at the door, pouring a bucket of ice-cold water over Celestia's and Luna's hearts, while Angela Bess's lips curled slightly at this moment, a hint of disdainful smile blooming quietly. That smile seemed to contain mockery and disdain for Celestia's and Luna's inner thoughts. Her gaze sank, revealing a sense of determination and confidence, as if affirming that everything she was doing now was correct and impeccable. Celestia and Luna stared blankly at the door, listening to Purple Joy's frantic words, their hearts filled with confusion and unease. Meanwhile, Angela Bess coldly chuckled, her voice carrying an indescribable complexity of emotions. So who do you think is right or wrong in this situation? Angela Bess slowly began, her voice deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the heart. Think carefully. You could try to reform him, but you should know the consequences. As former rulers, you could certainly choose to walk away. So now, I am curious which side you will choose. When Purple Joy pushed the door open, what she saw was this scene. In the dim room, Celestia and Luna frowned, their expressions grave, and standing between them was the tall gray unicorn, Angela Bess. Her face revealed an expression of determination that made Zue feel a twinge of vigilance and confusion. However, when Zue's gaze fell upon Angela Bess's dark golden eyes that glowed in the darkness, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she were witnessing the coronation of the sun at the Cantelot throne. Now, the ruler of Little Maria, Princess Zue, Angela Bess spoke slowly, her voice conveying a sense of majesty and solemnity. I am the celestial unicorn Angela Bess, symbolizing justice and fairness. It seemed her words were intentionally punctuated, not sure if she aimed to shatter Celestia and Luna's absurd fantasies with these pauses or to satisfy her own inner recognition of absolute justice. Luna's lips parted slightly. The sound she made was authoritative and decisive. No. Above the map room, the roots of the golden oak library spread like living beings, and hanging above them were brilliant gems that emitted a soft and mysterious glow. However, the radiance now seemed to have dimmed a little, as if foreshadowing that something bad was about to happen. But it seemed that the sun had not noticed the little dragon's hint and fell into silence. as a fragment of the little dragon's consciousness. The little dragon's phantom certainly knew what this meant, the unique calm before the storm that the sun experienced. He would grasp a point deep within his heart and stubbornly seek to resolve this issue, while his emotions surged like a tempest. Don't dwell on the unchangeable fact that my original body is dead. Since he asked you to find the celestial unicorn talisman, it must have a deeper meaning. Simply put, what you are doing might revive him and take down Angela Bess, or perhaps even eliminate the true murderer who killed my original body. So I think about it. You are no longer a child who can throw tantrums. Now, you bear more than just the burden of revenge on your shoulders. He probably hopes you become better. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to such lengths to maintain your sanity for thousands of years. Just as the little dragon's phantom wanted to say more, it seemed to realize that time was tight, and it was not appropriate to say any more nonsense. To cut a long story short, the celestial unicorn talisman is a good bargaining chip in the heart of Snowstorm and Canterlot. Alright, I probably have nothing more to reveal. Goodbye. Before the words could fade, the little dragon's phantom suddenly surged toward the sun like a wisp of smoke, seemingly offering its final assistance in its own way. But you still haven't told me how to merge the magic within this crystal heart. And who is the heart of Snowstorm? Chapter 48. The Storm Approaches. The prelude to the great show. Justice. This concept is indeed like a lighthouse in the fog, both clear and obscure. Its connotations and extensions flowing and changing with the river of history, deeply influenced by multiple factors such as individual stance, social consensus, and the spirit of the times. It is not merely black and white as presented in legal texts. It is a complex tapestry woven from moral ethics, cultural traditions, and personal beliefs. Taking the fable of the wolf and the sheep as an example, this simple scene reflects the colorful shades of the concept of justice from different perspectives like a prism. When some intelligent beings witness the brutal scene of a wolf preying on a sheep, the surging sympathy and compassion in their hearts instantly cast the wolf in an evil shadow. In the eyes of those intelligent beings, the sheep, as a representative of the vulnerable group, inspires a protective instinct and sense of justice, prompting them to step forward and intervene in this natural battle of life and death in the name of justice. However, if the perspective shifts to the world of the wolf, everything becomes entirely different. To the wolf, preying on the sheep is merely an instinctive action that follows the laws of nature and satisfies survival needs. Its rationality and legitimacy are beyond question. In the wolf's eyes, there are no abstract concepts of justice and evil, only the harsh reality of survival and death. The intervention of those intelligent beings, for the wolf, is not only an infringement on its right to exist, but also a denial of its logic of life. Therefore, within what appears to be a just action by humans, the wolf sees shadows of evil and feels threatened in its existence. This example reveals the relativity and complexity of the concept of justice. Justice is not an absolute standard. It presents diverse facets that vary with the observer's stance, emotions, cognition, and the social environment and cultural background in which they exist. It is both a product of emotions and moral judgments and a reflection of social norms and power relations. In different temporal and spatial contexts, the specific forms of justice may vary greatly, and even within the same time and space, different groups may have entirely opposing understandings of justice. These subtle distinctions guide your path forward. They are not merely what you ought to pursue, but also the lofty ideals of justice, the seeds that first sprout in your heart. However, if the understanding of justice merely skims the surface, it is like a shallow stream that fails to explore the mysteries and vastness of the deep sea, which harbors boundless knowledge and wisdom waiting for you to uncover. On this journey, you must measure every inch of land with your feet, touch every leaf with your hooves, and feel every breeze with your heart, gradually unveiling the deeper veil of justice and seeking out your own unique path of justice. In this process, you will continuously imbue justice with new meanings, whether derived from serendipitous encounters, profound reflections, or the truths learned from countless falls and recoveries. When you truly understand the multidimensional and profound nature of justice, you should share this precious insight with the world, embarking on a journey of exploring justice. Everything, whether great or small, must endure the baptism of wind and rain, and the of time, to shed its corrupt surface and reveal its inner brilliance. May you adhere to this origin. This is Angela Bess, an extraordinary celestial unicorn born with unique gifts. From the moment of her birth, she possessed a charming mark, and in such a moment filled with hope and miracles. She heard those words, those soft whispers that seemed to come from ancient times, yet felt so close. These words, gentle as the first warm sunlight of spring, penetrated the chill of winter and softly brushed over Angela Bess's young heart. They were neither hasty nor slow, yet carried an indescribable power. Each word, each syllable, felt like a carefully crafted work of art, both delicate and profound. However, it was these seemingly gentle and harmless words that left an indelible mark in Angela Bess's heart. causing her inner self, her soul, to deeply remember these words. But as time flowed endlessly, the perspective returned to the present. Comparing the spirited young celestial unicorn who intended to spread the meaning of justice in Skylos to the now paranoid version of herself. It seemed she had abandoned the essence of the world she represented in pursuit of what she believed to be absolute justice. Celestial unicorn? But you don't have wings, Zeus said, a look of confusion appearing on her face as she peered around but still saw no trace of wings. Moreover, Zeus felt a sense of wariness. Even though Celestia and Luna did not show any hostility toward Angela Bess. Yet, deep down, Zeus believed that this tall unicorn was not right. Angela Bess ignored Zeus's questioning confusion. Instead, she became intrigued by Luna's decisive tone. Oh, no, just watch. I can only say that you don't understand what it means to face the unjust, the wicked, and the unchanging. Or do you really think that the ridiculous childhood friendship can change him? Could it be that your vision is clouded by old memories? Angela Bess's figure passed over the still contemplative Celestia and Luna. A complex emotion appeared on Celestia's face, while Luna wanted to retort but was stopped by Celestia. But Angela Bess, I do not agree that the friendship you speak of cannot resolve the current issues. It seems that the ruler who has become Celestia's taught student is not so impressive after all. Zeus's gaze wandered between Angela Bess and the two princesses, but yielded no results. The atmosphere on site dropped to freezing point, as if even the air they breathed had lost its warmth. Just as Celestia's light pink eyes sank deeper into the mire of contemplation, Angela Bess's sudden voice shattered the impasse. It's laughable that after being rulers for 1,000 years, you can't even make this small judgment. Now, you should first go to the Crystal Empire to help them withstand the storm. Angela Bess paused, her gaze seemingly passing over Celestia and Luna to look out at the darkening night, where even the stars no longer twinkled, as if hiding from an impending storm and dimming their light. My words here are enough. You don't need to be an obstacle here. Angela Bess's dark golden eyes briefly glimmered in the dim light. Her voice echoed in the night sky, carrying an irresistible power, while Zeus, Celestia, and Luna exchanged anxious glances filled with uncertainty about the unknown situation. However, it was indeed necessary for them to help the Crystal Empire resist the storm to prevent it from being eroded and completely disappearing into the annals of history. So this little one is the heart of the storm? What a coincidence. The coronation's hoof closed the book called The Friendship Diary, having learned most of what had happened to little Maria from just half of it. Reading this half of the Friendship Diary was already the limit for the coronation. Continuing would twist his perceptions. The coronation shifted his gaze to the heart of the storm, which was tied to the chair with loops of rope, still sleeping. Although the coronation didn't know that flipping a few more pages would reveal Zeus's recorded adventures in saving the parallel world. He himself lay in a nearly lazy posture on a noblewoman's chair designed for aristocrats, embedded with golden trimmings, one hoof propped against his cheek. His breathing was calm and deep, and an indescribable sense of ease and tranquility seemed to envelop him. At that moment, a faint blue light quietly emerged, emanating from the floating crystal heart wrapped in red magic beside him. The light flickered with tiny star-like sparks and occasionally emitted sounds of crystal clashing, resembling the wails of the crystal heart. As this faint blue magic slowly seeped out, the tiny cracks on the surface of the crystal heart gradually expanded due to the coronation's actions, and its pale blue crystals seemed to dim and become murky because of the spreading fissures. Now it's easy. We can go directly to Canterlot, using the heart of the storm as leverage to force Celestia to hand over the horned beast amulet. If that doesn't work, we can look for that treasure vault. As the coronation's words fell, it seemed that the crystal heart was drained of its last bit of magic and integrated into the coronation's magical body. Then a wave of faint blue magic rippled across him like ripples on the surface of water, with a crisp sound of shattering crystals echoing from the gray crystal heart. The fine black cracks seemed to deepen into the heart. Subsequently, the coronation released the magic that was levitating the crystal heart, and it fell to the ground like scattered stones. This slight movement, however, seemed to awaken the heart of the storm, which appeared to be in a deep slumber. The little one instantly panicked, her mouth opening wide as she babbled, as if the noise were some catastrophic news. The ropes could no longer restrain her wings, and with a powerful struggle, they snapped apart. Yet, after her frantic search, her eyes met the coronation's calm vertical pupils, and she quieted down. It seemed she was not afraid. Rather, she felt warmth and affinity from the magic in the coronation's body. The chaos in her gaze instantly calmed. The coronation thought that the little one, who had just recognized her own life-threatening situation, was stunned by him and was about to release a dizzying spell to excite her vagus nerve, causing blood vessels to dilate and lowering blood pressure, which would lead to fainting. You should sleep well. The coronation's words were not finished when the heart of the storm suddenly activated a teleportation spell, rushing directly toward him. The small white face that instantly appeared, covering the coronation's entire field of vision, was even giggling as if mistaking the coronation for a shadow transformed from the crystal heart. In the heart of the storm's view, the coronation's body was not flesh and blood, but constructed from magic. This further solidified her belief that the coronation was an illusion of the crystal heart. Without hesitation, she pounced on him, treating the coronation as her toy. Even though the coronation teleported away from the original spot, his seemingly unchanged face finally showed a change, slumping down. There was hardly any chance of his head being free. It seemed to have become the exclusive resting place of the heart of the storm. There was no longer any idle time. When the little dragon was still around, it was the little dragon resting there. And now that the little dragon was gone, the heart of the storm directly took its place. Moreover, the little dragon's shadow had mentioned that this little one was quite crucial and could not be harmed. The coronation was also quite curious about how this horned beast cub born from reproductive behavior differed from those born from the Mahad holy altar. Forget it. Better to knock her out than let her flail around. The coronation's horn emitted a spherical, semi-transparent magic, and the heart of the storm fell asleep after being enveloped. Alright, next, it was time to check out Canterlot. The chaos in the Crystal Empire was likely enough to keep them occupied for a while. Let's find out where that treasure vault containing the horned beast amulet is located. Speaking of which, the Crystal Empire is ridiculous, with such a harsh environment. Relying on such defenses to withstand the storm? That's absurd. Can't they even migrate? As a wave of magical light flashed, the Library of Friendship Castle fell completely silent. The snapped ropes indicated that a kidnapping incident had occurred here. The sky over the Crystal Empire, which should have been a clear and beautiful night, was now shrouded in swirling snow and wind. The sound of the storm resembled 1,000 troops, gradually expanding and deafening. The biting cold wind was like sharp blades, roaming freely in the air, seemingly cutting away the little warmth left on the trembling crystal ponies with each pass, making their bodies shiver even more. Their eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Each time the wind howled, it seemed to carry an irresistible force, stripping away the colors from the crystal ponies curled up in the hall of the Crystal Castle. Their eyes gradually dimmed, as if a bit of vitality had been taken away, and their entire bodies appeared limp and dispirited. The storm had already approached the second ring of the Crystal Empire, its intensity beyond imagination, more severe and merciless than ever before. Princess Melody was currently gritting her teeth, glaring fiercely, desperately releasing her magic. Her entire body was tense, her horn radiating an extreme and massive pale blue light, attempting to maintain the already shattered shield. However, despite her utmost effort, the shield was like thin ice, teetering on the brink of collapse under the storm's onslaught, as if it could shatter at any moment. Fine beads of sweat trickled down Melody's forehead, and her breathing became rapid. She knew well that if this shield collapsed, the entire Crystal Empire would be exposed to the storm's wrath, with unimaginable consequences. The crucial point was that even now, the whereabouts of the heart of the storm remained unknown, and as for the crystal heart, don't even mention it. However, the power of the storm seemed endless, each impact sending a violent tremor through Melody. Her magic was gradually depleting, and the shield was slowly breaking apart. The heart of Inyun was filled with anxiety and helplessness, but she did not give up. Instead, she resolutely unleashed her magic, engaging in a desperate battle against the storm and snow. She could not allow this empire, with its glorious history, brilliant civilization, hope, and love, to be obliterated in the blizzard. It was unclear whether it was the strike of the corona that broke some balance, but the clouds and snowflakes within the massive storm barrier, capable of absorbing external magical energy, seemed to weaken slightly. It appeared that some conscious existence had transferred this magic to the hidden crash site of Skylos, causing the wind spirits to absorb the pain, suffering, sadness, and despair that had been blocked outside the storm barrier for days. At that moment, Ziyue and the others also arrived, along with the anxious Daylight Yao Yao. His face was filled with anxiety and fear, clearly at a loss for how to deal with the sudden storm. However, more than that, it was what he saw after using a spell, the corona. That guy had not been petrified, or rather, this was his hind hoof. Clearly, Jinshi and the others could not withstand such a long-distance teleportation. Now, there seemed to be dark circles spinning in their eyes, and their behavior and speech were a bit unsteady. However, this did not interfere with Daylight Yao Yao using magic to present everything he had just seen in the heart of the blizzard's bedroom. Princess Inyun. Wait, Ziyue. You all came too. Don't say anything yet. Help Princess Inyun resist the storm. The scene I will recreate with magic will absolutely astonish you. The corona. He left some hind hoof, which led to his reappearance in the world. As Daylight Yao Yao spoke, his horn emitted a faint golden magical wave, and a somewhat abstract geometric illusion began to take shape. Celestia and Luna clearly found it hard to accept this fact. It seemed that Angela Base's words were not false. The corona even left hoof prints for the little baby. It was unknown whether the life in the heart of the blizzard was still safe. Even though the heart of the blizzard had fallen into a coma, it still instinctively fixed itself atop the corona's head. But it seemed the angrier one was Inyun. The fury in her eyes was almost overflowing. What? Almost as soon as she saw the corona in that illusion, Inyun released the magic maintaining the shield and teleported away. Let me see where the Skyhorn Beast talisman is. After confirming that the environment was indeed the corridor of the Canterlot Central Castle, the corona's horn flickered, using a probing spell to see if there were any strong magical fluctuations. After all, the Skyhorn Beast talisman? It sounded quite powerful, and it would make the wearer increasingly evil and unruly, which seemed to fit the corona's identity as an evil Skyhorn Beast. Let me see where the unforgivable sins will meet me. Angela Bass's dark golden eyes sank, as if she had anticipated this. Her horn had already lit up with that dark golden magical wave, probing for any signs of teleportation magic here. Chapter 49. The Moment of Reunion. In the center of Canterlot stood a magnificent royal castle. Not only a dazzling pearl on the magical land of Pony Maria, but also the core where power and political storms converged. The castle, with its towering stature, witnessed countless historical changes and became the target of ambition for many. For example, the Chaos King Disorder, the former shape-shifting Queen Cocoon, the Black Crystal King Sombra, Tyrek, and other villains had all attempted to conquer this place as a symbol of their rule over Pony Maria. This also meant that this ancient castle, standing for 1,000 years, was built amid destruction and restoration, just like when the corona once blew up a quarter of the castle. But it soon restored itself with the help of magic. The corona strolled through the corridor of the Canterlot Central Castle, each step appearing particularly steady. His gaze wandered over the surrounding murals and decorations, seemingly searching for some clue, but that group of sieve-like beings did not notice the corona's presence. His horn glowed slightly, and a subtle magical wave emanated from his body, resonating with the hidden magic within the castle. In the corona's vision, the rough outlines of some objects and the colors and concentrations of their magical energy appeared. Meanwhile, at the other end of the castle, Angela Bass also sensed this unusual magical fluctuation. Like a tempestuous force, she kicked open the space over there with excessive magic. Then, from that space that had been kicked open, the usual teleportation magic seemed to gently open a door, but this guy had directly smashed the door. Her dark golden eyes instantly locked onto the source of the fluctuation, and a cold smile crept across her lips. Finally here, she thought to herself, then summoned the magic within her body, releasing it to locate the anchor point for teleportation. Although Celestia and Luna were still caught up in their naive thoughts, it did not prevent their magic from helping her execute this judgment, which was merely a legal requisition. Amid this vast magical fluctuation, Angela Bass muttered to herself while setting numerous anchor points for the upcoming pull. Angela Bass's darkened face seemed to carry a hint of determination and confidence as she sensed the two massive magical energies within her. While the two sisters were still shocked by the reconstructed illusion, most of their attention was drawn to the towering sins. She cleverly used that thread of judgment related to the rules to determine that her actions of using power to combat disobedience to justice and eliminate those hidden dangers were correct, even though this bore the suspicion of being counterproductive. However, this decision, made in accordance with the current situation, further confirmed to Angela Bass that she had not strayed from the path of justice. Inyun had almost teleported to every important place she could think of in those few short minutes. Each time, before the scene in her vision had fully manifested, she activated the probing spell again. If she did not sense the magical energy of the heart of the blizzard, she would teleport to another place. This exhausting method of elimination worked on the fourth attempt. Canterlot, there is the magical breath of the heart of the blizzard. This proved that she was still alive and even had the magic of the crystal heart, just near the heart of the blizzard. This indicated that the corona might just want to use these things as leverage to obtain something. However, at that critical moment, just as Inyun was about to take action, the air seemed to be torn apart by some mysterious force, and a dazzling golden chain, like a meteor streaking across the sky, flashed with dark golden ghostly light, suddenly shot out from the previously calm wall that was now rippling with golden waves. These chains were not only dazzling in color, but also contained an indescribable ancientness and majesty. The ends of the chains cleverly formed sharp spikes with barbs. Each spike seemed to have been meticulously crafted, glimmering coldly, revealing a sharpness capable of penetrating all things in the world, reaching deep into the soul. With their emergence, the surrounding air seemed to be shredded apart, flickering with dark, golden, magical cutting lines. Just as the spikes were about to touch Inyun, they seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, suddenly coming to a halt in front of Inyun with a crisp and dense sound of chains clashing, stopping just a hair's breadth away from her. Immediately afterward, these originally fierce spikes seemed to be endowed with life, twisting flexibly, like serpents, slowly retracting in the air. Their movements were both graceful and alert, as if carefully examining this uninvited guest before them. This angry mother? Or yet another traitor who abandoned her kingdom and her people? Princess Mia Amakadasha of Phonology, you should be grateful for your friends who helped you, lest your actions lead to the downfall of a kingdom, making these crimes the sword of Damocles hanging over your head. However, another traitor is not so fortunate. Follow me, and I can help you find your child. But you must assist me in subduing that unforgivable criminal. Angela Bess seems to look down on this acquired unicorn, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance towards both Zue and Phonology, yet her expression does not reveal any disdain. Then Angela Bess moved her hooves forward, seemingly calm, as she believed she had glimpsed a part of destiny through that judgment. Little did she know that this glimpse might be a future deliberately revealed by fate for her to see. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you in Canalot. Phonology now appeared somewhat suspicious. If it weren't for the fact that the magical aura just now was not the endless scorching heat, but carried a hint of the sacred, she might have thought this person was a disguise conjured by the corona. Me? Angela Bess. I can tell you more after you help me deal with the corona. As she spoke, Angela Bess calmly summoned the magic within her, gathering it to create dozens of translucent golden chain shields that emitted magical light, rising before her. In the blink of an eye, these shields blocked several red solar rays that cut through the surrounding space, pulsating with extreme heat, coming from the depths of the dark corridor. Chapter 50, The Time of Judgment. At this moment, the battle begins. As the magic array constructed in an instant shone from the depths of the corridor, the spikes of dark golden light also vanished into the walls. With the disappearance of the spiked chains, the wall did not return to calm, but instead began to surge with a strange magical fluctuation. This fluctuation spread in an irregular form, like a stone suddenly thrown into a calm water surface, creating ripples. The entire wall seemed to be enchanted, as though shields, like layers of fragile glass, were easily shattered by the solar magic rays. Several frames of brilliant rainbow light suddenly flashed above the shadow in the depths of the corridor. However, this light did not bring any warmth or hope. Instead, the aura emanating from that shadow was like the shadow of death, suffocating Phonology. An alarm rang in Phonology's heart. She instinctively raised her hooves, wanting to escape this dangerous place. A layer of fine cold sweat covered her forehead, the instinctive fear and tension that living beings experience when facing unknown dangers. However, she knew she could not retreat, for the heart of wind and snow was still with that dangerous individual. She could clearly sense that the heart of wind and snow was currently located atop that shadow's head, not knowing what purpose the corona had in placing it there. Just as the solar rays were about to penetrate the last layer of shields, Angela Bess maintained her lofty and unhurried posture. The corner of her mouth curled in disdain, and a hint of contempt and mockery flashed in her eyes. Feigning an attack? How laughable. At that moment, a sound suddenly echoed from above, as if something had been vaporized in an instant, followed by the sound of the marble ceiling heating up to vaporization temperature in less than half a second. The sound of the ceiling collapsing and exploding was deafening, accompanied by splashing high-temperature lava and the still potent red lasers. The entire corridor seemed to be engulfed by flames and light. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. Everything became so clear and cruel. The intertwining of lava and lasers formed a breathtaking scene. Everything happened too quickly. From the encounter with the shadow in the depths of the corridor to the explosion of the ceiling, only a few seconds had passed. Even Phonology barely had time to react. She hurriedly cast a shield spell to defend against the high-temperature burns. Ha ha ha. You dared to crash into me. Angela Bess, you deserve to die 1,000 times. Death is my release and forgiveness for you. I will make you experience the torment of being imprisoned in the sun for 1,000 years, unable to move, enduring the devouring flames and the scorching heat. The furious voice of the corona echoed around, but the source of the sound was unknown, as if the corona had used magic to confuse the sound's propagation, and the white figure of the corona could not be seen anywhere. The explosions within the castle did not spread far before being blocked by a highly transparent, red crystal-like, thin magical membrane, leaving no trace behind. To the outside world, it seemed that a silent drama was unfolding within the Canterlot Royal Castle. But this drama had no audience. The extras inside were destined to be one-time performers. But astonishingly, Angela Bess bore not a single scratch. As if the corona's destructive strike was merely a breeze to her, the dark golden chains surrounding her, like loyal guardians, not only withstood the corona's fierce attacks, but also emitted a pressure that made the hearts of horses tremble, as if declaring their indestructibility to the surrounding beings. Each of these chains contained boundless magical power. They intertwined to form an airtight protective net, tightly wrapping Angela Bess within. When the corona's attack came, these chains seemed to have been activated, swiftly surging to dissipate the force of the attack, allowing Angela Bess to stand there unscathed. The chains that had hidden within the walls also revealed their true power at this moment. They lay in wait like lurking cheetahs, ready to strike at the right moment, shattering the target with incredible speed. The clone in the depths of the corridor, although similar in appearance to the corona, was merely a magic-constructed turret for launching attacks and confusing the enemy's vision. This was a little trick of Skyloss. After all, a cunning enemy would not charge headlong into a duel. They would first weaken their opponents behind the scenes before revealing their true self. Just as the spiked chains were about to hit the stationary clone, it suddenly dodged, and even Angela Bess could not see how it evaded, as if using teleportation magic. But without any strong magical fluctuation, the spiked chains made a loud, clear metallic collision sound as they cut through the air, and dazzling sparks exploded, creating a scene of intense danger reflected in Phonology's eyes. So, these naturally born unicorns fight without regard for anything and seize every opportunity. This scene seemed to strike at Phonology's heart. The previous attack clearly aimed to resolve that clone in an instant without any consideration for the safety of the heart of wind and snow. It was the Corona's evasion that allowed the spiked chains attacking from all sides to miss their target. Moreover, Angela Bess's perception could definitely detect this. There was no need to worry that Phonology would think Angela Bess had everything under control upon hearing this. Sacrificing for justice was inevitable. The light and shadows of the raging fire flickered violently in the broken glorious castle corridor, each flame acting like a signal light on the battlefield, announcing that the tense and fierce battle was being pushed to a climax by the flames. Within the corridor, the cracks and mottled marks on the marble walls appeared even more ancient under the firelight, with thick smoke and the smell of burning filling the air, creating a tense atmosphere that nearly suffocated the horses. But in Phonology's astonished and disbelieving, twisted gaze, it seemed that all this was overlooked, with only the obsessive words echoing in her mind. Then she suddenly felt a wave of weakness and fatigue rising from within. She had to initiate a teleportation spell to locate the heart of the blizzard, hoping to do something. The flames danced like a wild dragon, spreading recklessly in the corridor. They would sometimes leap to the ceiling, illuminating the entire space, and at other times dive down, devouring everything around them. Sparks scattered wildly in the air, like countless small bombs, ready to ignite new flames of war at any moment. Everything seemed to freeze in an instant as the silhouette of the sun crown approached, getting closer to Angela Bess. But as the momentary shock on Angela Bess's face was drowned by joy, she thought the sun crown dared not show itself directly, which would be much more troublesome. A serious voice, like a decree, suddenly exploded. Judgment. Begin. The sun crown felt a strong sense of oppression bearing down, halting the hooves that were about to kick at the chains surrounding Angela Bess. The sonic boom and the gale that could extinguish all the flames present arrived just a moment too late behind the sun crown. Almost instinctively, the sun crown teleported away. If it weren't for the little dragon's steady rationality, this meeting could have meant the end for the sun crown. However, just as the gale, accompanied by the flames, was about to reach the chains around Angela Bess, those chains seemed to sense the crisis. With a loud bang, they exploded simultaneously, transforming into countless dazzling golden lights, like stars dotting the corridor. But those sharp fragments were not as gentle as the light. They deeply embedded themselves into the marble walls, piercing through a spherical space, glowing with golden fluorescence between the 5 floors of the castle. These lights contained powerful magical energy, intertwining and colliding in the air, eventually converging beside Angela Bess, seemingly forming a translucent golden balance and a longsword. The collision of the gale and light produced an astonishing explosive force, causing the flames in the corridor to burn even more fiercely, as if they wanted to devour everything. In the corridor, there was no sound of music, and a few faint sounds of flesh being pierced were swallowed by the crackling of the raging fire before they could echo. Even though she had done her best to use teleportation magic to locate the heart of the blizzard, she inevitably bore several wounds pierced by dark golden chain fragments, vibrant red patches emerging in her pale pink fur. The look in her eyes flickered with a haunting light, as if it were better to believe in the justice of a madman than in the sun crown, who clearly had a deep-seated hatred for her. Rather than face an unknown, paranoid enemy, it was better to confront a somewhat familiar one. At least the sun crown had a mysterious figure, whose whereabouts were uncertain, but could effectively restrain the sun crown's actions, potentially allowing for some verbal maneuvering or help from chaos. And this self-proclaimed justice of Angela Bess was utterly unimaginable. She couldn't even fathom what would happen to little Maria if she won. Moreover, it seemed the power she wielded touched upon some rules. For now, it was unclear what taboos this fellow had, let alone what behaviors could be restrained. The royal guards, those scoops, once again performed their classic operations with great showmanship. Trivial matters went unnoticed, important matters were left to the protagonists, and major events were absent, leaving both Yin Yun and the Sun Crown without sight of several royal guards on night duty. The wounds on Yin Yun's body weakened her further, and the pain signals only just reached her brain's cortex, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Some injuries even affected her lungs, making her feel difficulty breathing, as if the air was tainted with a heavy metallic taste. a painfully uncomfortable tearing sensation radiating from her lungs, with tiny alveoli and bronchi filling up with spilled blood. Cough, cough, cough. A few bright, eye-catching blood droplets appeared in front of her mouth like wilting petals as she coughed. With her mother injured, the heart of the blizzard seemed to sense something, but it merely struggled instinctively above the sun crown's head before calming down. Its magical strength was still insufficient to forcibly break the current state of unconsciousness. All around, the flickering candlelight seemed to be the only living thing in this oppressive space. Flickering erratically, both mourning for Yin Yun's plight and symbolizing the reason awakened by pain and upheaval. If she were neutral, she might not even know how she would die. Just then, Yin Yun heard the faint sounds of the heart of the blizzard struggling, and she looked up, her gaze instantly fixating on the glimmering sharp sword above her. Originally a decorative sword to showcase the castle's grandeur, it now hung above her brow like a blade of death, just a few centimeters away. The sword's sharp edge glinted brightly beneath the flickering candlelight. However, as the red magical energy enveloping the sword slowly moved, the Sun Crown's threatening words echoed in Yin Yun's ears, piercing her heart like ice. The Sun Crown was clearly unfamiliar with the intricate layout of the castle. He chose the most direct and cruel method to achieve his goals, coldly presenting his conditions. Now, either exchange the horned beast amulet for your daughter's life, or both you and your daughter will die at the hooves of that self-proclaimed righteous scum. As the sword blocking her view slowly moved away, light returned to Yin Yun's eyes, but her heart was filled with unprecedented darkness and heaviness. Even the corridor, which appeared exceptionally bright in the night, began to dim in her eyes. She looked at the half-shadowed face of the Sun Crown, and the gaze of his vertical pupils staring directly at her deepened that darkness, as if it wanted to swallow her whole. Fine. As soon as Yin Yun spoke a syllable, several incantations echoed from the Sun Crown's mouth, a portion of magical energy withdrawing from him. With the end of the incantations, the magic transferred to the designated target of the spell. This spell accelerated the metabolism of living beings using magical energy to heal their wounds, but it did not shorten the length of the chromosomes in the cells, thus not causing a shortening of life. After a green light flickered on Yin Yun's body, her injuries began to heal at a visible speed. Just as she was still marveling at this unknown magic, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." The Sun Crown had already vanished, leaving only the lingering echoes in this place, and the crackling of the raging fire in the distance intermittently pierced through the silence, like the most primitive drumbeat of nature, pounding against Yin Yun's heart. Time, at this moment, seemed to be imbued with substantial weight, pressing heavily on the Sun Crown's shoulders. Although the Sun Crown was no longer present, his keen sense of crisis seemed to transform into invisible tendrils, tightly entwining around his nerves and conveying a clear and urgent message: delaying is not a wise choice. An indescribable tension filled the air, like the calm before a storm, making one instinctively feel the fear of being swallowed by a tremendous force. The surrounding environment seemed to be quietly changing, an inexplicable pressure gradually accumulating, as if some ancient and powerful rule was silently approaching, preparing to conduct a thorough cleansing of this space. This force was both mysterious and powerful, evoking a sense of awe, as if any attempt to resist it would seem small and powerless. The sword of Damocles, hanging over the head of sin. This phrase thundered like a clap of thunder across the sky, piercing through the Sun Crown's carefully arranged soundproof magical barrier, causing the red magical membranes interwoven with fine golden patterns to dissipate into nothingness like morning mist. It echoed through every brick and tile of the castle, trembling the very fabric of space itself. However, strangely, this deafening sound did not disturb any sleeping beings in Canterlot. They seemed to be protected by some mysterious force, continuing to immerse themselves in dreams. On the contrary, this roar seemed to touch the boundaries of another dimension, causing a strange and continuous white noise to echo in the sky, like thousands of whispers intertwining, or the low murmurs of ancient deities, sending chills through the heart of the Sun Crown. The source of this white noise was elusive. It did not come from behind the clouds, nor did it seem to originate from any vibrations on the ground, but instead seeped directly from the void, enveloping the entire castle and even the whole of Pony Maria. It carried a transcendental majesty that even a powerful being like the Sun Crown could not help but feel small and powerless against. Under the oppression of this force, the air seemed to solidify, time appeared to stand still, and everything awaited an unknown judgment. If the little dragon were here, he could clarify for the Sun Crown that this is the world consciousness of this realm, and Angela Bess's actions were an invitation for the world consciousness to trace the cause and effect and make a judgment. If she wins the judgment, the sinful will perish, and even the concept of the soul will dissipate. If the Sun Crown wins the judgment, she will be stripped of half of her vitality and magical power as a punishment for a wrong judgment. Furthermore, The dozens of various magic circles surrounding the sun crown trembled in resonance triggered by this white noise, yet they were still activated, as the shining armor hurriedly used magic to traverse the vast snowstorm, racing towards the Crystal Empire, which was being mercilessly engulfed by the harsh winter. The white noise in the sky surged like an invisible tidal wave, sweeping over this frozen land. This strange sound resembled the resonance of countless stars at the edge of the sky, and also seemed like the low murmurs of deities from ancient legends, trembling every inch of the air and shaking the spirit of the shining armor. However, the swirling clouds of wind and snow seemed to fear this sound, rapidly fading away with its arrival, vanishing in an instant and retreating into the eternal snowy wasteland. The bright and clear starry sky reappeared as the dazzling light of magic slowly filled the outer rings of the sun crown's magic circles from the centers of various magic circles. Chapter 51. The Time of Judgment. Beneath a vast and boundless starry sky, the once rampant blizzard was suddenly tamed by a mysterious force, vanishing without a trace. The sky seemed to be gently brushed aside by an invisible hand, revealing a long-lost clarity and tranquility, with stars twinkling softly and distantly. The moonlight and starlight intertwined, draping a thin veil of silver over the land that had just undergone the storm's baptism, everything appearing so peaceful and serene, contrasting sharply with the earlier scene of howling winds and swirling snowflakes. However, it seemed that only the white noise, like television static, was revealed, with nothing else showing. Princess Celestia. Princess Luna. The wind and snow outside have receded. Are you all right? Sunlight shining pushed open the door to the throne room. Behind the door was a spacious and solemn throne room, where Princess Celestia and Princess Luna were sitting on the throne, their figures appearing somewhat tired and weak under the dim light, the light on their horns flickering occasionally like a faulty light bulb. The crystals on the surrounding walls emitted a soft glow, reflecting the moonlight that streamed in from outside, adding a touch of warmth to the cold room. However, this warmth could not dispel the unusual atmosphere in the air. Worry and weakness intertwined on the brows of the two princesses, and the colors in their eyes dimmed, losing their former brilliance. We know, sunlight shining. You heard that sound outside too, right? Celestia's voice was weak and short, each word seeming to take immense effort. And now we are powerless to do anything. That guy has taken most of Luna's and my power. They might be using some kind of authority that we cannot comprehend to deal with the Sun Crown. Now, it seems that whoever wins will lead to disaster for Pony Maria. Whether it is the obsessive justice, or at least the Sun Crown still seems to have a chance of improving. Her tone revealed deep helplessness and despair, mirroring the weakness and helplessness she had shown when Tyrek united to attack Pony Maria. This time, the situation seemed even more severe, for they, as representatives of celestial phenomena, had their power limits difficult to compare with those celestial beings that represented abstract concepts and possessed deeper powers. When Princess Celestia and Luna arrived here together through teleportation magic, they were horrified to discover that their magical power had inexplicably diminished by more than half. Those once flowing and shining manes, symbolizing their abundant power, flickered with a dark golden light when they realized this, and then drooped down like lifeless withered leaves. This sudden change left Twilight and her friends at a loss. They had originally thought that with the help of the two princesses, along with the powerful friendship magic within them, they should be able to sustain the Crystal Empire for a while longer, giving Twilight, Sunlight Shining, and Starlight Glimmer enough time to collaborate and find a solution to the fundamental problem of the massive magic circle beneath the Crystal Heart, which was unable to gather the light and love from the hearts of crystal ponies to resist the storm. But now it seemed that everything was far more complicated and difficult than they had imagined. Moreover, even if Celestia and Luna went to Canterlot, it would be futile and a waste of effort. Maintaining the magical shield against the storm was already consuming most of their strength. Sister, I'll go outside to take a look. Since the storm has dissipated, could this inexplicable white noise be another inevitable fate like that of Scarecrow? Luna struggled to stand up and wobbled toward the windowsill, gazing at the distant layers of mountains, then was startled by a sudden, fleeting burst of huge red light. No, I think we still have to take a look. Luna turned her head in a panic, bumping into Celestia, who had also come to see the night sky in hopes of easing her troubled emotions. Obsessive and relying on external forces, justice forms a highly complex and controversial concept. This kind of justice contains an extreme obsession with the idea of justice, to the point of possibly ignoring or distorting reality, and attempts to reinforce and realize this obsession through external power. Under this view of justice, its holder may firmly believe they possess absolute truth, holding an unquestionable negative attitude towards any opposing views or actions. This obsession may lead to the rejection, suppression, or even persecution of dissenters, thereby violating the basic principles of justice, fairness, impartiality, and inclusivity. At the same time, because the obsessed often believe their power is insufficient to realize their concept of justice, They will seek external support and assistance. And now, Angela Bess has harnessed the magic of 3 celestial beings, as well as a quarter of the power of the Aurora flower, which has accumulated 1,000 years of magical energy and is known as the most brilliant beacon within the Great Storm Barrier, clearly deepening her inner arrogance and obsession. The enhancement of power may lead the obsessed to become even more convinced that they possess absolute truth, thereby intensifying their obsession. They may believe that since they now possess greater power, their concept of justice becomes even more unshakable and may even become extreme and unquestionable. In this case, the owner of this concept may be more inclined to use violence or coercive means to impose their own sense of justice, even at the expense of others' interests, which could also lead them to become more dictatorial and authoritarian. Although the chains surrounding Angela Bess had begun to crack under the magical bombardment that erupted at that moment, those once indestructible chains that shimmered with a dark golden light seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The cracks spread rapidly across the surface of the chains like creeping vines, revealing an ominous omen. However, the shock on Angela Bess's face only lasted for a moment before being overshadowed by the tide of arrogance surging from within her. For the long sword that now appeared beside her was already suspended above the neck of the corona, seemingly waiting to deliver a verdict as soon as the judgment was revealed. It was not controlled by Angela Bess, but resembled a magical creature akin to a little dragon. Meanwhile, the white noise in the sky continued unabated. It was a sound that transcended words and understanding, weaving between the stars and moonlight, as if the entire universe were whispering. Yet, amidst this chaotic, snow-like white noise, there seemed to be some subtle order, a message that could penetrate the soul, instinctively felt by living beings. The causal tracing was in progress, and the judgment was being filled in according to the established path. Although the corona did not understand what this meant, he sensed that the thing summoned by Angela Bess was likely not good. Moreover, the strongest strike that belonged to this body's limit had failed, indicating that Angela Bess, who was resurrected as the Aurora Blossom, must have relied on some power. Why clash head-on with her now? Wouldn't that be foolish? It was better to first find a way to regain his original body. Hadn't the little dragon said that this was his best chance to break away from that solar rune? Since someone was already helping to search for the horned beast talisman, the corona decisively rushed towards Tartarus. Chapter 52, The Moment of Judgment. Under the quiet and profound moonlit night, the starry sky hung like a beautifully intricate tapestry over the boundless heavens. However, these twinkling stars seemed particularly unusual at this moment. Once again, they tirelessly and slowly retracted their brilliance, as if performing a silent ritual, or perhaps driven by some indescribable premonition. They were unwilling to be mere spectators of the upcoming scene. On this land caressed by moonlight, a desolate and withered mountain stood quietly, its silhouette appearing both ancient and mysterious in the night. Deep within this mountain, a black and red patterned gate emerged prominently, resembling an ancient and mysterious entrance to an unknown world. This gate stood several feet tall, wide enough to allow several ponies to walk side by side, intricately carved with elaborate patterns that seemed to tell an ancient and legendary story. This was the entrance to the prison Tartarus within Ponyland. The rugged steps leading to the gate twisted and turned like a path to hell. On either side of the steps were a few small vents, periodically exhaling strong and foul gases, like the breath of demons, instilling fear in the ponies. These gases intertwined and spread in the air, forming a strange mist that enveloped the entire scene in a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. At that moment, a dazzling red magical wave suddenly flickered before the intricately patterned black and red gate. The wave was as hot as the blazing sun, instantly illuminating the night sky of the withered mountain and sweeping away the surrounding darkness and chill. As the light faded, the figure of the corona became visible, along with the heart of Snowstorm still clinging to his head. Tartarus was bound by certain magical restrictions to prevent creatures from casually using teleportation magic to arrive here. But it was still like those seemingly ineffective guards. With a little thought, one could use some summoning spells to rescue beings from within. This was largely thanks to Ponyland's defense policy. It was one aspect of the major reforms the corona had envisioned after ruling Ponyland: to establish a solid defense, maintain a semblance of peace, accumulate some strength, and then eradicate all foreign threats. Under the influence of friendship and harmony, the support for war in Ponyland was at zero. Ponyland's borders were vast and boundless, but lacked necessary protection. There were no towering walls, no soldiers on alert, only flowers swaying in the wind and ponies running freely, as if proclaiming to the world, here, harmony and friendship are the eternal themes. Even the ruler's titles were quite childish, like Princess of Friendship, Princess of Love. However, such unguardedness undoubtedly opened the door to potential threats, allowing those with ill intentions to glimpse the fragility of this paradise. What worried the ponies even more was that even Canterlot, the political and cultural center of Ponyland, symbolizing power and glory, had not escaped the fate of being disturbed by outside forces several times. Although the Canterlot castle was majestic, it resembled an open museum rather than an impregnable fortress. Its defense system was weak, with almost no effective countermeasures against modern warfare, making this supposed stronghold appear helpless in the face of sudden crises. The country relied too much on the power of harmony and friendship, neglecting the importance of military strength and strategic defense. This policy flaw was like an invisible crack. Though not conspicuous, it could become the greatest threat to Ponyland's future safety. Meanwhile, the ponies could comfortably entrust their safety to Celestia, who had always tested Twilight with some trivial matters, and Luna, who frequently napped in her bedroom during significant events. However, the Corona clearly could not dwell too deeply on these inexplicable policy issues. What was more urgent was how to obtain the petrified horned beast trapped deep within Tartarus. The sword representing justice, meanwhile, was leisurely following, as if it already knew something, merely playing along, following the established route and itinerary, but to the Corona's eyes, it only showed its disdain and contempt. The Corona's eyes sparkled with a fervent madness and calm rationality. These two entirely different emotions blended in him, forming an indescribable charisma. He suddenly unleashed magic. A more intense red magical wave erupted, directly slamming into the black and red gate. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the gate instantly shattered into countless fragments, revealing the deep and mysterious interior of the Tartarus prison. Strange and chaotic sounds, roars, emanated from within. Just as the gate shattered, the sword representing justice also quickened its pace, darting towards the Corona like a bolt of lightning. However, the Corona seemed to have anticipated all of this. He sneered contemptuously, easily sidestepping the sword's attack. At the same time, he used magic to grasp it in reverse, wrapping the sword in that fiery red energy. His tone filled with endless mockery and disdain. Provocation? Just wait until I regain my body and break free from that solar rune. See how I treat you then, huh? Clearly, the Corona believed that the sword's controller was still Angela Bess. However, before the laughter faded, the Corona's expression suddenly became serious. As if he realized his own loss of composure, quickly retracting his somewhat manic smile, his tone turning cold and resolute. No, first deal with the main business. I can't just stand here grinning like an idiot. After saying that, he suddenly unleashed his magic, throwing the long sword far away, then with a flash, he rushed deep into Tartarus. In the dim and eerie environment of Tartarus, the figure of the Corona was as agile and swift as a cheetah, rapidly weaving through the intricate maze. In the surrounding darkness, stone cages were faintly visible, scattered in various corners. Some were empty, while others bore traces of unidentified creatures. The surfaces of these cages were covered with the marks of time, and the stone walls were engraved with intricate runes. Creatures that posed a threat to little Maria or had committed some wrongdoing were imprisoned here, like the result of bees and brown bears getting drunk. The chicken-headed, snake-tailed monster that could petrify beings just by making eye contact, and the carnivorous snow beast that wreaked havoc in the northern Crystal Empire. However, to these creatures, Corona merely cast a fleeting glance before moving on. His gaze was resolute and indifferent, as if these beings were insignificant to him. He was solely focused on the petrified celestial horned beast's body, which was a crucial part of achieving his objective. If unrestricted, Corona felt he should be able to contend with Angela Bess, who was currently empowered by others. The sword he held now, once a sharp blade of justice in his hand, now seemed shrouded in gloom, revealing a hint of hesitation and indecision in its actions. Its radiance was dim, as if being drawn by some invisible force, straying onto a wrong path. Yet, as its former wielder, I, Angela Bess, felt an undeniable responsibility to rescue it from its confusion and guide it back onto the glorious path of justice. The light in Angela Bess's eyes flickered with an obsessive and fanatical glow, a near-pathological dedication to justice. Her face twisted from excessive conviction, a strange smile curling at the corners of her mouth, a mix of pride and madness. Her horn glimmered slightly, as if grasping an invisible key from the void, and the long sword of judgment slowly flew towards her hoof, which she caught steadily. The thick scent of evil here was intoxicating to Maria. They were like a pack of hungry beasts, stirring in the darkness, waiting for the moment of judgment. However, for me, these evils were merely a trivial appetizer before the final judgment that was about to come. Her voice was deep and powerful, revealing an undeniable authority, yet mixed with an indescribable pathological excitement. Angela Bess gripped the sword tightly, as if feeling the power flowing within it, a power that made her feel unprecedentedly strong again, igniting the fire of justice in her heart to burn even more fiercely, to the point of nearly losing control. The dark golden pupils of Angela Bess sparkled with excitement and madness, her gaze fixed tightly on the depths of Tartarus, her mouth curling into an even more sinister arc. Her exposed white teeth seemed to slowly sharpen, and in her excitement, she even stuck out her tongue to lick them. Her smile seemed capable of penetrating all darkness and evil, instilling a fear and despair that came from the depths of the soul in those beasts imprisoned in the cages, as if their fate had already sealed their end. At this moment, Angela Bess was no longer just a simple guardian of justice, but a fanatic twisted by power and belief, ready to make the world feel true justice and fear in her own way. Let them see what justice really is. She is justice. In the ruins of the once glorious Canterlot Castle, now reduced to rubble, Maria dragged her weary body with great difficulty, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. Her figure stood out under the night sky, elongated in the reflection of the flames, casting a shadow on the ravaged ground, merging with the surrounding desolate scenery. The aftermath of that disaster still mercilessly assaulted her body even at this moment. Her steps were unsteady, limping, as if each step was on a sharp blade. The debris and rubble beneath her feet had become sharp and loose due to the erosion of time, occasionally piercing into her hooves, bringing waves of unbearable pain. Maria's breathing became rapid and heavy, her eyes revealing an indescribable tenacity and resilience. Despite her body suffering severe injuries, she still gritted her teeth and persisted in moving forward. Her gaze traversed the ruins, as if searching for something important, or merely looking for a corner where she could catch her breath temporarily. The air around was filled with a dull and oppressive atmosphere, the unique scent of the ruins mixed with dust, decay, and despair. The white noise from the sky, of unknown origin, seemed to accompany this world, mourning for this battle, casting helpless glances at these entangled fates and affected lives. The stars above seemed to fall like snowflakes, not only extinguishing the raging flames among the broken walls, but also casting a faint white glow over the shattered stones and rubble. Even Maria herself seemed to be gradually recovering, as if the traces of her injuries were slowly mending under this miraculous white light. Even more astonishing to Maria was that this white light had found the celestial horned beast amulet she had just obtained, but lost shortly after due to the battle. It lifted the amulet to her eyes. The causal tracing was completed, summoning the causal involvement, determining the error of judgment, distorting the consciousness of the judge, failing the judgment. Disconnecting the judge, justice, module failure, existing modules, sun, moon, flame, friendship, love, Karunya. Just as Corona's hoof touched the magic restricting cage, imprisoning his petrified body, a sudden strange sound broke the silence of the depths of Tartarus. It was a voice mixed with mockery, banter, and ancient rhythms, as if it had crossed the boundaries of time and space, directly resonating in Corona's heart. Wow. Such a deep bond of old friendship. They actually gave you this? This sin, leaving a glimmer of hope? The voice was both familiar and strange, carrying an indescribable magic that made Corona involuntarily stop his actions. He suddenly turned around. There, a dark shadow flickered in the dim cages, seemingly containing some ancient and mysterious power, slowly approaching him, splattered blood like decorations on her brown cloak, dotting her gray fur, covering that cute emblem. At that moment, Corona's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips. The scene before him unfolded like a hellish scroll, making him shiver. In the dark shadow, incomplete corpses hung from the broken cages, some curled up, some stretched out, frozen in death's moment in an incredible posture. Blood flowed like a trickle, slowly dripping along the gaps of the cages, gathering into long, winding rivers of blood that meandered across the cold stone slabs, filling the air with a heavy scent of blood and death. Angela Bess's figure appeared particularly out of place in this horrifying scene. She stepped on those rivers of blood, each step seeming to trample on the dignity of life, while her expression seemed to enjoy the red carpet unfurled for her path of justice. Her gaze was hollow and fanatical, a strange smile hanging at the corners of her mouth, a contempt for death and suffering, as well as a blind worship of her so-called justice. Her horn flickered with an ominous light in the dimness, as if it were an evil mark echoing with this land of death. At this moment, it can be observed that her adorable emblem, the hammer, has broken in the middle, oozing blood, and the golden scales have turned black, completely tilting to one side. I feel that such a departure does not seem just at all. It seems too easy for you. It appears that our thoughts are surprisingly. Angela Bess's vertical pupils squinted slightly. Chapter 53, The Time of Judgment. In the deep, boundless darkness of Tartarus, the originally sparse and softly glowing illuminating crystals are now ruthlessly trampled by an invisible hand, one by one crushed by Angela Bess with her breathtaking and unfathomable magic. Every loud yet crisp shattering sound seems like a relentless mockery of light in the darkness. Every disappearance of light seems like a rampant erosion of darkness against light, adding a sense of despair to this already eerie place. With the shattering of the last crystal, the entire space is almost completely engulfed by darkness, leaving only a solitary glow illuminating the petrified body of the crowned beast, still stubbornly emitting its cold and mysterious fluorescence. This light, though weak, exudes a chilling tone that instinctively unsettles all living beings. The black background silhouette, composed of severed limbs, shattered cages, and heaps of corpses, contrasts with Angela Bess at the center of this background. The intense and almost materialized scent of blood seems to grow even more arrogant and overbearing at this moment, like tangible tentacles wandering freely in the profound darkness, attempting to penetrate the seemingly indestructible defenses of the crown, trying to induce a slight shake in the crown's mind to create a flaw that could instantly overturn the standoff. A flaw, fleeting. It must be known that although they have not yet committed any wrongdoing, they are destined to make mistakes, and rather than endure the sins that will occur then, it is better to strangle these things directly in the cradle. Oh right, I learned this from this incident. In the future, little Maria can only accommodate innocent beings. This is the most perfect and pure city-state. Under the dim, cold-toned glow, Angela Bess's face, adorned with a hint of ghastly pathology, appears even more bizarre. It seems that due to her increasingly powerful strength, she arrogantly and even distortedly believes that everything she does is based on fair and just principles. She is the embodiment of justice. Angela Bess's words reveal a fervor and obsession. She attempts to use her power to shape a perfect city-state. However, this perfection comes at the cost of sacrifice and strangulation, just as she once told Yun that sacrifice is inevitable to maintain justice. At this moment, the crown has fallen into silence. Speaking now would only distract and take the bait of Angela Bess's words. She might take this opportunity to launch an attack, and from the fact that the crown did not hear the sounds of those creatures dying earlier, it can be inferred that either this fellow is incredibly swift in her killings, or her current state has granted her some new abilities. The crown's deduction is not without reason. If he could turn back at that moment, he would see not far away how the three-headed dog, confronting Angela Bess, was enveloped by a dark golden magic circle, and then instantly cut into countless fragments by an invisible black force. That scene is enough to terrify anyone. Angela Bess's actions and psyche are gradually sliding from one extreme into an even more extreme abyss. Her deeds are not merely a display of power, but also a deep-seated obsession and distortion towards perfection, pushing her step by step towards the edge of destruction. Even her power-blinded eyes fail to perceive this change. However, in this atmosphere so tense that it could make an ordinary pony faint, silence does not signify a halt in thought, nor does it imply a lack of action. Although the crown maintains silence on the surface, his inner thoughts are rapidly analyzing the current situation, searching for possible breakthroughs. He knows well that a direct confrontation with Angela Bess is almost unavoidable, but he also understands that blind impulsiveness now would only put him in a more passive position. Therefore, amid Angela Bess's nearly insane declarations and actions, the crown secretly lays out his own hoof segments, preparing to deliver a fatal blow at a critical moment or to take the petrified body and retreat first. The tension in the atmosphere seems to foreshadow an impending storm. The eye contact suggests that even the slightest disturbance could spark an extremely fierce battle. But what if the white noise summoned by Angela Bess breaks this eerily calm atmosphere? The white noise in the sky seems to have finally touched upon the two most critical characters in this judgment through the causal line. One is the crown, who was originally placed in the position of sin by Angela Bess, who was still a judge earlier. Now this position of sin has changed due to the worlds will tracing back the causation for judgment. The other is Angela Bess, the former judge, who, due to her obsession and arrogance upon gaining power, has been removed by the world's will and placed in the position of sin. If there had been no self-defeating actions, no obsessive ignorance, no inflated arrogance, no self-serving actions, and no strangling of evil at its source, one side would not have fallen from one extreme to another. And the one who was once a respected and amiable judge high atop Skylos would not have been removed by the world's will and placed in the position of sin. Seeing the white light emanating from the crown and his petrified body, Angela Bess's face showed surprise and a hint of disappointment. It seems this judgment cannot be executed by her. But soon, a white light also emanates from her, followed by a scene behind her that does not conform to the style of this world, also radiating white light. Angela Bess feels something is amiss, and a look of astonishment appears on her face. This white light's pull seems different from before. Even the long sword that is unwilling to descend punishment is drawn away by the inexplicable white light, breaking free from her magic, seemingly severing her connection with it. As Celestia and Luna strive to reach the ruins of the Canterlot Royal Castle, which is slowly restoring the lost beings, the surrounding scene seems to be infused with life. The vibrant white fluorescence appears to give life to this dead, desolate, and ruined castle. The white light, like a heartbeat, pulses upon the objects. The stones, once destroyed by the violently unleashed power, are now slowly mending at a speed nearly visible to the naked eye, as if drawn by an invisible force, reassembling into their original forms. In this ruin gently wrapped in white light, the lost beings also begin to exhibit the miracle of life. They rise slowly from the rubble, their eyes flickering with the confusion of awakening, as if roused from a long dream, feeling both strange and curious about everything around them. Some ponies, with the support of their companions, stand tremblingly, exchanging silent encouragement and support. Soon, a warm and mysterious force gently lifts them, safely returning them to their respective posts, as if the guardians of the castle, silently guiding everything back on track. However, this strange scene does not last long. Under the comfort of the white light, these ponies quickly fall back into slumber, as if endowed with some mysterious mission, waiting for a critical moment to arrive. Only those modules specially mentioned by the worlds will remain awake, serving as witnesses to this extraordinary event, recording the unbelievable. As a strong and dazzling white light suddenly flashes before Celestia and Luna, their world seems to be completely overturned at that moment. The light is so intense that they have to temporarily close their eyes to avoid being hurt by the blinding brilliance. As they slowly open their eyes again, the scene before them had undergone a tremendous change. Originally, they were in the ruins of the Canterlot Royal Castle, which was slowly reviving. But now they found themselves standing in a completely new environment that looked somewhat familiar, the Judgment Hall of Skylost. It seemed they were standing in the same position as they had 1,000 years ago. They were still in a panic about whether the figure standing under the light in the center of the Judgment Hall would be the Corona. But then they saw the silhouette of the Corona in the few lit spectator rooms across from them. Unexpectedly, a voice came from below that seemed to be quite reasonable, though it was surprising to them. Zuf felt very perplexed by the current situation, as she felt completely detached. She didn't know why she was here, nor did she understand the true meaning of this judgment. Just a moment ago, she was marveling at the snowstorm with her friends while caring for the crystal ponies who were almost displaced. And now, out of nowhere, she was here. However, the magical energy screen that appeared before Zuf answered her confusion. The text was changing, first in the language of the skyhorned beasts, then in ancient pony, and finally in the common language of Pony Maria. It presented the sins of the one being illuminated by the light below. Although Inyan was confused by the situation, she didn't seem to care much about the change of environment in front of her. She just wanted to quickly find the skyhorned beast talisman to exchange for the heart of the snowstorm from the Corona's hooves. In her moment of helplessness, she suddenly realized that, she didn't know when, the heart of the snowstorm had quietly fallen asleep on her back, and her previous actions had not disturbed this little one's peaceful slumber. It seemed to be a gesture of the worlds while returning things to their rightful place. As the skyhorned beast talisman had once again returned to the treasury of Canterlot, quietly lying in the glass display case as if it had never moved. Outside, Pony Maria was still immersed in a deep and tranquil moonlit night. The silver light fell like fine satin, gently covering the vast land, wrapping everything in a layer of mysterious and soft brilliance. The source of the white noise was untraceable, and the shining stars revealed their joyful forms again as if celebrating the impending end of this event. The farce was about to come to an end, and the time for judgment was approaching. Chapter 54, The Time of Judgment. Icarus, my son, you must remember, these wings crafted from wax and feathers, while they can give you the power to soar across the skies, are also unavoidably fragile. You must not fly too close to the sun god Helios. His light is scorching and merciless, enough to melt the wax that holds your feathers together. Once the wax melts away, your feathers will scatter like autumn leaves. And without support, you will surely fall from the clouds into the deep, cold sea, where the waves will mercilessly consume you, and the water will tear you into pieces. However, my warning does not end there. You must also not fly too low, close to the surface of the sea. There, the mist swirls like a ghost, and they will silently cling to your wings, gradually adding weight until your wings can no longer bear it. And you will be dragged into the seemingly gentle, yet truly cruel sea, becoming its eternal prisoner. Daedalus' words were heavy and heartfelt. He knew the dangers of flight and understood the young and restless heart of his son, filled with an infinite longing for the unknown world. Nevertheless, when the moment to escape the labyrinth truly arrived, Icarus stood at the towering peak of the labyrinth, gazing at the boundless blue sky before him. And the surging passion and desire for freedom in his heart instantly drowned out all warnings and fears. He flapped those grand and light wings, each beat seeming to converse with the sky, feeling the howling wind and experiencing the unparalleled thrill brought by speed. His heart swelled with the height of flight, becoming increasingly arrogant, even falling into the illusion that he could surpass all limits, fly above the sun, and stand side by side with the deities. He forgot his father's teachings, forgot the warnings about melting wax and falling feathers, and solely pursued higher flights and longer journeys. However, fate always likes to deliver the heaviest blows when people are most caught up in their pride. Icarus' wings began to soften under the sun's high temperature, feathers falling one by one. He panicked, trying to adjust his flight altitude, but it was too late. At that moment, he experienced the terror of falling from the clouds. feeling the cold and merciless sea, and ultimately, he became the sea's eternal sacrifice. The process of this myth flickered on the magical energy screen. But to the Corona and the others, the images of Icarus and Daedalus transformed into two land ponies, seemingly representing Angela Bess, who had fallen into blind arrogance and pride, leading to her current fate. Celestia and Luna, however, could not see the Corona's face. His figure was shrouded in the intense light behind him, making it impossible to discern his expression. That intense light was like a heavy curtain, hiding the true face of the Corona, leaving only a solemn and vague silhouette, which looked just like the scene at that time, only with the positions swapped. Meanwhile, the Corona's silhouette seemed to have fallen into silence, appearing somewhat fragmented. Some faint light even penetrated through the gaps, although Angela Bess's incomprehensible and arrogant words came from the judgment platform below. It did not prevent Celestia and Luna from being shocked by the reappearing text on the magical energy board, their eyes flashing with astonishment and confusion, their brows furrowed. Ziyue and Inyun were also clearly shocked by the sins presented above. It turned out that the source of all this was the sky-horned beast below. In the Crystal Empire, in Canterlot, in Tartaros, everything around seemed to have been pressed pause. Amidst the noise and chaos, Ziyue's figure became the focus of all the ponies' attention. Her originally steady steps suddenly became staggered, as if an invisible force was pulling her, causing her body to uncontrollably tilt to one side. The air around seemed to solidify, and every pony held their breath, gazing in astonishment as Ziyue leaned toward the ground. In the midst of the astonishment and rush of many ponies, Ziyue's eyes seemed to have lost all color, as if her consciousness had been withdrawn. Celestia, Luna, Angela Bess, Inyun, the Corona, and the heart of the snowstorm were no exception. Despite their slightly different movements, their colorless eyes were all the same, dull and lifeless like stagnant water, as were the surrounding time that seemed to freeze. It was as if their consciousness did not exist in this realm. The judgment in the judgment hall continued. Angela Bess's arrogant and overbearing voice echoed in the hall. I am the embodiment of justice. I am the representative of fairness. With your broken world will, you dare to judge me? Her voice was filled with unwillingness and anger, as if she wanted to shake the entire judgment hall to its foundations. Even knowing that she was facing the world will, she spoke freely. Skylost had long been destroyed. Its glory and splendor had become the dust of history, and the judgment hall before them was merely a temporary structure built by the world will to strengthen the judgment function. Yet even so, it still possessed an irresistible power, making every life standing before it feel awe and submission. The destruction of Skylost, the initial loss of 3 skyhorns, the disappearance of many skyhorned beasts, and the current state of Pony Maria all indicated that this world was already at the end of its tether. It was on the verge of collapse. How could you, in your current state, strip me of my rights? You might as well give way to me. Let me achieve true justice. As Angela Bess's arrogant words spread and echoed through the courtroom like a violent storm, her emotions reached a boiling point. A dazzling and dangerous light flickered on her horn, as if gathering destructive power, seemingly preparing to take some extreme action. However, at that critical moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before Angela Bess. The dark golden chains, which were originally her tools of control, now seemed to be governed by a more powerful force, suddenly appearing before her, like a serpent emerging from its hole. Accompanied by a series of crisp and cold chain sounds, they quickly and precisely bound Angela Bess tightly in the center of the judgment platform. The chains rendered Angela Bess immobile, and the arrogance and anger on her face were gradually replaced by shock and unwillingness. Just then, the long sword symbolizing judgment and decision slowly rose, mimicking the legendary sword that hung over King Damocles' head, ruthlessly suspended above Angela Bess's skull. The cold light emitted by the sword seemed capable of piercing her soul, instilling in her an unprecedented sense of fear and oppression. However, it seemed to be merely a deterrent, not intending to directly annihilate her. The punishment of the divine on mortals is often not an immediate destruction, but rather manifests in a deeper, more cruel way, presenting as endless torment. Much like Sisyphus and his eternally unmovable boulder, Wu Gang and the never-ending cutting of the laurel tree, Tantalus's eternal torment, and Prometheus's shackles and eagle pecking. At that moment, a chaotic white noise suddenly erupted from the judgment platform, followed by a clear and neutral voice that seemed devoid of any emotion. If there were no food to choke on, how could there be 1,000 years of accumulated grievances? If there were no obsessive and ignorant thoughts, how could there be a forced rabbit to eat meat? If there were no arrogant and inflated tunes, how could there be righteous words that lead to killing? If there were no self-serving actions, how could there be rivers of blood? If there were no evil to be strangled in the cradle, how could there be the current predicament? All that has happened today is due to you, Angela Bess. If you remain stubborn and unrepentant, there will be no place for you in this world. That emotionless voice echoed in the empty courtroom. Every observation room that once shone brightly now lay dim and lifeless, seemingly mourning 1,000 years of resentment. Angela Bess, who was just about to open her mouth to defend herself, found her lips bound by the chains. But those dark golden chains, as if alive, tightly coiled around her, sealing her mouth firmly, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. Using external forces, holding on to obsession, grasping arrogance, in pursuit of an absolute inner justice. Indiscriminate killing, all of it is your current evil. Can this be justified? And your current evil habits. I have no second words. Then came the familiar reappearance magic of Angela Bess. However, unlike before, this time the reappearance did not pull back to the day of Skilos's fall, but rather to several key moments in this long night, capturing the instances of Angela Bess's actions. Worldwell, please look. At this moment, the crown seemed unusually calm. Its current body, if it could be called a body, or rather a consciousness entity, resembled a broken porcelain piece, with cracks crisscrossing and fragments scattered, releasing wisps of fiery red magic. Without the little dragon's fiery red magic maintaining the connection, these fragments were unstable. They floated around him, as if they could dissipate into nothing at any moment. Waves of fiery red magic surged into the magic energy screen, but within this judgment hall, a force was slowly repairing him, allowing those cracks to gradually heal and the fragments to reassemble. It seemed to be striving to reshape this broken celestial beast consciousness entity. As the consciousness entity gradually repaired, the crown's thoughts also became clearer, yet he did not dwell on how to confront Angela Bess or how to reclaim the dominion of malaria. Instead, he was occupied by a sudden confusion. Why, at this critical moment, would a seemingly more powerful presence appear out of thin air? And this presence seemed to follow some predetermined procedure, acting step by step. With most of his rationality regained, many tangled doubts emerged in the crown's mind, and his almost rusted brain resumed operation. Would this entity's appearance affect his subsequent actions, or after Angela Bess's judgment, would it turn its attention towards him? After all, he too had committed many sins. But what was the situation of his consciousness being restored? It seemed the direction of this status was quite elusive for the crown. At this moment, he wished desperately that Destiny could be by his side. Surely she could strategize for him or reveal some key to breaking the deadlock, helping him cope with this sudden change. But unfortunately, Destiny was not here, and he could only face everything alone. Thinking of this, the crown's gaze involuntarily shifted from Angela Bess's dazed face to the magic energy screen and the surrounding environment. The crown's current body did not support his movement, and he was unclear how the damage inflicted in this world would manifest in the real world. It was evident that this was just a rough replica of the Judgment Hall. The observation rooms behind him were empty, lacking any decorations or passages, appearing exceptionally desolate. And that magic energy screen, after displaying Angela Bess's crimes for a while, suddenly fell into a state of garbled text. However, it seemed that upon sensing the crown's gaze finally shift from Angela Bess to the nearby magic energy screen, the screen suddenly returned from its garbled state, flashing a few strands of fiery red electricity. Do not move, you will receive all. Then, as if afraid of being detected by something, it existed for only a few frames before reverting to garbled text. A flicker of joy passed through the crown's vertical pupils, but soon it was overshadowed by a sense of inexplicable loss, falling back into silence. Yet these words felt like a reassurance to him. And Angela Bess, the once embodiment of justice, was now like a trapped beast, struggling against the chains with a crackling sound but to no avail. She could hardly believe that those phantoms were now deceiving her. She was trying to find a glimmer of hope in this abyss of despair. The Judgment Hall illuminated 6 observation rooms. Besides those of Celestia, Luna, Zue, and the Crown, there was another one in the corner radiating a faint glow. Although the celestial beast inside was unclear, she seemed to be one of the few surviving natural celestial beasts. Impossible. This is impossible. As Angela Bess remained unwilling to accept the current situation, reality ruthlessly shattered her fantasies. A massive light screen suddenly appeared in the center of the Judgment Hall. This light screen seemed unstable, displaying some garbled text and flickering, as if the order of this world was about to collapse. The text on the screen, like a cold blade, pierced Angela Bess's heart, registering, from the birth of this world, under the rules of judgment, the first eternal punishment. That text, like a merciless judge, announced Angela Bess's fate. She widened her eyes, trying to find a glimmer of hope on that light screen. Yet the screen continued to flash with a cold light, as if mocking her foolishness. Judgment, module missing, unable to execute on the spot. Justice, module vacant. Judgment carries instability. A wave of indescribable fear surged within Angela Bess. She knew this meant the judgment was unstable and could change due to various unknown factors. However, this uncertainty brought her no comfort. Instead, it made her feel even more helpless and confused. Another judgment. The judgment is executed by the victim. returning 50 power to the main victim as compensation, executed immediately after that voice fell. Angela Beston suddenly felt weak. Even the chains tightened around her consciousness that still had the strength to resist. Case not executed. Corona, death penalty. The judgment is executed together with unknown chaos, unknown source of magic, file missing, location. Immediately afterward, the screen began to flash a series of chaotic words and symbols. Location, source, sun. That voice seemed to quickly respond and make decisions, starting to locate the source of the interfering magic, and after a brief pause of 1 second 79 milliseconds, it pinpointed the source to the sun, judgment, severe variable execution cleared. Angela Beston kicked out of this realm. Corona kicked out of this realm. Celestia kicked out. Luna kicked out. Maimadanka, Opaline kicked out of this realm. The screen quickly flashed these entries, and the shining observation room dimmed as the observers left. The entire judgment hall fell into silence, with only the flashing garbled text in the center of the screen showing, processing, seemingly stuck. When Corona opened his deep, vertical pupils again, the surrounding scene seemed to rewind time, returning to that moment before the white light flashed. However, everything seemed different. He noticed that the once aggressive and arrogant Angela Beston now seemed like a deflated balloon, the surrounding arrogance completely gone. Angela Beston's body trembled slightly, and her eyes, once filled with determination and resolve, were now filled with confusion and fear. She seemed to be intimidated by some invisible force, unable to maintain that high and mighty posture. Corona could clearly feel that the magical fluctuations on her body had become exceptionally chaotic, as if they could collapse at any moment. The last straw that broke Angela Beston was the angry roar that came from the damaged cage behind her. Supplementary note: 1,000 years ago, 9 years later. The Mata Sanctuary, located in the heart of the Skylos city-state, is a mysterious and solemn building that blends ancient Greek style. Ancient stone materials are carved with age-old murals, and despite the passage of time, the powerful magic contained within has not allowed it to be tarnished by the vicissitudes of history, just like the unicorns that, after reaching adulthood, remain unchanged in age and appearance. This sanctuary is a place that many unicorns long for to relax after work and study. Whenever the sun sets or the moonlight is bright, they come here in unison, seeking that rare tranquility and comfort. Here, they can put down all their worries and pressures, allowing their souls to be truly released and purified. No matter how many times I come here, the pleasant, relaxing atmosphere always sweeps away my fatigue like a spring breeze, a unicorn gently sighed. Its voice was melodious and ethereal, as if merging with the surrounding scenery. At this moment, another unicorn approached gracefully, its steps elegant and composed, as if each step were in rhythm with the music. It walked to the side of the sighing unicorn and softly said, flowing gently, dancing shadows, the breeze sways, as if the wind has form, cleansing my soul. Speaking candidly, sharing moments, the sights of this realm cannot compare. What you think in your heart, I can understand. Its voice was also melodious and ethereal, forming a perfect resonance with everything around. The two unicorns stood quietly by the sanctuary, enjoying this rare tranquility and beauty. Their figures appeared particularly enchanting under the afterglow of the setting sun, becoming the most eye-catching highlights in this beautiful painting. When the perspective slightly pulled back by the riverbank, unicorns either lowered their heads to drink water or leisurely stepped on the water waves, enjoying the coolness and tranquility from nature. Their figures cast mottled reflections on the shimmering water surface, merging with the surrounding scenery, forming a beautiful picture. Or strolling on the beautiful bridge, sharing today's experiences. The huge stone pillars, each carved with exquisite patterns, seemed to tell ancient stories. The intertwining vines added a touch of vitality and vigor to them. Unicorns either sat or lay under the protection of the stone pillars, enjoying that rare tranquility. They either pondered deeply, conversed with each other, or simply gazed quietly at the distant horizon, savoring this time that belonged to them. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be wrapped in a layer of beautiful white noise given by nature, gently enveloping every inch of space, making the Mata Sanctuary and everything around it extraordinarily quiet and peaceful. A gentle breeze brushed through the treetops, bringing whispers of rustling leaves. The distant river flowed gently, producing a pleasant tinkling sound. Occasionally, a few bird calls interspersed, adding a touch of life to this tranquility. Just as this tranquility reached its peak, a crisp, melodious, and childlike laughter suddenly broke the silence. The laughter carried a hint of mischief and teasing, like a spring breeze sweeping across the hearts of every unicorn, making them unable to help but smile knowingly. Ha ha ha, Corona, you actually failed another grade? Ha 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 ha, in a few years, my sister and I will be in the same class as you. A tender and vibrant voice rang out, and a group of little unicorns passed by the Mata Sanctuary like carefree little birds, chirping happily. Celestia boldly hugged Corona, who was a head taller than her. Her laughter was crisp and bright, seeming to make her breathless with laughter, but that pure joy infected every unicorn present. Corona felt a bit awkward being hugged, but a helpless yet defiant smile appeared on his face. He gently patted Celestia's little head with his hoof, saying, you just like to make fun of me. But it's okay, if I fail the grade, at least I can enjoy another year of campus life. And who says I failed? I just stopped to wait for you two slow turtles. Stop. Tugging my ears hurts. Corona cried out in pain, his brows furrowed. But there was no real anger in his tone. Celestia, upon hearing this, seemed unwilling to let it go. Her light pink eyes turned, and the corners of her mouth curled into a mischievous smile, as if brewing up some new prank. No, you haven't apologized to us for calling us slow turtles yet, she said stubbornly, with her wings akimbo, looking unyielding. Just then, Luna gently tugged on Celestia's tail, as if wanting to say something, but hesitated. She looked a bit troubled, as if worried that her intervention would complicate things, fearing that this joke might go too far. Sister Luna, she called softly, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. However, Celestia ignored Luna's plea. She turned her head away from Luna and used her wings to shield herself, covering some of her voice, mysteriously saying, "What's wrong? Luna, don't you want to try the cake that Corona made again? I remember last time you ate it with great relish. This time, Corona is rare to let us teach him cultural lessons. Don't you want any rewards?" Upon hearing this, Luna's face showed a hint of awkward redness. She indeed liked the cakes and many desserts made by Corona, but at this moment, she was more worried about the misunderstanding between her sister and Corona. However, she rarely lifted her always lowered head and quietly peeked through the gap in Celestia's white wings at Corona, who seemed not to be angry. On the contrary, his mouth curled up in a faint smile, seemingly not minding this little joke. All right, Celestia, you're still the same. The coronet's ears twitched slightly, clearly having heard snippets of the conversation between Celestia and Luna. A look of indignation immediately appeared on his face, but it seemed more like an act. His eyes glimmering with a mix of indulgence and helplessness towards the two sisters. If you and Luna want cake and those desserts, just tell me directly. Why beat around the bush? At this point, the coronet deliberately paused, then blinked and continued. However, since you like them so much, I'll make more for you in the future. But you both have to seriously teach me about cultural classes, or else. The coronet conjured a small wooden stick with magic, whistled nonchalantly, and turned his head aside, tapping Celestia lightly on the head. Hey, are you rebelling? Celestia and the coronet immediately began to playfully tussle, like two cheerful little birds running through the streets and shops. At this time, Celestia also called for Luna to catch up, suggesting that if she couldn't keep up, she could wait at the coronet's house for a bit. Luna stood quietly at the edge of the now quiet modest sanctum square, her figure elongated in the afterglow of the sunset, appearing both lonely and fragile. Her gaze was tightly locked on the pair ahead, who were playfully bantering and laughing, their frolicking transformed into joyful shopping for ingredients. Their laughter was like the tinkling of silver bells, piercing through the surrounding noise and reaching deep into Luna's heart. She forced a reluctant smile, one that concealed too many emotions: envy of the pure friendship between the two friends, a faint sadness at her inability to fully integrate into their world, and an inexplicable feeling towards the coronet that was quietly spreading, as if being by his side made her feel more at ease. Sigh. I guess I'll wait at the coronet's house. Perhaps they'll be back soon. Luna seemed to let go of her inner turmoil and sighed deeply, then slowly walked towards the coronet's house as the sunset illuminated the street. Among the trio of little unicorns, Luna was the most silent and introverted. She always quietly followed behind the coronet and Celestia, watching them laugh and play. Although the coronet could always keenly sense her tangled feelings and encouraged her to try new things and express herself bravely, Luna would politely refuse these suggestions every time. Now it seemed that the coronet enjoyed playing with Celestia more. This realization stirred a nameless bitterness and disappointment within Luna. She now felt that Celestia was perhaps more suitable to play with the coronet. So in most situations, she remained silent, just following them. As Luna bowed her head in contemplation, time whispered softly by her ears, reminding her of each passing second. Her thoughts were like drifting leaves, dancing in the wind, yet with nowhere to settle. Before she knew it, when she lifted her head again, she found herself standing at the door of the coronet's house. The door, familiar yet strange, seemed to reflect her inner world. Luna's horn sparkled as she retrieved the key that the coronet had hidden under the doormat. The key was cold and heavy, just like her mood at the moment. She gently inserted the key, turned it, and the door creaked open, as if it were an entrance to another world, waiting for her exploration. Entering the living room, everything was as usual, yet it felt particularly empty without the presence of the coronet and Celestia. Luna sat on the sofa, staring blankly out at the gradually dimming sky. The twilight glow spilled onto the floor, forming patches of golden light, but in Luna's eyes, this twilight light flowed like ungraspable fine sand, heavy and helpless. She waited as time passed, each second felt elongated, making her feel unbearable agony. She tried to pick up a book to pass the time, but the words seemed like garbled text, unable to enter her mind. Her thoughts were completely elsewhere, searching for the sounds of Celestia and the coronet outside as the twilight waned and the street gradually grew quiet. However, until twilight ended and night fell, she saw no sign of their return. An inexplicable anxiety and unease surged within Luna. She began to worry if they had encountered any trouble or if they had forgotten her existence. That feeling of abandonment flooded her heart. Just then, a faint, chaotic sound of hooves, like the buzzing of mosquitoes, approached from afar, accompanied by the voices of Celestia and the coronet. "We need to hurry back. Luna is probably starving. And didn't the weather report say there would be heavy rain tonight? So how about we play some games tonight? I finally managed to get this board game." Chapter 55. The Curtain Falls, The Lost Horse. Those furious roars were like the howls from the abyss, instantly filling the entire Tartarus, shaking the surrounding air. The sound contained endless resentment and unwillingness, as if it were the collective accusation of all creatures long imprisoned here. Pairs of glowing red eyes lit up behind Angela Bess. Angela Bess suddenly turned around, only to see pairs of blood-red eyes flickering in the darkness from the depths of the broken cage. They were the imprisoned monsters. They seemed to sense Angela Bess's weakness and began to break free from their restraints, lunging towards her. "No, this is impossible," Angela Bess exclaimed, trying to use magic to defend herself, but her strength was no longer what it used to be. The dark golden chains still bound her, but they seemed to have lost control, unable to provide her with protection as before, instead constraining her movements, leaving her like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. The scorpion-tailed lion and the three-headed dog were the first to charge, their massive jaws wide open, revealing sharp fangs. The originally deafening roars transformed into whimpering sounds upon meeting Angela Bess's desperate gaze. In her eyes, dark red chains rapidly coiled around the necks of the two beasts, the sudden force nearly snapping their vertebrae. This scene stunned all the creatures present. Those strange beasts that had been restless in the darkness seemed to be intimidated by this sudden turn of events. Their low, threatening growls ceased, and the entire Tartarus suddenly fell into an unusual silence. An indescribable sense of oppression filled the air, as if even time had frozen at that moment. The chains binding the three-headed dog and the scorpion-tailed lion were clearly manipulated by the coronet. "I quite enjoyed watching you just now, acting so arrogant and stubborn," the coronet said, the dark red chains floating before him as he attempted to grasp and familiarize himself with the power gifted by Angela Bess. He immersed himself in this newly acquired power, feeling it under his control, like a tamed beast waiting for its master's command. After examining for a while, his gaze shifted from the chains and locked onto Angela Bess like a hawk, the dark golden chains tightly binding her, rendering her immobile. A meaningful smile gradually appeared on his lips, his voice low and oppressive, as if squeezed out between his teeth, with an almost barely contained excitement and joy. "And your fate can only be decided by me. There is still plenty of time ahead, especially after dominating little Maria. I must think this through." The dark red chains, as if soaked in blood, gradually approached Angela Bess with the sound of clattering chains. "No, no, no. You can't." As she watched the dark golden chains on her body gradually turn into a dark red color, she felt the sinister aura slowly crawling up her spine. A chilling coldness spreading throughout her body. With the cold, hard spikes of the chains gradually wrapping around her neck, she could completely anticipate what would happen next. The current situation had completely reversed. Who would have thought that the world summoned by Angela Bess would betray her? She had never imagined that fate would push her to the peak as false and dreamlike as a bubble, only to have it all shatter in an instant. Obscured by the emotion of arrogance, with a gentle touch, it turned to nothingness. The bubbles that had lifted her shattered, and she was violently thrown into the dark, cold abyss. Then came the sudden awakening. Angela Bess tightly closed her eyes, no longer looking at the chains that she believed would end her life, nor listening to the increasingly close footsteps. She could only silently wait for that moment to arrive. The footsteps grew closer, like the drumbeats of death, pounding in her heart. However, just at that moment of despair, the footsteps suddenly stopped as she lowered her head. A voice filled with extreme mockery rang in Angela Bess's ears, rich with sarcasm and disdain, slicing through her self-esteem and pride like a sharp blade. "What? Want to die this badly? Don't you think you're right? Haven't you always enjoyed maintaining that lofty, judgmental facade?" Each word was like a hammer, striking at her inner fragility. The voice continued to taunt. "So, not fighting back now? Didn't you refuse to admit you made mistakes? Didn't you refuse to acknowledge that all of this was shaped by you?" With these words, Angela Bess's head lowered even further, her thoughts becoming increasingly numb, as if shrouded in thick gloom. The phantom in the judgment hall reappeared before her, truly confirming the saying, "If only I knew today, I wouldn't have acted as I did back then." At that moment, the chains tightly binding her neck loosened slightly, and with the sound of clinking chains, they began to move, lifting Angela Bess's chin as if admiring her familiar face. What? Don't want to face it? What I am now is all thanks to you. Didn't the world will decide that victims execute the judgments? I think for you, death should be a relief. Welcome to the kingdom I am about to establish. Welcome to your hell. Hee. Fortunately, the heart of wind and snow was still resting on the crown's head and hadn't awakened. Otherwise, that laughter might have given her nightmares for days. In the Crystal Empire, now free from the storm, a group of ponies gathered together. Some had fluffy manes, their eyes revealing unease. Some moved their hooves lightly, glancing around as if fearing danger would strike again. Others bowed their heads in deep thought, their brows locked in profound worry. At the center of these ponies were the worried Applejack and Starlight Glimmer, sitting beside the collapsed Twilight Sparkle, whose furrowed brow mirrored her deep doubts. Twilight's friend, Rarity, magically pulled out a large garment from her bag to cover Twilight, while Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash tried to find out the reason for Twilight's sudden fainting. Even Pinkie Pie's face was etched with deep concern. Her smile faded, and her eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. From among the herd, a head popped out, and somehow a flashing red and blue warning light appeared on its head, with a pink mane hanging a whistle to disperse the crowd. At that moment, Twilight Sparkle's closed eyes blinked twice, her furrowed brows and slightly pursed lips showing her headache. Her movements seemed a bit clumsy, one hoof propping her head as if trying to dispel the pain clinging to her mind. The other hoof supported her body, struggling to rise from the cold floor. Her eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment, as if she couldn't understand why she found herself in such a situation. What happened to me? Twilight's voice trembled as she looked around and saw the worried gazes of Applejack, Starlight Glimmer, Rarity, and the others. This concern warmed her heart, but also deepened her confusion about what had happened. Twilight, you're awake. Starlight Glimmer was the first to help Twilight up from the ground, embracing her. Dear, don't push yourself like that again. You almost scared us to death. Rarity's voice was tinged with excessive worry. After Pinkie Pie's typical inspection, the ponies finally confirmed that Twilight was not seriously hurt, seemingly just overly exhausted since she and T slept for almost a few days. Twilight tried to recall the events leading up to her fainting, but her memory seemed shrouded in a thin mist, making it impossible to grasp the truth. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind, but the confusion and bewilderment still lingered. Amidst the embraces of her friends, the fog in Twilight's mind finally began to lift, and the events that occurred in the Judgment Hall gave her some clarity about the current situation. That arrogant, strange unicorn. She was the one responsible for all this. Twilight even hesitated to look back at some of the things she had done. Everyone. I think I know who the real culprit is, but I don't know where she is right now. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess have gone to Canterlot. Starlight, you and Sunburst try to come up with a spell that can temporarily help the Crystal Empire resist the storm, similar to the reversal spell of the Old Man Star and the Misty Mane spell, so that the magic can carry the effect of resisting the storm and gathering love and light in the hearts of the Crystal Ponies. Let us try that first. It might be a bit dangerous for me and Rarity to go without you. I'll check it out myself, Twilight said, her tone slightly pausing as she looked worriedly at Rarity and the others. Angela Bess's actions had once again shocked Twilight's worldview after the crown. There really were beings who could so decisively, contemptuously, and playfully kill living beings, and even dismember them. It felt as though hundreds of butterflies were fluttering in her stomach, nearly making her vomit. Twilight bit her lip tightly, as if trying to suppress the urge to gasp. Her complexion grew paler, like a withered branch eroded by winter winds and snow, devoid of life. I can't let you all take risks anymore. Trust me. This time I can solve the problem with the princesses, Twilight said with difficulty, her gaze sweeping over Rarity, Applejack, and Starlight, filled with reluctance and worry. Although she knew that they could unleash the magic of friendship together, she didn't want them to take that risk. Moreover, hadn't that mysterious voice said that the powers of the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess had been restored? Then there might be a chance to deal with Angela Bess. And since they already knew why the crown had become what it was, perhaps a good talk could resolve this issue. The swirling thoughts in her mind were like chaotic snowflakes. But soon they found a resting place in the sea of Twilight as consciousness, calming down. Her gaze became exceptionally firm, as if she had pierced through the fog of time and space and saw the dawn of the future. Just as Rarity and Starlight opened their mouths to persuade her, before their words could escape, Twilight had already made her decision. She used a long-distance teleportation spell to transport herself to the restored Canterlot Royal Castle. After disconnecting from the Judgment Hall, Celestia and Luna's consciousness returned to their original bodies, and at that moment, they realized they were in the familiar throne room. However, the more sensitive Luna had an inexplicable feeling that something was about to happen here, serving as the final act of this farce. Now, anyone feels extremely tired. Celestia and Luna haven't slept a wink these past few days and are constantly disturbed by various major and minor issues, which are both extremely exhausting in terms of magic and mentally torturous. Meanwhile, Ziyue, The current ruler of the little pony Maria is even more physically and mentally drained. The repeated use of friendship magic has depleted her stamina and magic, and the papers falling like snowflakes have tormented her spirit. If this happens again, she feels she could say that anyone who wants to be a ruler can take the job. No wonder the two princesses chose to retire. As for the Sun Crown, there's no need to elaborate. As the instigator of this incident and the initiator of this battle, he has been fighting since the beginning and has already shown signs of fatigue even before the two sisters returned from the sun. Now, with his petrified body, he is rushing back from Tartarus to Canterlot to obtain the unicorn horn amulet, seemingly eager to get a good night's sleep after this matter concludes. Angela Best, after experiencing the sensation of being in the sun through the Sun Crown, has temporarily left the petrified body of the Sun Crown in Tartarus. The beasts around it do not dare approach the cage seemingly infested with dark red chains, fearing they might end up like the chicken snake that tried to approach, directly turning into roast chicken. Fortunately, there is now a stress-relieving toy in the form of a recovery magic, which won't damage the corner of the Sun Crown's mouth for a while, seemingly bringing him a rare sense of relief. However, the matter of ruling little pony Maria still needs to be expedited. He is not accustomed to this body and should get to Canterlot as soon as possible to obtain the unicorn horn amulet and return to his own body. So what should I do after this? As the Sun Crown muttered to himself, he seemed to fall into confusion about the future. Since the moment he changed, a fog has covered his future like dark clouds, blocking out other thoughts. This confusion, like an invisible shackle, binds his mind and makes it difficult for him to make decisions. Even his current goal is pointed out by the little dragon, marking the first time the Sun Crown has seriously thought about it after regaining most of his sanity. Right, what else do I want to do? Why does it seem hard to find? And now that guy has found it and is much weaker than before, I can take my time to retaliate. But what else can I do? The Sun Crown's body, lifted by magic, stopped as his thoughts wandered, raising a hoof to his mouth for a moment before lowering it again. Right, what else can I do? When Inyun returned to this world, she was surprised to find that the Heart of Wind and Snow was not nearby. This means that the Heart of Wind and Snow might still be with those two extremely dangerous guys. As a mother, she was immediately flustered. This discovery was like a bolt from the blue, causing her heart to leap to her throat, and worry amplified infinitely at this moment, as panic and unease surged like a tide, drowning out all her rationality and calmness. At this moment, something seemed to surface in her mind. Find the unicorn horn amulet to exchange for the Heart of Wind and Snow. Purple magical waves shone from the throne room, like a stone breaking the calm surface of the water. At this moment, Ziyue arrived at what she believed to be the most likely place for the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess to appear through long-distance teleportation. Sure enough, Celestia and Luna were indeed here, but it seemed the two princesses were somewhat surprised by her solo arrival. Ziyue, how did you come here alone? Celestia paused in her words, guessing the reason for Ziyue's solo arrival and her concern for her friend's safety. The danger posed by Angela Best was indeed somewhat higher than that of the Sun Crown. This may be considered a compromise. Celestia's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible trembling, as if she were exhausted from a long journey. She spoke slowly. As your teacher, Ziyue, I have always held great trust and expectations for you. Your wisdom, courage, and determination make me believe you can make the choices that align with your heart. However, in light of the current situation, even I feel somewhat powerless. It's difficult to mend a broken mirror. Her words revealed a trace of helplessness, and her once bright eyes now appeared somewhat dim. Even after ruling for 1,000 years, she had never encountered such confusion and entanglement. At this moment, Luna interrupted Celestia's words. Sister, it's hard to mend a broken mirror. I understand your meaning, but why not find another way to let it shine with its own colors and light again? Why hold on to the appearance of the mirror before it was broken? The cracks still exist. No matter how wonderful the magic in the world, no matter how exquisite the craftsmanship, cracks exist. That's the irreversibility after things change. Why not try to let go of past obsessions? Perhaps this way, the broken mirror can bloom anew like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Why not try my method this time? Go with the flow, rather than resist. Resistance will only make things worse. You have seen how things are getting worse and conflicts are intensifying. Just then, a sudden loud noise broke the conversation in the throne room, sounding like thunder, as if it could shake the entire palace. The door was suddenly pushed open with tremendous force, making a loud bang that echoed throughout the spacious hall. It was Inyun, but beside her floated a black-red amulet. And Inyun clearly did not expect Celestia, Luna, and Ziyue to be here. The Sun Crown shook his head, trying to temporarily cast aside the distracting thoughts. He knew this was not the time to dwell on the past or worry about the future. Action was the key to solving the problem. He decided to set this matter aside for now and teleport to the center of Canterlot Royal Castle through the anchor point located on Inyun to see if she had obtained the so-called unicorn horn amulet. Chapter 56. Return to original form. When Inyun entered with the unicorn horn amulet, A gentle breeze seemed to slip in quietly, causing the light, gauzy curtains in the room to sway gently. Under the caress of the moonlight, they undulated like silver waves. In the throne room, Luna and the others, who were originally discussing how to face the sun crown, suddenly fell silent. The sound of the door made them mistakenly think the situation was like Speak of the Devil, and he shall appear. However, after a moment, under the cold moonlight, Celestia and the others could see clearly who the visitor was. Inian stood at the door, her figure half hidden in the shadows, with moonlight slanting down from behind her, casting a faint silver edge around her, but also illuminating the astonishment and surprise on her face. Her gaze quickly swept across the room, clearly not expecting to encounter Celestia, Luna, or even Ziyue here. Inian obviously did not expect to see Little Pony here. She had originally thought it would be safer to use the unicorn horn amulet to exchange for the heart of wind and snow in this open space. Who knew this place seemed far from peaceful? Princess Inian, you came too. We were worried you might do something foolish. Wait, why do you have the unicorn horn amulet? Ziyue's face instantly lit up with joy upon seeing Inian, but when she noticed the unicorn horn amulet floating beside Inian, her joy suddenly froze. That thing brought back bad memories for Ziyue. It could make the wearer powerful, but it would gradually corrupt and extremize the wearer's heart. Under the moonlight, the gray-black metallic surface of the amulet seemed to come to life, flashing a cold and mysterious light. At the center of the amulet, a dazzling red crystal pulsed like a beating heart, emitting a faint glow, seemingly the essence and energy of the entire amulet. Above the crystal, the finely carved horse head image is vivid and lifelike, with eyes inlaid with blood-red rubies that shimmer with an eerie and enchanting glow, as if they can see into one's soul, or perhaps are revealing secrets unknown to the little horse, or even searching for a true owner suited for it. On either side of the horse head, a pair of exquisite blood-red wings slowly unfurl. They are not still, but seem to have a life of their own, flowing with rippling light and shadow, radiating an elusive energy fluctuation. Under Ziyue's questioning, Inyun's expression became serious. She is well aware of the power and danger of the unicorn amulet, and at this moment, she has no other choice. It would be extremely unrealistic to demand to exchange force for the heart of wind and snow from the solar crown, as it might even endanger the life of the heart of wind and snow. Angela Bessa's reckless attack on the solar crown, disregarding the safety of the heart of wind and snow, has already set off alarm bells in Inyun's heart, leading her to even consider collaborating with the solar crown to temporarily secure the heart of wind and snow's safety. However, cooperating with the solar crown, as she envisions it, is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. A slight misstep could plunge her into an irretrievable abyss. Even when the solar crown proposed collaboration, that seemingly rational scene did not change Inyun's perspective. Yes, Ziyue, this is indeed the unicorn amulet. But I did not obtain it for the sake of wearing it to rescue the heart of wind and snow. That would be extremely irrational. Inyun's speech was covered by a layer of tense color from her inner turmoil, making her somewhat stutter as she spoke. Originally, when Ziyue heard Inyun say this, she also breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed her sister-in-law had not done anything reckless in her quest to save the heart of wind and snow. At this moment, Celestia paused her gaze on the unicorn amulet and expressed her inner doubts. Since Inyun has said so, then her acquisition of the unicorn amulet must have other purposes. But what other purpose could there be that would make Inyun seek the unicorn amulet instead of immediately looking for the heart of wind and snow? Inyun, tell us the truth. Is your purpose for obtaining this unicorn amulet also related to the heart of wind and snow? You might as well talk to us. Celestia's eyes revealed concern and confusion. She was somewhat aware of her adopted daughter Inyun's style of doing things. This conversation seemed to be on the verge of a stalemate. Even the lightly fluttering sheer curtains were about to stop dancing. Inyun had to admit that she was helping the solar crown obtain this unicorn amulet. Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, as if time had come to a standstill, a sudden gust of wind abruptly tore apart the tranquility of the throne room. This wind, carrying an irresistible force, lifted the dust from the ground, causing the curtains to dance wildly and instantly turning the entire space chaotic and turbulent. Immediately afterward, a flash of fiery red teleportation magic appeared amidst the whirlwind, like flames under the scorching sun, hot and dazzling. This light wave traced a graceful arc in the air and then crashed violently against the throne room wall, instantly illuminating the throne room, with the teleportation magic emitting a deafening roar. However, for now, I will accept the voice of the solar crown, echoing in the throne room along with the appearing white figure. Although his gaze carried a hint of fatigue, the unicorn amulet, snatched from Inyun's magic, evidently restored some of his vitality. What slightly shook the solar crown's vertical pupils was the presence of Celestia and Luna here. Although they should already know who was at fault, overall, they still stood opposed to him. The current outcome seemed to require thanking the two of them for giving him a chance to return to his original body, to achieve a rebirth from bondage, and to have the possibility of ruling as emperor in Pony Maria, even though the Solar Crown did not know what he wanted to do next. Just as the Solar Crown was about to activate the teleportation magic to return to where his petrified body was stored, Luna spoke first. Solar Crown, can you stop and listen to us? Just as Luna's voice pierced through the wind's clamor, attempting to halt the Solar Crown, the entire throne room seemed to be frozen by an invisible force. The Solar Crown's response was concise and resolute, reflecting his current style of action. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, as if he regarded all obstacles as nothing, with only one goal in mind: to return to his original body and be reborn. Without regaining that overwhelming power, it would be extremely irrational to confront those who suddenly shout about friendship and bonds, as the little dragon had told him. No. These two words, uttered from the Solar Crown's mouth, carried an undeniable force, resonating in every corner of the throne room. Then, the Solar Crown's figure vanished with the teleportation magic activated by his horn. Luna was momentarily silenced by this sudden turn of events. Her open mouth had not yet begun its lengthy discourse when the Solar Crown's departure interrupted her. Subsequently, Luna's horn began to shine. In the forest located between Canterlot and Tartarus, the swaying tree shadows, the chirping of insects, the low-hanging bright moon, the stirring light and shadow, the babbling brook, and the joyful heart. The swaying tree shadows danced gently in the night breeze, resembling a group of graceful dancers slowly performing on a dim stage. As the moonlight twisted and turned through the dense leaves, casting mottled silver rays on the vibrant shrubs and the soon-to-be-revived statue. There, the heart of wind and snow was soundly asleep, treating the statue's horn as a teething stick. At the moment of the Solar Crown's teleportation, the air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant force, accompanied by the red magical light wave, bringing a roar and tremor, as his figure suddenly appeared in the center of the forest. At the same time, the unicorn amulet was brought along, and the moment it touched the outside air, a strand of fiery red magic, overflowing from the Solar Crown's petrified body, suddenly enveloped it. This magic seemed to be alive, unwilling to delay even for a moment. The fiery red magic surged wildly around the amulet, like flames wrapping around it, illuminating the amulet's gray-black metallic shell with a brilliant glow. The heat contained in that magic made the surrounding air become scorching. Just as this magic was restless, the unicorn amulet suddenly reacted. It seemed to sense an external stimulus or some kind of internal calling, and a strong white light suddenly erupted from within the amulet. This white light was like the first ray of sunshine at dawn, instantly illuminating the entire forest, driving away all darkness and shadows without a trace. The Solar Crown's vertical pupils shrank to the size of a pinprick. He clearly did not expect the amulet to react so violently. A flicker of astonishment and confusion crossed his eyes, as if he were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. He had anticipated that he would have to study it a bit to solve the problem of how to return to his original body. But who knew it would be automatic? The surging white light gradually solidified, becoming like silk floating in the air, both light and resilient. It seemed to possess its own will, gently dancing in the air, gradually wrapping around the Solar Crown's petrified body and his current magical form, while also lifting the heart of wind and snow from the statue, gently cradling it in the air and swaying softly. The Solar Crown did not display any signs of panic. He seemed to trust that the little dragon's layout would not have major issues. As the white light enveloped him, the Solar Crown's petrified body began to emit a faint glow, as if the originally stiff and lifeless stone was gradually coming to life under the influence of this power. The magical form of the corona appeared even more ethereal and elusive under the illumination of the white light, as if it could dissipate into the air at any moment. As the consciousness of the corona was gently and warmly peeled away from its magical body by the satin-like white light, it seemed to hear a faint call. What is life? What is death? The last lesson of the lost traveler: to find oneself. A voice very familiar, yet tinged with weakness. Ding. Unable to eradicate the established variable virus. Fate control entity. Solar Dragon Spirit. Chapter 57. If one observes the past, is there no difference before and after? A gentle breeze swept over the treetops, as if it were a light painter, using an invisible brush to lightly sweep across the tender buds newly sprouting on the branches. These buds were adorned with droplets of dew that were quietly coalescing. Under the gentle caress of the breeze, these dewdrops sparkled with a crystalline glow, resembling pearls embedded in green leaves. Beneath the soon-to-be descending bright moon, the entire world was draped in a layer of silver gauze. The silver light cast by the bright moon flowed softly like gentle water, while the clouds on the eastern horizon, burning like fierce fire, radiated brilliant light, intertwining with the moon's silver glow and adorning the dewdrops. The magical torrent that enveloped the corona, akin to a cocoon, gradually calmed down. Its power was no longer wild and rushing, but transformed into a translucent layer. like a white chrysalis sculpted from crystal. The fiery red magic on the crystal-clear chrysalis pulsed rhythmically, like a heart beating within, emanating a somewhat restless aura. At this moment, Luna, searching for the corona within Pony Maria with the moonlight as a medium, discovered the location of the corona. If she were to once again aggressively bring a group of celestial unicorns to persuade, it would undoubtedly provoke. At least in that dreamscape where only the corona and Luna were present, the corona had shared some heartfelt words with Luna in a restrained manner. Luna did not explain much to Celestia, trusting her own judgment. This time, they would win. As Luna's magic activated, this forest welcomed its second visitor from the celestial unicorns. The crystalline chrysalis floated in the air, resembling the most exquisite jewel in the world, quietly suspended beneath the sky, merging with the dawn and twilight, light and solemn, as if it were a work of art meticulously carved by nature itself. The magical aura within was immense, even nourishing some nearby plants, making them appear vibrant. Yet no animals approached the area. The naturally somewhat sentient animals in Pony Maria keenly sensed that the being wrapped inside was not as gentle and approachable as it appeared. However, a deep blue celestial unicorn was drawn to this scene, as if all her attention was absorbed by the vibrant and magical chrysalis. Inside the chrysalis, the corona could not perceive any changes from the outside world, or rather, his consciousness was once again absent from this world. Under the dusk of Skyros, it was like a gentle painter, using its brilliant colors to sketch breathtaking scenes across the horizon. Two little celestial unicorns hurriedly galloped through the streets. Due to strict flying regulations in the city of Skyros, flight was prohibited in areas outside designated flight paths, which undoubtedly caused them quite a bit of trouble. However, this seemed to not hinder their pace. Moreover, it appeared that the place they were heading to had no flight path. So they had to use magic to carry numerous ingredients hovering behind them, seemingly planning to cook up a grand feast. We need to hurry back. Luna must be starving by now, and didn't the weather department announce that there would be heavy rain tonight to replenish the water? So how about we play some games tonight? I finally managed to get this board game. At this moment, the little celestial unicorn with a red mane enthusiastically chatted with the little celestial unicorn beside her, who had a rainbow-colored mane. The corona's body appeared semi-transparent. Floating in the air, his eyes seemed to feel little when encountering these scenes, lacking any sense of loss as if things had changed. These things had played in his mind countless times, and although some details were now fuzzy, the general course of events could still be recalled. Looking around, this place did not seem like a rudimentary scene constructed by magic based on memory. Every brick and tile of Skyros was clearly visible under the dusk, reflecting golden light, making this grand city appear as if sculpted from gold. The celestial unicorns laughing and chatting in the courtyard were even clearly visible, and the exquisite decorations within their homes indicated that the corona's consciousness had traversed back to the past, over 1,000 years ago. This terrifying span of time was nearly impossible to accomplish, even with the time magic cast by Pony Maria's wisest unicorn, Whitebeard Starry, aided by the magic of the friendship map, which could only trace back time to a decade or so ago. Well, since it's your clawed pen, let me see what insights I can gain from this. If according to what you just said, what is life? What is death? The last lesson of the lost traveler to find oneself. It might as well let me rest a bit while moving that rusty brain. The corona's consciousness murmured in the air for a while and then fell silent, as if waiting for a familiar voice to respond. However, as the young corona and young Celestia were about to return to the corona's home, no voice appeared in response. The corona sighed, helplessly pursed his lips, and then followed the two little ones. The young corona, like a beam of dancing sunlight, radiated a lively and optimistic aura at all times. His steps were light, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and a thirst for exploration of the world. His presence was like a warm spring breeze, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill. However, when the perspective shifted to the currently floating corona, quietly observing his younger self, he seemed to be shrouded in an invisible haze, lifeless, with emotions as shallow as a pool of stagnant water in winter. His gaze, though still deep, lacked that innocent shine, replaced by a calmness and indifference born from experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Am I still the same? The corona looked at his childhood self, and after carefully observing the expression, a seemingly inexplicable statement slipped from his lips. The corona's gaze shifted slightly, for he remembered that Luna should be in his former home at this time. A vague memory told him that Luna had not seemed very happy that day. Now, as a consciousness, he effortlessly passed through the wall into the living room while the young corona and young Celestia were still fiddling with the door lock. Young Luna sat in the corner of the living room sofa, appearing somewhat lonely, with a faint melancholy on her face, as if she was harboring some unsolvable worries. At this moment, the corona could clearly see that the little one's eyes contained not only simple emotions, which surprised him somewhat. However, when the faint sound of the door lock and the chattering like little birds filtered through the wall into her ears, All the complex emotions on her face seemed to be washed away by a sudden joy. Even her eyes brightened. Luna suddenly lifted her head. Her fluffy little ears twitched slightly, as if capturing every subtle sound from outside the door. They're here. Wait a moment. I'll come open the door. At this moment, Luna even rarely took the initiative to speak, using magic to unlock the door while flapping her wings to rush to the entrance. Ready to welcome Celestia and the Corona, her actions revealing her excitement. As Luna landed on the soft carpet, she happened to see a mountain of piled-up ingredients. It looks like this time we can make a lot of delicious food. Isn't this too much? Can we finish it all? When the three little alicorns, Little Sun Crown, Little Celestia, and the finally smiling Luna, excitedly bounced into the kitchen to prepare for their cooking feast, the consciousness of the crown chose a completely different position. Lazily slumped on the living room sofa, appearing utterly bored. He observed everything with an almost bystander-esque attitude, as if he were an inconsequential observer rather than a participant in this memory, seemingly indifferent to it all. Just as this apathetic demeanor of his was revealed, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, little ghost, I went through a lot of trouble to bring you here, not to let you slack off." This voice seemed to come from nowhere, and the form the crown expected to see did not appear. "Ah, there you are. You look quite spirited. Why don't you come find me? Let's not talk about that for now. I'm more curious about what you meant by it seems I'm still the same. Have I not seen through you after 1,000 years of acquaintance? It's pretty much the literal meaning. Didn't you say before that I have a talent for acting? See, I'm currently performing a role of someone who doesn't care about anything, and this has drawn you out, hasn't it? Yes, but what does that matter? So you have things you don't know as well? When I was young, I had many friends, right? I always put on a cheerful face. But do you know why so few friends accepted the invitation to see the newly born sisters back then? Do you know why my childhood thought was to go traveling?" Before the voice could finish, it was interrupted by the crown, who seemed to be expressing his inner displeasure. The previous pain and constraints prevented these emotions from being fully perceived by the crown. "I'm not completely clueless. I can talk about ghosts when I see ghosts and about horses when I see horses. But what about this? There seem to be very few who truly care about having a friend like me, almost like I'm invisible. I always try to maintain these relationships, even if it's just a superficial harmony, because maintaining them is better than the discomfort that arises from a break. You know, sometimes I really feel tired. Like I'm performing in a play without an audience, and I'm the most invested actor in it. But it's not like I've worn the mask for so long that it's no longer a mask." The crown propped himself up from the sofa, resting his hooves on his chin, but his eyes turned elsewhere, seemingly searching for the source of that voice. And the rest of the conversation. "You should know what happened since you've seen most of my unforgotten memories, right? And now, you've vanished. And the one who can express their inner feelings is in opposition to me. Can you tell whether I'm acting or expressing my true feelings?" "I don't know either." The corner of the crown's mouth curled into a faint smile, and his eyes even turned into the shape of beautiful crescent moons, looking very happy, appearing carefree. However, unlike the Little Sun Crown in the kitchen, the happiness of the Little Sun Crown at this moment was vivid and lively. Meanwhile, the crown had a somewhat indescribable expression on his face. All right, I still don't know what kind of situation you're in. Have you really grown so bold that you dare to half-truth me? There's no time for more discussion. You still haven tea, at this moment." The little dragon's voice paused, seeming quite surprised by some outcome. It appeared that the crown didn't need to combine the past and present to explore how he could find himself. "All right, if you want to rest, then rest. I'm leaving." This farewell seemed more hurried and resolute than before. The little dragon's departure felt like it was just to complete a predetermined task. Once the task was accomplished, there was no lingering attachment, and the voice abruptly stopped, leaving behind an empty room and the crown's slightly surprised gaze. However, the little dragon seemed to have forgotten to tell the crown about the task of ruling Ponyville, which was discussed with Luna on the sun. To divert the crown's attention from seeking revenge, to prevent him from going on a killing spree upon returning to Ponyville. The crown stared blankly at the place where the little dragon's voice had vanished, and after a moment, he gently shrugged. A faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a smile that contained both helplessness towards the little dragon's actions and self-deprecation about his own situation. He slowly lay down in this place devoid of any conflict, which appeared exceptionally tranquil, completely relaxing his body as if to temporarily throw all worries and concerns out of his mind, not overly concerned about external matters. If it weren't for the restrictions of the solar ruins, there were very few who could stand on equal footing with him. However, although his body seemed to have fallen into a resting state, one hoof unconsciously covered his forehead, a gesture revealing slight unease and confusion within him. His gaze drifted around the empty living room, seemingly searching for something that could fill the void in his heart. The sharp vertical pupils glanced over the three little ones in the middle of the living room, who were enjoying the night with laughter. They had already finished cooking while the crown and the little dragon were talking, and now they were savoring various desserts while immersed in the tabletop games brought by the Little Sun Crown. What else is there to do? The crown muttered to himself, his voice low and somewhat confused as he raised the hoof that was covering his forehead, as if he wanted to touch something. Initially, I was full of expectations about how to help resurrect destiny after taking control, but now it seems that all of this is no longer needed. I seem to have nothing to do again. As the crown's gaze passed over the little sun crown and little Celestia, who were playing enthusiastically, it landed on Luna, who was quietly watching the cards and the hooves beside her. She seemed to be trying hard to understand the rules of the game, detached from the cheerful atmosphere. Appearing rather limited and hurried, her current state of asking questions as she took steps seemed no different from the crown's present situation. Oh, so many things have changed over 1,000 years, the crown mused, his vision drifting again, seemingly reminiscing about that night's dream. Luna had indeed talked a lot with him then, and soon they had put aside their grudges, seemingly returning to the relationship of friends. Outside, the white cocoon flashed a fiery red glow before quickly dimming. Then, a series of crackling sounds broke the surrounding tranquility. The sound was fragmented and dense, like the sound of autumn leaves gently touching the ground and being crushed. As the sound continued, the surface of the white cocoon began to show a myriad of cracks, intertwining like a spider's web, gradually spreading over the entire cocoon. These cracks, illuminated by the faint light, revealed a bizarre beauty, as if they were nature's most exquisite sculptural work. They continued to extend and expand, and finally, with a crisp sound, the white cocoon shattered, turning into countless tiny fragments. Like snowflakes flying in winter, slowly drifting in the air. The body of the crown alicorn emerged from within, with strong and powerful limbs, thudding heavily on the ground, as if the very earth trembled beneath its feet. The enormous wings slowly folded behind it, and as its eyes gradually opened to see the current situation, a look of surprise emerged. Not only was Luna right in front of him, unguarded and seemingly with many pieces of advice to share, but there was also the solar rune. Clearly, Luna was also very puzzled by the crown's state. That terrifying thing representing torment and pain was still there. However, from the transition of the corona to a look of relief, it seems that the effect of this solar rune is non-existent, merely existing like a scar. The corona twisted its head as if to loosen its neck, and the joints of its neck made a crisp cracking sound. After confirming that only Luna was present, a smile appeared at the corners of the corona's mouth, especially when seeing Luna's astonished expression at the continued existence of the solar rune on him. It seemed that some things had not changed. Chapter 58, Outsmarting Luna. Making a change. After the corona's sudden, abrupt statement lightly fell, the atmosphere around seemed to be quietly smoothed by an invisible force. Everything fell into an unusual tranquility. The air seemed to solidify. Even the wind that usually never stops, weaving through the gaps in the trees, seemed to be drawn in by this unexpected conversation. Pausing to listen, the leaves also stopped rustling. Even the breathing of wind and Snow Heart, who was sleeping on the soft grass nearby, became stable and calm. Does it still hurt, the things on you? Luna asked. She knew very well that if she used the corona's past deeds as a starting point for the conversation, then this talk would undoubtedly end in failure. She could only try to see if she could guide the conversation towards a direction where the corona would speak about those things himself. The Skyhorn Beast amulet hanging around the corona's neck, colored like fire, seemed to flow with a bit of sunlight, and its purpose after such a change remained unknown. The corona's vertical pupils observed Luna for a moment, confirming once again that only Luna had come, and a calm and playful expression emerged on the corona's face. Now his strength allowed him to experience the relaxed and interesting feeling of battling the ancient 6 sages in the throne room. Moreover, he was currently facing Luna, who seemed to have developed feelings for him 1,000 years ago and still seemed to have a favorable view of him. He just didn't know if that still mattered after 1,000 years. At least Luna attended alone, without any defensive actions, which indicated that she believed the corona was not an extreme existence. It was just the earlier events that had transformed him this way. And this also proved that the conversation between the corona and Luna that night indeed had a significant impact. When the corona heard Luna's words, thoughts flashed through his mind, quickly combining and arranging. Oh, isn't this Princess Luna? How dare you come alone before me? The corona's tone was laced with mockery and inexplicable respect, and the title he used made Luna feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if the corona did not need to break that barrier. You don't have to be like this. I just want to talk to you as a friend. You should be relieved now that you've avenged your great grievance, but I don't see that relief on your face. The gentle song was like the first warm sunlight in the eastern dawn, penetrating the mist and gently brushing over the heart, bringing endless comfort and ease. The melody was melodious and delicate, as if it were a heavenly sound. However, the dawn slowly rising on the eastern horizon seemed somewhat unusual. Its light was not as warm and gentle as in the past, but instead carried a glaring brightness, as if hinting at some significant and unchangeable event quietly occurring. That light rose like the sun, fixed and unstoppable, heralding a new beginning, or perhaps an unavoidable fate. If you truly think so, that's great. And I also agree with some of what you said. The corona's voice, illuminated by the dawn, sounded particularly deep, and his vertical pupils rarely sparkled with the light of wisdom. But Luna, where do you think I can go? If the path is explored under the influence of others, it must come with their subjective factors. It's like a puppet pulled by a rope. Although it can move forward, it loses its freedom and self. Walking a path recognized by the public, but not its own. Is such a future really what I desire? Or is it what you desire? At this point, the corona's vertical pupils slightly shifted, revealing a sly glimmer in his gaze as he looked at Luna. Luna was evidently caught off guard by the corona's counter-question, seeming hesitant about how to respond without touching a sensitive area. Or perhaps, you can start by telling me what future you envision for me. At this moment, the corona actively opened the conversation for Luna to continue. The corona's vertical pupils fixed intently on Luna's eyes, and between words, he slowly paced closer to her, testing the waters, since Luna wanted to persuade him to do something suitable for the current situation through the art of language. It was just right to see if he could persuade her back in turn and test if his mind was still sharp. Luna's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment, quickly replaced by contemplation. She took a gentle breath, seemingly organizing her thoughts, then slowly began to speak. Corona, what I desire is not for you to completely bind yourself to the expectations of others, nor to become a soulless puppet. What I hope for is that you can find your own path, a road that can free your spirit and allow you to find your place in this world. Every little pony has a sky that belongs to them, a dream unique to them, where their aspirations, pursuits, and beliefs reside. But Corona, your sky is filled with gloom, and your dream is dark and eerie. Yet I know deep within you still yearns for the light. I hope you can bravely pursue that light that belongs to you. Even if that path may be fraught with thorns, even if that light may seem far away. As Luna finished speaking, she took a deep breath and looked firmly ahead at an open space. She had been so immersed in her words that she didn't pay much attention to the corona's movements. Yes, following the light of the heart. But this world is not simply black and white. How can you be sure that my current pursuits are wrong? The corona's voice was like a deep melody, inadvertently sounding from behind Luna's ear, carrying an elusive depth that startled her. Her body involuntarily trembled slightly, as if brushed by an unexpected cold wave. A wave of indescribable unease surged in her heart. After all, the current corona's behavior pattern had once again fallen into a fog that was difficult for ponies to grasp. Previously, his actions could still be vaguely identified. Yes, they were guided by the resentment accumulated during his long imprisonment. Yes, they were driven by the anger that needed to be released after suffering. Every action was as fierce and direct as a volcanic eruption, but the rationality, like a flickering candle in the wind, limited his actions from going too far. Previously, his behavior, though destructive, also revealed a nearly primal longing for release. And what is your current pursuit? Or rather, what do you want? Luna's voice carried a hint of hesitation and awkwardness. Just as she was about to move and maintain distance from the corona, one of the corona's wings rested on her shoulder, then wrapped around her, restricting her movement and bringing her closer to him. He leaned in closer to Luna's ear, wanting her to clearly hear his response, more like a silent declaration, announcing that the initiative in this conversation had shifted. These actions made Luna's body feel somewhat uncomfortable, and the warm breath of his response suddenly chilled her heart. What do I want? That's a good question. I said that I believe this world is not simply black and white, just like those phantoms and some dragons. Aren't they still collaborating with the little pony Maria? I might not be bad at all. I just want to be the ruler of this country. Is that wrong? Perhaps under my leadership, it can truly flourish, even spreading its wings over the world. The voice of the Sun Crown was deep and carried a hint of amusement, as if he were very satisfied with the current situation. This should have been a close and intimate posture, yet Luna felt a bit stiff in her body. Her heart raced, and her breathing became rapid. Had she misjudged? At that moment, wrapped in the immense wings of the Sun Crown, pressed against his warm body, Luna felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Had she underestimated the situation? Moreover, for the Sun Crown, ruling over Ponyville didn't seem to offer any benefits. Tyrek sought the pony's magic, while Starlight Glimmer aimed for the power of friendship. The Changeling Queen wanted the love of the ponies to feed on, and King Sombra desired the pony's fear to become stronger. But what about the Sun Crown? He seemed to have no reason to rule over Ponyville at all. At that moment, Luna's mind was racing. If she planned to cast any magic now, it would undoubtedly touch on the Sun Crown's sensitive spots, but for now, he seemed to be. The next moment, the Sun Crown spoke again, interrupting Luna's thoughts. Perhaps you think my rule has no reason. Would you like to hear what I truly want to do? In the throne room, Harmony stood by the window, gazing at the rising sun in the east. The golden rays fell upon her, yet they couldn't dispel the unease and doubt in her heart. Her eyes flickered, as if searching for an answer, but she feared that the answer would bring more trouble. She paced restlessly within the throne room, each step echoing on the cold marble floor. Her thoughts were like swirling snowflakes, unable to coalesce into a clear thread. Could Luna solve this problem? That question lingered in her mind. The heart of Snowstorm was still under the Sun Crown's hoof, and he was completely untrustworthy. Was the heart of Snowstorm okay? Could Luna, a unicorn, solve this issue? Harmony had asked herself this question many times. If it weren't for Celestia stopping her just now, she would have already teleported to see the heart of Snowstorm with Luna. Harmony, you don't need to rush. If you had teleported there just now, things might have become more complicated. Only Luna and the Sun Crown have had a good conversation among us. The Sun Crown shouldn't do anything to Luna, and I trust my sister. She has dealt with many pony psychological issues. Her sharp thinking and appropriate conversation skills shouldn't lead to any big problems. Moreover, even if we teleported there, we wouldn't be able to help much. If we were seen as declaring war or provoking him, that wouldn't be good. The reasons for his current state stem from psychological and real-world influences, and the impact of the world will's judgment has already diminished. Celestia watched Harmony's behavior and seemed to empathize, recalling how she had taken Harmony as her niece and had advised her about being cautious. At that moment, a head popped out of a pile of books belonging to Twilight, who used magic to pull out a book and looked at Celestia and Harmony with delight. Princess of the Universe. Harmony, I told you I remembered seeing a method to discreetly cast teleportation magic, greatly reducing magical fluctuations and the spatial curve fluctuations during teleportation, as well as the chaos of magical particles. This, from the Book of the White-Bearded Star. Twilight was still accustomed to searching through the sea of books for answers to common questions, such as finding some spells. This news undoubtedly came as a timely solution to the urgent situation of not being able to see the status of that conversation. At least with 4 unicorns present, some unexpected situations could be prevented. However, we still can't show ourselves. We should only step in to help Luna if things go awry. Celestia was clearly also uneasy about this situation, but she couldn't show it. If she did, the anxiety in Harmony and Twilight's hearts would only amplify infinitely, possibly causing them to miss some opportunities. The real intention isn't ruling your intention. Luna was clearly delighted by this statement. She also recalled that a certain creature had told her that ruling Ponyville was merely a way for the Sun Crown to divert attention. A temporary measure to shift and contain the accumulated rage, to prevent it from burning down the calm Ponyville upon contact. She could say it wasn't her intention because she hadn't figured out what to do yet. However, she seemed to have discovered some enjoyment, with the Sun Crown's tone softening. The atmosphere also became less tense and began to warm. Luna felt relieved. This was something worth discussing. Watching Luna's emotions fluctuate like a roller coaster. The corners of the Sun Crown's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smile. He seemed to find some amusement in this fluctuation. A subtle feeling of being able to control the emotions of other beings. It felt good to find amusement in this. And it could temporarily fill the emptiness of his unclear direction. Why not sit down and talk calmly? Returning to the earlier question, what do I really want to become? The Sun Crown's face blossomed with a warm smile again, one that mirrored his earlier lazy demeanor as he lounged on the couch, appearing at ease. His eyes squinted into charming crescent shapes, and the corners of his mouth formed a relaxed and pleasant arc. Even the wings that had tightly bound Luna loosened, gently resting on her shoulder, as if extending a silent invitation. Joy instantly appeared in Luna's eyes. This innocent look reminded the Sun Crown to think for a moment and decide to take a different approach. Perhaps he could rule in a more peaceful manner, avoiding violence. After all, his current task was to rule, not to create chaos. He didn't want to have to rebuild the original departments that had been dismantled. He wasn't skilled in political matters. Besides, if this method succeeded, it would be the ultimate trick of deception, as the little dragon had once mentioned. Luna might even help him. After all, the things the little dragon arranged were all meaningful. It was better to follow through. It wouldn't do him any harm. Just a change of role to play. Moreover, there shouldn't be any trivial matters requiring the ruler's personal involvement, right? Shouldn't there be? You think so? Luna was abruptly interrupted by the Sun Crown's unexpected gentleness. She sat down in response, turning to look at the Sun Crown. Her eyes still filled with lingering doubt and anticipation, anxiously speculating about what the Sun Crown might say next, fearing he would bring up the matter of ruling with force again. As she opened her mouth to continue the conversation, the words stuck in her throat, and the handsome face that almost filled her vision, along with the warm sensation on her lips, successfully severed the connection in her brain. The slightly lowered neck, the gentle breeze that brushed past, and that unbelievable behavior. What was going on? Luna's mind was filled with confusion. Her widened eyes gradually filled with shock and disbelief. She could hardly imagine the Sun Crown would act this way. Moreover, a guy who seemed extremely forceful about everything else was now showing such a gentle demeanor in front of her. The contrast nearly knocked Luna out, and she felt as if time had been infinitely stretched, filled with a sense of unreality. Furthermore, the deeply buried thoughts in her heart resurfaced under this stimulation. But this time it was different from before. Both parties were rational, and it seemed the sun crown was revealing something that wasn't merely a momentary delight. In the distant woods, a cluster of bushes revealed 3 telescopes. It was Celestia, Twilight, and Harmony, who had just arrived here. Harmony didn't pay much attention to the conversation between the sun crown and Luna. She immediately began searching for the Heart of Snowstorm. When she saw the Heart of Snowstorm peacefully sleeping on the soft lawn under the warm sunlight, Harmony's gaze left the telescope, and she let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed the sun crown was treating the Heart of Snowstorm quite well, otherwise he wouldn't let this little one sleep so soundly. At this moment, she noticed that Celestia and Ziyue had fallen into a strange silence, with their expressions repeatedly hinting at something unsaid, and their actions of glancing then uncertainly looking again. This instead piqued Yun's curiosity. Did the conversation between Celestia and Luna have some unexpected development? Had Celestia compromised? Or was Luna's negotiation at a standstill? Yun immediately picked up her telescope to observe. Wait, were Celestia and Luna really so close together? Yun rubbed her eyes uncertainly, wiped the lens of the telescope, and then looked again with uncertainty. Soon, the 3 princesses simultaneously left the telescope, wiped their eyes, looked again, decisively stepped away from the telescope, and huddled together in confusion, then glanced back to confirm any progress. Celestia, Ziyue, and Yun, what is going on? This is so strange, I'm not sure. Let us look again. It really is strange. Look, I wasn't wrong. They really are having a good conversation, right? Celestia murmured again, her tone increasingly uncertain. This sentence sounded more like a self-comfort, trying to find a reasonable explanation amidst this awkwardness and confusion. However, even she could not fully believe such an explanation. At this moment, she was even unable to pretend, as the embarrassment and bewilderment were deeply etched on her face like a brand. Princess of the universe, I might be a bit presumptuous saying this, but please don't suggest this is a conversation. It is a conversation, right? Why is this happening? Yun, having been the ruler of the Crystal Empire for several years, managed to maintain some decorum, at least keeping her voice down. Ziyue, after a brainstorming session, looked uncertainly at Celestia and Princess Yun, seemingly hoping they could explain the current situation. Why does it seem like Princess Luna is not resisting? What is going on? Why does it seem like Princess Luna is not resisting? Ziyue's voice carried a hint of disbelief. She could not comprehend everything happening before her. In her impression, Celestia wanted to dominate Ponyville and might do something bad with it. Even though Ziyue's view had slightly changed after the judgment, the overall direction remained the same. And as the ruler of the night, the guardian of dreams, and the former ruler of Ponyville, there was no way she could be with someone like this. I know. Celestia must have used some dirty magic. A very certain twisted expression gradually appeared on Ziyue's face, as if she was about to rush out to stop Celestia and Luna's actions. If it weren't for Celestia's gentle head shake and a long-suppressed sigh, Ziyue might have directly poked her head out from the bushes. We need to have a good talk and uncover those long-buried, dust-covered memories to fill in the missing blanks. Perhaps it will help you understand the current situation a bit better. Celestia's eyes slightly opened a narrow slit, quietly glancing towards a corner deep in the forest. There, a dim purple light flashed by, mysterious like a ghost, showing signs of a concealed teleportation spell activating. His gaze pierced through the layers of shadows from the trees, precisely locking onto the hidden whereabouts of the 3 princesses. They seemed to be quietly watching, making no moves, but this inexplicably stirred a sense of joy within Celestia. He imagined how this warm, yet slightly shy scene would stir emotional waves in Celestia and the other 2 princesses. Surprise, confusion, or something else. Celestia could not know. But this imagination deepened the joy in his heart. At this moment, Celestia was indeed quite pleased. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he slightly lowered his head and moved closer to Luna. Sure enough, there was some slight rustling from the bushes, as if a pony had cast a soundproof bubble spell, trying to prevent their conversation from being overheard. However, for Celestia, this only added a bit of fun and excitement. It seemed this time the piece had simply changed tactics. Celestia adjusted his facial expression. Although he could not change the blush that had crept up from climbing up, his demeanor and tone remained unaffected. However, at this moment, he felt a vague sense of panic, perhaps due to the earlier pecks. He wasn't sure what he wanted to become, but he certainly didn't want to wake up alone. Perhaps you could try to believe in me? At least let me have something to do. And that leisurely ruler seemed quite nice. When Celestia's gentle voice reached Luna's reddened ears, it seemed some words were filtered and shielded. She bit her lower lip, seemingly trying to suppress the excited gasps threatening to escape. Luna awkwardly moved her head, slightly nodding at Celestia, whose cheeks were also flushed, as if her mind was struggling to process this sudden change. I will go back and talk to them. Luna seemed to realize something at this moment, easily breaking free from under Celestia's slightly open wings. Just as she was about to teleport back to Canterlot, Celestia reminded her to take the Heart of Snowstorm with her. These actions completely transformed Celestia's image in Luna's heart. Celestia, having some matters to attend to. Let Luna go ahead first. Having a brain is useful. Not using knives or guns, but addressing prejudices directly is the way to solve this towering mountain. But what to do next? Right, what should a ruler do? After sensing the magical aura in that cluster of bushes had completely disappeared, he finally let go of the tenderness on his face and the clarity in his eyes, curling his lips into a cold smile. However, doubts and confusion returned to his slit pupils. If it were just about protecting the country, eliminating all foreign tribes with grievances against oneself seemed very effective. And then, perhaps it was time to take a break. Ponyville's current situation looked quite good. Also, this thing. When Celestia's thoughts reached here, he suddenly remembered the Tinkob beast amulet he had been busy dealing with earlier and hadn't observed closely. The color scheme was clearly related to destiny. Let us take it for now. Perhaps it will be useful later? No. Now I should think about how to rule this kingdom. Clearly, just this isn't enough. But anyway, it should have less of an impact than charging straight in. This should be considered ruling rather than dominating. The meanings of the two terms are different. Celestia's suddenly enlightened mind quickly realized that his previous actions should be considered dominating Ponyville rather than ruling it. And now, influenced by the recent events, this path should be a bit easier. So next, should I go to Canterlot to see how things are progressing? And perhaps look for some fun? Is that what it's called? A mindset of seeking entertainment, leisure, or watching the excitement? Or should I observe that sin again? Show off a bit. That seems good too. Chapter 59. Looking back at the past, desperate wind and snow. So Celestia, and you have such a past with Princess Luna. What happened next? How did you and Princess Luna choose to bury this memory deep? As Ziua inquired, it caused Celestia to turn and look at Ziua, who was tilting her head in confusion and curiosity in the throne room. Her eyes gradually deepened and lost focus, as if she was trapped in a whirlpool of memories, seemingly wanting to know the answer to this question. In the history that ponies enjoyed recounting, my sister and I were discovered by the Whitebeard Star and brought back to Ponyville. After studying for a few years, we became the rulers. Perhaps observing some memories might help me find this answer. 1,000 years ago, we were actually at the edge of the Great Blizzard Barrier, discovered by the Bearded Star, who was not as exaggeratedly bearded at that time. As Celestia spoke, thoughts seemed to intertwine with the scenes from a millennium ago. The snowstorm raged like a wild beast, roaring fiercely amidst the endless accumulation of dark clouds. Each howling gust was like a sharp blade, mercilessly cutting through the air while also draining every ounce of warmth from this forgotten land of white snow. Snowflakes fell thick and rapidly, layer upon layer, quickly accumulating to a thickness of at least a meter on the once glorious ruins, only to be stripped away by the fierce winds, leaving behind the most resilient layer, burying the past splendor deep beneath the cold and silence. In this desolate land ravaged by wind and snow, the ruins of Skylos appeared particularly bleak. The once towering buildings now lay as mere broken walls, helplessly resting in the snow, allowing the storm to blur their millennia-old carvings. In this corner of the ruins, where debris from Skylos's fall had scattered, the once splendid decorations now lay as cold and shattered relics. Mirrors with gilded edges were shattered into countless pieces, reflecting the pale light surrounding them. The gem-encrusted candlesticks no longer held the warm candlelight of yesteryear, leaving only traces eroded by the storm, recording the relentless passage of time. The intricately patterned wallpaper was now worn and tattered, swaying in the wind, making a rustling sound, the last groans of its existence in the storm. A silent mourning for the glorious past. The storm continued to rage, as if wanting to erase all traces of this history. However, beneath this forgotten ruin, there were faint sounds of conversation accompanied by some rustling noises. Sister, now we should go," Luna's tender voice, tinged with a hint of fear, gently emerged. Not long ago, after the wind demon rampaged through the land of the Skyhorn beasts, not only did the initial 3 Skyhorn beasts perish at the hands of the deathly cold winds that extinguished the flame of life, but this magic seemed to exploit life force in a certain proportion, forcing all beings, regardless of their strength or weakness, to endure the same duration of suffering and despair, feeding the power of the wind demon. Moreover, Skylos's fall led to a mass death of the Skyhorn beasts, with hardly any able to withstand the onslaught of the wind demon. Even those who wished to escape were thwarted by the snowstorm that could consume a little magic, along with the massive body of the wind demon, which loomed like a moving castle as a surrounding barrier. Just when the howling winds of the wind demon were about to search and cover the hiding place of Celestia and Luna, at this critical moment of life and death, 3 wind demons suddenly halted their rampaging steps. Their vacant eye sockets, emanating a ghostly light, seemed capable of perceiving all suffering in the world, and at this moment, they all turned their gaze toward a direction, Little Maria. Although it was not yet called that, the sky there was similarly shrouded in dark clouds. However, unlike Skylos, This continent was experiencing an unprecedented crisis of winter and food shortages. The cries and despair of the little ponies permeated the air like a tangible substance, attracting the greedy gaze of the wind demon. As the wind demon's attention shifted, the fate of this continent was instantly rewritten. The little ponies, who might have relied on resilience and unity to endure this winter, now faced the cruelest test in history. The storm intensified, and the temperature plummeted to unprecedented lows, freezing the entire continent in an eternal winter. The discord and refusal to negotiate among the three tribes of ponies pushed the atmosphere of despair and disharmony to its peak. Countless ponies, whether earth ponies, pegasi, or unicorns, struggled to survive in this sudden disaster. Food shortages made hunger their greatest enemy, while the cold threatened their lives like an invisible knife. Trees withered, rivers froze, and the once vibrant land turned into a desolate wasteland. Countless lives were forever frozen in the annals of history within just a few days. The sky of this continent no longer held the azure and clear skies of yesteryears, replaced by endless gray and despair. The wind demon, the instigator of it all, seemed indifferent to this disaster, with their eyes only seeking more intense suffering and despair to collect and savor. At this moment, the friendship between the wise Frode, clever Sweetcake, and Soldier Pansy temporarily dispelled the deathly cold winds surrounding them, and beneath their deeper and more fervent friendship, the three frozen leaders were freed from their icy prisons. Following this, the three leaders decided to merge their respective kingdoms into one, naming it Little Maria. Meanwhile, the four-leaf sage Frode's teacher, the Bearded Star, also set out on his journey to find a solution to the day and night cycle problem of Little Maria. At this time, he was bundled up tightly, stepping on the edge of the great blizzard barrier, dragging along the little cart he had with him. Although it was called the Edge, the storm there was as severe as that within, and the traces left behind were worn smooth by the snowstorm, not leaving him lost in this blizzard barrier. The fluctuations here had led this greatest unicorn to discover some clues, prompting him to come and investigate. Unexpectedly, there were ruins ahead. Hopefully, he could find some clues.